Hey, what's up? It's Simone, aka Meanie Mosey, and if you're watching this video, then congratulations. You have stumbled across my One Piece compilation video. This video is not only an arc by arc compilation of all the thoughts that I had about One Piece East Blue through Elbaf that I thought needed to be posted on the internet, but it's also kind of a journey through my evolution as a content creator, as these videos have been posted over the span about like 3 or 4-ish years. And so just like One Piece's animation style got better and the story got more complex, so too did my editing skills and my video analysis skills. At least I hope so. You can be the judge of that while you're watching. I may pop in from time to time to offer some additional commentary if I say something that's particularly interesting in any one of my past videos. Just so you know, I'm coming from the point of view of someone who is all the way caught up to the One Piece manga right now. The latest chapter that was released is 1174. So anything probably at least through Egghead at least. If you aren't caught up to that point, then I would skip over those interlude sections, and you can also feel free to skip around as much as you need to. I'm going to put timestamps below so you can go to any arc that you're interested in. But with that being said, you can get into the video, and I hope you enjoy my journey through One Piece. And we rollin'. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or ungodly hour to you. I'm Meanie Mosey, and this is my first reaction video to the popular anime series One Piece. One Piece! I've decided to watch the show on my own time and provide updates in this reaction video series that I like to call the State of the Meanie, because that's the ship that they ride on, the going there. In the future, I'll review entire sagas at a time, but for this one, I accidentally watched 3 sagas before I got around to making a video for it. So that should tell you a bit about what I think about the show. I love the show. I love it so much. This is the quick review with no spoilers that you can show to your friends who you've been trying to convince to watch it. Good luck. I'm new to anime. I'm brand new to anime, and One Piece is quickly becoming my favorite. I'm not gonna say one of my favorites, it's becoming my favorite. I'm only 3 sagas in, and it's already made me cry. It's made me laugh out loud, and not one of those little breathing air out the nose chuckles that you do whenever you see a meme. And it has some amazing and super dope action scenes that are just like, oh my gosh. And the fact that One Piece is so long should not be seen as a detriment. Because One Piece is so long, I know that it's always going to be there for me. Whenever I'm in between shows on my watch list and I don't feel like starting something new, I can just keep watching One Piece. And it's guaranteed entertainment. Enough of that, on to the review. This video could easily go all over the place. So instead, I'm going to break it up into chunks. First, I'm going to talk about things that I love, and I'm going to talk about my favorite Straw Hat, and then I'm going to talk about my favorite moment. Things I love. There are several. I really love the power balance and the chemistry between all of the characters. Everyone has something that they're good at. Zoro is an amazing sword fighter, Sanji is a great chef, Nami is an awesome navigator, and everyone defers to the correct person whenever it's necessary. There's a great mutual respect here. Everyone acknowledges the other person's strengths, and everyone is also aware of their own limitations. And I also really love the fact that everybody has obvious limitations. Usopp is terrified in every battle that he goes into, so he can't win fights like Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro do. Zoro, even though he's a skilled fighter, he thinks that up is the same thing as north. And then you have Nami, who's not skilled at all in combat, but she's not content with that. So she has Usopp build her this lightning stick weapon so that she can become self-reliant in battle. I love that everybody minds their own business. If someone is struggling with something, people won't help unless that person asks. The members of the Straw Hat crew are all good people, but they're not heroes and they don't try to be. On Drum Island, Luffy doesn't climb the mountain so that he can force Dr. Kureha to reconsider her practice and move down to an area that's more accessible to the people. He heard that this doctor only comes down when she wants to, and so he decided to go up to her in order to heal his friends. He's not going to try and make her redo her whole entire life or beat her into like doing what he thinks is correct. He's going to follow the rules. People are left to live the way that they want, and that's none of the Straw Hats' business unless they make it the Straw Hats' business. Like when Bellamy and his crew attacked Mont Blanc Cricket and stole all of his gold. When Luffy and Zoro first met them, they didn't feel like fighting them. They knew that it wouldn't be worth it, but as soon as they harmed one of Luffy's friends, it was personal. I love that every battle I've seen so far has been similar and yet still challenging, and the difficulty continues to increase. The first thing that Oda typically does in every fight, though, is incapacitate Luffy in some way. He has to do this in order to make sure that the fight lasts longer than 2 seconds. At Arlong Park, he got his feet stuck in a block of cement and he was thrown into the water. In Little Garden Island, one of the giants placed a skull on his torso so that he couldn't move for the first half of the fight. In Alabasta, after his first battle with Crocodile, he was buried in the sand and had to be dug out. And in Skypeia, he was in the belly of a snake for a long time while all the fighting was going on. When it comes to fighting, Luffy is a force of nature, and his strength and creativity in battle are a plot device that I think that Oda has used very well so far. It hasn't gotten repetitive. With each battle, I know the crew will come out alright. The series is over 900 episodes, so I kind of already figured that out, but I'm always guessing how that's gonna happen exactly. The last thing I'll mention is I love the weight that words and promises carry in this world. These characters do everything that they say they're going to do. Each crew member has their own lofty goals, and they talk about them as though they're statements of fact. Zoro doesn't say, I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro says, I will be the world's greatest swordsman. In episode 3, when he first joins Luffy's crew, he promises that he will devote all of his time to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. When he gets defeated by Mihawks later, he makes another promise to Luffy that he will never lose in a fight again. Zoro's just one example, but everybody has these grand promises, and these grand promises are being constantly reinforced by these smaller promises that are consistently being issued and fulfilled. For example, Luffy told Vivi that he was going to kick Crocodile's ass, and whenever Luffy says that he's going to kick someone's ass, he does it. He told Mont Blanc Cricket that he was going to go up to Skypeia and ring the golden bell for him, and he does exactly that, even though ringing the golden bell meant that he had to defeat Lightning himself, Inaru, with a giant, who knows how many ton gold ball on his hand. Luffy also got pissed when he met the whale Laboon, and he heard that Laboon's old pirate crew promised him that they were going to come back for him, and they never did. So Luffy made Laboon a new promise, and he told him that he's going to come back for him. So I believe that we'll be seeing Laboon again in the series. My point is, when people say they're going to do something in this world, they mean it wholeheartedly. So I'm only 3 sagas in, but already I have no doubt that Luffy is going to find the One Piece and become king of the pirates, that Zoro's gonna be the greatest swordsman, that Sanji's gonna find the all blue, and Nami's gonna make a map of the whole entire, I forgot if it was the world or the Grand Line, but she's gonna make a big map. And I have no doubt that they're all going to do it. The only thing that's left is to find out how. For my favorite Straw Hats, I really like Usopp, and I think it was because I thought that I wasn't going to like him, and the fact that I like him so much gives him a little extra bit of bonus points and kind of like bumps him up in the rankings a little bit. He reminds me a lot of Sokka from Avatar: The Last Airbender. They both have the same type of ineptitude where they're not the most skilled fighter. Sokka, for example, he's a non-bender. He doesn't have magic water like his sister. And then Usopp only has his little inventions that he makes. So these two characters, they're left to be kind of like the crafty inventor with common sense and sarcasm.
Quit comparing me to you and all the other superhuman freaks! Now you're annoying me.
My prediction is that because of the weight that words carry in this world, Usopp is no longer going to be a liar at the end of the show, because he'll have done everything that he claims that he already has done. He will command armies and he will become a captain. I don't know if he'd leave the crew, but he always says that he's going to be Captain Usopp, so I don't know, maybe he'll get his own crew and leave the Straw Hats. I don't know. Aww. I'm sad now. These are my top 3. The next one is Chopper. I've loved Chopper since his very first line. He was like, "Shut up, lady. Oh, and can you tell me how your temperature's doing?" Oh my gosh, that was like, he is the most adorable blue-nosed reindeer doctor I've ever seen in my whole life. I love that he hides wrong, that he doesn't know how to hide. I love that he can't take a compliment at all. I'm just so happy that he's on the crew. I don't have much to say about him, but his recruitment scene was my favorite recruitment scene, I'll say that. Big surprise, my number 1 favorite Straw Hat is Luffy, but here's why. He's an awful leader, but he's also a really great leader. Basically what he's done is he's found all of these people who excel in areas in which he failed. He doesn't know how to read maps, so he found Nami. He doesn't know how to cook, so he found Sanji. He needed a doctor, so he found Chopper. This is a good quality of leadership, acknowledging your weaknesses and trusting your followers. But what Luffy seems to have done, though, is assemble a highly skilled crew of babysitters who are entirely self-sufficient. He can run off and have whatever adventure he wants, and the crew will be just fine. Of course, Luffy excels at protecting his crew, but more often than not, the crew follows Luffy rather than Luffy leads them. Luffy makes decisions based on what he wants to do, and once he makes a decision, he does it. Most of the time, those decisions are based off of what sounds fun or what could provide the most adventure. But every once in a while, Luffy will decide to do something that is incredibly wise. And I believe that Luffy does this with his actions. A few events come to mind, but I'll mention a couple. First is during the Arlong Park arc. Nami's sister is trying to convince the crew to leave Nami alone and mind their own business about the whole situation. So she's going to explain Nami's backstory. The crew says, "Sure, you can explain it, but it's not going to change anything." And then Luffy, he decides to take a walk. He says, "I'll pass. I don't need to hear any of this. I don't care about her past." He's already made up in his mind that he's going to protect her, no matter what. We find out that when it comes to things that Luffy doesn't care about, gossip about his friends, for example, Luffy's not interested in the slightest. He's not even going to be within earshot of that. And I love that he's set apart from the crew in this way. Next is during the Alabasta arc, and I forgot what city they're approaching, but they're almost ready for their big final fight, and then Luffy just sits down and says that he quits. Nobody knows what this kid's doing. After that, he proceeds to get into a fight with Vivi, and he reveals that she was going to go into the battle only risking her own life, and she wasn't willing to put anybody else's life on the line. Nobody else saw that, and I guess everybody assumed, like I did, that she knew the risks going into battle and that everybody was in danger, but apparently she didn't know that, and she wasn't willing to risk anybody else's life except for her own, and Luffy called her out on that. Somehow, I don't know how to best describe this, but Luffy was able to see Vivi's emotions when nobody else could, not even Vivi. Luffy is incredibly silly and childlike, but he has shown wisdom on multiple occasions. This wisdom and insight is something that nobody else on the crew has so far, and that's why Luffy makes a great captain, because if anybody else was captain, Luffy's intuition would get walked on, and in moments where decisions mattered the most, they would all be screwed. My favorite moment in these 3 arcs so far, it is episode 37. 18 minutes and 20 seconds in, and it goes through the end of the show. My gosh, Nami had just failed at stopping the village from going to attack Arlong. She knows that if they go to attack him, they're not going to succeed, and the villagers know that too, but they want to fight for her sake, so they go anyway. Nami falls to the ground. she is filled with complete and utter sorrow because everything that she'd worked for since she was what, like 11, for the past 8 years has like all ended in nothing. And so she begins to look at her Arlong Pirates tattoo on her arm, and she starts to scratch at it and like try to like peel it off. And then she sees the knife that was in her hand, and so she grabs a knife and she starts stabbing the tattoo, and she's like cursing Arlong's name, and she just keeps like stabbing herself repeatedly. And this sounds really gory right now, like just describing it, but it was really good. And Luffy just grabs her arm and makes her drop the knife, and Luffy's just standing there not saying anything. And Nami's like, "What are you doing? I told you to leave. Get out of here." And she starts like flicking dust at him, and he's like, "Yeah, you did tell me to leave. Yeah, it's none of my business. Yeah, I don't know a single thing about what's going on here." And then after a moment, Nami just turns around with tears in her eyes, and she says, "Luffy, help me." The camera goes back to Luffy, and his face has completely changed. Like, it's like dead serious, and you can't even see his eyes, and like his hat is just down low. And so he takes off his hat and he puts it on Nami's head, and he's like, "Of course, that's what friends are for." And he turns around, and then the camera zooms out, and you see Sanji, Zoro, Usopp standing right there, and they are ready and they are waiting. And he says, "Let's go," and they're all like, "Right." And then we go back to the gates of Arlong Park, and the two guys that were traveling with them for a minute, they're like, "We can't let you guys in." He's talking to the villagers who all like showed up. He's like, "We can't let you guys in. We're waiting for a group of certain men." And Overtaken is like playing in the background, like and like they're all just walking, and like all four of them just walking a straight line, just looking like dope as heck. And they reach the gates of Arlong Park, and Luffy bashes in the gate, and he's like he stands up, like there's dust everywhere, and he's like, "All right, which one of you is Arlong?" And like the fact that he didn't even know who he was walking in to fight, that moment, it gives me chills all the time. Like as soon as you saw Luffy's face, like you knew it's about to go down. This dude is about to get it. Arlong's gonna rue the day he ever set foot on this stupid little island. Yeah. So One Piece is my favorite anime. I will be continuing to review the series as I watch brand new sagas. I'm not making any predictions. I'm just like along for the ride. My only prediction is that everybody's gonna do what they said that they're gonna do. Everybody's going to become successful and achieve their hopes and dreams. And it's gonna be a really feel-good show. Well, I think at some point I'm gonna come back and watch this video and think this aged poorly. But yeah, that's the whole point of making this video. I know I'm way behind. I'm way behind everyone else as far as watching this, but I'm really happy I started watching it. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next time on the State of the Mary. Peace. So I made a bit of a mistake. I was trying to get my sister to watch anime because I like anime, and I feel like she'll like anime too if she sees it. So I was like, why not share the love? And so I started off showing her My Hero Academia. Our family, we're a Marvel family. We like Marvel movies. I was like, superheroes, it works. She got 2 episodes in, and she has no intention of seeing the rest of that show. Looking back, I rewatched the episodes myself. I don't know what force compelled me to get through those first few episodes because they're depressing. But anyway, I decided that I wouldn't give up. I'd still find a show that she wanted to watch, because if I've learned anything from anime, it's that you don't give up. Ever. We were chilling one Saturday morning, and I was on Netflix, and I put on the first episode of One Piece. One Piece! Just cause, like, why not? And she sat through the whole thing, and she watched it, and now she's watching it on her own time, and it's the only anime that she watches, and I'm happy for her, really. And I'm like, hey, since you like One Piece, would you ever want to try watching My Hero again, maybe get to the part where he actually has superpowers, maybe the part where he's actually enrolled in school, and she says no. She said, no, I'll just watch One Piece. And so what I'm trying to get her to understand is that it's not that My Hero Academia and all other anime is bad. It's just that One Piece is the best. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. In this quick video, I'm going to be talking about my reaction and my opinions about the Long Ring Long Man Island arc. I have already seen the whole entire Water 7 arc, but if I were to lump in Long Ring Long Land Island with Water 7 and Enies Lobby, then this arc would get overshadowed entirely, and I feel like I just want to give it the respect that it deserves. So we're just going to talk a little bit about it, and we're going to get into it. There is fantastic writing right out of the gate. The crew reaches Long Ring Long Land Island, and it's a long island. The trees are long, the fruit's long, the animals are long, everything's long. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp end up knocking, well actually Luffy ends up knocking this old man off of a pair of long stilts. Apparently he rescued him because the old man had been stuck up on those stilts for the past 10 years. They start talking to this guy, kind of learning more about him, and he starts talking about his village, and then he remembers, oh crap, my village is gone. We learn the way that the island is set up is that the whole thing is in the shape of a ring. The water levels get so high that it covers up the bottom part of the island, and it looks like there are just 10 individual islands when in fact they're all connected by that ring. And so every year when the tides get low, or every 3 years, the villagers migrate to the next island over just so that they can move to a new spot and not be bored. The old man realizes his village is going to be about 3 islands away by now, and it would take them 20 years to get back to where he is, and he's just sat down. He's like, I'm accepting it. I'm just going to have to wait 20 years because I can't go to where they are because I don't have a horse. And then Chopper's like, oh wait, we saw a horse back out there, and he's like, oh really? And so he goes back and he finds his horse, and the horse's name is Shelly, and she's like this little white long horse, and she's like so happy to see him. She's like whinnying and all that stuff. He's like, Shelly, I'm so happy to see you. You're such a good girl. I can't believe you waited for me for 10 years. That's only gonna be sunny days for us from now on. We can ride over to the island. It'll only take us 5 years to get to the villagers now. And so they're all happy, and everybody's laughing and smiling. The old man is riding his horse across the Long Ring, Long Land Island plains and everything, and there's a majestic version of We Are playing in the background, and everyone's laughing and happy and smiling, and then Shelly gets shot. What I like about this is that what Oda gives, Oda can take away. He introduces us to these characters that we hadn't cared about probably like 5 minutes before, and then he makes us care about them, and then he's mean to them, and he makes something bad happen to them. I mean, that's just what writing is in general, but like, he does it quickly and effectively. At this point, you're wondering, who the heck shot Shelly? Who shot this old man's horse? And that's exactly what Luffy is thinking. He gets up while Chopper and Usopp go over to check and see if the old man's okay. Luffy's looking around to see like who did it. Who's gonna die tonight. Once you hear Foxy's annoying laugh, then you realize that the whole thing, that whole little story right there, it was all just a villain introduction, and it produces instant hatred of this dude, and it's very effective, and I just really like how he pulled that off. An audience can grow to love a villain. They can grow to love someone who's done bad things, but they can never grow to love someone that they find annoying. If someone does something bad, you can be like, ah, but they're cool. Yeah, they're pretty cool though, but like if they're just annoying and they're doing bad things, you're like, it's done. That's like 2 strikes for you, bro. And so I thought that was something that the One Piece anime does very well, is that the characters that they want you to like not like, to really dislike, they give them like annoying laughs, or they give them annoying qualities. As long as the audience finds it annoying, it's like intentional. They will never try to see the logic behind that person because they're just like, no, I hate them. And I know the concept of a villain's evil laugh is nothing new, but I still think that One Piece does it really well. Let's talk about the Davy back fights. In the last One Piece video I made, I mentioned that Luffy and his crew were in the relationship of that of a child and their babysitter. And I expanded on that a little bit more, but I'm bringing it up now to say that nothing has changed in this arc. Nothing has changed. He's still a child. Luffy is easily coerced into participating in the Davy back fight because he's so pissed about Shelly and the old man. Meanwhile, in the back, Nami and Usopp are having their own existential crises like, this is who I've decided to follow. This is the man that's responsible for my well-being. The rest of the crew is kind of like chill. They're just like in the mindset of, okay, let's win. Okay, let's see what we can do to get out of this. It's a really strange dynamic between all of them because they're all affected by Luffy's juvenile decisions, but they still have enough faith in him to believe that he's going to get them out of it, even though at times he is both the cause and the solution to a majority of their problems. I'd say the main components of Luffy's personality right now are loyalty, curiosity, and immaturity. I am really interested in seeing what type of situation would cause Luffy to have to mature, and what kind of person will he be after that. Like, is there any situation that would force him to stop making childish and emotional choices? I know there's a time skip, so I'm assuming that he'll mature at some point. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how that plays out, because that's gonna be real interesting. The Davy back fight itself is so disrespectful. So disrespectful. I loved it, but it was this is what Oda said. I'm gonna take something that you care about, say the Straw Hat Pirates and their membership of said Straw Hat Pirate crew, their togetherness. I'm gonna take the whole entire essence of the show and I'm going to make the characters fight for it. Like I do in every other arc, pretty much. They're gonna have to fight to stay together. And it's not going to be a physical fight, no. These characters are going to have to fight to stay together by playing these elementary school field day challenges with biased referees. I love that the stakes were so freaking high, that members of the crew were on the line and they're out there playing carnival games. It's so incongruent that I just found it hilarious. I'd say probably one of the most important moments of this arc, save for Aokiji moving the plot forward, was when Chopper got taken by the Foxy Pirates. So the Straw Hats lost the boat race. Foxy decided to take Chopper as the crewmate that they would lose. And so Chopper, I really don't want to call it a tantrum because like his character up until that point, his outburst is justified, but it is kind of a tantrum. He says that he'll never join the Foxy Pirates, and the whole reason why he went out to sea was so that he could be the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, and nothing was going to change that. Zoro cuts him off and said, hey, you went out to sea to become a Straw Hat, but you also went out to sea to become a pirate. You made your decision. Now deal with it. Nobody's gonna cry for you. I thought that was really classic Zoro, coming in with the unpopular perspective, but once you get over, hey, that was mean, you see that he's right. Like, there's some truth in it, and so like, unpopular but correct. Chopper toughened up after that. He's just like, all right, fine, come at me, I don't care. And so Nami was kind of like the only one who was like, oh, Chopper. And I was like, I totally see you, Nami. I'm just like, oh, little baby. And I feel like that's a great way for Oda to hint like, hey, these characters aren't static. These characters are going to be changing and evolving throughout this whole entire series. Like, even little Chopper, like whatever stereotypes you think you have about these people, they're wrong. But yeah, Zoro's perspective was, it was unpopular at first, but it was logical. And you understand where Zoro's coming from. And he's the only one to consistently put out opinions like this. And I really love that aspect of his personality. And then the last thing I have to say about this arc is the afro. The afro thing. I just thought it was too weird to ignore. And I feel like I should say something about it for reasons that I feel are self-explanatory. I was just like, I was impressed by the degree of fascination. They gave it like this whole segment where he comes out with the afro. It was like, oh, he's got them afro powers. And I was just like, okay. I mean, I assume there aren't very many afros in Japan, and black people hair is awesome. So I guess. I was really impressed at how it was worked into that it was not only like a comic relief gag, but it was also integral in Luffy's success against Foxy in a slow beam, because a mirror got stuck in his hair and he pulled it out of his afro and like reflected it. Like, I don't know how else he could have won, because that beam was getting to him. So it's one thing to make it comic relief, but it's another thing to make it a plot device that's like actually integrated. So like once you go back, you're asking like, why? He's like, because he used it to win. He couldn't have won without it. He needed the afro. And so I just thought that was a little funny. In closing, this was a very nice and I believe very necessary arc between Skypeia and Water 7 Enies Lobby. Just because it was light, Skypeia was really long and heavy, and then Water 7 Enies Lobby is just like, I got a lot to say about that. Long Ring Longland Island was very necessary, and I'm glad that it happened. It does not make my top 5 list of favorite arcs, but it was good. It was a good arc. I really enjoyed it. Thank you guys for watching this video. Let me know in the comments, what did you think about this arc? What are your thoughts? What are your opinions about this arc? Anyway, I'm loving the show overall. It's my favorite show, not My Hero anymore. I really love the show. Thank you for watching. I've been Meanie Mosey. Like, comment, and subscribe if you liked this video, and I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. And he knows what he did. You suck, Usopp. It's kind of like you're smiling to prevent yourself from crying. Useless. All this crap is just swirling around this plot like it's a giant toilet. Cauliflower. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey, and thank you everyone for your patience. This is my Water 7 review. There are 3 main conflicts that we have to deal with. The first one is the state of the Mary. Obviously, it's not good. The second conflict is the stolen berries, the case of the stolen berries, which I will lump in with Usopp's pride and Usopp's character. And then the last conflict is Robin's leaving the Straw Hat crew combined with CP9. All these conflicts are intricately woven into one giant mess. We're gonna start with one of the 2 main reasons why they came to the island in the first place. They need a shipwright. So far, the crew consists of Luffy, future King of the Pirates, Zoro, future World's Greatest Swordsman, Nami, Navigator Extraordinaire, Usopp, Sanji, an amazing chef who also cooks things, Chopper, who's a doctor and also a blue-nosed reindeer, and Robin, an archaeologist who can understand dead languages, and she also does her little hand thing that she does. We know that whoever joins the crew next is going to be an interesting person, to say the least. What does Oda do? He creates a whole entire crowd of interesting people, and all these shipwrights that we meet have a thing. There's the one that talks with the bird, there's the one with the long square nose, there's Polly does a rope thing. Every single person that we meet that is a shipwright is interesting enough to be on the crew, and he knows what he did. He did that on purpose. Moving on, the gold negotiation, the second reason why they showed up. They roll up to the bank with all of the gold that they had from Skypeia, and they need to get it appraised so that they can trade in for berries. And so the appraiser, he's like, I can give you guys like 100,000 berries. Not 100,000, 100 million berries. Usopp and Luffy are just like hee-heeing and ha-haing in the corner, just talking about, ooh, we got 100 million berries. And then Nami, she's just like stone-faced the whole entire time. And as soon as Luffy's about to sign for it, she literally puts her foot down on the table and is like, don't lie to us. Long story short, they end up walking out of the bank with 300 million berries. Nami knows her money, proving once again that out of all of the mistakes that Luffy's made so far, choosing his crewmates is not one of them. After they trade in the gold, they go to the shipyard. Well, they know the Mary needs repairs. They know that she's kind of jacked up. And so they go to assess how much it'll cost to get the Mary repaired, how long it'll take. The shipwright looks at him, the one with the long square nose, and He comes back and pretty much tells him that the Mary's totaled. Like, she's not going to sail to the next island in one piece. The keel was busted, and the keel is like the backbone of the whole entire ship. It wasn't a matter of money or time or the lack of either of those options. It just wasn't going to happen. And that brings us to Luffy's leadership. This was a really tough call for Luffy. At first, he was adamant that they were going to keep sailing the Mary, and like, because that was their ship. Like, they can't just like abandon it just because the world's greatest shipwright tells them that they can't anymore. But he was like, we're gonna keep sailing on the Mary. And then Iceberg, the mayor of the town, he was like, so this is the decision of the crew's captain. This shows that Luffy is being called to make these difficult decisions. He's called to not be so childish anymore. And he's the only one who can make this decision because he's the captain. He has the option of either buying a new ship or sailing the Mary until it sinks with him and his crew on it. And it's not like he hasn't done anything to endanger the crew before. It's just that in this case, the enemy that is responsible for the crew's downfall is not some like crocodile. It's not anyone specific. It would be Luffy's own childish stubbornness and his childish sentimentality that would put the whole entire crew's lives at risk. Conveniently, Usopp is not present to hear the shipwright tell them this. He is busy getting beaten up in a back alley. In this arc, Usopp comes face to face with his own weakness, and it's not even that he's weak, it's just that he's strong in areas that are not obvious when he compares himself to his other crewmates. Usopp has skills as a sniper, a trickster, /liar, and an inventor, but those skills were not useful at all when he got ambushed by the Frankie family. When Nami finds him, he says, I am so ashamed, how can I face the others? Because he lost 200 million berries. So instead of sitting around and waiting to be rescued, he goes and he decides to go fight and take on the Frankie family by himself. Yeah, he gets the crap beat out of him, and Frankie is just like, I can't believe that Luffy would let a weakling like you join his crew. Salt in the wound, just rub it in just like a little bit more, just like, you suck, Usopp. When the crew finds Usopp lying unconscious on the beach, like, they don't even need to speak. Like, it's the same scene from when Nami finally asked for help with Arlong. They see him, they all look at each other, no words, they all just go, and then they raise the place. They like take it down to the foundation, and they just beat every single body in there. After that, Luffy makes his decision that he's going to buy a new ship. After they finish destroying the Frankie house, they take Usopp back to the Mary, and Usopp wakes up, and Luffy has to deliver the news that is the trash frosting on top of the trash cake of a day that Usopp has had. Luffy made the responsible decision to buy a new ship. It was a difficult decision to make, but he made it. He has to explain this to Usopp, who is perhaps the most attached to the ship. Usopp's current state of mind is a mix of 4 different ingredients that, when combined, make up his direct opposition to Luffy's decision. 1, they got the ship from Usopp's friend Kaya. It was a gift back on Syrup Village. Number 2, he has been the main one to take care of the ship so far. He's not a shipwright, but he's the most shipwrighty person that they have. 3, the ship told him, he doesn't know it was a ship that told him this at the time, but he just knows that he heard a voice that said, I'm gonna last a little bit longer for you, coming from the Mary. So he has this whole intuition thing going on. And then number 4, he just lost 200 million berries, so he feels responsible for any problems that they are having right now. Luffy is trying his best to be positive about the situation. He starts explaining it with a smile on his face. It's kind of like you're smiling to prevent yourself from crying. But he's just like, hey, so we're gonna get a new ship. Look at all these ships that we can get. They're so nice. We can get this one. This one's a little bit bigger. We can get all these nice new ships with the 100 million berries that we have. Isn't that great, Usopp? He's trying to explain it in a way that won't make Usopp feel worse than he already does. But Usopp is not having it. Usopp is upset with himself and he's upset with the situation, so he lashes out at Luffy. He hits him where it hurts, pretty much calls him childish, saying that he's already out shopping for a new toy, as if Luffy just wants to go get a new ship just for funsies because he can afford it now. Luffy gets pissed because he's trying really hard to not be childish right now. He's trying really hard to make the right decision, and he's still getting called childish. The decision sucks for him too, and it sucks for everybody, but he's just trying to protect his crew. That's all that he's trying to do. Usopp is arguing on the side of faith and trust, which thus far has taken them from the East Blue to the Grand Line to the sky and back again. While faith and trust has worked in this world, Luffy is now realizing that as the captain, he does not have the luxury of believing in those things all the time. Buying a new ship is the only 100% guarantee of the safety of the crew's transportation. The lives of his crew are the one thing that he has taken responsibility for throughout this whole entire show. In every situation that they've gotten into, Luffy has protected them. And so it's wrong for him to put them in danger when there's no active enemy against them. Luffy says, it's my call, I stand by it, and honestly, good for him that he did that. He's growing stronger in his leadership. My favorite part of the argument is when Luffy almost kicks Usopp out of the crew by himself. He says, if you don't like it, then you can leave. He almost says it, and then Sanji kicks Luffy across the room. He says, like, calm down before you say something that you can't take back, which again emphasizes the importance of words in this show that I like so much. But yeah, if Luffy kicked Usopp out of the crew, that would be entirely different than Usopp leaving by himself, which he did. I noticed before that Usopp was already saying when Aokiji visited, he said something along the lines of like, is this just how it's gonna be? Are we just gonna keep fighting bigger and bigger enemies? Because I don't know how much it can take. And then Zoro just pretty much said, hey, just go to sleep. This fight was inevitable. The Mary was just a final straw. He was already feeling inadequate and he just needed a reason to go. And losing the crew 2/3 of the money that they just earned was enough of a reason. He says, I was lucky to make it this far, and then he leaves, but not before challenging Luffy to a duel for the Mary. His leaving was more him looking down on himself and feeling that he's not worthy to stand beside the Straw Hat crew, which is kind of like Robin's conflict. There are some parallels, but it's different entirely. The government doesn't want Usopp. I don't know who wants Usopp. Just kidding, I want you, Usopp. It's actually kind of a lot like Robin's conflict, but that's for a whole another day, maybe the next video. The Luffy and Usopp fight. Okay. The physical fight, their fight was really, really heartbreaking. It's just so upsetting because the fact that Usopp held his own in his own way that he fights, that was heartbreaking. He used everything that he had. He used all of his tricks. He used his lies. He used the impact dial. And Luffy had to beat him because Luffy can. He couldn't just get beat by Usopp just to be nice about it, because that would just make things worse. He had to beat him in order to maintain Usopp's dignity. The whole thing paired with like the flashbacks of him like joining the crew and them having fun on the crew was just so sad and upsetting. Because this whole thing is just Usopp's pride, and he's just like I don't want to be weak anymore. But the thing is, you're not weak. You're strong in a different way, but you can't see it. Like, ugh. And then at the end of the fight, Luffy says, "So long," it was fun while it lasted, which is just heartbreaking because if Usopp was good for anything, it was for comic relief. And it was like Usopp was, I think it was Luffy's best friend on the crew. It was like, because everyone else is older than him. Usopp's the only one who's around his same age. You always see them goofing off together. So I think as far as like compatibility, of course Luffy likes hanging out with everybody, but just like to have like the same brain waves, the same dumb energy, Usopp was the one that met Luffy at that level. And so he said it was fun while it lasted. Chopper tries to heal Usopp because he's a sweetheart and Sanji stops him. And then when Luffy's returning to the ship, he says it's too much. Luffy's had a hard day too. He's had to decide to let go of the ship. He's had to argue with and fight one of his best friends. So he says it's too much. And then Zoro responds, this is what it means to be captain. He said that if Luffy isn't confident in himself and his own decisions, then who can the crew put their faith in? I'd like to point out that Zoro's been quiet this whole time. The camera's gone to him, but he hasn't had to say anything. He hasn't had to correct anyone with the sort of Zoro wisdom that he has, apparently. But throughout the whole debacle, he hasn't had to say a single word to Luffy about his decisions because Luffy's been making the right decisions on his own, and that just shows how much that Luffy has grown. But yeah, Luffy has to decide at times in between being a captain and being a friend. He always has to put being a captain first because he's their only captain. After that, there's all this drama. There is no rest. The next episode, it picks up. Robin shot the mayor last night. They're blaming the Straw Hat crew. Okay, Frankie is pissed that his house got torn down and his family got beat up, so he goes and he kidnaps Usopp. Aqua Laguna is coming, giant tsunami. Skip ahead a little bit to the night when CP9 is going to invade the mayor's mansion or wherever he lives. Luffy jumps the gun and gets stuck in between two buildings because he's a pendejo like that, and because he was there from the if Luffy was there from the beginning, then Robin wouldn't have even been taken to Enies Lobby ever. Oda does this over and over again. He says, oh, the big battle's about to start? Let me make the main character useless. Let me just get him out of the way. Okay, now we're gonna have everyone else start everything off while he just goes and screws around. I don't know. It doesn't get old ever. He's been doing this since the first episode. He's just like, okay, Luffy go off, do something. Luffy gets stuck in a lake. Luffy get crushed by a building. Luffy get stuck in between two buildings. Luffy go underwater and almost drown, have them hold your head up above water. We're just going to incapacitate the crap out of you so you can't do a single thing. And it fits because his personality is just so like that. That's just such a Luffy thing to do. And this whole entire thing, all this crap is just swirling around this plot like it's a giant toilet. There's so much to address, but I'm just going to skip around to the CP9 betrayal and the Frankie not being evil, switcheroo type thing. I've seen a lot of people mention how they took the shipwrights and turned them into bad guys. But nobody talks about how they took Frankie, the guy who's in charge of the family that beat up Usopp twice, spent all their money, peeled off a chunk of the Mary, and he takes Frankie, that dude, and by the end of the arc, him and his family, we end up not hating them. Maybe even liking them. And that's a feat on its own. But anyway, we're gonna talk about CP9. Remember all of those interesting shipwrights? They weren't just used to tease who the next crewmate would be. They were all bad guys, except for Polly and the little hair guy thing, including Khalifa, who up until I was well into Enies Lobby, I thought her name was Cauliflower. I don't know. Leave me alone. I'm Southern. Cauliflower. Anyway, we do not let interesting character design go to waste. He took all those people and was like, okay, now you're evil. And now, like, they're just not interesting for no reason. They're interesting because they're government spies. That's pretty great. After that, after we learn that CP9 is after the Pluton weapon thing, we hear Frankie's backstory. and it's an awesome story. And Frankie, it talks about how Frankie had to learn how to take ownership of his own art and of his own creations. It really resonated with me because it's so easy to think that like the things that you make and the things that you write are just like mediocre or inadequate. But I think it was a nice little message that I would not be surprised if it got expanded upon later in the story. As soon as they did the backstory though, I knew like Frankie was going to be more important. That had me questioning some stuff. And so once they give a character a backstory, you know like they gonna stick around. So anyway, skip ahead a little bit more. Nami is talking with Iceberg later after they're outside of the burning mansion building thing, and Iceberg tells him that Robin didn't betray them. Robin was actually working with CP9 in order to save the Straw Hats, and I just thought that was such a wonderful moment when Robin just started smiling. She's like, I'm so happy that she didn't betray us. Now we know what we're fighting for. We only need motivation. And then Iceberg's like, what are you talking about? We lost. And she's like, we haven't even started fighting yet. That's such a Straw Hat thing to say. Okay, skipping around. The names of the two little Sea King monsters of the Frankie family, their names are Sodom and Gomorrah, and I think that's really funny. Going on the sea train over to Enies Lobby because they're transporting Robin and Frankie to Enies Lobby. Sanji and Zoro just slicing through trains like it's no problem. They cut in water in half anyway. And then skip ahead a little bit more all the way to Sniper King, Soga King, Sniper King. I watched whatever. Just, oh my gosh. Sniper King is the result of Usopp's pride being equal to the love that he has for his friends. He can't show his face around them anymore, but he cannot sit back and let Robin get taken. And so he puts on a mask and he joins the fight, and he has his own theme song that is absolutely wonderful and ridiculous. Everything ends with CP9 ending up at Enies Lobby with Frankie and Robin, and the Straw Hats are on the way to go save them. Even after all that, there's so much I haven't mentioned. If you haven't noticed by now, I'm more of a character and theme type of person rather than a plot person, but the plot of this arc, the history, the motivations of each side, the poneglyphs, the blueprints, the people being dangerous because of the things that they might do and the power that they might have. It's all just, oh my gosh. It's all wonderful. But I am acknowledging the greatness of all of that. Thank you so much for watching. Honestly, this show has been one of the best things that has happened to me this year. Just finding this show, enjoying the storytelling from it. I'm really excited that this is a part of my life now, and I'm really excited to keep watching it. If you like this video, then like this video, leave a comment, subscribe, maybe, possibly. Again, I've been Meanie Mosey, and I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. If the world is going to go against Robin, then the Straw Hats are going to go against the world. It's like I had known, but I hadn't known, and I probably still don't know. I'm crying about a ship, the full extent to how awesome this show is. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey, and welcome to my channel where I talk about anime and I do anime related things. If you're a subscriber, welcome back. If you happen to be binge watching my One Piece content right now, you may hear a slight difference in the sound quality of this video, and that's because I got a microphone for Christmas. Hooray for improved audio quality, right? If you yourself would like to contribute to improvements such as this on my channel, or you're simply enjoying the content, feel free to leave a tip in my online tip jar. Just click the coffee link in the description below. You can also show your appreciation the good old-fashioned way by giving this video a like, leaving a comment, and most importantly, subscribing to my channel. Now that that's all out of the way, it's time for... I don't think I can call it that for much longer though, can I? This is a big one. While all of the prior adventures that the Straw Hats went on seemed pretty self-contained, Enies Lobby touches everything that we've seen so far, from the poneglyphs from Alabasta and Skypeia to the 100 years of missing history, to the ancient weapon. I feel like you have the main plot of One Piece, and then you have the main plot, and Robin is in the middle of all of it. As usual, there is so much to talk about, so I guess we'll start at the beginning. You have the Straw Hats, the Frankie family, Galley Law, Grandma, the Kid, the Cat Bunny, and the Frog all rolling up to Enies Lobby to save Robin and Frankie. Before they even fully arrived, Luffy disappears. He's rushed ahead. He doesn't know where he's going. He's just looking for Robin at this point, and he's destroying everybody and every building that gets in his way. The Navy is trying to contact Spondum and tell him that they're getting wrecked, but Spondum is too busy reveling in his own power to actually hear them. They tell him that he's taken down 4,000 of their men. Spondum said 4,000, that's absurd. They said, actually it's more like 5, and Spondum said, oh, just 5? He's spending his time up in the Tower of Law with CP9 and his 2 new prisoners, Robin and Frankie, and he's talking about how he'll for sure get a promotion. He's also parading around his little golden Buster Call button. He can press at any time to have the Marines come and destroy Enies Lobby. Meanwhile, at the front of the island, there are 2 Elbaf giants guarding the front gates that Galley Law and the Frankie family have to take down. Everyone has pretty much agreed that the Straw Hats don't need to waste time fighting the small people, and they need to get to Robin and Frankie as quickly as possible before they get taken through the gates of justice. Luffy has already made it to the roof of the courthouse where he's fighting Bluno, a member of CP9 that ate the door fruit and can turn anything, and I mean anything, into a door. And during that fight, Luffy demonstrates that he's learned CP9's shave technique that allows him to move real darn fast. He also reveals his second gear, in which he gets down into a pose and pumps blood into his legs, and it makes him stronger, and it also shortens his lifespan. Might be a problem later. Luffy says that getting beaten by Aokiji inspired him to get stronger, and he says, I've got to be stronger than everyone or else I'll lose them, and he's talking about his crew. Once they get in, the Straw Hats ride the 2 King Bulls, Sodom and Gomorrah, through the city towards the courthouse where Luffy is. Just to mention, Sodom and Gomorrah, they're loyal to Frankie and the Frankie family because Frankie didn't eat them because he was too full from eating something else at the time, and they are so happy that they didn't get eaten. And their undying loyalty and how hard they fight, how hard they're pushing themselves for such a stupid reason is really adorable. While they're riding towards the courthouse, they realize that Sniper King never got on the King Bulls. And let's just pause for a second. Can we appreciate how everyone just goes along and calls Usopp Sniper King even though everyone knows that it's Usopp? Except for Luffy and Chopper, of course, who just like cannot see through the mask. No one brings up the Water 7 fight. They're just like, okay, Sniper King, let's go, because there are more important issues to attend to. And I think that that's awesome because Sniper King does some super important stuff in this arc that only he could do, such as talk to the giants of Elbaf. Their names are Oimo and Kashi, and they were led to believe that their 2 leaders had been imprisoned by Marines, and in exchange for their freedom, they have to guard the gates of Enies Lobby for 100 years. But it had only been 50 years up until that day when the pirates attacked and defeated them. So Oimo is crying now that their leaders are going to be stuck in prison forever. Usopp remembers meeting their leaders because their leaders are the giants that they met at Little Garden, and they inspired Usopp so much, and he explains to Oimo how they weren't in prison and how the Marines tricked them. And it's funny because the story he's telling sounds exactly like the kind of story that he would lie about in the past, but he's telling the truth, and the whole time he's really trying to get Oimo to believe him, and Oimo does believe him. Then they convert the 2 Elbaf giants to fight on their side, both with a desire for revenge against the Marines. And throughout the story, people constantly mention how amazing it is that Usopp got the Giants to turn against the Marines, and they were a huge asset in that whole entire battle. Luffy has defeated Bluno, and Frankie has gotten Robin an opening to go stand at the balcony and go see Luffy because he's calling up to her. Robin goes up to the balcony and tells Luffy to stop and go away, and that she just wants to die. Luffy does not accept that answer. Pretty soon, the rest of the Straw Hats show up, and the moment when the Straw Hats assembled on top of the courthouse in front of the Tower of Law was absolutely hilarious. I'm not talking about when they lined up like badasses. I'm talking about when they first got there. So you have Nami and Chopper, who burst through the roof, not knowing what the heck just happened. Then Zoro climbs out of the hole that he created because he couldn't find stairs, so he just made his own elevator. And then Nami starts yelling at Zoro for being too dangerous, saying that he could have hurt her and Chopper. Chopper just on the ground, just like, ow, oh my gosh, just ow. And so Sanji kicks through the roof and lands, and he's talking about, I'm the first one here. And he's not at all. And then he starts yelling at Zoro for existing. Just everybody's just yelling at Zoro. And then Sniper King Usopp goes flying through the air because one of the Giants threw him up there. And he crash lands and gets stuck in the roof from his head to his torso. And Sanji and Chopper just walk over just like, oh gosh, better go save Usopp. And they start pulling on his legs to get him out. And in front of all of this, Luffy is standing there picking his nose. And he's telling Robin, hey, if you want to die, can you do it later? Because it took us a lot of work to get here. And Robin is just staring at all of this, and she is incredulous, and she looks disappointed, and she looks concerned. And then Luffy says, if you want to die, whatever, that's fine. But if you say it as part of our crew. And so you have Robin, a woman who has been running her whole life, and she now has a group of people chasing after her, telling her to stay, not because they want to use her as a tool, not because they want her bounty, but because they consider her a friend, and because they want her for her. And there's like so much more on that later. I can't get into that right now because first we have to go back into Robin's backstory. I did not trust Robin at first. I'm sorry, Robin. She just showed up on the ship after Alabasta, after being complicit with Crocodile's schemes, and she's talking about, I have nowhere else to go. And then Luffy says, I see your problem, you can stay with us. And so like just immediately accepted her into the crew. Looking back, they really were her only option. The Marines were coming, Straw Hats were leaving. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She got onto the Straw Hat ship. Little did she know that the enemy of her enemy was actually her family. Growing up, Robin lived on an island called Ohara, and the village children called Robin a monster girl because of her devil fruit power. She lived with her aunt's family, and she was treated like an outsider in her own home, like a Harry Potter type situation. And though her mother loved her, her mother left her to go live her own life, which is a lot like Usopp's father. Robin only found acceptance with the archaeologists, and even they kept her at an arm's length because they didn't want her knowing too much about their dangerous research because she was still a child. She meets a giant named Jaguar D. Saul, and he says that all members of his family have that middle initial, which I find very interesting. He teaches Robin about laughter and happiness, and everything's all right until he learns that Robin's mother's name is Olvia and that he's on the island of Ohara. And he tells her that the government is coming to get rid of all of the scholars on the island because of their research on the poneglyph and the missing 100 years of history. We see that Robin's mother has come back to the island to warn the other scholars. The scholars accept it, saying that they're not leaving their books behind. Olvia's like, okay, you don't know me. And she grabs her rifle and she runs into town. She does ask how Robin's doing, but decides not to meet her ultimately because she doesn't want anyone to know that Robin is a criminal's daughter. Next, Robin has run all the way from Saul to the Tree of Knowledge and asks if her mother is there. She actually passed her mother on the way to to the Tree of Knowledge, but she was abandoned at such a young age that she doesn't actually know what her mother looks like. The scholars say, no, your mom's not here. And also, don't tell anyone that you're a scholar. The Navy reaches the library and captures all the scholars. They tell the rest of the island to evacuate. Rather than go evacuate with the people who hate her, Robin decides to stay with the scholars. We learn that the government is wiping them out because of the power that they've gained through the knowledge that they've obtained, and how they would be able to revive ancient weapons, or someone could take advantage of all the scholars and force them to revive ancient weapons. Professor Clover, kind of like the leader of all the scholars, he starts talking about how the scholars are just trying to learn about history. They are just trying to figure out why the poneglyphs were created in the first place and what enemy compelled those people to make the poneglyphs. He believes it's most likely the world government because like the whole thing about the victor telling the history. And then he starts talking about the ancient kingdom that got destroyed, and to this day that the government is threatened by the very idea of the existence of this ancient kingdom. And of course he gets shot before he can say the name of that kingdom. After that, Ohara is issued a buster call. The Spondine, whoever he is, he's Spondam's dad, but he was like, y'all know too much, buster call. And so as Olvia is being taken away by the Navy, Robin calls out to her and asks her if she's her mother. Of course Olvia has to say no because she doesn't want Robin to get the government's attention, but Robin keeps asking if Olvia's her mom because like she doesn't know, but she knows, you know. And of course it gets out that Robin can read poneglyphs, and Spondine hears that and tells his men to memorize Robin's face. The buster call starts, a cannon lands nearby the Navy, and they all get scared and they yeet out of there. They just leave everybody. They're just like, oh my gosh, I didn't know they're gonna fire on everything, and then they get out. They leave Olvia. Robin finally gets to hug her mom. Her mom tells her that she's proud of her, and then she gives Robin to Saul, tells Saul to take her off the island, but not before giving Robin this message. She says that history is humanity's greatest asset and that it needs to be passed on, and she says that even though Ohara is meeting its end, that their message will live on in Robin, and she tells Robin to live. And we find out that Saul is a Navy deserter who didn't want to go along with killing researchers just because those were the orders. As Saul is running away, he gets stopped by Vice Admiral Kuzan, soon to be Admiral Aokiji, and Admiral Aokiji starts to freeze him. Saul tells Robin that someday she will meet true friends that will protect her, and he said that no matter who you are, that nobody is born in this world to be alone, and he sends her off to go find friends and to live with them. Kuzan does catch up to Robin, but he lets her go on a boat that will lead to landfall. He tells her that he's not her ally and that he'll be the first person to come after her if she does anything nefarious. And then we see a montage of Robin growing up with a 79 million berry bounty on her head as a child. Everyone that she stays with either wants the reward money or they want her for her skills, and she's always either running away or being kicked out. And now she's found the Straw Hats, the best people that she's ever seen, and she wouldn't be able to bear it if they turned her away or if she caused their end. Luffy does not care how big his friend's enemies are. He'll defeat them. The enemy of Luffy's friend is Luffy's enemy. Arlong, Crocodile, Inaru, the world, it doesn't matter. He's decided that he's going to become as strong as he needs to be to protect the people that he loves. After Spondam goes on bragging about what the world government flag represents, Luffy tells Sniper King to shoot down the flag, meaning that if the world is going to go against Robin, then the Straw Hats are going to go against the world. And I think this moment, of course this moment's awesome, like of course. But like, we know how much Luffy cares about flags because on Drum Island, they were shooting at Chopper's flag and Luffy stopped the fight to go lecture people about like, You don't do that to someone else's flag. And then here he is directly firing at a flag, and he knows exactly what he's doing. Spanum tells Luffy that he can't challenge the whole world and expect to win, and then Luffy says, yeah, bring it on. Once Robin sees this, she knows that the Straw Hats are truly sticking with her. They're not abandoning her. They saw the trouble that she brings and they don't care. She tried to push them away, but they wouldn't listen. And now that it's finally an option for her, now that she finally has a home with people who care about her for the first time in her whole life, Robin says that she wants to live. In the moments before, she's saying, I can live. I never dared to wish for something like that. I was straight up boo-hooing. I remember texting my friend like, oh my gosh, this show is amazing. And after that, they had a series of little like flashback episodes that I skipped over, but I played the first one and I saw that the OP had changed back to We Are for a little bit, and I was just crying at how great this freaking show is. Like, I had known, but I hadn't known, and I probably still don't know the full extent to how awesome this show is. But that was just fantastic. So Robin says she wants to live. Everyone's like, all right, now we can finally get started. And so they make it over to the Tower of Law where Spanum and CP9 are. The Straw Hats and Frankie are all fighting, and everyone holds their own in some type of way against a member of CP9. Supposedly the best people to ever do it, except for Sanji, who can't fight Khalifa. More on that later. But other than that, everyone has their own power-ups in this fight. Nami has her perfect climb attack. Chopper took 3 rumble balls in a row and unleashed Monster Point, which is actually really dangerous for him. Usopp has his new Kabuto slingshot. Zoro and Sanji have some new moves, and Luffy also has his 2nd and 3rd gear. So let's talk about Sanji's moral code. He goes to face Khalifa. We see a little bit more into the extent of Sanji's moral code. He will not fight a woman, even if she's the enemy, and he has to fight her to save a woman that he actually cares about. He won't do it. And I actually think that that might be interesting to see how the other Straw Hats would react in a similar situation. I don't think Luffy would have a problem with it at all, considering that he punched Princess Vivi in the face. Zoro can't fight that one chick because she looks like his childhood friend. Other than that, I think a woman with a sword might not be an issue for him. I don't know what Chopper and Usopp would do. And the question is, are Nami and Robin just going to be present whenever there are women around that need fighting? For some reason, I don't think that's the case. Not that I want to see the guys fighting women, but Sanji's moral code is so strong, I just wonder if anyone else has a similar code like that they live by. Going back before we go forward, Kaku and Khalifa are both offered devil fruits before this entire battle. They have both just gotten new devil fruit powers. We learned that no one can eat more than one devil fruit, otherwise the 2 devils inside them will start fighting. And there's also no way to know what kind of fruit that you'll get until after you eat it. So given that, we know that Khalifa was given the soap fruit to turn people into little soap people. And it was hilarious to see that Kaku, the square nose guy, was having a hard time adjusting to his new devil fruit powers. And we saw that during his fight with Zoro. He ate the ox fruit, giraffe type. People were outright commenting on how silly he looked as like a human giraffe. And he went out of his way to memorize all of these facts about giraffes, and he's being adamant that he loves giraffes when he really just got played. This whole wolf, giraffe, Zoro, Usopp fight is taking place in one room. Zoro and Usopp are handcuffed together at one point, and Zoro uses Usopp as his sword, having Usopp hold his sword, and he holds Usopp's legs together and tells him to stay still while he swings him around. Eventually, Sanji comes back. He got wet and Khalifa's soap wore off. He was incapacitated for a minute, but now he's back. He comes back right when Usopp is about to really get got by the wolf. It's important to note that no one is really calling Usopp Sniper King anymore. Usopp starts apologizing for getting beaten. Sanji tells him that it's enough that he's still alive and that everyone has things that they can and cannot do. which is something that Usopp needs to hear. Sanji goes further to tell Usopp that he's going to take care of the wolf and he's going to do what Usopp can't, and that he needs Usopp to go do what he can't. And that's one thing about Sanji that I like. He always seems to be aware of his own limitations and he focuses on what can be done. From others, he doesn't expect any more than the best that they can do. He also is prone to go off and do things on his own without telling anybody and without discussing it first. But unlike Luffy, he's planned steps ahead and he'll let people know what's going on when they need to know. Luffy versus Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci is really giving Luffy a hard time even with the second and third gear. This is the first time that Luffy hasn't been incapacitated in some type of way before the battle begins. Usually it takes a while for the fighting to really get started because Luffy is either not present or he's unconscious or both. But Luffy's been fighting this whole time and he's still fighting, and my guy is struggling. Usopp even has to give him a pep talk in the middle of it to get him going again, and we've never seen Luffy get it this bad. And eventually Luffy defeats Rob Lucci and all the Marines can't believe it because Rob Lucci is like the best that they've got. Everyone's cheering and we find out that the Frankie family and Galley Law are still alive. They'd been presumed dead earlier and that was a pretty touching moment. So all that's left to be done is to board the evacuation ship that they have and leave. But Usopp looks over to Luffy and sees that Luffy has not moved. He asks him what's wrong and Luffy says that he can't move. Nami tells everyone that they'll get on the ship and bring the ship to Luffy, but then the ship gets shot down by Marines. Mind you that this is the same ship that Granny Kokoro, Chimney, and Chopper are on. Sanji comes running up carrying all of them because you don't realize that Sanji's gone until he's actually coming back, and it turns out that they all got out in time. When Nami asks him where he's been, he said that he had something that he needed to take care of. They all get cornered and they're all completely surrounded, and the Marines are about to fire on the structure that Luffy is in because it's not a building anymore, it's just gotten destroyed. And everyone is telling Luffy to stand up and all Luffy can do is say, "I'm in trouble." And then Usopp hears a voice and then everyone else starts to hear a voice too. It's telling them to look below. And then Usopp starts yelling for everyone to jump into the sea because they still have one more friend left. Robin uses her hands to toss Luffy into the sea and then everybody else jumps too. And the voice says, "Let's go back to the seas of adventure." And it shows the Mary on screen and she says, "I came to get you." And it's just... And then they get on board and everybody's trying to figure out who sailed it over there, who sailed it past all those giant marine ships, who lowered the rope ladder. And then Spandam starts yelling and lying about orders saying that they're allowed to kill Robin, and he tells all the ships to fire on the Mary, and then they all miss, and then they all start to crash into each other, and turns out that this is what Sanji was off doing. Sanji went and he closed the gates of justice and it screwed up the current. They got all of the marine ships stuck so that they couldn't chase after them. This whole time Spandam is just hollering and just putting up a big fuss about how all his plans went to crap, and he got Robin's attention. Robin killed Spandam and she did it very easily. She didn't do it in the heat of battle. He wasn't fighting back. She wasn't fighting at all. She was just doing. There was no discussion, no consulting with the captain like, "Hey, you mind if I kill this dude?" None of that. This is the first time that we've seen a Straw Hat kill someone with a name. I mean, I'm sure there are people who have died based on how hard they fight, but it's usually like Sailor B or like, I don't know, Pirate A or whatever. But this is the first time that someone who's had a name and has had lines and has had an active part to play in the plot, this is the first time that a Straw Hat has killed them. Unless I'm mistaken, but I don't think I'm mistaken. And I believe that that opened a door that there's no going back and closing. So let's talk about Spandam and maybe see why he died when all of the other big bads that they faced in the past haven't. But first off, let's get this straight. Spandam was not the big bad in the sense of big bads. Rob Lucci was the big bad. Spandam was not physically powerful in any way, but he was in charge of CP9. And Spandam was an ass, and all he did was order people around and he is a coward himself. Unlike Luffy, who goes after the toughest people so that his crew doesn't have to, Spondam expects his underlings to protect him and that they are in service to him. The Straw Hats follow Luffy because they respect him, while CP9 followed Spondam because under his orders they were allowed to kill people. He is a power-hungry imbecile who does not respect women, and the way he treated Robin was absolutely blood boiling, and it was atrocious, and he repeatedly attacked her physically and mentally when she was defenseless in both capacities, and his actions were reprehensible, and he needed to pay because Rob Lucci got his, the rest of CP9 got theirs. Spondam, come get some. And so the question was, how is he going to pay? Is Sanji gonna come kick him in the face? Is Luffy gonna gum pistol him off somewhere? And no, we've seen this happen before to others because of their screwy ideals and goals, but never for mentally and physically degrading a crew member the way that Spondam did. His behavior was so ghastly, and Robin was so defenseless that simply getting his butt whooped like everybody else would not have been enough. And Robin had to be the one to do it because she had to. Reasons, I don't know. Writing. She didn't fist fight him. She didn't kill him as soon as she got free, even though she could have. She was calm, and everybody was getting away. And then Spondam started lamenting that all of his plans went to crap out loud, and he got Robin's attention. And she said, "Oh, you're still alive? Let me fix that." And she bent him over in the opposite direction that people are supposed to bend over. She pulled the push door, and it opened. And even though Robin was cool on the outside, the way that Spondam treated her may have been akin to what she was feeling internally for so many years. And her killing him was symbolic of her eradicating that mindset within herself and within the world. And so he died. I was not mad at it. I would not have even paid much attention to it if they had killed any other villains before. But Spondam was the first one, and there was no question that he was dead. This is definitely setting a standard, showing us that this is the type of person that the Straw Hats kill. And I just think that's really interesting. I don't think that he's gonna be the first person that they kill. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think Luffy's gonna kill someone. Has he tried not to kill people? Because he fights real hard and he hasn't killed people. What would that look like? Okay. We're gonna put that away and we're going to move on. So they're all on the ship sailing away, and they're all trying to figure out how the Mary got there and what was that voice that they heard. And then Usopp ain't saying nothing, and then Frankie ain't saying nothing about Usopp saying nothing, because they're the only two that really know what Usopp saw. I forgot what it was called, bruh, but he saw that spirit. Iceberg shows up on a galley law ship, and then shortly after that the Mary breaks in half. I'm sure Iceberg showed up because he knew that they'd be sailing off on the Mary if they sailed off at all, and that the Mary would not last long. So Luffy starts begging Iceberg to help them, and he's starting to sound a lot like Usopp on Water 7. He's asking Iceberg to do anything to fix it. Iceberg says that he's sorry, but he's already done all that he can for the ship. And he tells them about how the Mary spoke to him on the night of Aqua Laguna and told him that she wanted to sail one more time, so he fixed her up as best as he could, and then he let her out to sea. And he said that it was a miracle that the ship went beyond its limits to see the crew one more time, and he said that the Mary lived a wonderful life. And everyone finally understands that the Mary is really more than just a ship. And everyone is lined up for the funeral, and Luffy says some words before lighting the Mary on fire. He mentions that it's probably for the best that Usopp isn't there because he's not sure if Usopp would be able to take it. He says this, of course, because Usopp is still wearing his Sniper King mask and Luffy can't tell that he's actually still there. Zoro asks Usopp if it's true that he can't handle it because Usopp was the main one holding on to the ship. And Usopp says, of course it's not true. I can handle this. we all have to say our farewell someday. And I'm like, it better be okay by now, because the ship snapped in half and like he's actively seeing that there's nothing more that can be done, but whatever. Anyway, Luffy thanks Mary for carrying them for so long and so far, and then it starts snowing and this piano music starts playing and there's a flashback montage of them all living and sailing on the ship and going to the Grand Line and going to Skypeia. And honestly, I was good. I was like, dang, that's real sad. And then the darn ship started talking and apologizing for breaking. And then Luffy started apologizing for not taking care of her as best as he could. And then the ship says, she says that it was fine because she was happy. And I'm just like, ah, dang. There it is. I was like, oh, well, I'm crying now. I'm crying about a ship. And I think most of the time it's not the deaths that are sad, but I think it's the characters' reactions to them. And the characters' reactions are honestly the worst, and they really spent time showing everybody's reaction. Usopp has a waterfall streaming down from behind his mask. Nami and Chopper are crying. Even Robin is tearing up. Sanji is smoking. Zoro is Zoroing real hard. And then Frankie is crying, which is a thing I like to touch on because I believe that Frankie's crying and Frankie's tears are part of the reason why he's won the audience over, and by the audience I mean me at least, why I personally don't hate him and why I haven't hated him even after all he did in Water 7. Frankie and the Frankie family consistently react to the Straw Hats' actions. They are amazed when I'm amazed. Frankie got choked up when Robin said that she wanted to live too. He's just like, you guys are awesome, I love you so much. And he's literally sitting there as a character in the show verbalizing the thoughts that I'm thinking in my own head right now. I mean as it's going on. And Frankie's and his family's emotions are on display for the audience to see and relate to. And it's hard to dislike people that you can relate to. So that is really how they got everybody to warm up to Frankie and his family. And of course, like it helped that they were all fighting alongside the Straw Hats, but just to really push that idea of forgiveness and that what the Frankie family did was really like no big deal. So moving forward to post Enies Lobby, we're shoving it at the end of this already too long video. Frankie's Amazon package came, and by that I mean the thing that he spent the Straw Hats 200 million berries on. He bought some real fancy high quality wood for a ship, and he said that he'll build it for the Straw Hats because it's his dream to have a crew that he admires go on and sail it. Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp, shows up. Turns out he's a Marine. Also, Kobe and Helmeppo are there. They've come back from the beginning. Garp tells Luffy about his father, Monkey D. Dragon. And Luffy's like, I didn't know I had a father. Bro, what? And so anyway, this really got me thinking about Luffy's family. So, in Robin's backstory, Saul, his full name is Jaguar D. Saul. He says that all members of his family have the middle initial D. The only conclusion that I draw from that is that Luffy and his family are somehow related to giants. You have Monkey D. Garp, you have Monkey D. Dragon, you have Monkey D. Luffy, and you have Portgas D. Ace. And so the question is, where did Portgas come from? I get like Jaguar and Monkey, but I don't know about Portgas. And I'm scared to look it up because I don't want spoilers. Or it could just be Oda being Oda and naming people whatever the heck he wants. The judge on Enies Lobby, his name is Left Baskerville, Right Baskerville, and Central Freeway. And what the heck is that? Like, how do you name these people? Like, what are you doing? And so, like, part of me doesn't want to look too much into names, but part of me is like, these names have to be important. And then also, you have Gold D. Roger and Marshall D. Teach, which is Blackbeard's name. And he shows up later in Post Enies Lobby. And I assume they're all related in some type of way. Pretty sure this will all be revealed in time, but I'm calling it, they're all family in some type of way. That can't be a coincidence. How would that be why would that be a coincidence? Why would that just be... Okay, anyway. I assume all of this will be revealed in time. Kobe tells Luffy about the new world, the second half of the Grand Line, and how everybody who's anybody goes to the new world, and so I assume that's where we'll be going pretty soon, even though they say that the next destination is Fishman Island. Everyone gets a bounty this time, including Frankie, and because of this, the Frankie family asked the Straw Hats to take Frankie away. And I'd been wondering how they'd get Frankie to join the crew since he got a flashback. As soon as he got that flashback, I was like, okay, he's probably gonna join the crew. Okay, and I was mad at him at the time, but now it's like, his whole entire Enies Lobby thing was kind of like a Straw Hat audition. And so, the Thousand Sunny, their brand new ship, is revealed, and it is awesome. And Frankie is not there because he knows that Luffy's gonna ask him to join the crew. And he knows that if Luffy asks him to join the crew, then he's gonna say yes. So he hides. In order to draw him out, his family steals his underwear. And he chases them all the way to Luffy, who says that in order to get his underwear back, he has to join the crew. And when that's not enough, Robin uses her devil fruit powers to squeeze his little manly bits until he agrees. And so, they're all leaving the island, Straw Hats, and Frankie is now a Straw Hat. The one person who's not there is Usopp, because Usopp still hasn't apologized for what he did. Even though he was justified in his actions and he was ultimately right about the Mary being more than a ship and how they shouldn't just throw her away, he was still wrong for insulting and fighting Luffy. And Luffy could not just welcome him back and pretend that nothing happened. But that's exactly what Usopp wants Luffy to do. And he's talking about, I was just kidding, y'all. Can't believe y'all actually believe that. But he's not saying any of the right words, so the crew doesn't hear him. And finally, Usopp breaks down and apologizes, begging Luffy to take him back. And he's on his hands and knees, just a sobbing mess as the new ship gets further and further away. And as soon as Luffy hears this, he stretches his hand out all the way to the shore and he tells Usopp to hurry up and grab on, and he's just crying just as hard. He's just like, oh my gosh, I missed him so much. And he was like, it's just so cute. And so like, he was like so serious fighting, he's like pretending, and he was doing real well. And then like as soon as he hears Usopp apologize, he lets himself show that emotion. He's just like, alright, come back here. And so with that, the crew is finally free to leave Water 7 and go on to their next adventure. And then also Ace fights Blackbeard. Okay. Things are only going to get harder from here, I am sure of it. There's going to be a war because you don't shoot down the world government's flag without consequences. Luffy is going to need some training or something. If his enemies are just going to get harder from here because Rob Lucci was like the worst one that we've seen so far and Luffy was paralyzed after that. His enemies are just going to get tougher. Dang. How? Dang. Anyway, I've been Meanie Mosey. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in Thriller Bark. Bye. Congratulations, you have made it to the first interlude. Wow, what is she gonna say? What is she gonna say? Hearing myself kind of talk about the idea of... Well, okay, first off, I was told shortly after I posted that video that Robin did not actually kill Spondum. That was just the anime taking their own creative liberties. And so he's not actually dead, and me kind of worrying that Luffy was going to have to kill someone was one, a little bit disturbing to think about even now. But two, it's not anything that I've had to worry about. That's never been like a moral conflict for him. like it was for like Midoriya recently in My Hero, or like Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's never had to like face that challenge, that internal challenge. And I don't know if that's something that Oda would ever touch on, because you got like situations like Big Mom and Kaido where they never really dwelled on that. So I don't think that's going to be the focus of the story that we're reading right now. I mentioned briefly that Ace is fighting Blackbeard, and I just said it as the end. It is like kind of like a little footnote or whatever. But yeah, it's just funny how I kind of dwell on things that I dwell really long on things that don't really matter, and then I like just skip over things that do. That just made me chuckle a little bit, just hearing me just be like, oh yeah, conflict in the background that's gonna be a central focus for like the next couple of arcs. Yeah, it's just whatever. It's whatever. But yeah. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. If you've been binging this, if you just had it on like while you're cleaning your house or something, thank you, I guess. Take this time to like leave the room and go to, I guess there's a pause button, so you could pause it too. But like, I mean, go to the bathroom, get a snack, talk to your family. I don't know. I'll catch you in the next interlude. I don't know when that's gonna be, but see you soon. In Chapter 10, Luffy got trapped in a cage and had to be rescued. In Chapter 455, he got trapped in a cage and ate his way through the bars. If that's not character development, I don't know what is. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey, and welcome to my channel where I talk about anime and do anime-related things. This is the state of the Sunny. I just decided. I was between Straw Hats and Sunny, but it's going to be the state of the Sunny. It was the state of the Mary, but... In this episode, I will be discussing the One Piece Halloween special itself, Thriller Bark. I am of course obligated to remind you that if you like this video, then you do in fact have to smash that like button. If you're not subscribed, then you should. It's free. And leave a comment. Even if it's an F for the Mary, it just tells the algorithm, hey, this Meanie Mosey chick, she's pretty cool. So without further ado, sit back, relax, grab a snack, because it's time for... There is so much in this arc. This was no type of like long ring long land just passing through, we're in between two big stories type of arc at all. No, there was a lot in here. In this video, I will be discussing Brook, the Scared and the Unbothered, Oda's Zombies, Gecko Moria, Depression, Human Objectification, Sanji's Dream, the Custom Tailored Fights, Kuma, Laboon and the Rumbar Pirates, and by the end of this video, I probably won't be talking about anything at all. All the timestamps are in the description below. So, let's start with Brook. I love him. I love him. I love him. I want to keep him. I love him so much. I love all of his stupid skeleton jokes. I love his inappropriate questions. You gotta understand, I never grew out of my potty humor phase. I didn't get the memo whenever Luffy asks him if he poops. And then he's just like, oh yes, I poop. That is like all I need to be cackling uncontrollably. It's a real problem. I love Luffy for immediately asking him to join the crew. This is the one time that he's impulsive and I don't mind it. Brook and Luffy and Sanji and Nami all go back to the Thousand Sunny to eat dinner, and nobody else likes Brook. It makes the whole situation even funnier because everyone's getting pissed off at him. He's just having the greatest time. In the dub, he's voiced by Ian Sinclair. He's one of my favorite voice actors. He voices Bokuto from Haikyuu and Magna in Black Clover. Just hearing that guy scream and yell and make noises while he acts always cracks me up. He has such a unique voice. And then there's also Brook's backstory with Laboon, and like, I'll have to get to that later, much later. But Brook's devil fruit power and the whole reason for why he's a skeleton, because his soul got lost on the way back because of the fog, that's a brilliant reason for him to be a skeleton. Brook is further revealed to be this generally optimistic guy with like this overwhelming joie de vivre, despite everything that he's been through and despite having to live without a shadow for all those years. And well, I think it's only been like 7 years 5 years since he's lived without a shadow, but he's lived without his crew, alone on that ship, and he's still so optimistic. He's not bitter at all. He's chill. And I cannot wait until the next arc when I can see how he fits into the whole crew's dynamic. Let's get into the scared and the unbothered. So, at least that's what I like to call them. The Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and Frankie. They are the unbothered. And then you have the scared. That's Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. The scared evidently go in first so we can satisfy all of the horror tropes and constitute Thriller Bark as spooky enough. And then after them, the unbothered team goes in and they just roll up in there like their idea of fun is renting out a haunted Airbnb in the middle of the woods and binging Evil Dead. They're just clowning everything that they see. They're chasing zombies and catching them with nets. Luffy's asking everybody he sees to join his crew. He's riding Cerberus and he pushes a zombie back into its grave. I don't know what I expected him to do if he saw something like that, but it definitely was not that. Like, where is your mind? That's what you do. Oh, a dead person's rising up. They're obviously lost. Let me just get them back to where they need to be. Let's talk about Oda's zombies. Zombies have become such a common trope in fictional works. Like, you've seen them all. They eat brains, they move sluggishly. Thanks to Michael Jackson, they dance sometimes. Oda is completely different with his. They're all like energetic, fully functional in a cognitive sense, and like they're even helpful at some point. And this is just another example of him taking the audience's assumptions and just turning them on their head. And the first time that he did that, the first time that I mentioned that he did that, was in my Water 7 video with the crew rolling up to find a new shipwright with all the interesting people that were there. And it's funny because Luffy's asking all these zombies to join his crew. So it's pretty much saying like, oh, you think any interesting person will do for the Straw Hat crew? What about these zombies, huh? They're interesting, aren't they? And so he's making fun of us, forever assuming that he could be predictable, which is great. Gecko Moria is introduced. I feel like I'm trying too hard to pronounce it, but like that's how it's pronounced. Gecko Moria. He's introduced not by a zombie, but by an old man with serious injuries. Of course, Robin knows him, because Robin knows everybody. Robin's big brain like that. We hear that he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and that he's the one who has been stealing everybody's shadows. He has the shadow fruit. In this world, when their shadow gets stolen, that means that the person can no longer walk in the sunlight and feel the sun's warmth. And so the question is, why are you stealing people's shadows? He can't just be evil for the sake of being evil. This is One Piece. We have good villains here. Everyone also asks, what's one of these 7 warlords of the sea doing in a place like Thriller Bark? He introduces himself to Luffy as the man who's going to be king of the pirates. And Luffy's like, hold on. That's my job. It is further revealed that Moria is on Thriller Bark because 1, it's his ship, and 2, he failed. He went to the New World, got his butt whooped, and now he's sulking in the darkness of the Florian Triangle, sleeping for days on end, because when his little minions go to wake him up, they say it's been 4 days since he's been awake. So he's depressed. We learn that he's gathering all of these zombies so that he can have superior underlings who can then go and rise up and make him the next pirate king. Unlike Luffy, who has a crew full of equals that he leads and protects, and in turn they respect him, believe in him, and follow his orders. To make these zombies, Moria is using the stitched together corpse marionettes that Dr. Hogback created, and he is of course using the shadows that he's stolen as their souls. In doing so, he's condemning several other people, probably thousands of people, to live in the darkness along with him, like he's chosen personally to do. If you'll allow me to fully break from the chronological here, we're going to talk about depression. And it's a serious topic, which is all the more surprising that it is included in this arc that I would describe as overwhelmingly intentionally funny. I think this is a whole type of like spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down type of situation. In presenting these characters with similar issues in different lights, Oda is offering a commentary on this subject that is very much don't do this, do that. First you have the villain Moria, who went to the New World and failed. He is now dragging other people down with him so that he can get up and try again, except in a jacked up kind of way. Then you have Robin, who we learned from the last arc has lived a life full of failure, as every organization that she's been a part of has failed or been dismantled in some type of way, and she decided to isolate herself for the benefit of her loved one. Her loved ones disagreed. And then you have Brook, who like Moria went to the Grand Line and failed and is given a second chance at life. He's holding on to the small hope that one day he'll be able to see his friend again and keep the promise that is 50 years overdue, because that's what a man would do, and we can substitute man in this for anyone with integrity. The positive messages in here are people love you, don't lose hope, and don't give up. It's things like Frankie's asking Brook what keeps him going, and then Lola at the end, Captain Lola's refusal to return to the shadows, and in the end Brook saying that he's happy that he lived even though every single day was hard. That really hammer in those messages. And all of this is of course interspersed with puns about skeletons and skull jokes and things of that nature. And it's just like so like incongruent, but it works. So being objectified, or human objectification. Speaking of serious topics, I want to talk about Shinji first. Shinji was a famous actress who Dr. Hogback loved. He proposed to her, she turned him down. When he started making zombies, he went to go find her body and turn her into a zombie. He was saying later he didn't care about the soul of the woman who turned him down as long as her body was still beautiful, which is real problematic. He claims that he was in love with her, obviously not, otherwise he would have actually let her rest in peace. And then you have Absalom objectifying women. He's going around using his devil fruit powers to sexually assault women who he finds attractive, trying to marry them without their permission, which isn't actually trying to marry them, but trying to marry their bodies. And then you have Lola, who's doing pretty much the same thing the whole time. She's chasing Absalom around, trying to get him to marry her. I think Lola's objectification of Absalom added a bit of levity to that whole entire situation. We had already seen Absalom's bad actions and we were already against him. And then Lola comes in. And so now, instead of being a despicable pervert, Absalom is a despicable pervert in distress. Whatever he does that's bad, Lola does to him. He's getting got while he's trying to get. I still hold him in contempt, but it's not a seething contempt. And Lola and Nami's conversation about how Lola should go about marrying Absalom, Nami's the one who brings up that Absalom should be drugged and unconscious when Lola tries to marry him. Of course, this was after Absalom assaulted Nami in the bathroom and before Absalom tried to do that exact thing to Nami. This is not to say that Lola's objectification of Absalom in any way cancels out Absalom's actions, or that Absalom's actions cancel out Nami's problematic suggestions. That's not how any of this works. I think it's important to acknowledge that everybody is wrong here. This is an animated show. In real life, there would be jail and restraining orders and all that kinds of stuff. And necrophilia is bad, Dr. Hogback. Shouldn't do it. No. So while we're here in this space, we're gonna talk about Sanji's dream. One, it was nice to see how his chivalrous attitude and his morality transferred over into a zombie for a little bit. That was a great way to find out that the personality transfer was a thing that happened. There comes a time in every shonen anime that I watch that I am painfully reminded that the intended audience for the show is in fact young boys. And in this particular arc, that moment was when Sanji admitted his jealousy of Absalom's devil fruit power. When I first saw it, I was just like, and then while making this video, I really thought a bit more about it. I started to think of the implications of what that dream would mean. The idea of Sanji peeping while he's on the ship. However, that would go against his code. He's not protecting Nami and Robin just so he can turn around and like harm them himself. I don't think that's what he's doing. And besides, Robin can grow eyes anywhere. She would definitely know if he was trying to do something like that, and she and Nami would team up and murder him and nobody would know. They just like need a new cook at some point. And it's like, oh, what happened to Sanji? Oh, he left. I really didn't want to take this part seriously. I don't know, like sometimes I don't think too hard about certain things, because if I did think too hard about this situation, then I would have to say, why on earth is that a dream of a character that is supposedly admirable on this show? Now that his dreams have been stated, are they going to be realized, or is he going to take actions to achieve those dreams? And then I'd tell myself, just give it a break, this is a kid's show. And then I'd tell myself, we just talked about depression. This ain't no kid's show. I guess to sum it all up, nah. Sanji, do better, be better, you're better than this. Just, I can't, no. All of that took place in Sanji's fight with Absalom. That is just one of 4 incredibly personal fights that we had within this arc. They're like custom tailored fights, like this fight was made for you. That's how they're different than every other fight that we've seen before. It was always like just a matter of who ended up with who, and then Luffy beating the baddest one. But all of these seem incredibly personal. So with Sanji, he had to fight Absalom. He had to save Nami from Absalom's perversion, a quality that he himself shares. However, Sanji uses his desires and his skills in order to protect all women, including enemy women, while Absalom uses his desires and skills to go after women that he finds attractive and force himself upon them. And in the end, it was good to see that Nami was the one who like saved herself. The next one is Usopp and Perona. And this one was interesting. In the last video I mentioned it would be interesting to see how the guys would react to fighting other women. Not that I want to see the guys fighting women, but Sanji's moral code is so strong, I just wonder if anyone else has a similar code like that they live by. And I guess the answer to that is they'd fight women the same way they fight anybody else, relentlessly. And so with Usopp and Perona, it was interesting because both of them use tricks and deception in their fighting styles. Usopp was only able to fight Perona because her negative ghost did not work on him, because he was already such a negative person. It's hilarious to think that his mind is at the same level that Zoro's was when Zoro said that he wasn't even good enough to be dog food, but Usopp's mind is just at that level all the time, and he still keeps going and he's still able to move forward. These two characters are different because Perona, she uses her negativity to stop people in their tracks and like make them just stay down, while Usopp uses his negativity to make his crew stop and think about certain situations so that they can move forward in a better way, move forward practically. And I'm gonna say Usopp's a realist. No, he's negative also. He gets that can't get on this island disease sometimes, so he's a pessimist. So Zoro versus Ryuma. Ryuma is from the magical land of Wano, which I've already heard so much about. I believe that's where the show is right now, or where the story is now. And it's cool to see that it's already getting referenced all the way back here. Their fight is brief compared to Zoro's fight with the giraffe guy from the last arc. Their fight is also full of mutual respect. They're both professionals. We haven't seen Mihawk since the East Blue and the Baratie, but I assume this guy was like at least at Mihawk's level of fighting when he was alive, at least. So this is probably like the first person that Zoro's fought in a while that's actually been a challenge to him. Zoro beats him and he gets to take his sword to replace the one that irrelevant Rust guy rusted in the last battle. Chopper versus Hogback, which was awesome. I love this one. In this fight we get to see more of Chopper's values and what Chopper holds dear. And we get to see what happens when someone that Chopper looks up to disappoints him. Chopper seems to be the youngest of the Straw Hats. Not the most childish, but the youngest, age-wise. I don't know how reindeer years work, but he probably doesn't have a whole bunch of them. He looks up to everybody on the crew, and he believes in pretty much everything that he's told, even if it's like just a blatant lie. He's just so gullible and adorable. Here we have a classic don't meet your heroes type of situation. When Chopper is talking to Dr. Hogback, we find out that Hogback wasn't a decent surgeon who turned bad. He was just a jerk who was really good at doing what he did, and he liked to make money from it. And so all of these people would come up to Dr. Hogback with these diseases and these ailments that only he could solve. And Hogback was too big-brained to deal with all these people. He's like, oh, they were so annoying. And then he goes off to create zombies with Moria. He tells Chopper, respect me if you want to, but you have no right to be disappointed in me, which is just a huge slap in the face to someone like Chopper. Chopper may not be a world-renowned surgeon like Hogback, but he knows the Hippocratic Oath, and he knows that Hogback is violating it in all sorts of ways. What I like about this fight is that it was entirely Chopper's. Chopper was fighting on behalf of the dead and the respect of their lives. When they first rolled up, he told Luffy, hey, I got this one, and Luffy's just like, alright, and Luffy goes on to do something else. Robin, she stays there the whole time, and she could easily clap everybody in that room, but she just goes ahead and lets Chopper do what he needs to do in order to put this guy in his place. I just thought this whole thing was cute, because if the Straw Hats were a family, I kind of imagine Robin is being Chopper's mom and then Zoro is his dad. Not in any type of shipping way, but just like relationally. I guess Luffy and Usopp would be Chopper's cousins, then Nami would be a sister, Sanji might be an uncle. I don't know about Frankie yet, but this whole family is like a little family in relation to Chopper, and they're all just like raising Chopper and protecting him and helping him to grow up, and it's so cute. The Straw Hats versus Oars, that's not one of the 4 customized fights. Well, I mean, it could be one of the customized fights, but I don't have too much to say about it. It was great seeing the whole crew work together, using their combined knowledge to take down a version of Luffy. Tactic 15, when they're all becoming this like little miniature transformer, and Robin's just like, I don't know what she said, but she was like, I am not doing that. That's why Robin's up there for me. Lastly, of the custom tailored fights, we have Luffy versus Moria. And this is customized because both of them want to be king of the pirates. And Moria serves as a cautionary tale for Luffy, because he actually tried. He went to the New World with his highly skilled crew, and I think everybody died, and so now he's back, and he's using these zombies because they're powerful, but they're dispensable. He's trying not to get hurt again because his whole crew died. That's painful. Moria calls Luffy naive. Luffy, of course, ignores him, and he uses all of his new gear moves to get Moria to spit out all of the shadows that he swallowed. And then, like, while he's doing that, Moria's kind of like he almost dares Luffy to go to the New World. He's like, you want to see? Go and see what happens. And so that's unsettling. While Luffy's fighting, trying to get him to spit out the shadows in time, Chopper and Usopp also tell Luffy that he's being too reckless, which I think is foreshadowing in some way, because these new gear moves cannot be good for him. During this fight, I also like the part when people started talking to their shadows to get them to come back to them. So these people are literally speaking to a part of their souls, speaking like their dreams into them. And Luffy says to his shadow, hey, if you want to be the shadow of the king of the pirates, then you better shape up. And that was great. That was lovely. And so after that, we have Kuma. He's a whole entire robot created by Dr. Vegapunk, who I am pretty sure we'll hear more from later. This doctor in the New World. Whenever we get there, he's gonna be there. Anyway, Kuma is one of the 7 warlords of the sea also. He's the only one who follows the government's orders, apparently. He's what's known as a pacifista, which I believe has nothing to do with his avoiding violence and everything to do with maintaining the peace that the world government has established. And so he shows up to Thriller Bark, and he's talking to Moria, and he's like, hey, this guy's pretty tough. He's talking about Luffy. And Moria's like, who do you think I am? Moria pretty much rejects Kuma's help, not that Kuma was offering help in the first place. This shows that the world government is getting really antsy about Luffy. He already beat up Crocodile. He already made a mockery of them at Enies Lobby and got them to blow the whole place up, and now he's about to challenge another warlord of the sea. And so they need someone to cover it up, so that's why Kuma's there. And he also passes on the information that Blackbeard is now a warlord of the sea, and that's the one that Ace was fighting at the end of Post-Enies Lobby. After Moria loses, Kuma of course comes to clean everything up and take Luffy in. And Zoro says no, and he offers his head instead. Then Sanji walks up, and honestly, I'm just like, Sanji, go sit down. This isn't your moment. You're still in timeout. let Zoro do his thing, and Zoro knocks him out. Kuma ends up pushing all of the pain out of Luffy and giving it to Zoro. Zoro is Luffy's day one. Zoro is one of the earliest people to believe in Luffy, and he's Luffy's first follower. And at this point, Zoro believes in Luffy so much that he's willing to sacrifice his own dreams in order for Luffy to achieve his. And that is a huge shift from the very beginning of the story. When Zoro first joined the crew, he said that he's joining to become the world's greatest swordsman, and if that at any point he has to give that up, then Luffy has to commit harakiri. In the manga, he says he has to commit harakiri. In the anime, he says that Luffy will have to apologize, which is much less graphic. I'd like to think that Zoro knew, he remembered this promise, and knowing that his sacrifice, if he died, then it would directly cause Luffy's sacrifice, because they actually keep promises in this world. Knowing that his death would cause Luffy's death, he just willed himself to live. But if I can also analyze this from like a Christian perspective, it's a very specific kind of sacrifice, and I mean, there are parallels. So I believe that Jesus died on the cross for our sins, and then he rose again. And so you can see how there are parallels between that sacrifice and this one. In taking all of Luffy's pain, Zoro is paying for Luffy's sins of Crocodile, Enies Lobby, and Moria. And we see this specific type of sacrifice from Zoro, who we know does not believe in God. Not that there's any specific religion in One Piece at this point, but there is Interlude. Doing this, Zoro literally became Luffy's savior. And in turn, Luffy would very much owe Zoro his life. Zoro does not want to be owed, and Zoro does not want Luffy to feel indebted to him, because he's already sworn his life to Luffy, and nothing will change that. So when Sanji comes up and sees Zoro standing in a puddle of blood, and he asks him what happened, Zoro says, so after Moria loses, the classic Straw Hat party begins. Zoro is sleeping through the whole thing as usual. Other than that, everyone else is partying. Brook is playing Binks's Brew, which everybody there is nostalgic about, so I know I will be too. And then Luffy goes to ask him to join the crew again, and he lets him know about their mutual connection with Laboon, and how like after 50 years Laboon is doing alright. Brook just starts sobbing, because after all these years of waiting and hoping, Luffy has just affirmed what he'd been living his life for. It's touching. He starts to tell the story about his pirate crew and how they had to push Laboon away before they went to the Grand Line, and Laboon just followed them anyway, and how they had to make that promise at the Twin Capes and tell them that they'd be back. Can someone explain to me, please, why this animated whale who only has like 5 different facial expressions makes me feel so many emotions? The end of this arc, that whole flashback, that was like really coming after me, and it got me. Like I was crying. I rewatched it. I cried then too. I knew what was gonna happen. I still cried. You have Skeleton Brook walking through his old pirate ship, reminiscing about the times when it was full of people and full of life, and it's contrasted with the deadness of it all in the present moment. You have Captain Yorkie, who I'm pretty sure caught the same virus that Nami had before they went to Drum Island, and how they had to send him off, and that was way too vague. I know that guy's still alive somewhere. He's probably in his 80s right now if he was the same age as Brook, but I know he's still alive. His character design was too interesting. That ending, they had all gotten attacked with poisonous weapons, and they were all dying on the deck of their ship, and they decided to go out singing, because that's what they did. And having all of them singing, and then they're like going down, and he's like, oh, we're down to a quartet, now it's a trio, now it's a duet, and now it's a solo. And hearing all of the instruments drop off at that part, it's like, being a music person, this was so painful for me. I've been surrounded by music since like middle school. Like I was in marching band and everything, and so like this was just, it was real sad. They recorded it for Laboon and Brooks still has it. And he used it to keep him going that whole time. And just like Laboon was their one regret. And he's like, they better make it back to that whale. They better get back to that whale. I swear. They need to get back to that freaking whale. Oh my gosh. You just need to finish that up. They just need to. Now for the transitional information. We learned that their next destination is Fishman Island, where Arlong is from, and all that. We hear that Ace is currently in Impel Down, awaiting execution, and we learn about the Vivre cards, the cards that bring you together, pretty much like GPS except less specific, way less specific, I don't know, the Vivre cards. And we figure out that that's the little piece of paper that Ace gave to Luffy, so Luffy takes out his and it's burning.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
And so they're on their way out, they're all sailing away, and everyone's asking Luffy, hey, we can go get Ace if you want. And Luffy's just like, nah, he's a pirate. He's probably in danger all the time. He didn't want his little brother coming to go get him. And everyone's like, all right, let's head over to Fishman Island. And they spent a little bit too long on that part for my comfort. So I am a little bit concerned about Ace, because they spent too much time on that. So like, I kind of think that Luffy made that decision because he didn't want to do what he thought would be childish and like do what self-serving, go get his own brother. But I think he's trying to make the adult decision, and I think he might be a little bit wrong right now. That's all that I have to say for this arc. It was a great arc. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. I might have to make some type of like tier list for it, to see like where each arc stands for me, because that would be interesting to think through. But yeah, overall this arc made me so happy. I loved it. The beginning was hilarious. The ending was sentimental. Laughing, crying, cheering, all of them, as usual with One Piece. Thank you so much for watching. I've been Meanie Mosey. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll catch you guys in the next arc. Bye. Why do they call him Whitebeard when he's only got a white mustache? The challenges that the crew has faced have become increasingly more difficult, and they've been able to overcome them with each passing adventure. In this arc, they quite literally reach a wall that they cannot get past. How you gonna get punched in the face and break your legs too? You don't know, bro. This arc was like a gut punch. What? It was quick. It was painful. We're going here, and there were parts of it that took the wind out of me. It made me feel emotions that I did not necessarily want to feel. All of the arcs before this built up the trust in Luffy, like just trust in Luffy. When Luffy gets here, everything will be alright. Enies Lobby and Thriller Bark were saying don't give up and don't lose hope. Once again, put your trust in Luffy. And then you get to Sabaody Archipelago, and Luffy is one of 11 ship captains on that island. And he's not even the one with the highest bounty. I haven't even done the intro yet. Just okay. Hey, what's up? It's me, Traumatized. Welcome to my channel where I talk about anime, and I do anime related things. This is the State of the Sunny, where I provide my analysis and reaction to One Piece as I watch it for the first time. Like, comment, and subscribe. Let's get into it. Up until this arc, or I guess in comparison to this arc, the One Piece arcs have been relatively tame. There was a balance of good times and story progression with spurts of heightened conflict. There were some sad moments, but it was nothing that was really devastating. And in Sabaody Archipelago, they had a really bad time. What did I think about this arc? It's fantastic. It's amazing. Am I going to watch it for fun? No, I wouldn't. And I'm getting like this, but it's not for the reason why some people would assume. Like, of course, the thing that happens at the end happens at the end, but it was just everything that's in between it's kind of getting me like this, like this really my heart ached the whole entire way through. It was emotionally painful to watch. In this video, I will be discussing Duval, Sabaody Archipelago, obviously. Some people, I think it's also pronounced Sabaody Archipelago, but I'm gonna call it Sabaody because that's how it was pronounced when I was watching it. The Pirate Slave, Paranoia, the goodness of the Straw Hat Pirates, the 11 Supernovas, Getting Camie Back, That Punch, Kid-in-Law, Rayleigh. I'm gonna take a break to rant about Luffy for a little bit. Hockey, New Superpowers, Being Overwhelmed, Running Away, Kuma. I'm gonna rant about Luffy a little bit more, Worthlessness and Hope, and then I'm going to finish off talking about Ace. They're looking around for Fishman Island because that's where the log post is pointed. It's pointing down where they don't know what's going on. They end up rescuing Camie and her starfish Papagoo, and Camie's a mermaid. And they all just like kind of forget that they met a mermaid before with Granny Kokoro. After that, it turns out that Camie's friend Hachi, who we've actually met before because he was part of Arlong's gang, but Hachi has been kidnapped by human traffickers.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. First of all, you're not gonna speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
You don't throw around a phrase like that without capitalizing on it. So I'm just like, okay, so we're going here, like we're going here, like. Okay. We're introduced to this formidable character with a mask on, and he's talking about getting revenge, and I'm just like, all right. Is someone that we've met before. All right, who could it be? Who could it be? And so I'm guessing, and I'm thinking, maybe it is. At first I thought it was Clawhador. Totally forgot how the conflict ended, but that's where my sister's watching it right now. I was like, it's him. Then he started talking about Sanji specifically. And I was thinking, oh, it must be that Marine that Sanji pissed off on the Baratier. In my mind, I was just trying to figure out who had beef with the Straw Hat crew, who would be available to come and fight them now. And I wasn't thinking about like the size of the dude that they were about to fight versus like the size of their past enemies. I was just like, who is it? His mask is kicked off. Never in my life would I have guessed that Sanji's jacked up wanted poster was not only a bad representation of Sanji, but it was someone else's actual face. His name is Duval, and he's about as ugly as homemade sand, and whenever he gets mad, he has this southern accent that starts to slip out. He's so ugly that he's making Frankie cry. Robin says whether it's a miracle or a tragedy, it's entertaining either way. And side note, I'm starting to like every single thing that Robin says. She's like passive, if not mildly entertained, and even in the most dire circumstances. And I can relate to that on a personal level. Back to the conflict. It was really nice to see the Straw Hats fighting the Flying Fish Riders and not struggling at all. They're even like having fun at certain points when these guys are like actively trying to take them down. Luffy's trying to ride on their little flying fish and everything, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is so fun. They're all laughing, and they're like beating up these people who are trying their hardest. It really goes to show how far they've come as a crew, and just being able to fight together like that. They'll face opponents now that aren't a challenge. Oddly enough, Zoro's having a pretty hard time with it, which I don't understand why, because nothing even happened to him. After Duval's mask is removed, Sanji is immediately pissed off. Maybe it's because they got into a fight for such a stupid reason when Duval could have just grown out a beard or cut his hair. After that, Sanji proceeds to literally rearrange Duval's face. And so ends their beef with Duval. And speaking of beef, Duval's cow, Montobado. This fight marks the first time that we see Luffy use Haki against that cow. He tells the cow that it's pointless to even fight him, and the cow just runs away and falls over. That's called cow tipping. I'll talk more about Haki later though. So now, after that little fun bit, wasn't that nice, wasn't that sweet? We had a little fun bit. It was funny. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. So once again, incredible world building, both physical and societal. We find out that the only way for pirates to get past the red line is to go through Sabaody Archipelago and get their ships coated in a bubble resin so that they can go underwater through Fishman Island. While an archipelago is a group of small islands, the Sabaody Archipelago is a group of 79 of the world's largest mangrove trees. The anime calls them the hustle muscle mangroves, and they make bubbles, and I hate bubbles now. One thing that caught my eye in the anime on the rewatch is that when Chopper is observing these mangrove trees and he looks down at the roots, he says, "It's so dark underneath them." And I was like, oh, buddy, you don't know, bro. So my interpretation of Sabaody Archipelago might be unique, especially unique even. I viewed Sabaody Archipelago as pretty much the post-slavery American South for fishmen and strong pirates. You have the celestial dragons who were born with their privilege and have been living in that privilege for the past 800 years. You have society comprised of individuals who are fearful of, in support of, or apathetic towards slavery and human trafficking. And then you have the government who will send a navy admiral and battleships at the behest of a celestial dragon should any trouble arise. I was terrified this whole time. As soon as they explained that, I was thinking about the Straw Hats. I was like, y'all need to handle your business and y'all need to get out of there yesterday. When he started explaining that no matter what a celestial dragon does, that Luffy couldn't do anything even if a dragon killed somebody in front of him, I knew that they weren't getting out of that island without Luffy laying out a celestial dragon. And before we get into that next section, I want to mention that I never heard Luffy make the promise that he wouldn't hurt a celestial dragon. I heard Hachi ask him to make the promise. I didn't hear Luffy or anyone on that crew actually make that promise. And in the past I've talked about how much promises mean in this world. I think with the past examples of how promises are issued and made and fulfilled, this one was very vague, and so I'm not counting it as a promise that Luffy broke because I don't think he made this promise in the first place. So the pirate that came out, the pirate with the collar on, the slave pirate, that pirate. This is when I was just like, oh, okay. Because in the beginning, when they mentioned human trafficking, I was just like, okay. But this was just like, okay. And this one's, the pirate comes out with the collar on, talking about how he has a wife and a kid. The kid doesn't even know what he looks like anymore. He doesn't want to be a pirate anymore. He doesn't want to go to the new world. He just wants to go home. Everyone just stands there staring at him. Of course, Luffy's livid. He's like, what can we do? But Hachi is holding him back. The collar starts beeping, and then the collar explodes, and the pirate collapses on the ground. Someone in the crowd says, stay back, ignore him. Meanwhile, Hachi is calmly explaining the whole situation like the pirate should have known better. And then the celestial dragons walk up, and Hachi tells Luffy to get off of his bubble bike so that he doesn't draw their attention. And then we see a dog walk up and pee on the pirate that just collapsed. A woman walks up, a celestial dragon woman walks up, and she tells the man that he makes her want to vomit. She starts kicking him while he's laying on the ground, and then she takes a gun out and shoots him in the back twice. And that's the introduction to celestial dragons. Papagu explains that the celestial dragons are the descendants of the creators of the world government. And that's some mess right there. After that was done, I was like, oh, heck no. Where is everybody? Zoro is out walking by himself and he's not 100% right now. Nami and Robin are at the mall. Hachi and Papagu didn't let Kami go to the mall. What's up with that? And now I'm suspicious of the fishmen. In my mind, the whole entire crew was about to be betrayed. It was not good. After that is when the paranoia set in for me. I was really, really scared. Like all the notions I had of the strength of the Straw Hat crew went out of the window, because the stronger that the members of the crew were, the more attractive that they were to the human traffickers. So them being strong wasn't a solution. It was in fact a very big problem. The Celestial Dragon guy said that he had a ship captain collection. In my mind, everyone was going to end up with collars on by the end of the arc. It would be up to Frankie, Sanji, and Usopp to save everyone. And this is because there was no one enemy on Sabaody. There was no one big bad. They were facing a systemic problem that couldn't just get Gum pistoled away. Though the Celestial Dragons were incorrigible, their actions were socially acceptable. And that's probably the biggest problem. You can't beat sense into an entire society. Those people ignored that man when he was begging for help. He was in the darkest moment of his life and they just watched like it was Tuesday. They went to Shaki's bar to get information and she was giving them like food and drinks, and I'm just like, don't eat that, don't drink that, you're gonna get poisoned, you're gonna get sold into slavery. All my radars were going off. I don't want to say fortunately, but my suspicions ended up dying down after Kami got kidnapped. Yeah, I was terrified. I was really scared for the crew. I was scared that it was gonna be one of them. And not that like I don't care about Kami, but like in relation to the Straw Hat Pirates, I don't give a crap about Kami. But I'm glad that they saved her because like, this sounds so awful. This sounds so we get to the moment when the Celestial Dragon shoots this woman's fiance. And once again, society is turning a blind eye. And then you see those green boots enter the frame. First I was like, yay Zoro, and then I was just like, oh Zoro, you idiot. He just walks up, ignorant as ever, asking the Celestial Dragon if he needs directions. Could you be any less self-aware? The dude starts shooting at him, and then Zoro responds to being shot at. And then Jewelry Bonnie, one of the supernova pirates, she goes and tackles Zoro and diffuses the situation. I like her a lot. One thing that I was kind of confused about was that when she tackled him, he was like, what, a little kid? And like, I didn't think that she was drawn any differently than any of the other women in the show, so I don't know how old she's supposed to be, or maybe that's a power that she has. Zoro takes the fiance who got shot to go to the hospital while everyone else was just going to leave him there bleeding out on the ground. That really made me happy that we were following the Straw Hats. Because in storytelling, you gotta think of like whose perspective you're going to follow and everything. Why are we with these people? And especially so when they introduced these 8 other pirate crews who were also taking the same path on the Grand Line. It's like, okay, so like, why are we even following the Straw Hats? And in that moment, I was like, oh, it's because they're good people. And I knew they were good people, but just like in comparison to everyone else, they just shine even brighter. I think this is expanded upon later when they go to rescue Kami from the auction house. Nami doesn't hesitate to spend all of the money that they have in an effort to get her back. We also see the Straw Hats' reactions to people getting sold in front of them, and they're all disgusted. Meanwhile, Kid and Law were there also, and they were just kind of watching passively. They were just kind of there just to watch the show. I don't know why they were there, so that's the only reason that I can assume as to why they were there. I still like the characters though, but I'll get to them later. So the supernovas, like while we're mentioning them a little bit, they sound pretty darn awesome and they need to be acknowledged. So I'm going to describe all of them in 1 sentence or less. Capone, he's a basic mob boss. Jewelry Bonnie, this woman will be the death of Sanji. They should never meet. Basil Hawkins, he's got weird eyebrows. Eustace Kid, I like that name, and I think I love that name. Apu, cool powers, too bad he needs 4 elbows to use them. Drake, your name is literally XD, just put a roar in front of it. Mad Monk, he smiles like an Attack on Titan. Killer, sounds accurate in Trafalgar Law. Based on how much merch he has, I thought he was going to be a Straw Hat. So Kami got kidnapped and she's taken to the auction house to be sold into slavery. This is a kid's show. This is a kid's show. This is a kid's show. This show is for children. She's being taken to the auction house to be sold into slavery. She's worth a lot because she's a mermaid. These Straw Hats call the Flying Fish Riders for help. Sanji is smoking 3 cigarettes on his way over there. He's looking at the list of prices for different people. This is a kid's show. They're talking to the auction house dude and he's giving them nothing. We learn, of course, that the government is turning a blind eye to the whole entire situation. They realize that they're not in a situation that they can muscle their way through, so Nami, unofficial official treasurer of the Straw Hat Pirates, money-loving Nami, decides to spend all of the money that they have from Thriller Bark to buy Kami and play by their rules to get her back. They have 200 million berries. They're not able to get her back even with that amount of money because Drip-Nose Celestial Dragon outbids everyone immediately. Luffy makes his entrance and beelines to the front of the stage where Kami is, and in the struggle to stop him, Hachi is revealed to be a fishman. The crowd starts yelling the most disgusting things at Hachi, and they start throwing things at him because discrimination. They say that he probably has diseases, and when he gets shot by the Celestial Dragon, they are all glad. Luffy is not glad. Luffy is very mad. Man, darn it. Okay, the sun's coming down. I should have recorded this earlier. We're gonna get through this in time. Hachi grabs Luffy's ankle to stop him from defending him. He tells Luffy that it was his own fault because he knew he shouldn't have come there in the first place. He says it's his fault because it's what he gets for being a bad pirate before in his life. It's just the punishment that he deserves. He reminds Luffy of the promise not to hurt the Celestial Dragons, which was not a promise that Luffy actually made. I'm saying it. Hachi reveals that he wanted to be helpful because of Nami, and he wanted to show her how much he'd changed, and he just wanted her forgiveness. Luffy makes a decision here. He got angry, and then he stopped, and he listened, and he sat down. And then after he listened, he acted. He punched this man back into the second dimension. He punched him so hard, he left a fist print in this man's face. How you gonna get punched in the face and break your legs too? It seemed like this man has broken every single bone in his body from this one punch. That was so satisfying to watch. And after that, we see everybody's reactions. Zoro was ready to cut someone. He was just like, aw man. The whole audience had just seen a Celestial Dragon get laid out, which was something that they probably had never ever seen in their lifetimes. And meanwhile, the Straw Hats are watching like it's Tuesday. Nami's like, it's Luffy, what are you gonna do? Chopper is giving orders to Frankie. He's like, hey, you go find the keys to go get Kami. I'll tend to Hachi's wounds. And it's just business as usual. And everybody is super comfortable with this situation. So why do I still feel uneasy? Comfort is something that I'll talk about later also. But it's the second time that I've noticed that the Straw Hats are really comfortable in this arc. They're comfortable when they're fighting the Flying Fish Riders. They're comfortable when Luffy punches this dude in the face, which is, I don't want to say it's the same caliber of an infraction, caliber of a offense as firing at the flag of the world government, but it's up there with that. It's up there. They're really comfortable with this situation. They're just like, that's what he does. What are you gonna do? I guess we're fighting now. So yeah, they are very comfortable in this arc until they're not, which I'll get to later. So the other two captains, Eustace Kid, I love that name, and Trafalgar Law are also at the auction house. I don't know what they're doing there, but they're there. They stuck around after the Straw Hat showed up because they wanted to see if Luffy was as crazy as everybody said he was. I was looking back into the manga also, and when Kid first sees Law flicks him off, which makes him so much more of an interesting character. I'm just so glad I saw that he did that. I understand that they probably couldn't show it on TV for reasons, but like, that just makes him so much cooler. I was just like, look what he did. The Kid's my favorite still though. The feeling I get when I see all these other pirate crews is probably the same feeling that people get whenever they're in high school and they see a bunch of kids from a different high school, and it's just like the disrespect is mutual. I love the moment when Kid, Law, and Luffy are fighting over who's going to beat up the Marines. It's just like seeing the three of them walk out of that tunnel, just like arguing, like, I said you can go back inside. I can handle this. And it was just like, oh, they all look so cool. It was nice to see Luffy function among equals because they're all captains at the same level. I liked when Kid was talking to Luffy and he was like, it was nice to meet you, but like next time I see you, it's on site. And then Luffy's like, yeah, whatever, but I'm gonna be the one who finds the One Piece. I think they bonded a little bit because they're all after the same thing, and to everybody else this thing is like imaginary. They're all after the One Piece and they've all been ridiculed for it. We've seen Luffy get roasted for it and he just takes the take no action approach, but apparently other pirates like Kid take the murder everyone in sight approach. I'm gonna close these blinds a little bit. So Ray the shipcoder, aka Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, aka former vice captain of the Roger Pirates and Gold D. Roger's right-hand man, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, is introduced, and he's so powerful. He said he sold himself into slavery so that he could pay off his debts and rob the person who bought him. As the retired right-hand man to the former king of the pirates, I think it's pretty cool that he's kind of chilling on this island as like a gatekeeper to the new world and helping newer pirates come along. They have a conversation and Robin asks him about the 100 years of missing history and he says, yes, we know. And I'm like, we? I assume by we he means Gold D. Roger's entire crew, and if that's the entire crew, would that mean Shanks too? Then again, he might not. I don't know. He tells Robin to take her time in learning it and that he and Ohara might have taken it a bit too quickly and that she might end up with different answers if she takes her time. That's just ambiguous stuff like that. He's honestly just bringing up more questions than answers at this point. But he does say that he can tell Robin everything if she wants to know it, and Robin decides that she's going to learn it herself. Then you have Usopp, practical as ever, thinking like, if the answers are right here, then I'm gonna ask the questions. And he starts to ask about the One Piece and where it is. And before he can even get the question out of his mouth, Luffy yells at him. Luffy actually reprimands him, and I'm just like sitting there flabbergasted. The only other time when he's been angry with someone on his crew was also Usopp incidentally, but when Usopp was going through it in Water 7. But other than that, no one's done anything to actually anger him on the crew. And what did Usopp do to make Luffy angry? He almost interfered with Luffy's fun. Usopp almost got the turn-by-turn directions to the One Piece, and Luffy would not have that. He said he will never go on a boring adventure. This whole situation reminded me of a quote that I heard in Hunter x Hunter that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It says, enjoy the side trips. Things that are more important than what you're hunting for could be right there by the side of the road. And Luffy fully understands this. If Luffy was running his ship trying to get to the One Piece as quickly as possible, he would not have formed the relationships that he has currently. He probably wouldn't even have the same crew that he does. Luffy ultimately wants the One Piece not because of power, but because of freedom. The king of the pirates to him means that there is no one above him telling him what he can and can't do, because he can do anything he wants to because he's that powerful. And this was an aspect of his dream that I hadn't thought about before. He always says, I'm gonna be king of the pirates, and it's like, yeah, that's what he wants, but I never asked why. And so the answer is freedom, which is very interesting. It makes a lot of sense though. Like, Luffy started with nothing, and like, what was stopping him from, I don't know, joining Ace on his pirate ship, joining the Whitebeard pirates? What made him want to form his own crew and start from the bottom? And then you start to think about the type of captain that Luffy is, and he's not the type to give orders and maintain control. But the one thing that his position as captain does is it allows him to make decisions that won't be questioned, whatever decisions that he wants. And that's a freedom that he wouldn't have gotten if he was working under somebody else. I feel like this could be like a whole video about like Luffy working to achieve his like ultimate freedom, and like on his way he's like liberating other people like in Alabasta and like in Skypeia. Yeah, but that's a whole entire video. But I'll have to look into that. So let's take a hard segue into hockey. So far we've seen Luffy and Zoro use it to intimidate other people unintentionally, but Rayleigh can actively use his to make people pass out. The first time we see hockey used in One Piece is with Shanks meeting with Whitebeard. Apparently it's so strong and so terrifying that it makes some of the members of Whitebeard's crew go below deck because they can't handle being above deck with Shanks at the same time. Right now I'm thinking that Haki is kind of like malicious Nin from Hunter x Hunter, even though Haki probably came first, but just like an aura that you can control to intimidate others. And even non-Devil Fruit users can use it, because Zoro used it, and then you have Sentomaru. But Haki is just one of the many powers that are introduced in this arc alone. You have the powers of the 11 supernovas. I don't even know what Laws is, but he's over here rearranging people's body parts. You have Kizaru, who is light itself, and he moves too fast to talk that slow. And then we have Rayleigh, and I already talked about Rayleigh a little bit, but I found all of this very overwhelming. If I could describe this arc in one word, it would be overwhelming. The challenges that the crew has faced have become increasingly more difficult, and they've been able to overcome them with each passing adventure. But in this arc, they quite literally reach a wall that they cannot get past. The arc starts simple. The challenge looks familiar. Like I mentioned before, they're really comfortable fighting. Just like Duval, I thought it was going to be someone that I knew, something that was familiar, and then it shifted. Not only is the crew overwhelmed by the caliber of their obstacles, the audience is also overwhelmed. In this short time frame, 21 episodes, we're given a lot of information. This new dark and twisted world, the history about the descendants of the world government, all of these new captains and their abilities and their character designs and their personalities, Haki, more information about Ace, the new admirals, Rayleigh, a new and powerful ally. All of these pacifistas start showing up. Compared to all of this, the Straw Hats, Luffy especially so, seem very simple. His power, his character design, his wants, they all seem very ordinary in this increasingly odd and dangerous world. So when they first see the pacifista, they think it's Kuma. They're like, we've seen this dude before. Luffy starts the fight in second gear. They go all out. After that, everybody is tired, even Luffy, and then the enemy's health bar regenerates. There is a brand new pacifista in front of them, and Sentomaru is also there too. In this moment, Luffy decides to do something that he's always done, but in this specific situation, it is so unlike him. Luffy decides to protect his crew, and in this moment, the best way that he can do that is by telling them to run away. They do not make it far. Sanji's group is getting chased by a pacifista. Luffy's group has to deal with Sentomaru, and when Kizaru shows up, he goes after Zoro's group, and Zoro is not doing well at all. Zoro is already in real bad shape. All around him, Luffy is hearing these screams of his crewmates, and all he can do is yell for them to run. He can't protect them, he's just pleading for them to protect each other. Usopp and Brook try to protect Zoro, but Kizaru drank his Sunny D growing up, and now he's made of light. Zoro cannot move, he's almost done for. Thank goodness Rayleigh shows up in his chanclas. He left the house and didn't even put real shoes on. There's a brief reprieve, but everyone is back to running. Sanji leaves Nami to go protect Zoro, which is saying a whole freaking lot. And Chopper sees everybody getting beaten up, and he immediately chomps down on 3 rumble balls, turning into Monster Chopper, meaning that in that moment, the best way that he believed he could help protect his crewmates involved his not being in control of his own body. And then Kuma shows up. I think I might have interpreted this moment a bit different than Oda had intended, or a bit different than anybody else seen it. Nah, I won't be as pretentious as to say that. But I was kind of happy when Kuma showed up. I had been stressed out with this whole arc, with all of this new information, and then when Kuma showed up, I was like, finally a familiar face. I was just like, thank goodness. I don't know if that would be like a devil you know type of situation, or because I know that Kuma's a good Christian boy who goes to church and reads his Bible, but I was relieved. He told the pacifista that was about to attack Zoro to stand down before Zoro got bopped away. In that moment, Kuma wasn't giving me no, I want to kill him myself vibes, so I was pretty much good with what he was doing. It was jarring, of course, but I wasn't super concerned. After what happened at Thriller Bark, I didn't think that Kuma was out to get Zoro at all, so I concluded quickly that Kuma was not there to harm the Straw Hats. Kuma also whispered something to Rayleigh that he wasn't cooperating with the world government. I don't know, but if I was Kuma, and I was a fancy robot, and all of a sudden all of these other fancy robots kept popping up that looked just like me, I would be pissed also. I think this was kind of Kuma going rogue to keep the Straw Hats alive. He tells Luffy before he pushes Luffy away that this would be the last time that he would be seeing him. And so maybe like Kuma's about to get like dismantled or something, or punished in some type of way. And that's why Luffy wouldn't be seeing him anymore. Either way, I was just watching the whole thing. I'm like, this is fine. They're getting off the island, this is fine. I thought that Kuma would be like putting them on like this ship or something like that. But Luffy, of course, did not think it was fine. The whole time I was watching Luffy thinking, that's rough, buddy. I know, watching that scene, I know it was hard for him. He failed at the one job that he had given himself as the captain. He failed at protecting his crewmates. He watched them disappear one by one right before his eyes. And was it just me, or did the animators go ham on animating his anguish? This whole episode seemed to be especially animated. Like Robin running away at one moment, the movements look less jerky than they do sometimes. So this, I think they put a little bit extra into this episode's animation budget, because Luffy was on that ground banging his, oh, that was bad. Oh, he was, oh. The whole episode was very well done. The bubble popping scenes, when it showed the bubbles popping and then the screen would go black, that was a great choice for this arc. It just added a little bit extra drama. I had seen that black screen before in the arc when Kami sees the teddy bear mascot behind her and she smiles and then the screen goes black because she just got kidnapped. And they took that and they expanded upon that, especially more so in this specific episode 405. So I think that was a really good choice. It added extra drama. For me, the crew disappearing was not the most upsetting part of this arc. I could tell that it was devastating for the characters in the show. I was just happy that they were getting off of the island. But anyway, going back to Luffy, this was all Luffy's fault. If he hadn't punched that celestial dragon, then none of this would have happened. He's faced the consequences of his choices before and won, but this is him losing. After all of his crewmates disappeared, Luffy is sobbing on the ground, saying that he is useless and that he couldn't protect his crewmates, which matches the theme of worthlessness in this arc. Zoro said something similar when they were running and he couldn't move. He said, just leave me here. He was having those same feelings of worthlessness, which is interesting to see because I think back to the ghosts, Perona's ghosts in Thriller Bark, and they were floating through them, and then they would have those feelings like, I'm useless, I'm worthless, and then they're feeling the same way in this arc, but there ain't no ghosts around here. And then you have the whole slavery situation where these celestial dragons are paying these exorbitant amounts of money for these people just to treat them like they're worthless. The arc ends with Luffy in the headspace that he's failed. And after an arc like Thriller Bark with a message about having hope in the darkness, this arc was pretty darn dark, and it ended without any hope. But stories about hope always have to be hopeless at some point. That's just how it has to be. Like the quote says, everybody wants happiness, nobody wants pain, but you can't have a rainbow without a little rain. And I think it's dark moments like this that will make the crew's reunion in the future all the more brighter. And if you think that we're going to end this video on a good note, then you can think again. Everybody gets news during this arc that Ace's public execution has been scheduled. They've been mentioning this since post Enies Lobby, and this whole situation makes me feel like the audience is being prepared. Luffy seems to have a nonchalant attitude about the whole thing, and maybe that's because Whitebeard is taking matters into his own hands, it looks like. Side note, why do they call him Whitebeard when he's only got a white mustache? But I feel like Luffy needs to be a part of this. And I know he will be, otherwise Oda wouldn't have foreshadowed it so hard. Also, this feels like a Chekhov's gun type of situation. Just like the human trafficking, you can't toss around a public execution without having someone end up on the gallows at the end of the day. It's been the main subject at the end of each each arc, and it's been ramping up. First we heard that Ace was fighting Blackbeard, next we heard that he lost and now he's in Impel Down, and then now his execution has been scheduled. I think that Ace might get really close to dying, and according to the Beaver card it seems like he already is, but it seems like it's going to happen soon, and the crew just got split up. So things aren't looking fantastic. Either he'll almost die and Luffy will save him, or he will die and Luffy will see it. And that would work wonders for his character development. It's kind of like how the hero's journey and anime protagonists always have orphans or people who are estranged from their parents. And I think so far Ace and Garp are the two most parental figures that we've seen for Luffy. But that would also mean that Garp is in trouble too. This was a fantastic arc. It made me feel emotions. Predominantly negative emotions, but emotions nonetheless. Once again, I've been Meanie Mosey. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I shall see y'all in the next arc. Bye.
You're hungry to be wrong, I was strong, and I learned how to get along, and though you're back from outer space, that's how to look upon your face. Okay. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. I am back. A month is a long time. Did y'all know how long a month is? A lot has changed. I got a bookshelf. I've decorated it. I got more manga and junk. I got a sweatshirt. It's nice. I have One Piece merch now. I'm very happy. Welcome to my Amazon Lily video. I took a vote last time, and it was actually really close whether or not I should just skip over Amazon Lily and go straight into Impel Down. But a lot of you, it was a little bit over half, a little bit over half of you said to put some respect on Amazon Lily. So here I am talking about Amazon Lily. This was a short arc. It was 11 chapters. They're translated into 14 episodes. So naturally, there's not much to talk about here. At least that's what I thought. Good old reader Meanie went around and found stuff to talk about. So now I just have like a whole list of stuff to talk about this arc, and it's a lot longer than I expected it to be, but that's fine because we're gonna get through it. Amazon Lily was kind of basic for me. The reason why is because for the most part, Amazon Lily was exactly what I expected it to be. In this video, I'll discuss Amazon Lily, Snakes and Stones and Lust Oh My, Punishment and Protection, Boa Hancock, Luffy Alone, Luffy's Kindness, Hockey, The Secret, Love, and Luffy's Ignorance, which is a very common theme lately. But before we get into that, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Tell all your friends that your favorite YouTuber is back and posting again. Let's get into it. So when Luffy gets banished by Kuma, he ends up on Amazon Lily, which is One Piece's take on the all-female island. This island is not an uncommon place for heroes to end up. I've seen it several times before. There's Circe's Island in the Odyssey. There's Themyscira and Wonder Woman, several others. It's a thing. It's a thing. You have the all-female island episode in like every show or whatever. Amazon Lily happens to be inhabited by the Kuja tribe, and it's an all-female group. Men are forbidden from coming here. You've seen it before. The One Piece unique thing about Amazon Lily is that it is located within the calm belt, where the water is completely still and full of sea king will eat you. That presents a problem for Luffy, whose immediate desire is to get off the island to go find his crew, and that's what I want him to do too. Compared to other islands like Long Ring Longland and Water 7, Amazon Lily comes across as pretty basic just because it's been done so many times before. The issue with doing everything amazing all the time is that when you do something and it's good, it seems lacking. The main thing that I liked about Amazon Lily, about the island, was the incorporation of snakes. First, you have the biblical aspect of the imagery of snakes and women. The story of Adam and Eve, where Eve is tempted by the snake to eat from the tree of knowledge. And my point with that is that women have had a history with snakes since the beginning of time. So we definitely have some archetypical imagery going on here. We get to Amazon Lily, this garden-like island. There are women and no men and snakes, and they're all living in this tribe, and everything still seems really ancient, which I guess is to be expected when you're living in the Calm Belt and no one can get to you to import goods and all that kind of junk. After that, you have the aspects of the story that are from Greek mythology, specifically the story of Medusa and her sister. The story goes that Medusa was raped by Poseidon in Athena's temple, the Parthenon. Athena then turns Medusa and her sisters into gorgons, or creatures with snakes for hair, turn all those who look at them into stone. And some say that Athena did this to punish Medusa because she couldn't punish Poseidon because Poseidon was above her and her temple was defiled and she needed to do something about the situation. And others say that Athena did this to protect Medusa so that Medusa would never have to bear another sexual attack and she could physically protect herself by turning people who look at her into stone. I want you to hold on to those ideas of punishment and protection. So come to One Piece, and you have the three Gorgon sisters of the Boa family. You have Sandersonia and Marigold, who can turn into an anaconda and a cobra respectively. And lastly, but not leastly, there's Hancock, who has the love fruit, and she can petrify anyone who has a lustful thought towards her. And it seems like the love fruit would have a power that would cause people to fall in love with you or make people fall in love with others, kind of like a Cupid type of situation. It's interesting that this was the power of the love fruit, that instead you can turn it outward and use it to punish people who lust after you. I'd like to know, like, is there anything else that the power that the love fruit can do? Because it seems like it could do more than that. These three powers include all of the elements of the story of Medusa, with the snakes, the sisters, and the petrification. Plus, the three Boa sisters are using the very story of the Gorgon as a way to protect their secret and their shame, just like Medusa and her sisters were given a way to physically protect themselves through snakes and petrification. So, punishment or protection. There are different ways we can look at this. Let's look at Greek mythology first. Medusa's fate as a punishment is how I believe most people view the story nowadays, kind of how I viewed it for a while. I did research for this video, so looking back, I was like, oh, there's a whole nother aspect to it. Viewing it as a punishment, you look at Medusa and you see that she can no longer interact with society because whoever she looks at turns to stone, and it's something that she can't turn off. Looking at her fate as a form of protection is entirely different. And this is all, I guess, just based on whether or not she can turn it on or turn it off. If it's protection, then maybe she just wants to be left alone. In One Piece with the Boa sisters, they were force-fed their devil fruits by the celestial dragons as a punishment, but after escaping, they've gone and turned that punishment into protection, power, and strength, making them the strongest and therefore the most beautiful women on Amazon Lily, which is funny because the reason behind their strength is actually their biggest weakness. So let's talk about Boa Hancock. Boa was introduced in this arc. I'd heard about her, I'd seen her before, I knew she was going to be important in some capacity, I knew she was going to be an ally. I actually thought she was going to be a Straw Hat. With that in mind, I was watching her thinking, how the heck is this woman going to become a Straw Hat pirate? And I thought of a number of reasons why it would not be possible. One, she's a warlord of the sea. So that's a severe demotion from being a warlord to being a crewmate on a newcomer ship. Two, she's the queen of a nation. So is she just going to leave her people? I don't see that happen. I didn't see that happening. And three, she's an awful person. We all know that the Straw Hats are Straw Hats because they're good, and Luffy sees that goodness in him and them. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but no, I'm not overthinking it. Luffy sees that they're good people and he accepts them onto his crew. or that they're cool people and they turn out to be good people. No, Hancock is awful. Not only does she do horrible things, but she does them with the awareness that she will be forgiven because of her beauty. She shows up, she's like kicking puppies and kittens out of the way and junk. She did use the word chicanery though, so I do like that word. I like the word chicanery. But I realize that the more cruel that they make her, the more drastic the effect that Luffy has on her will seem. So let's talk about Luffy. So this is one of the first times that we're seeing Luffy on his own, uninhibited by the influence of other people's decisions and opinions. Not that they ever made a big impact to begin with. When Luffy first came in, we were introduced to him through Kobe's eyes. Like, he's never been more alone to the audience as he is in this arc right now. So I'm really happy that we get to see him like this. We're finding out that it's not like we're finding it out for the first time, but we're really seeing it, that Luffy doesn't act with his brain, he acts with his heart. When he's surrounded by people who think all the time, he seems dumb by comparison, but when he's alone, his kindness really shines through. I knew it was there, but in this arc it was presented to me in a way that I was able to get a really good look at it. We see that his childishness doesn't only translate to his actions, but also to an inherent childlike goodness and innocence that takes other people by surprise, specifically Boa Hancock. I need some water. My mouth is getting dry. Wow. Hancock was surprised when she tried to petrify Luffy, only to find out that he didn't show any lust towards her. He was actually thinking about Foxy's slow beam, which is hilarious. She was surprised when he decided to move the statues of the women who helped him out of the way before the battle so that they wouldn't get smashed. Not even fully knowing whether or not they could be turned back into humans, but hoping. She was surprised that in the midst of a battle to the death, that Luffy chose to protect her and her sister's secret by covering up Sandersonia's back before it got exposed. He could have let it show. He could have let their whole entire society collapse and just let their secret out. But he didn't. Luffy's always been one to protect things that are important to other people, especially his friends. But in this case, we show that he extends that kindness towards his adversaries as well. And I'm thinking about like different times when he's protected things that he didn't necessarily care about, but what other people did. Shoo the dog and his little thing of dog food. Vivi and Alabasta. And he also surprised Boa. He won the battle and she's like, okay, you can either go back on your ship or you can save these women. And he's like, oh, thank goodness I can save the women. He's just like testing him and he's like passing every test because he's just a good dude. During that battle, Luffy showed off his haki. So probably one of the most important aspects of this arc is that we get a good look at haki. So at this point, haki doesn't seem like something that Luffy has any control over, but it comes out during high emotional moments for him. And when it does, it's incredibly powerful. They mentioned that he has the Conqueror's Spirit, which is something that they said Hancock also has. But the Kuja tribe finds out about Luffy's haki when one of the sisters is about to crush Marguerite's statue and Luffy says stop, and then he makes the whole stadium pass out. So this kind of got me wondering, was Luffy's haki kicked in at the end of Sabaody Archipelago? There's so much about it that I don't know, but I'm thinking about it like Nin from Hunter x Hunter. It must give off different feelings based on the emotions of the person that it's coming from. In the stadium, Luffy was angry, but in Sabaody, Luffy was terrified and maybe sad and just like, I don't know. I assume at some point he'll get a mentor to teach him about it, maybe Rayleigh. That's the only person that I'm thinking could teach him about haki. Hancock trusts Luffy enough to tell him her deepest, darkest secret, that she and her sisters were once enslaved by celestial dragons and branded with the hoof of the celestial dragon, in case you were wondering if the celestial dragons had always been trash. Yes, but she mentions Fisher Tiger and the Sun Pirates, which sounds like a really cool 80s band, and she talks about how all the fishmen turn their brands into their own symbols of the sun, and I'm sure Fisher Tiger will come up later. She says that he's dead, but we hear about him from this arc. All that we know so far is that he climbed the Red Line with his bare hands and infiltrated Marijois and freed all the slaves. And I wonder who else that we've heard about who's climbed up a mountain with their bare hands. Anyway, Luffy's ignorance. At the very end, Luffy learns while Granignon is reading a newspaper that Ace is going to be executed in 6 days. 6 days. And that he needs to leave to go to Impel Down immediately. And it's crazy that he didn't know this whole time, but it's also very much in character for him, which is infuriating, but Hancock has fallen sick, which reminds me of Prince Zuko's change in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Spoilers if you haven't seen that, go watch it. But she's facing a drastic shift in character. Plus, she's in love with Luffy, which sucks for her because Luffy has no capacity to love her back anytime soon or even realize her feelings for him in that matter, like, ever. Like, I don't see it ever happening. I think that's gonna be a one-sided thing for a very long time, and that's funny to me. So my predictions and theories. I think Kuma sent these Straw Hats to their various locations on purpose. I saw where they all ended up, and given where they ended up, I think Kuma's an ally. So he sent Nami to that weather island where she can get stronger. He sent Frankie to a mechanical island where I think it said Dr. Vegapunk was. He sent Sanji to the Kamabaka Queendom where maybe he'll get over his obsession with women, or maybe it will get worse. Either way, he's not having a good time right now. He says he's literally in hell, and so on. I think it's all very intentional because he sent Luffy to where a warlord of the sea would be. So he knows the other warlords. He knows these people. So maybe he had a feeling about Hancock that she would end up helping Luffy, or that Luffy would be strong enough to prove himself to her. Or Kuma's an ally. He believes, like, if he did intentionally send Luffy to Amazon Lily, he knew that Luffy would be able to get out of Amazon Lily. So he believes in Luffy and he's a friend. I don't think that Luffy will make it to Impel Down in time. I am totally sure he's gonna miss Ace. They say that they'll execute Ace at Marineford, so I don't think Luffy will save him until the last possible second. You gave a location. You can't just give a location and not go to that location. So this was a good arc. I found more to talk about than I initially thought. It was an incredibly familiar trope that Oda put a little Greek mythology something on, and it ended up dashing forward into the next arc, which is very good. But I'm really excited about where everything is going. I think it's going to be a nail biter in this next arc. I think it's gonna be pretty stressful, just like Sabaody gave me a stomach ache, and I bet this one was just like breathe for 2 seconds and then keep running again. As always, I've been Meanie Mosey. Thank you so much for watching this video. I am happy to be back, and I will catch you all in Impel Down. Bye. Okay. Before I get into it, y'all have to see this. Look at what my friend got me. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel where I talk about anime and I do anime related things. Welcome to my review on Impel Down. There's no need for an intro, you know what you're here for. I'm going to talk about the prison level naming and world building, the perfection of the whole entire plot, Luffy's kindness, Luffy's lifespan, Luffy's determination, Bond Clay, miracles, allies of common interest, Hanny's last stand, I like to call him Hanny, Hannibal's last stand, Blackbeard spilling black tea, Luffy's desire to save everyone and their escape, the aftermath, who all is going to be at the war, and predictions at the very end. Prison level naming and world building. Another great world from Oda. What a shocker. 5 different levels of different kinds of hell, but wait, there are actually 6 levels, and level 5.5 isn't even part of the prison. It's kind of like this oasis of freedom within the prison. The names of the levels are really straightforward. Level 2 is literally called Cursed Beast from Hell, and there are cursed beasts from hell walking around the level eating up people. That's just funny. And I liked how the lower levels affected the levels above them. For example, level 4 was burning heat hell, and they had a boiling lake of blood. Nice little fun things. Level 4 was so hot that it affected level 3 above it, and level 3 was incredibly hot and there was sand everywhere. It was dry, it looked like the desert, but wait, it's not sand, it's actually the dried up remains of dead prisoners. So that's genius. Moving on, plot perfection. This is the 3rd rescue mission that we're seeing in One Piece, 4th if you include Thriller Bark. But Oda is so talented that this does not feel like anything that we've seen before. A standard rescue mission would go something like, let's go save this person. Like, for example, in Enies Lobby, they're like, let's go save Robin. And so they're fighting tougher and tougher people, and it continues to escalate, and they overcome obstacles until finally they're able to save Robin and escape. Mary was there, I cried. In this one, in Impel Down, rather than a gradual increase in progress, this one had so many highs and lows, and in Impel Down they said let's go save Ace. So Luffy's going to go save Ace, and he's encountering tougher and tougher enemies, and then he gets beaten in the middle of the arc by Magellan. The plot shifts, and it's like, let's save Luffy so Luffy can save Ace, or let's save Luffy just to keep him alive at this point. And there are appropriate consequences for Luffy's expedited recovery, which I'll get into later. But the most important one is that they run out of time to reach Ace while he's in Impel Down. So this arc ends with the main goal of let's go save Ace being entirely unresolved, and yet the arc is complete. Luffy comes out of the prison with new and powerful allies. Impel Down is left a hot mess, and my stress levels are at an all-time high. Luffy's kindness with Buggy and Mr. 3. Luffy teams up with Mr. 3 from Baroque Works and Buggy the Clown, who is now rocking an Ariana Grande ponytail, and the whole entire time Mr. 3 and Buggy are using Luffy as a means to clear out obstacles, and they keep making false promises to him until they can find a way to escape the prison. Luffy exists in a world of thieving pirates, and he still thinks that people's word means something. And the fact that Luffy trusts Buggy and 3 instead of treating them like the plotting traitors that they're trying to be makes them want to do right by him. The main thing was like that armband that Luffy had that he gave to Buggy, which was actually like a treasure map. I knew that armband was important. I'm just calling it. I knew it. I knew it was gonna come up again. It's funny how they keep falling into helping him, and their whole entire team dynamic is another aspect of what I love about this arc specifically, because usually the members of the rescue team are all on the same page, but Luffy is trying to save his brother while Mr. 3 and Buggy are just like, we do not want to be here. And Luffy's like, oh, so you're not helping me? They're like, no! Luffy's lifespan. Luffy's running through Impel Down fighting all the baddies, and he keeps whipping out second gear like it's no big deal. And when second and third gear were introduced, Chopper told Luffy, that's bad for you. Probably shouldn't do that, it's gonna shorten your life. And now second and third gear are pretty common moves that Luffy uses to fight with, and we get to the point when Luffy needs to be healed by Eva, and Eva's like, this will take 10 years off of your life, and Luffy's like, I gotta save Ace. That's my Luffy impersonation apparently. So boom, 10 years gone. Said all that to say, I don't think that Luffy will live to be very old. These warnings are being set up and Luffy is ignoring them, and so now the entire story of One Piece cannot end without Luffy facing the consequences of the decisions that he's making right now. Will he find the One Piece? He better. Will he die trying? He also said that he's okay with that. Either way, I know this is a very, very long story, and I don't even think that I'm halfway done, but there are 3 things that I've kept track of that need to happen before the story of One Piece ends. Number 1, the Straw Hat Pirates need to reconnect with Laboon. They need to go find the whale, keep their promise. 2, the One Piece has to be found by somebody. Hopefully Luffy, but it needs to be found. Then number 3, Luffy has to encounter the consequences of his shortened lifespan, whether that be through sickness or death. Yeah, those 3 things gotta happen. Luffy's determination. Eva telling him this is nothing new. People have been telling Luffy what he can and can't do throughout the whole entire series. Luffy, you can't beat Crocodile. He's a warlord. Luffy, you can't fly a boat into a sky. That's gravity. Luffy, you can't beat up a celestial dragon. So when all these people tell him, Luffy, you can't save Ace, he's like, thanks, where are the stairs? He's reckless with how determined he is. And when he's fighting Magellan, he gets to a point when he realizes he can't beat this dude without getting poison on him, so he decides to sacrifice his arms. And I'm like, Deku, is that you? Because he's like so self-sacrificial. And a big part of Luffy getting into Impel Down and back out again was just sheer willpower and determination. And by the end of the arc, he's running on only adrenaline and willpower. Also, Luffy is still determined, just as determined as he's ever been, to defend his friends. When he's on the brink of death in level 5, he's unconscious, bruh. And Bon Clay starts getting attacked by those ugly dogs. And then Luffy stands up and yells at, no, he stands up and he bites one. He bites a dog. And he uses his haki to make all of them pass out, even though he's like not even conscious, not even aware of like what he's necessarily doing. This dude's sheer like determination to just protect the people that he cares about transcends his consciousness. It's just like in every fiber of his being, Luffy protects. He's such a great character. Say if like 30%, a huge chunk, 30% of Luffy's getting in and out of Impel Down was through sheer willpower. At least 60% of what's left has to be because of Bon Clay, and like the rest is like due to the hormones and different stuff like that. Bon Clay played a huge role in this arc. So I kind of forgot that the Straw Hats ended on good terms with Bon Clay, despite being on opposing sides initially, because this is all the way back in Alabasta. So it was nice. It was really nice. It was actually like really nice to see someone looking out for Luffy when the crew was away. Bon Clay first rolled up as Zoro, which had me confused for a second, but we're good. And he was the first person that when Luffy told him, I'm going down to level 5 to save my brother, Bon Clay was like, alright, bet, I'm coming with you. I got someone else I want to save too. At that same level of insanity, to roam around Impel Down, not with the desire to get out, but to go further in. He went with Luffy wherever he could. He helped Luffy beat that Mukau Minotaurus. When he saw Luffy fighting Magellan, he said, nope, sorry. And like, that moment, I really liked it because like, you have all these anime characters who are like super strong and they're like always trying to prove how strong they are. And Bon Clay in this moment, he's fighting to be strong, but he's like, I cannot beat him. And he runs away, he's apologizing, but he goes to do what he can do. And he goes to stir up mess somewhere else by impersonating Hannibal and making his way down to level 5 so that he can pick Luffy up when Luffy's fight ends poorly like he knew it would. He found a way to be there for Luffy, pick him up on level 5. He walks shirtless through a frozen tundra. Why? Because Luffy is his friend. And I'm thinking, is this the power of friendship? Because this is definitely a situation in which it's done correctly. I always hear about the power of friendship and how it's like, just like a cop-out, like, oh, they saved the day because of the power of friendship. Yeah, I think it's done correctly here. And I don't know, I was getting serious Straw Hat vibes from Bon Clay. I don't know. Hey, what are you doing after the war? You want to come join my crew? So anyway, miracles. They meet Eva, the miracle worker, and Eva decides to save Luffy because despite the state that Luffy was in, he was begging for Eva to save Bon Clay, which is similar to Drum Island after Luffy climbs up that wall and begs Dr. Kureha to save Sanji and Nami, even though Luffy was destroyed. Miracles are hard to write. The easy route is to pull a Deus Ex Machina and say that Luffy was able to withstand the poison because he's built different, because he's a rubber man. But that's not how Oda does things. This miracle of bringing Luffy to the brink of death and back again worked for a few different reasons. Number one, it respects Magellan's power as a prison warden, as the prison warden of One Piece. So what kind of warden would Magellan be if he couldn't solo a rookie pirate? His poison is strong enough to incapacitate and kill, and Luffy is no exception. And there are appropriate consequences for Luffy's expedited recovery, which I'll get into later. Number two, there was a price to be paid in both the short term and the long term. The long term is that 10 years are taken off of Luffy's life. The short term is that Luffy spends 10 hours healing from this, which is 10 hours in which he could have been saving Ace, but 10 hours are gone. And number three, the third reason why this miracle worked is that the miracle and the fact that there was more to it than just saving Luffy was acknowledged. Eva was introduced as a miracle worker, and Bon Clay was pleading for Eva to fix Luffy, and Eva was like, what do you think I'm doing? I am fixing him. You can call me a miracle worker or whatever the heck you want, but in the end, the people I help have to want it. He said miracles only happen for those with the determination to never stop trying, and that is such an anime thing to say, and this show is so real for that, and I love it. When Bon heard that Luffy was fighting for his life in that room alone, chained up, he goes to motivate Luffy despite being in pain himself. And the one thing that would have just like sent me would be is if Bon Clay started using the voices of the other Straw Hats to call out to Luffy and cheer him on. Like I don't know if it would have been worse than Mary, but like the tears would be there. I watched this part in sub actually a little bit too. He's just shouting like Gambare and like whatever the heck, and I was just like, oh my gosh, he's wrecking himself. Like, cause he cares so much, and I'm just like, this, like, he's like bleeding from the mouth and everything, just like his throat is just jacked up. Cause like at this point, like words are like the only thing that Luffy is holding on to in order to like, it could go either way. Oh, he almost died. I always say that words have meaning in this story, and Bon Clay is just shouting words of encouragement to Luffy, and that just like, because like in the end, like words, like mere words mattered, and mere words are what Luffy was able to hold on to in order to recover. And then when he finally does recover and you see all that blood come out from the door, it was like, oh, first thing he wants is food, obviously, and then he goes and he eats so much that he can barely fit through the door. It was probably best that Bon Clay didn't use the other Straw Hats voices, even though that's what I would have wanted, to give Luffy false hope and whatnot in a dire circumstance, and that's beside the point. Allies of common interest. So Luffy's gathered up this little pseudo team to go and escape from the prison, because they're all down there at level 6, kind of like planning what's next. Ace is gone, and the Crocodile's like, let me out, I can help you. And so like they let him out because apparently Eva has some dirt on him that's enough to like keep him on a leash. And like I think Luffy's like, I beat him once, I can beat him again. And then Jinbei, it's either Jinbei or Jinbei, I'm not sure, but it sounds close enough that you can't tell what I'm saying. So Jinbei was like, I beg of you, let me out, I'll help you. And Jinbei seems like a pretty good dude, so I like him already. But he was Ace's cellmate, and you already know this, why am I telling you this? Luffy's gathered this team that consists of Jinbei, Crocodile, Eva, and Inazuma, who has a pretty cool snip power, which I think is pretty dope. Jinbei's goal is to just stop the war. Luffy wants to save his brother, Crocodile wants to kill Whitebeard, and Eva is kind of just like, it's time, and decides to leave. Crocodile's goal directly conflicts with Jinbei's goal, but in that moment all of them have the common goal to get out of Impel Down, so they're all able to work together civilly. What? So Hannibal's last stand, Hanny's last stand. They're trying to head up to level 3, and Hannibal pulls a Gandalf you shall not pass. Luffy absolutely wrecks him, but Hannibal perseveres, and I really liked Hannibal. I thought he was funny. I like the running joke that he's coming from Magellan's job, and the decisions that he make in his entire character reflect that he wants to be the warden. So he's like, okay, what, like, will I be held responsible for this, or will this be Magellan's responsibility? And if it's Magellan's fault, then Hannibal doesn't really care what happens. And so I like that in the end, he and Magellan's character dynamic shifts from blatant animosity to mutual respect, where Hannibal respects Magellan's authority and Magellan acknowledges Hannibal as a worthy successor because he fought so hard and got beaten anyway. But at this point in the story, Hannibal is kind of acting like an anime protagonist with how much he keeps getting back up. He remains standing because of his convictions, putting Luffy and all other pirates in a different light as criminals because he's a prison warden. He sees all of the prisoners as criminals, unlike us. In Hannibal's mind, he's protecting citizens by standing up, and he's maintaining world order. And we know that Luffy is not out to terrorize random civilians. Luffy just wants freedom and the One Piece. And besides, the government is probably more corrupt than anything, but Hannibal doesn't know that. So I respect his motives and his ignorance. At some point around there, this doesn't really fit into any specific category. At some point around here, they let former prison warden Shiryu out because they figure that he can help them clean up the mess that is going on in the prison right now. Shiryu was Shiryu was locked up initially because he just didn't give a crap. He was just killing prisoners because he wanted to, and they're like, you can't do that. And so they locked him up, and now they're letting him back out, and they're like, hey, help us, prison warden. And he's like, I think I kind of just want to go, like, kill some people. And so as soon as they open the door, immediate consequences. He starts killing people. So now this dude is loose in the prison. That's a thing that's happening. Blackbeard shows up, surprise, surprise. Just wants to go where the drama is, apparently. He then proceeds to unleash a series of plot twists that aren't exactly plot twists. They're just stuff that I forgot about. Like the fact that he was at Jaya. He was that random dude at the bar talking about dreams and whatnot, and then he tells Luffy a whole bunch of stuff that Luffy does not need to be hearing right now, pretty much saying that Luffy could have been the one in Ace's place if Ace hadn't saved him before, just riling him up at this point. And then Jinbei's like, hey, Luffy's upset, Luffy's pissed off, Luffy's about to just spend all of his time fighting Blackbeard. And Jinbei's like, hey, Luffy, let's take this energy and let's go save your brother. After that, Blackbeard's gonna try talking about Skypeia with Luffy like they're friends and he didn't just set up his brother for death. Like, how dare you, sir? How dare you? Luffy's desire to save everyone and the escape and Bon Clay Part 2, I suppose. Throughout this whole entire thing, it does not take much for Luffy to get sidetracked. If they leave anyone behind, Luffy wants to turn around and save them despite the ticking time clock of Ace's execution. It's kind of like meat dangling in his face if like you're on the way to a restaurant and they're like, here's some food right here. And he's like, all right, let's eat. And then they're like, no, Luffy, go somewhere else. The whole entire escape was awesome. The way it was set up, the way that there were no ships out there when they initially left and everything like that, that was all fantastic. They're getting chased out of the prison by Magellan's red venom demon, and at this point I just feel sorry for the toilet that man is surely going to destroy when he's through with all of this. Bon and Jinbei had to trick Luffy into leaving Bon behind so that he could open the gates of justice. Bon, of course, impersonating Magellan so he can give the order, thus solidifying his position as MVP of this arc. I know he's not dead. I know that Bon Clay is not dead, but he's the only prisoner left in that prison. I'm pretty sure they freed everybody else, and so like, I don't know how he's gonna survive. I don't know what they're gonna do, but he's not dead. That's too vague. Luffy's not happy that they left Bon behind. He lost his crew and now he's leaving a good friend of his to an uncertain demise. He points out that this is just like the last time that Bon sacrificed himself to save Luffy and his crew, and I'm glad that Luffy pointed that out because I would have forgotten. That seeing how torn up Luffy was about that, and like how we just had to suck it up and just say thank you for once. I mean, he says thank you, but like as far as like other people saving him, I don't think he likes that too much. I think he'd rather be the saver. Crying over Bon Clay was not on my One Piece bingo card. The aftermath. We end this arc with the ship heading towards Navy headquarters at Marineford. Poor Buggy and Mr. 3 were so clued out they didn't even know that they were heading straight for war. After that, they thought they were going to get dropped off at home. They thought they were going to go get food or something. Buggy also appears to be Forrest Gumping his way to success as a pirate. The Navy has identified him as one of the ringleaders to the prison breakout, and all of the freed prisoners are loyal to him now. They call him Captain Buggy, and he's just soaking it all in, so we love to see that. Everyone on the ship has different goals now, but they all still have the one common goal of getting to Marineford, so they're not fighting amongst themselves. Impel Down has been made a mockery of, and Luffy holds up his reputation of being a catastrophic force of nature to every government building that he steps in. And there are 4 hours until Ace is executed. 4 hours. So who all is going to be there? There are 7 warlords. You have Jinbei, Kuma, Boa Hancock, Mihawks, Moria, Doflamingo, and Blackbeard. For the Marines, there's Admiral Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and there is a dude with like a baseball hat on and a flower shirt. Hasn't said a single word. I don't think we met him before, but he was in the meeting with Sengoku and Garp when Garp was laughing about his kids destroying the entire world and he was eating chips. And for the pirates, there's Whitebeard, Eva, Luffy, and they mentioned that Shanks was doing something, but I don't know if they said, I forgot if they said that Shanks was heading over there or that Shanks was causing mess somewhere else. So on Team Luffy, I think that because Luffy, like, despite all these people, there are several people who are going to be on Luffy's side. So on Team Luffy, I think we'll obviously have Jinbei and Eva, Boa Hancock, Whitebeard, because they're both trying to save Ace. I don't know anything about Whitebeard, but I know that they have the common goal. They have no reason to fight. Why would Luffy fight Whitebeard? Anyway, maybe on Luffy's side is Kuma, because I think Kuma's a good dude. I think Kuma sent people places on purpose, and I think Kuma is on the Straw Hat side. Mihawks, because he likes Zoro, or he's not friends with Zoro, but they fought once, and he respects Zoro as a upcoming swordsman, and Zoro's on Luffy's crew, so maybe Mihawks. I know that's a stretch. And Garp. If Garp cares about his grandsons more than he cares about his job, and it doesn't seem like he takes his job that seriously. And also Shanks if Shanks shows up. So the ops are going to be, for sure, Sengoku, Kizaru, Moria, Aokiji, Crocodile if Luffy crosses his path. If Luffy gets in Crocodile's way of trying to kill Whitebeard, then Crocodile is gonna try and get Luffy immediately. So Blackbeard is at Impel Down, so I don't think he's gonna be there because he's doing random mess in Impel Down, teaming up with Shiryu and all that stuff. Doflamingo, I don't know who that is. Random marine guy who has been with the big shots but hasn't said anything. I don't know what he's gonna do. He's probably not good. But yeah, let's go into my prediction. Let me put on my prediction hat. I knew they weren't going to rescue Ace from Impel Down. I knew it. I called it. I said it. You can quote me on it. I'm going to pull up a video clip right here, and it's going to say they're not going to rescue Ace from Impel Down. They're not going to rescue Ace from Impel Down. That's what the video clip is going to say. I've been saying that you don't mention the gallows and not have someone on the gallows. Ace is heading to the gallows right now. He's going to get chained up. They're going to be standing next to him with their little swords crossed like they do. You don't toss around Whitebeard in a war without actually starting the war. How boring would that be if they're like, oh my gosh, remember that war that almost happened, but you saved the day, Luffy, so it didn't happen? No, there's going to be a war. I know this. I think that Luffy will have enough people that are for him in order to put up a good fight and save his brother, but it won't Of course it won't be until the very last minute. With all the stuff that Luffy has gone through and is going through right now, just running on adrenaline and just like still very, very, very much wounded, trying to get through all of this. If Ace got executed at the end of all this, that would be complete ass. So I think he's going, I am an optimist. I think Luffy's gonna save him. It's gonna be real close. It's gonna be like 3, 2, 1 close. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's going to happen. And it scares me. I don't know what else to say at this point. I don't know what else to say. But thank you so much for watching. Oh, the hat's from Steady Hands, by the way. It's cute, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you so much for watching. I hope Ace doesn't die. I'll catch you guys next time. I'm Meanie Mosey. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you at Marineford. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. All right, what time is it? It is time to get started. This is the Marineford video. I don't even know where to begin with this. I have a way that I want to talk about everything, but I'm going to talk about everything that I want to talk about. So it's probably in your best interest to get a snack, get a drink, get something to occupy your time. I'm going to talk about all the stuff. So with that being said, if you've been watching all of my previous videos, you'll know that I'm a character girl. I like to talk about the characters more so than the action and the plot, and this is a war arc, but there's still a lot of character stuff going on in addition to the action parts. But I am going to go character by character. So I'll do a general overview of the plot and my favorite moments while I'm talking about the characters specifically. So we're going to start off with the viewers of the war. We start off seeing that the war is being broadcast to the whole entire world. East Blue, West Blue, all the blues, the Grand Line. And the main place that we're getting an audience perspective is Sabaody next door to Marineford. I still hate those bubbles. The noise that they make has me stressed out every time they go to check on them. I'm glad that the audience perspective was provided. We saw real people putting their faith in the Marines because pirates are bad, right? We got to see how the different revelations throughout the war were handled, and in the end, when the Marines won, we saw how the news was taken and how those watching the video footage had different reaction than those just hearing the news. Moving on. Ace Part 1. So we kick off things with the biggest of bangs. Ace is Goldie Roger's son, and the story of how his mother held him inside her womb for 20 months and how Roger took his fatherhood and told Garp, tag, you're it. I didn't see that coming. I figured Gold Roger would play some active role in the story other than being just a legend, but I did not think that his son would be Luffy's chosen brother, who we already met before. So a couple of things. Gold Roger was the king of the pirates, so that means Ace is a prince, or was a prince. His mother, Portgas D. Rouge, also had a D in her name, and I don't know what that's all about. And Ace grew up hating his father, like absolutely hating him. So my question is, why did he become a pirate? There are also some similarities between Ace and Robin. Robin grew up being hunted down because of who she was. Ace grew up being hidden because of who he was. Both of them had to struggle with whether their existence was a good. Robin kept her distress internal by running away from people and not getting attached, while Ace exhibited it externally, picking fight, instigating, and making a name for himself as a pirate. I want those two to have a conversation, but at this point it might not happen. I don't remember if they met in Alabasta, but I know that Robin was working with Crocodile at the time, but like they have a lot of similarities and I want them to talk and like be like sad people together. But Ace isn't really doing much of anything anymore now, is he? Garp Part 1. Garp stuck with the Marines initially, and by that I mean by the time he finally got pissed it was too late, but dang, Garp was sitting there torn the whole entire time. Yes, I suppose Garp was a Marine before Ace and Luffy became pirates, and honestly, what could Garp have done in order to solve anything in this situation? I guess that's why he's like, I told y'all that you should have become Marines. He kind of took the whole look what you made me do approach to the whole entire situation, and when Luffy was getting closer to Ace, Garp went and stood in Luffy's way, and then he got decked for it. I don't know what I expected with Garp in this arc. He'd been protecting the boys since their childhood, but like as soon as they got caught, all of a sudden there was nothing else that he could do. So the Marines. The Marines are there, led by Sengoku. Everyone we know is there. Smoker, Sentomaru, Kobe, Helmeppo. Some people we didn't know, like that old lady who was standing next to Garp and seems pretty cool. She just stood there and made comments the whole time, and I don't know, she seems like a cool little lady. I wonder who she is. But they had some giants who ended up being pretty darn useless, and overall they had a strategy when it came to dealing with the pirates, and it was pretty much using Ace for bait for Whitebeard and his allies to lure them in, and then execute Ace and kill all of the other pirates who went to save him as well. You have the opposing side, the pirates. Evidently the Whitebeard pirates included Whitebeard and all of his allies. And side note, I watched a little bit of sub for this. Shirohige, Shibukai, Mugiwara, I got you, yo entiendo. You can put all those in the comments, I understand. But there were a lot of pirates there, and the way they all rolled up into the bay, the plaza, wherever, the way they all showed up there was super cool because they had their ship coded and then they popped up, and their strategy was basically to follow Whitebeard and save Ace. So the warlords, the somewhat third middle ground side of the war, no matter who won or lost in this war, the warlords had nothing to gain or lose really. They were just there for support. I'll talk more about all of them later, but while I'm here, I'm wondering what the purpose is for the lore wards. I'm wondering what the purpose is for the warlords. If the Marines have powerful admirals, then what's the point of working with the pirates in any capacity? Like, alright, these 7 pirates are the only pirates allowed to pirate. Why would anyone agree to be a warlord if it meant being a traitor to all of their fellow pirates? And I know there's the idea of like controlling piracy, but couldn't they just add more admirals, or actually that might dilute the importance or the status of the admirals, given that there are only 3 of them right now. But anyway, like, here are the 7 warlords of the sea, a group of incredibly powerful individuals that we're working with, who may or may not do what we tell them to. Or maybe it's that not all of them are pirates. I don't think Kuma has a pirate crew. Mihawk has a little boat that only fits him. Maybe they're all just really strong non-Marines, and some of them happen to be pirates, and the Marines just happen to look the other way because, you know, they're pretty good at that. I'm not like saying that the warlords have no purpose, but I'm just kind of wondering what the purpose is at this point, because they were all kind of just there doing their own thing, and like they add a cool aspect to the story of like these people with their own morals and stuff that kind of like work for the I'm wondering why the warlords exist. I don't know if that's a question that's gonna get answered, but Oda's good at answering questions like that, so maybe I'll figure it out. Aokiji. I think Aokiji is the coolest admiral, pun 100% intended. He gives me the I don't know, I just work here vibes, while Kizaru and Akayunu seem to have pretty personal vendettas against the pirates. Aokiji was kind of like, it's just business, and I like that about him. He of course played a critical role in freezing Whitebeard's initial tsunami attack and freezing the bay, kicking off the war with a showcase of power and setting the tone for what we should expect. Aokiji's interesting to me because he's had multiple occasions in which he could have taken down the Straw Hat, taking into account how powerful they could become, but he didn't because he's all slovenly justice with it. And then while I'm here, let's talk about Kizaru. I don't like him. He's got a stupid face and he's stupid powerful. He seemed to be enjoying the fight almost as much as Doflamingo. I rolled my eyes every time he showed up on screen. Kizaru's stinky. So annoying. They were fumbling with the key on the scaffold and whatever, and he just like pew, and like he just perfectly targeted. I have other people I want to direct my attention towards, like Oars Jr. and his stupid little hat. What a cute little story to pluck away at your heartstrings right before the Orchestra of Pain comes along and plays a concerto. Oars Jr. rolls up and he's got so much heart. He's massive and he dwarfs the Marines, even the Giants, and he cuts a pretty big path from the bay to the plaza, which is a big win for the pirates. But regardless, he got pretty quickly. But right when his initial attack seemed short-lived, later in the fight when the Marines tried to seal off the plaza and trap the pirates in the bay, it was Oars' body that stopped one of the gates from closing and allowed Luffy to get into the plaza, if I'm remembering correctly. And then he woke up again and pulled the Moby Dick through. Oars Jr. is MVP is all I'm saying. Moria was there also. Of course, he's the reason why we know about Oars Sr., and he's looking at Oars Jr. like he's a new toy for him to play with. But Moria seemed like he was fake happy to be there. Like if you're an introvert and you're out and about for once in your life and you're hanging out with friends and you'd rather be at home but you don't want to kill the vibe, so you try to feed off of the energy of the liveliest person in the room and you produce this artificial enthusiasm. Not that I have any experience with that at all. I feel like that's what Moria is doing. I feel like he's feeding off of Doflamingo's energy and pretending to be excited about the war, especially considering he got turned into a whoopee cushion on his own pirate ship a couple weeks back when he was already depressed. And the last thing I'd want to do if I were in his situation is head into a war where the person who whoopee cushioниfied me could potentially be there, but he didn't know that he was going to be there, but he saw that he was there and he was just like, oh my god, crap, the guy's there. And so anyway, then again, he's probably being forced to attend the war. I kind of felt bad for him because he seemed to be a bit out of his league since we'd seen him defeated. And it's in a different way than Crocodile, because Crocodile seemed to be kind of learning and doing his own thing, while Moria hadn't changed since we last saw him, despite him encountering an impactful event that should have changed him. But I felt a little bit bad for Moria, and then I heard his laugh and I'm like, ah, nah, forget it. Doflamingo, like I said, if anyone was genuinely happy to be there, it would be Doflamingo. We've seen him before in Skypeia, the little Bellamy pirate gang called him. I was so happy I remembered the name. But the Bellamy pirates, he's working with them in like some capacity, and he seems to have this puppet power where he can control other people, so that's fun. But he had his little monologue where he's like, justice will triumph because the winner will become justice. And you know, the whole like winner tells the history thing, and to think that like the world as we know it right now is someone else's worst nightmare. This further solidifies my point that the warlords were in the best position because they could fight against the pirates if they wanted to. They could fight against the Marines. Boa was fighting for her own self-interest just to protect Luffy. They were the only people on that battlefield who had free reign to secure an optimal outcome for themselves personally. Despite this, Mihawks was there to do his job, staying true to the agreement that he made with the Marines as a warlord of the sea. I was absolutely flabbergasted when Luffy was fighting him though. He stretched out his arms for an attack and then you saw them just like get cut off. I gasped audibly. I was like, it turns out he was imagining it, but still, that was wild. I had predicted that Mihawks would be on Luffy's side since he seems to be cool with Shanks and everything, but I guess the friend of his friend is not necessarily his friend, so he wouldn't fight Shanks when Shanks showed up. It's like cool to see that he doesn't have unconditional loyalty to the government as a warlord. Alright, Luffy part 1. He was pushing himself hard in this one. When they first showed up and the group that came from Impel Down was stuck on top of the frozen tsunami, Luffy was the one explaining how to get out of that situation, and that surprised me because he's usually gone during the explanation process. I don't think I've ever seen him explain a plan on his own even though it failed, it still goes to show just how serious he was taking that situation if he didn't just dive in head first like he normally does. But Luffy is going hard and he's getting hurt and his allies are carrying him through, which Mihawk points out one by one. He turns people into his allies, and that's a terrifying power. Yeah. So Luffy even got Whitebeard to put all of his forces behind him, and Whitebeard told his crew, make sure that kid gets out of here alive, which is a whole freaking lot, especially after just meeting Luffy. But Luffy is doing everything he can. Even when Ace is trying to push him away, he yells, Ace, you're my brother. Very much Nami, you're my friend. But Luffy said before taking more hormones from Eva that he'd rather die than leave the battlefield having not given everything that he could, or not doing every possible thing that he could. I didn't expect anything less from Luffy. He was outmatched several people over, but he had tenacity in his allies that pushed him through, and when Kobe got in his way, he absolutely yeeted him without looking back, and when Garp stood in front of him, he had to punch his grandpa. Absolutely nothing was stopping Luffy. Whitebeard also did his part to make sure that nothing was stopping Luffy. And Whitebeard has this godlike status in this world for 3 reasons. I'm excited to talk about this, but 1, Whitebeard is legendary. He's the strongest man alive, as people keep saying. Number 2, he's incredibly powerful. He ate the quake fruit. He started the war with a tsunami. I think he dug his fingers in and pulled on my computer screen at some point. And 3, his personality is probably the main reason why he's this godlike figure within this world. He calls all of his crew members his sons, and in Christianity, we believe that God is our heavenly father. So this familial relationship that Whitebeard had with all of his crew members is reminiscent of that to me. And there's also the act of going to get Ace. Whitebeard did not want to chase after Blackbeard for revenge after Blackbeard killed a crew member, but Ace insisted and left anyway. The Bible verse Matthew 18:12 says, if a man has 100 sheep and one of them wanders away, what will he do? Won't he leave the 99 on the hills and go out to search for the one that is lost? And if he finds it, I tell you the truth, he will rejoice over it more than the 99 that didn't wander away. It's just talking about leaving all the people who stayed and going to get the one that wandered away and get him back. Except, I guess, Whitebeard didn't leave the people, like he took them with him, but whatever. It relates. This relates to the story in which Ace is the sheep that wandered, and Whitebeard won't even let Ace say that it's his own fault. And lastly, there's the element of Whitebeard's forgiveness when Squard came to stab him in the chest and Whitebeard embraced him afterwards. So Squard was deceived by Akainu that Whitebeard made a deal with the Navy in order to get rid of all of his allies, which 1, why would you want to get rid of your allies? 2, why would Akainu tell Squard that if it was the truth and the plan? Nevertheless, it worked, and Squard was the first person in this war to injure Whitebeard. And Squard high-key irritated me for the rest of this arc because he was still tormenting himself even after Whitebeard forgave him, which is understandable why, but it doesn't make it any less irritating for me. Sengoku. So Sengoku is up there calling all the shots, being shady and telling him to turn the cameras off. His devil fruit power allows him to turn into this giant golden Buddha, and to me that power seemed kind of like the Colossal Titan from Attack on Titan, like he's this big huge thing that's just meant to wreck stuff, and there aren't many other practical ways to use it. I don't know, maybe we'll see more of it later, but if I may detour from talking about this arc for 1 second, we all know that Netflix is working on a live action One Piece right now. If you didn't, surprise, look it up. The casting looks fantastic. When the time comes, I think Adam Driver would do really well as Sengoku, just putting it out there. He's an amazing actor. I've seen him on Saturday Night Live. I think he's wacky enough for One Piece. I know the initial casting decisions they've made have included people who are up and coming, but I think a few cameos could be thrown in there, like Jamie Lee Curtis is a One Piece fan, so she would do great as Dr. Kureha. Stuff like that, you know. Here's one for the algorithm. Let me know your thoughts on the One Piece live action show in the comments. Are you scared? Are you excited? Are you not getting your hopes up? I would like to know. Kuma. So several Kumas showed up again, and the Kuma that was Kuma wasn't Kuma at all. And I kind of saw this coming when I noticed that Kuma told Luffy and Sabaody that was the last time that he would be seeing him. And I assumed it was because he'd been dismantled or punished, but from what Eva is saying, it seems that Kuma is physically there but not mentally. Eva also seems to have a history with Kuma, and he gets pissed when Kuma didn't remember his face. But since Eva works with Dragon and the revolutionaries, then Kuma must be some type of revolutionary himself or a friend of the revolutionaries, because Eva was treating him like a friend. So it's interesting because Kuma seems to have developed the reputation of being the only warlord who does everything that the government tells him to do. So maybe he's the sneakiest one, masquerading as the most obedient. Crocodile, though he isn't a warlord anymore, he's still acting in his own self-interest. At one point he's trying to kill Whitebeard. At another point he's stopping the execution because he doesn't want the Marines to be happy. Crocodile is on Team Crocodile, and I am getting why he has several fans now. We'll likely be seeing quite a bit more of him in the future. Mr. 3. I love Mr. 3 in this arc. You know why? Because what he did was very Bon Clay of him. He put on a disguise so he could be at the place where the important things were happening. And he's not strong, but he was crucial to the story of this arc, and he was able to make a wall of wax to protect Luffy and Ace when Sengoku was about to attack everything. He was able to make a wax key like he did in Impel Down. Good job, Mr. 3. You did fantastic. Buggy, you ought to learn from Mr. 3. Buggy served as comic relief in this arc, and I think the main role that he played was keeping that one camera running to film the rest of the war. But he continued to fail upwards in this arc, and his followers refused to see him as anything other than a hero. And when I actually think about Buggy's past, he's very well connected with having been on Roger's crew, but he hasn't really done much, and meanwhile Shanks is one of the 4 emperors. So knowing Oda, Buggy will probably continue to gain power in the stupidest of ways and then end up on Shanks's level. It's a running joke. I don't see any reason for it to stop running anytime soon. Akainu. This guy. I'm convinced that he was simply born with his lava powers, and that the devil fruit that he ate was the drama fruit or the messy fruit, whatever. But this man is skilled in stirring the pot. He is the drama, and it's absolutely ridiculous that he is such an instigator. He lied to Squard, and then as everyone was getting away, he started talking mess to Ace, and Ace turned around. Ace heard him say "ya mama," and it makes me so mad that it wasn't only his power that he used to defeat his enemies, but it was also his words. And he just makes me so mad because, like, look at, okay, I'm gonna see if I can put the clip in here, but ooh, you have to go back and watch it. Like, look at the way that he takes his hat off when he's walking up to Ace talking mess. Like, he was like, wait, dang it, I'm gonna mess up my hair for the rest of the video, but he was just like he was doing that for real. Like, he actually did that. He was so messy, and like the way he took off his hat, oh my gosh, it's just like the small details, but like those are the moments. That is the action of someone who knows that they have your full attention, and therefore they have all the time in the world to talk their crap and mess you up, and it's disgusting. And now we're gonna talk about Ace Part 2. Okay, we're gonna go back to Happy for a second, but rewind a little bit to when they're just freeing Ace, and that was animated so well. You can see them fumbling around with the keys, and then Sengoku gets big, and there's a big crash on the scaffold, and then you see the chains hit the ground first. It's like, oh my god, that was such a good part in the oh my gosh. So Luffy and Ace are fighting together, and everything is great, and Luffy is happy, and they're running away, and then Akainus, and Ace is like, Olaf, oh look, I've been impaled. I guess I was kinda right. Luffy did save his brother, but so Ace's death upset me, and it makes me sad, and it's not because he died, but it's because he failed to learn the lesson that Luffy learned in chapter 1. So when little Luffy heard the mountain bandits talking crap about Shanks and calling him a coward, Luffy got mad, and it was after Shanks lost his arm that Luffy understood that he wasn't strong enough for the sea. So Ace heard Akainu call Whitebeard a loser, and he gave in, and it was because of that that he died. And that was in his character to fight, because he's been fighting against and for his father's biological and adopted his whole entire life, because he's got daddy issues like that, and Akainu exploited that. And the juxtaposition in the story that words have meaning but also words are just words is just lovely. But anyway, Ace is saying his last words, and he thanks Luffy for loving him. And when he went around instigating fights and asking people about Goldie Roger, I know he was just looking for one person who wouldn't hate him, and he found that in Luffy and in his crew. And he discovered that he wasn't born to be hated or to be killed or to die, but to be loved by others, which is something that Robin also had to learn. But yeah, I don't know, you people in the comments are talking about how Oda doesn't kill people and people only die in flashbacks. Like, alright, okay, alright. I know what I saw. I saw the Beaver card burn up. My guy had a fist put through him. If this is not a character death, then there must be some spectacular shenanigans coming up. I will say though, I'm gonna put up the manga panel. This is sus. That on that page, the first thing after the panel where he's laying down dead, it says, "Do you think I was dead?" That's sus. I don't know about that. Y'all gonna make me sound stupid. I don't think he died. Giving me too much hope. I don't think he died. He died. I don't think he died. Am I dumb? I don't think he died. I feel dumb because I don't think he died, because internet people told me that he didn't die, and I believe what I read on the internet. Where's the body? I don't know, bro. But let's go back to Luffy. Luffy is catatonic after this. He is clocked out. He is overloaded on physical and emotional pain. And at this point, everyone is just protecting him to make sure that he makes it out of there alive, like Whitebeard asked them to. But he is gone for the rest of the arc, and there's nothing else to say about him, because he's just... The voice acting in both of those scenes was very, very good. Garp Part 2. Garp is pissed off that at his grandson's execution, they actually executed his grandson. He tells Sengoku that he'll kill Akainu if he lets him go. Sir, we could have used this energy a few episodes back, but whatever. He's obviously torn. I'm just wondering what this will mean for his future as a Marine, whether he'll quit or what. I'd quit if I were in his situation. Because, like, what do you even do after that? Whitebeard is fighting, and he continues to be impaled. The hole that Squad stabbed him in gets bigger, and then someone else stabs him in another location, creating an entirely new hole. And side note, what is going on with impaling people in this arc? Whitebeard had 2 holes. Ace got a hole punched through him. Jinbei and Luffy were both skewered while they were running away. Marco got hit like this too, and it's a very specific way to injure someone, and it's happening so frequently in such a short amount of time. But anyway, in Whitebeard's death, he proceeded to drop plot points all over the place. He tells Blackbeard that he's not the one that Roger was waiting for, and that someday somebody will rise up and challenge the world and shoulder the centuries of history. We're assuming that this is Luffy because Luffy's the protagonist, and that there will be a great war to come one day once the treasure is found, assuming the One Piece. So I'm thinking that the One Piece is some type of information. That's kind of boring. What if the One Piece is like a donut or something? I don't know. Like, what? They also talk about the importance of treasure. So what is Gold Roger's treasure? What actually could the One Piece be? I don't think it's information. Never mind, I lied. But anyway, Whitebeard, the last words he says, he basically takes what Roger said and retweets it, confirming that the One Piece is real, stirring everyone up again, and then he dies on his feet with no scars on his back, like a badass. That was cool. That was real cool. That the cape flew away. Blackbeard shows up because he has to be where the drama is, and Akainu obviously was not at Impel Down. His pirate crew is filled with an assortment of the ugliest people I've seen in this story by far, and they are the ones who deliver the final onslaught on Whitebeard, and then they put that black sheet over him, which I did not like one bit, and Blackbeard emerges having stolen Whitebeard's devil fruit power. I didn't know he could do that. And I think about the time when CP9 was talking about devil fruits and how they said that you couldn't have two because the two devils inside you would start fighting. But then you take into consideration Blackbeard's fruit and how it absorbs other fruits, and maybe he's able to control it because the darkness is the one absorbing the quake one and it's able to release it when it needs to. But it seems like each one is assigned to their own half of his body. So the one thing that I am sure of is that his lust for power will be his downfall, because that's how it always is. So let's talk about Kobe, the little Kobe that could. He starts the stop of the war. After noticing that Ace was dead and Whitebeard was dead, yet everyone was still fighting, he started to hear the voices disappearing around him, and he stands up in front of Akainu even though he's terrified. And the Marines that kept fighting after the battle was won weren't the kind of Marine that Kobe had signed up to become. I'm so proud of Kobe that he had the courage to say something in that moment, and then right as he's about to get got by Akainu, Shanks shows up to end the war officially, and the music was epic at this part. I looked it up and it was called The Fight Continues by Shiro Hamaguchi and To the Grand Line by Kohei Tanaka. If anyone has an answer for this for me, like why is okay, where can I get the One Piece soundtrack? I know I can Google this, but I have Googled it and I can't find a straight answer. Maybe I'm just Googling it wrong, but like, why is the music on lock so hard? Like, why is it not on Spotify? Like, why is it not on Apple Music? Why is it not anywhere except YouTube? And where can I get it? Because like, that's just ridiculous. I need these songs in my day-to-day life. The music just made the moments all the more epic. I thought that this was a reasonable way to end the war. So once the Marines shifted the goal to kill everyone in the bay, there was no way that they'd withdraw until all the pirates there were dead. So they needed someone to come say, hey, y'all are done. It's the end for y'all. Y'all can stop now. Wasn't gonna be Sengoku. But it was a combination of a Marine and a pirate who kind of stopped the war. So that was good. They said that the Marines won, but they were also standing in front of a crumbling Navy headquarters. And to be honest, the only person who actually won this war was Blackbeard, because he seemed to be the only person who got what he wanted. But at the very end, before the end, somewhere towards the end, Law showed up in his magic school bus with his paint-speckled Hot Topic skinny jeans and his 101 Dalmatians hat, and I don't know why I'm roasting him so hard, but earlier in Sabaody, I was asking why there was so much Law merch when he and Kid were introduced at the same time, and why does Law have so many simps? And then he said, trust me, I'm a doctor. And then I was like, that must be why. I understand. And so we seem to have reached the end somehow. Honestly, I don't know what's coming up next. I'm not putting on the predictions hat because I don't have any predictions. But Luffy has to heal, obviously. Whitebeard said the One Piece is real, so that's probably going to stir people up. Blackbeard is now even more powerful, so he'll be up to no good. Luffy still needs his crew back, and it's crazy that he went through all of this without them, and Ace took a hard nap in a puddle of blood. If Ace isn't dead, then that means Whitebeard might not be dead. Also, this golden rule that Oda doesn't kill people, that is mind-boggling to me. Y'all saying that Oda only kills people in flashbacks? I don't know. I don't know anything at this point. Thank you so much for watching. I've been Meanie Mosey. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll catch you guys on the next arc. Bye. You watch someone get their butt whooped to that song. It is magical. Oh gosh, that little sack of turds. I know a way that you could die.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel. It is finally time for the post-war One Piece review. This one was much needed, I'll say. If you watched the latest video that I posted on my channel, the channel update, then you'll know that I decided to start reading One Piece instead of watching it. And I made that decision while I was partway through Fishman Island because it was just taking forever to get through because the pacing, like I talk about it in the other video, so go watch that if you haven't seen it. But with the post-war saga, that means that I've watched it all the way through already, and then I went back and read it, and then I'm recording this video now. So in this video, I'm going to talk about the flashback with Ace Sabo and Luffy, loneliness, the Ace Sabo and Luffy dynamic, the nobles, one man's trash, protecting Luffy, Sabo's death, the Straw Hats and where they are currently, the new world and the new leaders, hockey, and then 3D X2Y or 3D 2Y, however the heck you want to call it, the time skip itself. I'm going to start off talking about how I'm feeling about transitioning from the anime to the manga. So I kind of get like what y'all were saying. Okay, first there's the whole sub versus dub thing. People are always like, watch it sub, watch it with subtitles on, and like everybody always says that about everything. Someone asked me, I remember, like these were the only two options. They were like, oh, are you reading it or are you watching it with subtitles? And it was like, oh no, I'm watching it dubbed. And they're like, ah, okay. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with the dubbed anime. The thing is that it was taking too long. Sub or dub, the anime is taking too long. So I decided that I would read the manga instead. And like thinking about it, like that's the way that the story is originally told, right? So I'm just going to read it the way that it was originally told. I mean, I don't really have much to say about it. Like, well, okay, the one thing I'm worried about is I love the music in One Piece. I love, like, there are some moments with the music that just get me, like, so hyped. I remember at the end of the post-war at the end of the post-war arc in the anime, it brought back We Are. And I remember I was like so excited. I probably like teared up a little bit because it just like, oh, it was such a great moment. And so I'm worried that like while I'm reading it, I'm going to miss that. I read that part in the manga and like it was just like the hat on the little stand. And like there was no music. Of course there's not going to be music. It's a manga. There was no way for me to tell that when this was animated, it was made to be momentous. And so I'm afraid of missing those moments and moments like that. So I guess I'll just have to be more aware of when something big might have happened. And it's like, it's not about the fights. Like I don't want to say I could care less about the fights, but like the fight scenes aren't the scenes that get me super excited. And I know some people are going to be like, oh. Like that's just the best. I'll say my favorite fight to watch so far has been when Luffy beat Crocodile in Alabasta. And I know that some people are like, oh, there have been so much better fights since then, but like it was because of the music. They were playing the sweet New World Symphony. They were playing the New World Symphony. I don't even have to say anything. You watch someone get their butt whooped to that song. It is magical. How am I supposed to know which scenes have that? So maybe I'm gonna have to go back and watch it eventually. But I don't know. I'm reading it. I'm excited to be reading it. I'll miss the music. The brothers flashback. So I was mad sad when Ace died. I was doing all of the math in my head as far as like anime deaths. From what I've seen so far, I've taken my prior knowledge and come up with some factors that need to be present in order for an anime death to be valid. And so one of those factors is a flashback. You need to know the whole entire story of a person before they die, or at least you need to know a lot about them. And like, considering how much we knew about all of the other characters already in the storytelling that Oda does, Ace dying with as little knowledge that we knew about him, that he was just Luffy's brother and we didn't know that much about him, that was not tracking for me. I was like, he's not dead, he hasn't had a flashback yet. And then we get right into the post-war arc and boom, flashback. We got to see Ace and Luffy growing up together, and like this whole thing kind of gave me like, I don't want to say closure, it's not that serious. Amy, some prior information that I realized, that I figured was necessary in order for me to accept this character's death. We see them growing up together. This was truly needed at this point in the story. Garp takes Luffy up to Mount Corvo to live with the Dan after Shanks leaves. I realize this is why when Luffy first shows up, he's like, I hate bandits, because he's like literally fresh from being just killed by those other bandits that were in Windmill Village. Ace is already there, and he is just a little turd to Luffy, like right off the bat. Ace, we got you a new brother. Thanks, I hate it. Ace just spits on Luffy immediately. He just sees the kid and he just spits on him from a distance, which is impressive, but also incredibly disrespectful. Luffy has already this unconditional love for Ace. He keeps following him around, like no matter what happens, and Ace realizes that this kid isn't going away when Luffy's getting tortured by the Blue Jam pirates and he doesn't snitch. He has to be rescued because he's just not gonna say anything. This is because Luffy had 3 options when he went to live with the Dan, and that was either stick with the bandits who he hated, follow Ace through the jungle and get bit at and attacked by animals and junk, or he could face loneliness. And Luffy said that he would rather get hurt than be lonely, which might be a contributing factor to why he fights so hard to keep his friends. I think that this might actually be one of Luffy's biggest fears, because he's saying it from a young age. And you come to present day and he is absolutely destroyed about Ace's death. And the only thing that is really consoling him is that he still has his crew. He still has people who are around him, who are in his life. Like, Ace is not the only one anymore. I mean, of course he's gonna be sad that his brother is dead, but it's this loneliness that is like creeping up on him that I think he also fears. Let's talk about the Ace, Sabo, and Luffy dynamic. They high-key remind me of the Powerpuff Girls. Ace is Buttercup, Luffy is Bubbles, and Sabo is Blossom. Change my mind, you can't do it. Ace was so hostile to Luffy, and it was only because of Sabo interceding and telling him to chill out that he helped Ace and Luffy build up their relationship together. And I don't know if Ace and Luffy would have been as close as they were without Sabo, but I think that the real start of Ace and Luffy's relationship was so sweet, because it was after they rescued Luffy and Ace was asking Luffy, you need me? You want me to be alive? And Luffy just like Ace hadn't encountered many people who answered those questions positively for him. We saw when he was always going around to people asking them, like, what do you think about Gold Roger's son? Like, hey, what would you do to him? They're like, we beat that kid up. Oh gosh, that little sack of turds, he's just gonna die in a fire one day. I don't know. Nobody liked him. And then Luffy comes around. He likes him unconditionally. No one had answered that question positively except for Sabo, potentially. It would be nice to see how Ace and Sabo became friends, given that Ace pretty much hated everyone around him at the time. But being Sabo's brother, I think, helped Ace in a way, and then being Luffy's older brother and having someone to rely on him and look up to him, I think both of those things helped Ace want to live. So let's talk about the nobles of Goa Kingdom. So Sabo is the son of nobles, and that really says a lot about his character. He was born into this wealthy society and he was being raised by these people. He was immersed in their culture, their way of life, but he could still see that living around actual trash was still better than living around actual trash. And it's Sabo who first relates being a pirate to freedom, because he wants to be free from his society that he was born in. And the only way that he can do that is by leaving. He said he wants to be a writer also, so I love him now. When it comes to the burning of Great Terminal, Sabo is incredulous that everybody knows about it. Everybody in the Highland knows that Great Terminal is about to be burned. If these people in Great Terminal aren't walking around like it's a normal day, then they're walking around happy because they know that their city is finally going to be clean, when in reality the trash in their area is just going to build up again and they will never be clean. One man's trash. I think it's a neat little society that Oda made, the Kingdom of Goa, with the nobles in the Highland, and then you have Central Town, Edge Town, and then Grey Terminal, where all the trash goes. And it says specifically where all discarded things go. After that, there's Mount Corvo, and then Windmill Village, where Luffy was born. And I feel like it's important that Luffy and Ace grew up around discarded things, because in Grey Terminal, one man's trash is another man's treasure. The discarded things get chosen again eventually and then used by the people who live in Grey Terminal. I think it's here that Luffy learns to value things that other people don't see value in. And thinking about this, I'm thinking about his crew. When we first meet Zoro, he's chained up about to be executed. Nami was seen as a traitor to her village. Usopp was a menace to his village. The pirates on Sanji's ship didn't like him because he was always picking fights with the customers. Chopper was seen as a monster. Robin was a fugitive. Frankie terrorized Water 7. And Brook pretty much was stuck where he was, but he felt he couldn't return to society because he was a skeleton. And all of them have been discarded in some way, and yet Luffy saw value and goodness in them even when they didn't see it in themselves at Usopp, protecting Luffy. When Great Terminal is burning, Blue Jam got betrayed and realizes, surprise, surprise, he was lied to by the nobles. He finds Ace and Luffy and decides that he's going to stop them from leaving out of spite. He's just like, what are y'all still doing here? We're gonna die together. He starts asking them about their treasure, and Ace like tells him where the treasure is. He's like, that's not important right now, we need to leave. And then they capture them, and Blue Jam starts talking bad about Sabo, and Ace gets pissed off, and then someone hurts Luffy, and that really pisses Ace off. And Ace uses his hockey, makes everybody pass out. On accident, of course, because he's a kid. But when Dadan comes, Ace stays and says that he won't run away. Very much the scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman. And later, when Dadan asks Ace why he didn't run, he says that he thought doing so would cause him to lose something he'd never be able to get back, which is like honor or pride, possibly. He also said that Luffy was behind him, and as long as he was standing there, no one would hurt Luffy and Luffy would be safe. And this scene is so similar to Ace's death in the Paramount War. Blue Jam lied about Sabo, it pissed Ace off. Akainu lied about Whitebeard, it pissed Ace off. But in the flashback, we have that extra element of I'll never run away that seems a bit more noble than Ace just being like, what'd you say? What'd you say about Whitebeard? And this part, like, thinking about the connection is making me like upset all over again, because they were getting away. They were getting away at the Paramount War. So like, why didn't he listen? I feel like the flashback should have provided more of an explanation, but to me it produced more questions. And so maybe he didn't run away because he's always been the protector ever since he was a kid, and he wasn't built to run away. But then he got punched in the back anyway by Akainu through his Whitebeard tattoo. Why was he facing Luffy and not Akainu? Like, he could have gone like, but instead he went like why? Like, I don't get that. That's something I haven't figured out yet, because turning his back on his enemy is out of character, but the story has shown that protecting Luffy was also very much in character for Ace. So why are his movements out of character, but his behavior is in character? And I don't think it's something like because it represents that his pride in Whitebeard was his downfall, that's why he got punched through the tattoo, because I think there's more to it than just pride. I don't know. If you have an idea, you can put in the comments. Maybe it's because Oda just thought it would be cool to draw Ace like that, draw a fist protruding from his chest and just hurt us real bad. Sometimes that's all that it is. Why are we talking about Marineford anyway? Sabo's death. Sabo did not die. He did not. And this is different than me thinking that Ace didn't die, because Ace died. Sabo did not die. There is so much other stuff that I would believe before I believe that Sabo is dead. I believe that Sanji wakes up in the middle of the night and shoots Robin and Nami, jumps off the ship, swims away. I'd believe that before I believe that Sabo died. That's kind of graphic. That's really violent. I'd believe that Zoro found the One Piece a while ago. He just can't remember how to get back to it, and he doesn't remember what it was really when he first saw it. I'd believe that before I believe that Sabo died. I believe that Luffy is dreaming this whole time before I believe that Sabo died. This isn't just because I've seen pictures of adult Sabo, but he's also on the cover of chapter 596 with adult Ace and adult Luffy. But I have a theory as to what happened to him. So it's not a matter of Sabo dying. It's just a matter of how is he going to come back after we think that he's dead. And I think I've got it down. In chapter 586, Sabo meets Dragon and tells him that he is ashamed that he was born as an aristocrat. And Dragon tells him that he will never forget what Sabo said. And Sabo's like, my words matter to you? And Dragon's like, of course, young one, whatever Dragon would say. And then in chapter 588, Sabo decides to set sail and his ship gets shot by a celestial dragon. In chapter 589, it specifies that this is after the celestial dragon came to Port and Goa Kingdom, but it shows Dragon's ship. Dragon shows up on his ship and Eva's like, Dragon, you're late. And then someone else on the ship says, hurry up and get some help. This is terrible. So my question is, what's terrible? Why was Dragon late? What was he doing? Was he fishing a little aristocrat boy out of the ocean? Dragon meets this kid in Edge City next to the burning gray terminal who's crying his eyes out, saying he hates it here, he wants to go. I don't think Dragon just left him there. Like, why would he do that? Especially when right after he shows up to Gray Terminal and says, pretty much anybody need a ride. And all the people from Gray Terminal went on his ship. Like, there's no way he left Sabo there. And maybe Sabo's like, if I get taken, then my dad is going to hunt you down because that's what he did last time I ran away. And so Dragon's like, okay, so you need to die. And he's like, I know a way that you could die. You could go right out to sea in your little pirate ship and ride out right when the celestial dragon is coming. Dude's gonna shoot at you. And Sabo's like, okay. And so they figure out a plan that involves Sabo faking his own death and then getting rescued afterwards by Dragon. So I believe that Sabo is currently living in Baltigo with the Revolutionary Army and Dragon, and that's how we're gonna meet him again. And this would also mean that Robin knows him because that's where she's headed right now. So that's my theory. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I am pretty darn sure that I'm right. I haven't been this sure about a theory ever since I started watching the show, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this one. The Straw Hats and where they are now. Everyone has been put into a place that will allow them to grow or somewhere that they are needed, thanks to Kuma. And I was right about that theory too, that he's a good guy. He is working for the Revolutionary Army. I didn't predict that, but I did know that he was a friend. And so this is where things get kind of fuzzy for me because I did watch the anime first and it tells stuff in a different order than the manga. But anyway, here we go. So Zoro is at the gloomy island with Perona, and then Mihawk walks up, and at first I thought it was him coming to tell Zoro personally what happened to Luffy at the war, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I didn't know they were that close. But turns out that Zoro is just chilling at Mihawk's house, so that's probably the best place that he could be to learn more as a swordsman. Nami is on this weather island with all of these knowledgeable old dudes who can teach her about weather in the new world. Usopp is on this island where everything is pretty much out to get him, and it's kind of like his mental state but personified, so maybe after he leaves here he's gonna be like, nothing was as bad as that. Sanji is in the Kamabaka Kingdom, which seems to be his worst nightmare, but also a place where he won't get distracted and a place where he'll want to leave, because I'm sure if there was a single woman on that island he wouldn't want to leave. Chopper is on this island where he's needed as both a doctor and as a human-animal translator, and also a peacemaker. Robin she was first in, I think, Tequila Wolf, where they needed to be liberated because they were working on a bridge and there's all that stuff. But now she's with the Revolutionary Army. They probably have a whole bunch of secrets out about the world that she'll need to know. Frankie is on Dr. Vegapunk's island. He's an inventor who I'm sure we'll meet later because he's been mentioned a whole bunch of times by now. And then Brook is a prisoner in the Long Arm Kingdom, but he is kind of chill about it. He's playing them songs and stuff, so he's okay. The New World new leaders, Garp and Sengoku, are resigning. Aokiji is taking Sengoku's place, which is good. I'm okay with that. He's my favorite out of the three, and like really the other two kind of piss me off. So I mean, piss me off is a strong word, but they do. Smoker wants to get transferred to the Grand Line. Doflamingo did something to Moria, and now the newspapers are reporting that Moria is dead. Whitebeard is dead. People are treating the areas that Whitebeard had control over as up for grabs. The New World seems to be sucking for everyone except for Kid and Blackbeard. And Law hasn't even gone to the New World yet. He says it's not time. I don't know if he's waiting for Luffy. I don't think he's waiting for Luffy, because he seemed kind of like, I helped him because I wanted to help him, not because we're friends. I don't know when the right time for him will be. But Luffy is off training with Rayleigh to learn more about hockey. Rayleigh gave Luffy a short instruction on hockey. There are entirely different names for hockey depending on if you're watching it or if you're reading it. Observation hockey is called observation hockey in both forms, and that's where you can kind of tell what's around you and be able to dodge it. Armament hockey, also known as the color of arms hockey, is the one that you can use to attack people. And then there's Conqueror's hockey, or the color of the Supreme King hockey, which only Luffy has. No, let me be clear. Only a few people have it, and Luffy is one of them. And this one is the one that like intimidates people and makes them pass out. And so I'm wondering what Kobe's hockey is called, because I think Rayleigh said there are only 3. But Kobe's hockey makes him kind of hear everyone around him and all of that. So I'm wondering if that's just a really strong observation hockey or if it's called something else entirely. Either way, I'm happy that Luffy is finally going to learn how to control this. What makes me a little sad is the fact that it's going to take 2 years to do it. And I know that 2 years is a logical time frame when it comes to how much the crew needs to grow in order to take on the New World, especially since Oda spent the last few arcs showing us exactly how weak they all were. But it always makes me a little sad when I see friends separate, not because they want to, but because they have to, and they can't be together even though they want to be together. That it's going to take a minute. Stories like that, I don't know, they always get to me. But I also love how everyone immediately knows what they need to do in order to get stronger, in order to get strong enough to actually go to the New World, especially Nami, because she's telling the old dude that she's working with, and she's like, my captain is an idiot and I am his navigator. I need to be able to know everything that I need to in order to get him wherever he wants to go safely. She just knows, like, I'm going to make him the king of the pirates. I need to know as much as the navigator of the king of the pirates crew would need to know. And I know that everyone is going to be so much stronger when they all get back together, but that also means that their problems are going to get bigger too. But I'm enjoying all of it, and I think it's going to be fantastic. So this is the time skip. I think that means that I'm about halfway now, but the story's still being written, so maybe I'll be perpetually halfway. But it's funny because I'd always see the post time skip crew, and it's like I had no sentiment towards them at all. I was like, I don't know you, I don't have memories with you, you're a stranger to me. Why is Robin white? What happened to Zoro's eye? I like Nami's short hair better. And I'm so glad that I'll finally be able to get to know all of these people that I've been seeing. Yeah, I'm just really excited to keep reading. But yeah, that's all I got for you today. Thank you guys so much for watching. Drop a like if you like this video. Leave a comment. Let me know stuff that I missed. I tried to get everything. I know I didn't get everything. But yeah, just let me know in the comments what you think about my Sabo theory. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that one. I'm feeling real good about that one. How else would he do it is another thing that I'd like to see. But anyway, I've been Meanie Mosey, and I will catch you all in Fishman Island. Bye. This interlude, I'm just recording. I don't know where I'm gonna put it, but this is just a reminder for you to go to sleep if you need to sleep. This video is still gonna be up, hopefully, probably, I hope so. Go to the bathroom if you need to do that. Talk to your family, go outside, touch some grass. I don't know. Like the video if you're like this far in and you haven't liked it. What are you doing? Subscribe if you're this far in and you haven't subscribed. What are you doing? Support my channel by leaving comments, hyping this video up, just getting more engagement, kind of telling the algorithm like, hey, this girl, she knows what she's talking about. Show this video to more people, because I would really like to be more involved in the One Piece community. And yeah, just kind of grow as a content creator. Like I'm still growing. I'm sure. I gotta sneeze. No, I don't. But yeah. And the video is gonna start again nowish. Luffy just trained for 2 years. Why is he fighting this lame fish on steroids? Like, oh, mental growth, physical growth, character development.
Drip Eliante pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel where I talk about anime and I do anime related things. This is my Fishman Island video. Oh my gosh, wow, she made it. I liked this one a lot. I really liked it. It was like Sabaody, but without like the dread. This arc was incredibly real with all the problems that the characters face and the solutions to them, and it tackled prejudice and racism, two very touchy, complicated, difficult topics. They're doozies, and it tackled them, and it issued an argument against them, of course, while not dropping a single ounce of One Piece-ness. It remained the show that it was. It remained the story that it was, and related to the real world, and came back. Or I mean, it didn't go there and come back. It stayed there the whole time. Like they were one in like remaining the same story about like this crazy main character and his like little crew and addressing complicated subjects, and it still, I'm just like hitting the nail on the head or beating the horse while it's dead. It just did it. It did it perfectly. I know you get what I'm trying to say, but it did that. It did do it. But that is incredibly difficult, to communicate a message without getting preachy or putting your own words as an author, as a human being, to communicate a message like that without sounding didactic or sounding like you're trying to teach someone something. You're trying to convince people to change their minds. You're trying to educate. Yeah, there's a message in this arc, and it was communicated through the characters, not through the author, or not through Oda, and it was wonderful. Yes, it was fantastic. If this is setting the stage for what we can expect from the One Piece arcs going forward, then I have my work cut out for me as far as analyzing all of this goes. With all that being said, in this video, I'm going to talk about the return to Sabaody, the Straw Hats' new appearances, the strength of the Straw Hats, Fishman Island, the spectrum of human sentiment within Fishman Island, Vanderdecken. Actually, no, I'm not going to talk about Vanderdecken because like he's not worth talking about. Sorry. Fighting correctly, Fukaboshi's destroy everything speech, Hody Jones, a villain or an idea, blood, heroism, Hody Jones' death, and then I'm going to talk about all of the post-arc shenanigans that go on and all that, because there are a whole bunch of them. Return to Sabaody. I think this was done perfectly. The fact that Zoro arrived first and still had time to get lost while still being present. I mean, in the anime, it shows him like showing up at Shaki's bar, and I bet Mihawks and Perona walked him up to the door and dropped him off there right before he opened, and then they left. I don't think that he could have gotten there without them. But he got there first, and then he got lost, and that was wonderful. There was a whole entire fake Straw Hats crew that's trying to recruit people. They're all just a bunch of scumbags, and Chopper actually fell for it, and he's just as gullible as ever. Luffy's trying to be inconspicuous, and he has this the biggest backpack you've ever seen, full of all the food that Boa packed for him. And he has this like fake mustache, and it just looks hella dumb. They all ended up running to get off of Sabaody as quickly as possible, and they were all helped out by their friends who were there for them in the past 2 years. Like, everybody's people showed up for them. Brooks' long arm people, Nami's old weathermen, Usopp's Heraclean. Yes, Heraclean, something like that. All of them showed up, and like Perona Aragos and like Boa Hancock and Rayleigh, and they were all there, and it was just so like, oh my gosh, it was just a wonderful send off, and I just like really loved it. I loved everything about it. That was probably the best way that they could like. I don't know how it could have been done better. It was hilarious and it was heartwarming, and I just loved all of it. So the Straw Hats' new appearances. So these were revealed very gently. I don't know why I'm like thinking this is such a big issue. It's not a big issue. One, I don't know why I'm being so utsy about it, but like they changed how they looked, and and they revealed it, and the reveal was wonderful. Like I'm using wonderful too much, but it just is. But Nami showing up in the bar, Usopp sitting next to her like, you want a drink? And he tilts up his head. It's like, Usopp, I love you. Oh my gosh. And so like that was great, and just like, I'm not even following the script, I'm just talking about it. But they've all grown, so of course they look different. And now that I'm seeing them in the world and seeing that they're the same people that I know and love, and that they haven't changed personalities, just appearances, I am more accepting of them. Sanji has gotten so bad in his girl craziness to the point where he is losing massive amounts of blood, and Chopper has to monitor him. He can't even look at Nami and Robin. And at this point, I was like, okay, this is kind of ridiculous. But then I remembered that I was watching One Piece, and that this is probably one of the least ridiculous things that has happened within the show. Let's be honest, let's be real. Sanji's reaction, considering his character, was to be expected. If he required anything less than a blood transfusion, then he wouldn't be Sanji. He's just always been this level of ridiculous. I don't know. Of course, I'll get more into this later, but his blood loss was woven into the plot. It wasn't like, there's a lot of, I don't want to say fan service because it's not really fan service. The display of his perverted mind is used as comedy, and that, I don't want to say potty humor, but it's kind of like just like little boy humor. Just that was woven into the plot, and it wasn't just like off to the side. It wasn't just like those little Brussels sprouts that you put on the side. No, it was like the peas mixed in with all of the stuff. Why am I talking about vegetables? I guess I'm hungry. It was woven into the plot. It was an important thing that he needed a blood transfusion, not just comic relief. So I'm at least happy that that happened. Sanji, calm down. I know you're not gonna calm down. Get a hold of yourself. Like, you're an adult, man. Like, he's not gonna stop. I know he's not, so I'm just gonna deal with it, whatever. The strength of the new Straw Hats. So the Straw Hats have gotten so much stronger. There are no weak people on this team anymore. We're done with having weak people on the team, and everyone did the work that they needed to do in the past 2 years, and it shows. And there's nobody's protecting Nami anymore because Nami does not need to be protected. Chopper does not need to be protected anymore. Usopp still uses his Kabuto. Nami still uses her Climattack, except the damage that they deal is greatly increased, and I'd say it's increased to being on par with Zoro and Sanji pre-time skip. Their strength is allowing them to behave like the pirates that they are. And it's funny because they're still like a silly group of people, but now they're dangerous. They took over Ryugu Palace on accident. They did not mean to have everybody tied up and ready during the attack. They just chained them up because they chained them up. And so that's just ridiculously funny. In pre-time skip, they all would have been captured, but now they just said, no thanks, we don't want to be captured today. And they became the captors. Anyway, Fishman Island. It is One Piece, so the world building is great. It is expected at this point, but it just has to be acknowledged every time. So let me explain why the world of Fishman Island is so great. So it's called Fishman Island. It's more like a bubble floating in the bottom of the ocean than an island, but stranger things have happened. It's built in the only particular area in the bottom of the sea that gets sunlight from the sunlight tree Eve. So the whole island is basked in this artificial sunlight from this tree, and it's not real sunlight, and that's important. In the uppermost bubble living in Ryugu Palace, closest to the real sun, is the royal family, where Queen Otohime lived, the main person leading Fishman Island to live peacefully with the humans, and she strove for coexistence. And at the very bottom, in the Fishman district, where the light doesn't reach, it's a lawless area where all the outcasts and the orphans go, and that's where Fisher Tiger, Arlong, and Hody Jones came from, and the latter two being the strongest voices against Queen Otohime's movement. And in the middle bubble, you have the citizens, who throughout this arc are being pulled either which way, split between reaching for the sun and remaining in darkness, and they're easily influenced, and they're not good, and they're not bad, and they're honest with themselves, and they're honest with the queen. It's like, it's built. Oh my gosh, okay. I'm gonna map out a spectrum of human sentiment. There's a variation of opinions within Fishman Island, but the way that Fishman Island is built, it's like the opinions on Fishman-human relations within the three bubbles. They range according to where you live in the world, in the island. Yeah, you can take the whole island and put it on a spectrum of human sentiment, and everyone on the island will fall somewhere on this line, and I picked a few characters to be focal points on the line, and I'll go out of order, but there's a visual. At least I'll try to make a visual, so you'll be fine. The first is Otohime. She is very far on the love side for this line. You can see her love for humans was a decision that she had to make in order to make her dreams a reality. So Otohime loved her people so much that she wanted to give them the world, and she wanted to give them the real sun, the real sky, all of these wonderful places that humans happen to inhabit. She wasn't going to let the excuse of hating the humans or fearing them for what they'd done stop her from pursuing her dream. Was she naive? A little bit, yeah, I think so. She had an unshakable optimism, but I don't think she'd had much experience at all with humans, certainly not as much as Fisher Tiger. Overall, she did not judge humans for their past, and she was quick to forgive those she met, like the celestial dragon. And she was the epitome of kindness and love, and she was guided by a higher purpose that did not allow any room for hatred. Next on the line is Fisher Tiger. He did not care for the humans because he was exposed to the extent of their depravity. He was enslaved by the celestial dragons, I imagine enslaved with other humans. Though, despite being enslaved, he refused to kill the humans, refused to be like them, and he was even able to go out of his way to care for Koala and return her to her family. But in the end, he was betrayed for that also. He went so far as to trust the humans despite everything, and it backfired. In the end, it was his deep-rooted and validated animosity that prevented him from being able to accept human blood into his own body to save his life. He refused to be like them. He did not want to owe humans for anything. He would rather die than have his life preserved by the blood of a human. Arlong is next. So Arlong had no sympathy for humans. He heard and saw what they did to Fisher Tiger and his brothers, and he chose not to forget that. He wanted to take the do unto others as they do unto you route, and even taking the do unto others before they do unto you route. There was no grace, no forgiveness. His hatred was deeper than Fisher Tiger's, and it did not allow for the clarity to not become like the people he hated. While that response is understandable, even reasonable if we're working with pirate morality, what's wrong with it is that it perpetuates a cycle and it halts progress, and it creates people like Nami and Kokoyashi Village who have a real reason, a legitimate reason to hate and fear fishmen because of one bad example. And until one side takes a step forward towards forgiveness, the cycle will continue throughout generations, and hatred will fester, and you will have children who grow up into adults who fight and hate because that's all they know how to do. Children like Hody Jones. Hody Jones is a simple and sad case. Growing up, he only heard stories of hatred passed down. He was raised and taught to hate humans, and that hatred was ingrained in him. And this is why Otohime and Jinbei kept saying that there were children present, because like whenever there was a choice to be made, whenever like the celestial dragon shot them, whenever something momentous was happening, they said there were children present in order to remind them of what the right decisions were to make. That's because these were children that could become like Hody. Prince Fukaboshi asked Hody, what did the humans ever do to you that you hate them so much? And Hody said nothing. And this is where I think the steroids come into play. It's kind of like a little theory, a little headcanon or whatever. But at least in my interpretation of it, Hody and the new Fishman pirates were running on hatred alone and not personal experience. But it wasn't their own hatred. It was the hatred of all the generations that came before them that was packed down. And then when you have that much hatred, you have to act on it. But their strength alone was not enough to act on it. It wasn't enough to wreak the havoc that their anger called for. And so they needed to supplement it with additional strength, so they took steroids. Yeah, he felt he was called by heaven to do the noble thing and destroy humans, take over fishmen, put down the evil queen who preached love. He felt it was his duty to do what he was doing. So yeah, that's just how bad it could get if you don't mind the children. Next is Shirahoshi, and Shirahoshi is very much like Hody Jones. And let me explain. So she is a product of her environment, which is why she's like Hody, but on the opposite side. Otohime taught her to forgive people no matter what. And then she went on to live isolated after Otohime died for 10 years. And so that forgiveness was instilled in her, just like the hatred was instilled in Hody. Shirahoshi lived for years knowing that Hody was the actual one who killed her mother. But when she saw him, she did not hate him because that's not how she was raised. Hody was told to hold on to his hatred, while Shirahoshi was told to make sure that it didn't spread, to forgive. It was her mother's dying wish. It was one of the last things that she heard before she got locked away in a tower. She had nothing else to do but to forgive and just live. So next is Jinbei. Jinbei is the center of this spectrum. If the citizens of Fishman Island ended up on the Jinbei area of the spectrum, then they're in good shape. Fishman Island's gonna be alright. So Jinbei was a part of the Sun Pirates. He worked right next to Fisher Tiger and Arlong. He served on the Royal Guard and respected Queen Otohime, even if he didn't agree with her at the time. But Jinbei was right there alongside Arlong. He saw what happened to Fisher Tiger. He saw it. He witnessed it with his own eyes. He experienced the betrayal right there. But he followed Fisher Tiger's rules of no violence. He understood what Fisher Tiger was trying to do. He understood that he could not become like the humans, like the worst humans that he's seen. Yeah, so Jinbei was able to recognize the differences between the good and bad humans, just like there are differences between good and bad fishmen, technically. And kind of having that wisdom to differentiate and not generalize a whole entire group is just what is needed within this world. And, well, I say this world, I mean Fishman Island, so I guess this world and this world. Jinbei's perspective allows him to make an informed choice and not just go along with hatred that's been passed down and not go along with blind optimism. So he is perfectly neutral. He trusts who he trusts, he believes in who he believes in, and he fights who he needs to fight. And Jinbei is great because of this. But he's right there in the middle. He could have gone to the bad way, but he didn't. He had reason to, but he didn't. Because he could have just been just like Arlong, but he wasn't. And he saw the good in Arlong too, because that's his brother, technically, I guess, however they refer to each other. But he freed Arlong, and he saw what it did to Nami. He saw Arlong lost. He saw Nami's a good person, and he Jinbei is cool. Jinbei is neutral. Jinbei is chill. We love Jinbei. We're gonna move on from this spectrum because, it's done. So the fighting has changed, and this kind of goes along with the strength of the Straw Hats. It's kind of that continued. But I noticed in the earlier arcs, pretty much up until Sabaody Archipelago, the fights would go down the same way each time. Since Luffy was the strongest person on the crew by a large margin, I mean, based on the enemies that were left him and his durability, Luffy was the strongest person on the crew. Oda would incapacitate him whenever the fighting got started, just so that he could show up later in the battle and finish it. In this arc, he is the first person on the scene, technically, and he walks on the battlefield, knocks out 50,000 people with his haki alone. He's following a plan and he's not being impulsive, and it just makes me really, really proud of him because he's learned. Younger Luffy would not have done well in this battle, because in this battle, they had to fight correctly. This is a situation where they couldn't solve this conflict with violence, but this conflict needed to be solved violently. But if they were the ones to initiate said violence, it would do the opposite of solving the main conflict, which is the sentiment of fishmen towards humans. So Luffy couldn't just go and beat up Hody like he wanted to, because if he did, it would just be another human to come and do harm to the fish people. So instead, they had a plan where Shirahoshi would call on him to help, and it was very important that this alliance was seen because everybody was watching. It was very important that they knew that the Straw Hat Pirates were working together with the royal family in order to defeat Hody, because it wouldn't have gone well otherwise. It would have just pushed all the fishmen further down into animosity, further down into hatred of humans. Even though Hody has like a evil voice, he's still prominent, a leader, I guess. So yeah, it would have been disrespectful. Yeah, we know what kind of pain Luffy went through to learn, like, every single time he had to move on in Impel Down, every single time that he had to follow the rules and just not do what he wanted when he was on his way to save Ace. And the fact that he failed, they were all lessons that helped him get to the point where he is now. But he's really different and his heart is the same, and I adore him so much for that, and I can't wait to see what else he does. But Usopp is not a liar anymore. That's also different. Usopp does what he says he's going to do. If he lies now, it's just as a distraction and not as a form of intimidation. Chopper has grown so much. I'm so freaking proud of Chopper, because Chopper has gained control of all of his little rumble points, and even the big one. Oh my gosh, when he turned into that big giant Chopper monster and he was like all roaring, and Usopp was like, oh my gosh, no, Chopper, and Chopper was like, it's all right, I can control it, and he could talk in it. And I was just like, I was so proud of him. That he, like, I think it was Zoro who called him a monster or something like that, and he's like, I don't mind being a monster, because I have friends now, or something along the lines of that. And I was just like, he's like, I'm gonna be the monster that Luffy needs me to be. I'm just like, oh, mental growth, physical growth, character development. I just love it. And so yeah, their fighting has changed and it is wonderful. We're moving on to talk about, what did I say I was going to talk about? Talking about a whole bunch. Fukuboshi's destroy everything speech. This gave me chills, gives me chills, is chilling. Oh, let's talk about it. So humans did not do one damn thing to Hody, and he's filled with empty cruelty. He wants the humans to be evil just so that he can be justified in his hatred. And the royal family ignored the Fishman district, remaining willfully ignorant of the hatred that was festering there. And instead they focused on moving forward instead of addressing the past first. And they looked outward at what they could do to solve Fishman-human relations instead of looking inward. And it was this hatred that made people hesitant to sign petitions. It was the hatred of a silent majority who don't hate enough to cause harm, but they still hate. They didn't hate enough to take up arms and go fight humans, but they hated enough to not sign a petition. They didn't hate enough to say it out loud, but they still hated. They hated just enough to prevent progress. And this chapter, this arc just had some banger quotes. And so, like, one of them is in chapter 644, where Fukuboshi said, "The sorrow of the dead belongs to the dead. Hatred is just an illusion that the living create in order to amplify their own. This whole speech was Prince Fukaboshi looking at Hody and seeing a mirror of his own heart and seeing how awful the hatred that he was harboring really was. Like, there was a piece of his heart that entirely related to Hody, and Hody just kept looking more and more monstrous as the arc went on. And so it was when Prince Fukaboshi saw him like this that he made the speech, and he acknowledged it, and he told Luffy to destroy it. He said instead of saying that Hody was bad, he took the responsibility for the role that he had to play in creating Hody. And so he said, destroy the whole island. You don't need it anymore. Get rid of everything. Just wash it all away. And it's so good. Okay. It was a very good sign that actual progress will be made when the prince can look inside himself, look at an enemy and see himself and realize what needs to change. I've seen in places that people are like, Hody's just like a vanilla villain. He's just so plain compared to everybody else we've seen, like, who have actual ideals. Hody sucks. He's a horrible person to fight. Aren't we past all of that? Aren't we getting difficulter? Aren't we getting more intense? Aren't we trying to be better? Luffy just trained for 2 years. Why is he fighting this lame fish on steroids? Is pretty much what I'm getting about Hody. And so, is Hody a villain or is he an idea? Hody, I wrote it down on a sticky note. I hope you don't mind me reading. But some people say Hody's an empty villain and Hody has no motives. And that may be true. But Hody is real. And there are people in this world who are just like Hody. There are people who are raised in a different environment who cannot and will not understand. Oh, no. Okay, that's not how I want to say it. But anyway, Hody had no tragic backstory. I mean, yes, it's tragic that is it tragic that he ended up the way he did? It's almost like he was never given a chance to be good. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time for his whole entire life. Hey Siri.
Tell me about it.
Define villain.
Villain means, in a film, novel, or play, a character whose evil actions or motives are important to the plot.
A person whose actions or motives are important to the plot. He's not a complicated villain. He is not. He is so uncomplicated as a villain that I think he represents more of an idea than a villain, than a person. He is more of the representation of hatred of Fishman Island. Because as the arc went on, he became more and more monstrous. He stopped talking. He's just like this big white-haired, like, monster-looking thing. They called him a monster. And so he became like their hatred personified, boiled down, embodied into this former person who is now just a single organism striving for evil, or striving for hatred to reign. And he lost his humanity in the end. And so that is why I think he represents more of an idea than of an actual villain. And so the fact that Luffy had to fight an idea, and kind of taking that into consideration, that is what makes this a complicated battle, because of the struggle of what to do, when to do it, how to do it, the right way, the wrong way. And it wasn't anything that challenged Luffy's morals. It wasn't anything that allowed him to understand the villain. It wasn't anything like that. It didn't allow for any respect of the villain, because he wasn't a villain anymore, because he was an idea. He was hatred. It was hatred that people cared for, saw within themselves, and Luffy had to beat it, and he did it right. And that is where the challenge was in this arc. So, let's talk about blood. Luffy needed a blood transfusion in the end, and the law prevented people from donating blood, which is something that also contributed to the internal animosity that the royal family ignored. Jinbei was the one to step up and donate his blood, setting an example for how things should be going forward. And what this moment does is it goes and it corrects the past. It goes and it corrects the past in the best way. Fisher Tiger's hate wouldn't let him take the human's blood. He chose to actively deny a passive form of acceptance. But in the end, Jinbei is giving blood, which is an active form of acceptance that requires a sacrifice on his part. So fixing the issue in this way provides the internal resolution that Fishman needed. So throughout this arc, the humans don't change, and they have not changed. This arc is not about humans at all. This entire arc has been about the Fishmen, and I think it's very real that they're the only ones taking the steps towards acceptance now, because the acceptance on the human side is not going to happen magically and simultaneously just because the Fishmen decided to take the steps that they're taking now. The traffickers are going to traffic, the celestial dragons are going to celeste, the government's going to govern, and that will be another test that the Fishmen will need to overcome in taking this new idea and going to the new world and choosing to love, refusing to have time to hate like Otohime. And so in the end, I'm just putting into my own words what the show said itself. And this is another banger quote. Oh my gosh, I don't even remember what chapter this one's from. It might have been a mix of like chapter and the anime because I watched both of them. But if you harm someone, or if someone harms you, the same red blood is spilled. And this small truth provides a pathway through the prejudice that divides us and the conflicts that we create as though they were never there at all. That's something that you read when you're like reading a manga for fun, and then you come across something like that. It makes you stop and stare at the page and just sit in awe. So heroism. 2 times the concept of being a hero was discussed in this arc, but I really mean shot down. So Luffy was explaining how he wasn't a hero because a hero would have to share their meat with everyone, and he didn't want to. He also said he didn't want to be celebrated just for doing what he believed was right. So in Luffy's mind, I'm getting that he believes that in order to be a hero, you need to have a certain level of selflessness that he didn't / does not want to possess. Now, I love heroes. I love Marvel. I love My Hero Academia. And I believe that Luffy is a hero. Luffy is not self-sacrificing. At least he doesn't intend to be, but he is a fighter. And in some aspects, he's selfish. In some aspects, he's greedy. I say he's greedy. He's greedy with the idea of being king of the pirates. Words are really important in this arc, and whenever anyone says that they're going to be king of the pirates and Luffy is around to hear it, Luffy immediately shuts it down, says, hey, no, you're wrong, I'm going to be king of the pirates. Anytime anyone says that, ever, and Luffy hears it, he shuts it down immediately and negates it with his own claim. So he is greedy about that role within the world. And he is very kind. And a hero is defined as a person who is admired or idealized for courage and outstanding achievements or noble qualities. Luffy, his kindness and strength and unwavering dedication to his friends are all noble qualities. Luffy says he does not want to be celebrated. And so I thought of other words that could define him that might fit into what he'd like. A champion, a person who fights or argues for a cause on behalf of someone else, a defender, someone who defends someone or something, a savior, a person who saves someone or something, especially a country or a cause, from danger, who is regarded with the veneration of a religious figure, a liberator, a person who liberates or frees from imprisonment or oppression. And I think a liberator fits Luffy the most. Because there are so many times that he's freed people, not because he's freed people just because he believes it's right. And he wants to be king of the pirates, which is the most free person in the world. So Luffy is not a hero, but he is a liberator. He is awesome. I don't know what else to say on that, but yeah, he's freaking fantastic. Hody Jones' fate. So I'm gonna tie this back to the steroids real quick, but I think it's appropriate that, I know people don't die in One Piece, but Hody Jones, at the end, he was revealed to be extremely close to death, as him and his entire crew were old and decrepit. And so I like that the idea of him being the representation of hatred in Fishman Island, and then him dying in a cell, locked away and aging old, is a very good symbolism in this arc. So the aftermath, the post-arc shenanigans, the Ship of Promise, Joy Boy, he lived during the 100-year void and failed to keep a promise to the mermaid princess. That happened. And then you have Luffy at the end making another promise. Just promises are important in this world, because there are so many promises that have been made. This is one promise that hasn't been kept, and it's been acknowledged that it hasn't been kept, so it shows that that's important. Shirahoshi is the queen of the Sea Kings, and she is the ancient weapon Poseidon that they kidnapped Robin for, and so that happened. She can do that. Luffy can hear the Sea Kings just like Gold Roger could, so that's interesting. You keep getting all of these parallels between Luffy and Gold Roger, even though Ace was his son. Aokiji resigned from the Navy because Akainu is the... I don't know what his title is. It's not Admiral. Admiral Sengoku, Governor Sengoku. I forgot what the title was. Oh my gosh. But Akainu replaced Sengoku, so that's not good. The 4 emperors are Blackbeard, Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom, and they're all in the New World, so that's fun. Jinbei was invited to join the Straw Hat Pirates, except he said, y'all can hold off on that for a little bit, because I think he had some business with Big Mom to attend to. So that's happening. I am happy with that he is going to join the crew eventually at some point. He made a promise. You know what they say about promises in this world. Big Mom's candy. Okay, Big Mom. This is an imminent threat. So I was wondering, if she was protecting Fishman Island, then where was she when Hody attacked? Isn't that kind of... Well, I mean, when would they have called her? Would she have protected if they called her? If they said, one of our own is rising up against us? I don't know. Does her protection only guarantee outside protection? I don't know. But she seems crazy because she is straight up eating her people, I think. I think that's what I saw. I think she was eating people. And she called them up, asked for her candy, and this was just really funny to me because, like, Luffy called, he answers the phone, hello. He's like, well, I ate all the candy. And she's like, all 10 tons? Well, I ate all 10 tons. And it's just like, what the world, Luffy? And he's already picking fights with an emperor. And, like, we don't know about Big Mom and Kaido, but Shanks and Blackbeard are important and powerful. So he's gonna have to fight her, and she's on their level eventually. So that's wonderful, and he's already picking fights before he even gets to the New World. Good job, Luffy. And he said he pretty much claimed Fishman Island as his territory. He's like, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna kick your ass, and I'm gonna take your island. So, nice to know you're as bold as ever. Jinbei is aligned with Big Mom. He does not know that Luffy just picked a fight with her. And then there was the whole kind of prophecy about Luffy destroying the island. And what's her name? Madame Sharky. Madame Sharky, I think. You have Sharky and Shocky. But she is the fortune teller, and she was like, Madame Charlie. But she was like, he's like, Luffy's gonna destroy the island. And they were saying they didn't know whether it could be like the next day or like within several years. And since he didn't destroy it right then, she was like, oh, I must have been wrong, even though she's never been wrong. So I think that, like, that's there for a reason. Luffy is so totally going to destroy the island eventually. He's going to destroy Fishman Island. I don't know how or why, but he's going to do it. You don't just say things like that and just move on from it, pretend it didn't happen. No. But yeah, it's not really a prediction because I'm like, you said it's true, it's got to be true. But yeah, oh my gosh, I finished Fishman Island, and that's what I think about it. A lot of stuff just got covered. And I am done now, so I'm going to go drink some water. Fishman Island, it was really great. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. Had a lot of good stuff in it, and I'm excited. I am just in love with this series. I simultaneously wish I had read it sooner, and I am thrilled that I'm reading it now. That's all I have for you today. Be sure to like this video if you like this video, obviously. Subscribe, just make me really happy if you would subscribe, and then leave a comment. I love hearing your comments. I love hearing what you guys think. Plus, like, if you just leave a comment, it just lets the algorithm know that, like, this girl is making super dope One Piece videos. And I'll see you guys in Punk Hazard. Oh gosh, you're getting further and further in. All these names of these arcs that I know and just haven't reached yet. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'll catch you guys next time in Punk Hazard. Bye. The island of Punk Hazard is so cool. Like, the whole idea of where it comes from is like literally fire.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel where we talk about anime from a writer's perspective. Today, we have reached the Punk Hazard arc in One Piece. This arc seemed a little bit like a transition to me. It solely existed to move from one point to the next. In this case, it would be from before the New World to the New World. It was the first stop within the New World, except you already know that. That's why you're watching this video. I want to be clear, it doesn't feel like a tone shift. It feels more like a tone introduction, or I guess like a reintroduction, but I'll get to that in a minute. In this video, we're going to talk about where this arc fits, the encroaching darkness on Luffy's light, Law as a protagonist, the man that Luffy hates most, getting to know Luffy, the line between good and evil, the island of Punk Hazard, the arc as a whole and what it does to the story / questions that I have. I don't know, I have a lot of them. And trust at the end, the Straw Hats and trust. Let's get into it. We're moving into the New World, obviously. There is an introduction to a new tone, but it's not something that's entirely unfamiliar. In fact, I felt what this tone was in Sabaody. So let's look at Sabaody as a prerequisite to the New World. After that, we get to be in Amazon Lily for a little bit. Oh, look, it's a mushroom, tee-hee. Why is a mushroom there? And then after that, Impel Down and Marineford, what I like to call the two-part season finale of the first half of the Grand Line. Post-war arc is falling action. It's the dust settling. Fishman Island is an interlude. It seems kind of self-contained. If anything, it's a continuation of Skypeia Enies Lobby story with all of the poneglyphs and the ancient weapons and all of that. Punk Hazard feels like New World 101. Very much, these are the people you need to know. This is the stuff that they do. This is Doflamingo. This is what he does. This is Trafalgar Law. He's gonna help you. This is Smoker. He's also here. Stuff like that. And it's not until you take the prerequisite Sabaody that you know where Punk Hazard is coming from. Now, I said this was a tone introduction and not a tone shift. What do I mean by that? If you've seen or read My Hero Academia, you know that in the upper 200 chapters, or season 5 or season 6 right now, that there is a tone shift, that they have gone from being nice kids in a school to being these kids that are fighting a war. Harry Potter has a tone shift. The Sorcerer's Stone is nothing like Deathly Hallows. You can look at the movies and see that. This happens when main characters face darker problems. The villains have more wicked intentions, and the characters have to grow up a little bit in order to face them. This is really common when you have shows that start with a younger audience and then they go on for years and the audience grows up, they still love the show, the masses more fans and all of that. But like, I say this is a tone introduction rather than the tone shift because the world is getting a little bit darker, but the Straw Hats and Luffy especially seem unaffected, unbothered. They literally just changed. Like, they just changed. You expect them to change more? No, they just changed. They spent the past 2 years changing and they've gotten stronger and they look different now. And they're still goofy. They're still the same people. No one's become like hardened or cynical, or I mean, I guess more cynical than they already were. They're the same. They've grown in strength, and that is about it. I mean, not about it. They've grown in strength. They've grown in character. They haven't become more serious. And that's what normally happens. They haven't changed in the way that people normally change when you have a tone shift. But other than that, like, there are moments when Zoro tells Luffy, hey, you need to clean it up. This is the new world here that we're dealing with. But other than that, the tone and the setting of Punk Hazard is different than the tone and the setting of anything else that came before it, except Sabaody. And what do I mean by tone? The feeling, the intensity of the characters. It's mainly Law and his entire ring of criminal activity that he's involved in. Doflamingo seems to be running the whole thing, and Caesar Clown is out here kidnapping children and experimenting on them. The only ridiculous thing about these villains seems to be their names. Like Don Quixote, Doflamingo, like, it's a pretty dumb name. And the organization of this whole thing is like super organized, and it's like professional criminals, organized crime, all of that. And the fact that there are pirates that work for other pirates, and up until this point, everyone seemed to be kind of like on their own. But it's shifting to include this darker stuff: racism, prejudice, slavery, human trafficking. All of that was really truly introduced in Sabaody. And the story is getting more intense, and we're getting to introduce to these characters who are involved in a whole bunch of squirrely stuff. And there's this whole deal with Doflamingo. We're getting crumbs about that. And all of this darkness is encroaching on Luffy, who has matured when it comes to battle strategy and controlling his emotions. But when he's not caring about his friends and kicking ass, he's making alliances with people he doesn't know and grabbing a pair of legs and putting them on his back and calling himself a centaur. The only thing that he seemed to excel at up until this point is being a good judge of character. So let's talk about Law. I don't get why people like him so much. It's not like he's like super cool or anything. I'm sorry, it looked like something was falling down off my wall. But as I was saying, in Sabaody, when we first saw him, both him and Kid were chilling at a slave auction house. And I'm like, what are they doing at a slave auction house? The Straw Hats showed up because they were trying to rescue Kami. And Kid and Law were just passing like a Saturday afternoon. It turns out that that's just the world they live in, where slave auction houses aren't seen as despicable. And also, Doflamingo owned the slave auction house. It was hella his. Law's here on Punk Hazard due to some deal he struck with Caesar Clown. He's got this whole entire other plot going on, and the Straw Hats are there literally just interrupting. Where is his crew? How did he get involved with Doflamingo? Who is he? What compelled him to save Luffy? In writing, we talk about how a good character is like an iceberg, and how for everything that we know about a character, there's so much more that we just don't get to see because it's not as important to the narrative. With Law in this arc, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. To me, it feels like Law is the protagonist of the New World. He's the main character of a story that we haven't even seen yet, and now that the Straw Hats are back, Luffy is about to come and take his story. Because Luffy's a disruptor. He's a menace wherever he goes. People are just going about their lives, and then they get their crap rocked because Luffy happened to be in the vicinity. Law knows this, and he wants Luffy on his side, but even the rest of the crew is like, I don't think Law knows what he's getting into asking to be Luffy's ally, and neither do I at this point. Law is an equal. He doesn't need help. This is an agreement. We've never seen Luffy work with someone who he's not helping. And honestly, we don't know a thing about Law. Did he help Luffy out of the kindness of his heart, or did he do it for a moment just like this when he could form an alliance? Does he actually respect Luffy as an equal, or is he just making sure he doesn't end up on Luffy's hit list one day? We don't know. Up until this point, words and promises have been very, 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 very important to the story, but Punk Hazard is introducing a whole bunch of lies and secrecy other than the obvious ones from the world government. Speaking of liars, let's talk about Caesar Clown. Now, Luffy has kicked a lot of ass in the time that we've known him, but of all of the asses that he's kicked, there are only a few of them that Luffy said that he actually hated, and Caesar Clown is one of them. Usopp said it in chapter 691. Caesar's the kind of man that Luffy hates most. What does that mean? Why does he hate him? There are so many possible reasons. He's legit like a bad dude. He's kidnapping children and experimenting on them. He's giving them poisonous candy, and that pisses Chopper off. Just disregard for human life in general at Dr. Hogback. But I think the one thing that really pisses Luffy off, other than hurting his friends or people that he cares about, is hurting the people who serve under you. And I don't have chapters to back that up, but I think Spondum did that. I think Interlude did that. And I think Luffy legit hated that. That makes so much sense. He gives his 1,010% into protecting the people who rely on him. I think harming the people who rely on you, who work for you, and who are beneath you is despicable to Luffy. I have a feeling that that will be pretty common where we're headed though. All of this confusion about who people are, where they come from, it makes me want to know everything that I possibly can about the Straw Hats from birth to where they are now. Like every single thing, just like, we know the most about Nami and Robin and Chopper, I guess, Usopp a little bit. We at least know who his parents are. But where are Zoro and Sanji's parents? Where's Luffy's mom? Like, why? Who let him hang out at a bar with other pirates when he was little? Like, I already don't tell me about Croco Mom. I know about Croco Mom. I want something else. What happened to him before meeting Shanks? Like, oh gosh, Luffy, how does he have this unshakable joie de vivre? Like, I want to fully know these people before we go any further. And I know that we're not going to, because like, the time for a flashback was a couple of arcs ago. All this uncertainty is just makes me want to be more certain about certain things. I don't think I've seen such blatant symbolism of an abstract concept in this story up until this point. When all is done and these Straw Hats are on the boat or whatever with the Navy and they're each sticking to their own sides, there's a line that's drawn between them. But the thing is, they keep redrawing that line. There's like marks where the line's been erased and redrawn. And the Navy's telling the kids that the pirates are bad, even though they themselves are grateful to them. And it's just funny because from an audience perspective, the Straw Hats are good people. And if they're breaking the law, then that means that the law is bad. But you already know that. The world government is trash. The celestial dragons are trash. The bottom line is that this line is why G5 is having such a hard time admitting that they love the Straw Hats. Because it's also like this line between good and evil. It's also why Smoker doesn't have the heart to tell them that Vergo was actually bad guy. And it's like this abstract concept of good and evil within One Piece is just all represented in that one little line on that ship. And it's kind of on the nose a little bit, but I'm here for it. The island of Punk Hazard. The island of Punk Hazard is so cool. Like, the whole idea of where it comes from is like literally fire. It's both world building and it's developing the plot at the same time. And it's just amazing. It is wonderful. A battle between Akainu and Aokiji, catastrophic enough to permanently change the climate of an island. I'm surprised that anyone was left standing. There's also this whole history behind the island, but you've already read that, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And of course, Caesar Clown is using it now as like a weapons testing location, and you can't find it on the log post, and it's a miracle that the Straw Hats found it to begin with. It's just all so odd. I don't have much else to say about it. I just wonder if they'll ever have to go back there, because they kind of made a pretty big deal about them like never ever being able to go back there. This being somewhat of a setup arc, it left us with a lot more questions than answers. Doflamingo said he had the heart seat waiting for Law. What is the heart seat? What does that mean? I think it was Vergo who said that Law knew nothing about Doflamingo's past and that was going to be his downfall. What's Doflamingo's past? But what kind of person is he that he has followers like Monet who will just die for him because he asked them to. I know he has that whole like puppet thing going on, but it doesn't seem like he can control people from a long distance. At least I hope that he wouldn't be able to. It probably doesn't work over the phone, otherwise that would be terrifying. But also, what does SAD for? Is it an acronym for something? I know there might be like some Japanese English translation going on, but like, it looks like an acronym, so what does it stand for? Also, sad and smile, and it's interesting that those two are like popping up around the same time. Like, what's that about? I don't know what's going on there, but something's going on there. What happens if you eat an artificial devil fruit? Are the powers temporary? Does it mess you up inside? Momonosuke ate an artificial devil fruit. What's gonna happen to him? Huh? What's gonna happen to Momonosuke? Where is Law's crew? Is this like a decided separation situation, or is it more like a Sabaody situation? Like, what's like, I hope the polar bear's okay is all I'm saying. Also, Luffy and Law agreed to fight Kaido, but Big Mom is also after Luffy and Blackbeard. I don't know what he's doing, but whatever he's doing, it can't be good. That's not really a question, it's just an observation that they agreed to take down an emperor. So that's fun. I don't know. Maybe Shanks and Luffy will end up like teaming up or something, and we'll get another sort of Marineford level Avengers Endgame type of war thing coming up at the very end. But the series isn't over. It's still going. It's still going on. And can I just say I am mad at this arc in particular, because I thought that we were going to get to meet Dr. Vegapunk, and he was nowhere to be. He was referenced. He wasn't anywhere to be seen. We didn't meet him. He's been mentioned since forever. Not even in the arc that's half named after him. We didn't get to see him. I'm disappointed. One last thing, I didn't know where this fit in, so I'm just shoving it at the end. The Straw Hats trust each other so much. When Buffalo and Baby Five are about to get away, Usopp said he'd handle it. And the only one to doubt him at first was Law. And there seems to be an incongruity in between Law and the Straw Hats. If Law doesn't learn quickly how to play along with the Straw Hats, then I think that might be a source of conflict to come in the near future. But I do love that they call him Traffy, though. I think that is adorable. Okay, that is my review of Punk Hazard. Yeah, it's a setup arc. It is the tossing of the ball before you serve it. I'm just ready to see what's happening next. I'm really excited. We're in the new world, y'all. We're in the new world. It's really, 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 really exciting. So yeah, things are ramping up, and it seems like it's only going to get darker from here, which is lovely. Yay, love to see it. If you like this video, obviously like the video. Subscribe if you want to follow me on the rest of my One Piece journey. With that being said, I've been Meanie Mosey, and I will catch you guys in Dressrosa. Oh my gosh, Dressrosa! It's so exciting. It's like 100 chapters, isn't it? Dressrosa's like 100 chapters. Like I read one chapter, that's 1% of Dressrosa. I'm gonna have to split it up. I think I'm gonna have to split it up. Dressrosa part 1 or something like that. But anyway, I will catch you guys in Dressrosa. Bye. I got some makeup from Fenty Beauty. It's their skin tint, and then I'm trying the new soap brows thing. I don't think it's new actually, but I've been doing soap brows lately, and I kind of like it. I really like bushy eyebrows, but my eyeshadow is from Fenty, my eyeliner is from Japan, my blush is from Fenty, my lip gloss is from Fenty. It was advertised to me on the TikTok shop. I bought it. I'm a sucker. But yeah. Let's get into the next arc. Bye. And Dofi took over because he dug a little bit too deep into Ancestry.com.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing.
Welcome to my room, where I talk too much about characters who don't exist and will never exist. Today we are talking about my first impressions of Dressrosa, if you want to call it that. I read this story about 7 months ago. I'm sorry. Dressrosa being as massive as it was and myself being as busy as I was, I needed time to reread it to make sure I didn't miss any of the good parts. So here we are. I read it twice now, and I'm ready to talk about it. This is gonna take quite a bit of time, so get a snack, get a project that you're working on or something like that, I don't care. But yeah, we're gonna... So that you know my my mindset while I'm reviewing this arc, or while I'm recording this video, my sister is fully indoctrinated into the One Piece fan club. We have now made it past the time skip for seeing all the characters as they've grown after 2 years, and so when I'm making my comparisons with Dressrosa, just know that I recently rewatched a majority of the earlier bits like Marineford, post-war arc, Sabaody. I love Sabaody. That's just me being weird. I've noticed Oda is reusing elements from other arcs here, and the story is so good that I simply do not care. This arc has the reputation of being Alabasta if Crocodile hadn't been thwarted by some meddling kid, but it also gives me Sabaody vibes, and it has bits of Enies Lobby and Thriller Bark. The Sabaody part comes from the kingdom of Dressrosa itself, like not the story but the setting specifically. Oda really likes his bright, happy towns with seedy underbellies, and I'm noticing that the happier that a city gets, the more it's trying to cover up. Dressrosa has literal toys running around the streets. Of course, the tragic twist of those toys being the forgotten loved ones of townspeople now enslaved in these inanimate bodies, spending all day watching their loved ones move on without them, and all night running Dofi's drug ring. I know the smiles are artificial devil fruits and sad are the ingredients that go into it, but I'm just going to call all of it drugs. The kingdom as a whole has this Latin vibe to it, which is kind of cool. In the manga, I noticed that the only Spanish influences are from the Don Quixote family names, and Viola's flamenco dress kind of, but in the English dub, they've fully committed to giving all the members of the Riku dynasty Spanish accents, and I really love that. The first theme, I ended up splitting all of this into different themes, but the first theme is peace and human nature. I really liked that in the beginning. It's this peaceful, non-violent kingdom, and then Dofi took over because he dug a little bit too deep into Ancestry.com. He's made all of these kind people lean into their base instincts for violence, and Doflamingo says all humans are vicious by nature, except that's only because he remembers how he was treated as a child, with everybody treating him as a representative for all of the bad things that the celestial dragons had done. But going back to Doflamingo taking over the kingdom, like that took like some real big brain to do that. To think about what he did, he took King Riku with darn near 100% approval ratings from everybody in his kingdom. He turned the whole entire country against him by the end of the day. The combination of Riku having to ask all of his citizens for their money and attacking them at the end of the day, in their eyes for seemingly no reason, was a really sinister 1-2 punch of uncharacteristic actions that was planned by Doflamingo. And I think that really made everyone lose faith in their king very quickly. He asked for the money, and they would have given it to him. I think if he attacked them, they'd probably think something was wrong with the king. They wouldn't immediately blame him if he had only attacked them. But the fact that he asked for the money and then attack them anyway made them think, okay, something's going on with this guy and we don't like him anymore. It's not like something's going wrong with him and we need to get him help. But going into Doflamingo's history, we got to know a lot more about him than we had other villains before him. And I concluded that, like Hody Jones, Doflamingo's mindset was a result of the environment that he was born into. However, in this case, he was removed from that environment very quickly, and he just never adjusted. I didn't start writing this script with the intention of defending Doflamingo, but the more that I think about it, I cannot say that he was an evil boy from the very start, just like Rosinante said. If his family had stayed in Marijois, then he would just be a little celestial dragon boy. And within the context of Marijois, that would be perfectly normal. But this is a very slippery slope into defending all celestial dragons. Think about like the idea that they're all just raised incorrectly, like they all just like haven't been raised, because like it's generation after generation of wrong thinking, and their behavior is a result of like what they've been told. And like it's just like Hody, honestly. It's like just the idea that it's only the original 20 families' fault who left in the first place, and started thinking of themselves that way, like they are the wrong ones, and then everybody else who came after them is just a product of their bad decision. But I'm just thinking, like, they must be pretty darn isolated from the whole entire world in order for Mr. Doflamingo to think that leaving to live among the humans was going to be even remotely a good idea. His heart was in the right place, but his head was like up his ass. Are all of the celestial dragons that ignorant? No one was saying, hey, no, we don't think you should go because they're gonna hate you. They were saying, no, we don't think you should go because we're gods and we don't live with them. And it's just that, like, they're just thinking wrong. And maybe the blame goes to the world government and the 5 elders. Is the government enabling their behavior, or do the celestial dragons have something against the government that forces the government to comply with their behavior? Like, what is the treasure of Marie-Joie that was mentioned that Doflamingo knows about? And if you think about that, if they're resorting to blackmail in order to maintain their status as celestial dragons, then they must know that their actions are wrong, because if they were right, they wouldn't think that they would need to blackmail someone in order to stay in the position that they're in. I don't have an answer. I just have a whole bunch more questions. This is a rabbit hole. Going back to Doflamingo, the Don Quixote brothers. I wonder if the age difference between Doflamingo and his brother had anything to do with how well they adjusted to the real world. Dofi was 8 and Rosie was 6. Rocinante went through the same trials and turned out incredibly kind and good and wonderful. I think that speaks more to his own kindness and the kindness of his father than it does the evil of Doflamingo, if that makes any sense. After Doflamingo killed their father, Rocinante joined the Navy and learned of justice and order, while Doflamingo was exploited by Pika, Diamante, and Treble. Treble noticed his Supreme King Haki and essentially Palpatined him. Little Dofi was already bad, but Treble made him way worse by feeding into his delusions that he was royal and chosen and all of the things that Hody also believed about himself. And in return, Doflamingo really did love those who he called family. He gathered together others like himself with troubled pasts and traumatic upbringings. Baby 5 grew up unwanted and unneeded. Senor Pink lost his son and dressed like a baby just to see his wife smile. Dellinger was a fish-man-human hybrid. Fish-man-human relations being what they are, I can't imagine that life has been easy for him. And I'm assuming that it's because of this that Doflamingo was so taken with Law when he was young and full of hatred, and why he never even intended to let Bellamy, who grew up in a wealthy family, join the family just because he idolized him as a pirate. It's because Bellamy didn't have that extra je ne sais quoi, that extra trauma that all of the other Don Quixote family members had. Because at the end of the day, Doflamingo hates everyone who doesn't have trauma like he does, because he sees other humans as the ones who beat him in the street and shot arrows at him, and he sees celestial dragons as the ones who rejected him and they fear him because he has dirt on them. And I feel like he was gone so quickly. Like, Doflamingo, like, he got beat and now he's in Impel Down. And I'm like, this can't be it for this guy, because he's been foreshadowed since Mocktown, since like right after they came back from Skypeia. Like, he's been in this story. He was in Mocktown, he was in Sabaody, he was in Marineford, and now he's here and he just got beat. And I feel like he still has some more work to do in this story. But I guess I'll know in the future if he pops up again. And another thing, while we're still on him, I thought Dofi's family names were super cool because they're all just Spanish card suits. Corazon is heart, Diamante is diamond, Pica is the club, and Treble is clover. And then the one card that's outside of all of them that doesn't belong to a suit is the Joker, and that's also Doflamingo's code name. I just thought, I tried to find some symbolism and meaning behind the card suits and the personalities of the Don Quixote family, but I couldn't find anything. And I did think it odd that the heart seat is the only seat that is empty, and it keeps getting replaced. And I was like, oh, does this mean that Doflamingo is heartless? Forget me not. So the 3 acts of Dressrosa and Freedom. I'd say that the structure of this arc is split up into 3 acts and an interlude, the most perfect, most beautiful, most wonderful interlude that I've ever read in my life. So yeah, let's talk about the 3 acts. Act 1, I'm dubbing chapter 701 through 742. Act 1 is closed with Sugar being defeated. Act 2, 743 through 761 break, and then 768 to 783. That involves the birdcage, and it ends with Luffy using 4th gear. And Act 3, 784 through 801. Act 3 ends the story with the defeat of Doflamingo. And then the interlude is 761 through 767. So you have 4 different vignettes of freedom I've seen. So Act 1 ends with all the toys being freed. Act 2 ends with the Tontada being freed because Princess Manchuri was rescued and Treble was defeated. The interlude ends with Rosie dying for Law's freedom. And then the whole arc ends with the kingdom being free from Doflamingo's reign. I know I can kind of look into stuff and make too much of things, but I like doing that. So I see this whole entire, they all end with some kind of freedom. And I just really liked that. One thing that's new in this arc is that fairly early on, half the team gets benched and sent off to go on some other adventure. So we've had split groups before, but this time we're just moving on without Nami, Brooks, Sanji, and Chopper. And once you see how many new characters there are to keep track of in this arc, it makes sense that they're not just there taking up space and doing nothing, but that doesn't stop me from missing them. But yeah, let's focus on the characters who are here. Usopp had a really big moment in this arc. He always seems to have the best moments. We're at the part where they're in the Smile Factory, and Robin just got turned into a toy. Usopp was running the heck out of there. As soon as Robin went away, he was gone. It was like he regressed, and I was really, we're doing this after the time skip? Aren't we supposed to be big boys now? And then I realized that since Robin got turned into a toy, he likely forgot about her and Enies Lobby and Sniper King, who was created just so that he could assist in rescuing her while still maintaining his pride. But what results when he turns around and comes back for the Tontadas is this sort of second redemption. In chapter 741, the chapter is called Usoland the Liar, kind of after Nolan the Liar. Of course, you already know this, but it starts off with Usopp running away, and eventually he turns around because the Tontadas are crying out that he is going to save them. This story reflects Nolan the Liar's story because the crowd was calling him liar, and he was adamant that he was telling the truth. In Usopp's story, the Tontadas are crying out that he is telling the truth, and Usopp is adamant that he is a liar. I want you to notice how he refers to himself. He didn't say, my name is Usoland, or my name is Sniper King, or I am the great Captain Usopp. He just said that his name was Usopp. And it was as Usopp that he conquered this challenge and defeated his enemies. See, when he was Sniper King, when he saved Robin, when he shot down the flag, when he shot Spondum on the bridge, he was wearing a mask. And it was as Sniper King that he did that. So he never actually proved himself. But it was as Usopp that he came to free the Tontadas. But the one thing that's also important to note is that he didn't win this challenge by perfectly shooting at his target. Like, he didn't win as being a sniper. He won because when Sugar and Treebo beat him unconscious, they proceeded to underestimate him, and she fed him that nasty little spicy grape, and his face scared Sugar so much that she passed out. And this is also a way that Usopp wins, because if there are two things that Usopp has been great at, it is sniping and being weak and underestimated. In chapter 758, later in Dressrosa, he says, "I'm a sniper and backup is where I shine." And it's this self-actualization that he's been lacking for the longest time that I'm so happy that he's found. It's because he didn't know who he was that he quit the crew in Water 7. But maybe now that he's more sure of himself, we'll see less of him lying to encourage himself and lying to say, "I have 1,000 men to do whatever the heck," and like more intentional deception and fooling his enemies on purpose. So the Tontada, let's talk about the Tontada. The one thing, like, they're all right. I didn't like. I'm not hating on the Tontadas. Like, they're fine. But okay. Well, first off, they had these cute widow voices in the manga. "You're a legendary hero," and all of that stuff. And then that was just gone in the dub. And I was like, that's a layup. Like, you could have just had them talk like that. Like, why not? But like that made me upset. Not upset, but like, you know, like I was like, why didn't you? But anyway, the one thing that I did think was most interesting about the Tontada was that the way they transformed this little myth about invisible fairies stealing from everyone into actual reparations for slavery. Like how do you think of that, bro? Like good on King Riku for saying, like, for realizing what had been done to them, and then saying, y'all can take whatever you want from anyone for free forever, and that's what we're gonna do since you got enslaved and treated so poorly. Like, that's wonderful. That's just like insanely adorable and justified at the same time. Let's talk about the not the Riku dynasty, kind of ish, but it's about Kyros. So the storytelling for Kyros, Scarlet, and Rebecca was phenomenal. I enjoyed that part a lot. When we first heard the story, it was told from Rebecca's viewpoint, and she obviously didn't know that she had a father. And then the full story was retold from Kyros's perspective, so we get the same panels, but he's in there now. When we see Kyros's backstory, we see him grow up as this kid from the slums, and the very first thing that he does is attack King Riku, the most peaceful king to ever peacefully king. He only started killing in self-defense. After he entered the Colosseum, killing became who he was and what he was known for. And it was this paradox within him that he had to keep repeating his sin in order to earn forgiveness, and he ended up hating himself for it. In the backstory, we can see him wish that everybody would forget him, which is like, haha, you don't know the half of it, you're gonna get got. But then he was promoted from a gladiator to a protector of the Riku family, like a general in the army or something like that. Scarlet was really the only person who had a problem with it at first, but she got over it enough to want to marry him, so I think she's good now. Well, not now, but like, Kyros was the only one who really hadn't forgiven himself for his past action. He put gloves on. Like, we know this because he put gloves on to hold his daughter, as if touching her would ruin her. Even when the palace is burning, he still stands at a distance from his family. He still very much feels like unclean, unworthy, very much like a killer, like he hasn't been forgiven. The only time that we see him holding Scarlet and Rebecca is when he's a toy and he can't feel them. Later, he finds out that he needs to teach Rebecca how to fight. I kind of glossed over this part at first, but then you spend 7 months thinking about it. I can only imagine what he was thinking, because yes, she's his daughter, but she's also King Riku's granddaughter, and I feel like he thinks that King Riku has this relationship, and that relationship surpasses his own relationship with his daughter. Like, yes, she's my daughter, but she's King Riku's granddaughter, so I can't ruin her. That's why I thought that the moment when he was fighting Diamante in the flower field, and he told Rebecca that she doesn't have to fight anymore. I thought that was so bittersweet, because it's like, yeah, he wants to keep her hands pure and all that, but it's also because he still views himself as this attack dog who's meant to kill and protect and all of that. But I think the whole thing was less about Rebecca being diminished for not being a strong fighter, or like Rebecca being once again Shirahoshi 2.0, and more about building up Kyros and kind of restoring Kyros. He's fulfilling this role as a father that he wasn't able to fill for all of those years that he was a toy, and like he couldn't for Scarlet, Rebecca's mother, his wife, when she died. He's avenging her right now. And in the end, we end up with Kyros existing to redeem Dressrosa. The only person who's both awake to Doflamingo's scheme and capable of doing something about it is this violent man who hates violence and is fighting to return his country to its peaceful state. And then that's kind of why I think Rebecca is there, because she is existing to redeem Kyros and heal his heart and his hatred of his own history. It's like Rebecca is Dressrosa, being the princess of the Riku dynasty, and the fact that Kyros earns her forgiveness and earns her love, and in the end is accepted by him. I think that's very good, because he hasn't been doing that for himself since he was a child and growing up in the Colosseum. Yeah, a couple themes I didn't fit into anywhere about this section, but pain being a hallmark of humanity. Like, to feel pain is to be alive. That was a nice moment when Kyros was fighting. And then in the end, Doflamingo tried to do to Rebecca the same thing that he did to King Riku by making her kill Viola and by getting her hands dirty, but thankfully Luffy was there to save her. But yeah, okay. Let's talk about the Don Quixote family. I thought Law was a little overpowered in Punk Hazard, but when you're fighting against Soldier A and Soldier B, I think even Usopp could seem overpowered at some points. You know who's like really overpowered? Sugar. Sugar is broken. Sugar, like, they talk about how with devil fruits, like, the amount of power you have comes from your level of creativity. Like, Fujitora controls gravity, and he uses his power to bring meteors down. That's super creative. I wouldn't have thought about it, but I can see how it works. The Hobby fruit, 1, it makes you look like a child. Odd. 2, it turns you into a toy and pretty much George Bailey's you. Shout out to you if you know that reference. You are a real one. But you have to walk around watching your friends and family go on without you. And as long as she's conscious, it seems like the amount of people that she can control is limitless. Picture this for a second. Imagine she works for the world government. If they had someone with Sugar's abilities, they could turn Gold Roger into a toy, and that would put an end to the Great Pirate Era. Would anyone remember the One Piece? Like what, how far does it extend? Like, if she touched Ace while he was still in Impel Down, would Whitebeard have even come to Marineford? Like, would he come knowing that he needed to be there, or would he come like thinking he was trying to save someone but not remembering who it was? Like, how far would it extend? This stuff like that, like not even the fact about like turning them into toys, but like the memory part of it, by erasing it from everybody's memory, like they never even existed. And Dofi just has her at his disposal. Like, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his empire without her. Like, she is the key to all of this. And I say I wish we'd seen more of her backstory, but honestly, I don't care that much. And this arc is already so long. Someone whose backstory that we did see for, it seems, kind of a trivial reason was Senor Pink. This whole backstory, I feel, could have just been in an SBS. Not just the little bit we saw, but like the whole entire thing. We've seen weirder things in One Piece. Oda does not need to justify having a man dress up as a baby. I did see the SBS section where Oda talks about how Senor Pink was inspired by Raymond Chandler's hard-boiled detective novels, and specifically The Long Goodbye, which I read because of this recommendation. Honestly, I thought about reading Don Quixote. I hadn't. I wanted to. I'll read it eventually and then come back to this arc. But back to The Long Goodbye. I read it. I liked it quite a bit. Oda mentions in the SBS that Senor Pink's son is named after the Gimlet cocktail, which is somewhat important part of the book a little bit. I think the main influence comes from the lines of dialogue in that whole section were inspired by Ray Chan's straightforward writing style, which were a big part of made that book specifically so much fun to read. He looked at me like a horse looking over a fence. Bells rang, but not for dinner. This is where I say, what's this all about? And you say, we ask the question. I could just look at him across the width of a cafeteria and want to kick his teeth in. He doubled a meaty fist. Darling, think of your manicure, I told him. There are 190 ways of being a bastard, and Carney knew all of them. He went on down the steps and got into his car and left. Cops never say goodbye. They're always hoping to see you again in the lineup. And that's like kind of a hallmark of that genre. But if you do want to read it now and you care about this kind of stuff specifically, the book is very much written in the 1950s. So if you see something that wouldn't pass by today's standards, that's why. But yeah, good book. Senor Pink. But while I'm here, the last person in the Don Quixote family that I plan to talk about is Treble. So again, he doesn't have a backstory, and he's actually one of the people who kind of just showed up, who chose Dofi rather than the other way around. And he kind of just emerged as this annoying, ugly mucus man. And my question is, how is he related to the Chantada? Because that's the main thing and the only thing that I care about this dude. Because like when Law got him, he said, Pigya, like the Chantada did when he was stepping on them. Pigya. And I would have thought it was some sort of ironic justice that he said that. But then it started going around to the Chantada, and different people were saying that it felt like a weight had been lifted off of them. And if you've seen Fruits Basket, it reminded me of Akito at the very end when she released the Soma family or whatever she did. And everybody started crying because they were released. They felt like a weight had been off of them. So I don't know what the connection was there or if it'll get explained later. I just know it was confusing. It was gross that he was all skinny under that giant massive coat and he had foot chains on, and it's like, what are the chains connected to? Nothing. That's kind of gross. And he said, yeah, that was disturbing. But peace and strength is the next part of this. With an entire Colosseum battle and the introduction of the Don Quixote family, there are plenty of showcases of strength to go around. I, being the weirdo that I am, want to focus on the less obvious ones, which in this case focus on King Riku, Robin, and Princess Manchuri. With King Riku, when Doflamingo came to his window, he was strong enough to stick to his guns and stick to his morals and maintain peace by setting his pride aside and asking his kingdom for the money that was being demanded. Robin upheld the Straw Hat's promise that Rebecca wouldn't get hurt by protecting her under her hand tree in the flower field. And lastly, Princess Manchuri was she was able to fly over the country using her tears to heal people, and she was actually upset by the fact that that was all that she could do. And I just like that we have these three images of this defensive strength. Like it's not always about attacking, sometimes it's just about standing still. So if King Riku had attacked Doflamingo instead of gathering all of the country's money, well, Doflamingo probably would have beat him anyway, but the fact that, like, say he attacked him and won, some miracle, his country would lose its culture and reputation of being a peaceful kingdom. King Riku, like, people would look at him differently because they would have heard, like, that he attacked this man. Not knowing the full story, King Riku could explain, but then it's like, that's not what we do here. Robin, she could have helped Kyros while he was fighting, held down Diamante or something like that. Kyros would have hated it. He would have wanted to win his fight against the man who killed his wife on his own. The fight would have been finished much faster. In Princess Manchuri, there actually wasn't much else that she could do. I just wanted to include her in this. She's not a fighter. But anyway, these are all three that had this quiet strength that I enjoyed seeing very much. And side note on this section, another person whose strength was not quiet, but definitely was non-violent was Gats. Gats made me so happy when he started narrating Luffy's fight. He was very much like Princess Manchuri in this moment because he was working in his purpose and doing exactly what he could do, which was to narrate the fight and boost morale and encourage the whole entire kingdom to keep believing in Lucy while he was fighting Doflamingo, and I love Gats for that. That was great. Bartolomeo. I love him so much, especially in the dub. They gave him this Rocket Raccoon type Brooklyn accent, and I don't know who thought of that, but that was genius, and I can't imagine him sounding like anything else. I love the way he was introduced in comparison with who he turned out to be. I love his ship, how it's a combination of Luffy, the Mary, and Chopper. I love his obsession with the crew because he is literally us. I am him. He can't even stand to look at them in person. And I'm just so glad that someone like him exists in the One Piece world. I'm happy for him that he's in the Straw Hat Grand Fleet now. And I feel like a win for Bardo is a win for all of us. Just cause he's such a big fan. But what I want most for him now is for him and Boa Hancock to have a conversation. I could see that going either of two ways. one, they both bond over their love of Luffy, or two, they both get possessive and they absolutely freaking hate each other. I think those two are like the most basic options, and I bet Oda has this third, more hilarious option up his sleeve. But I just want them to meet and talk about Luffy because I think that would be just so freaking funny. For the other Straw Hat Grand Fleet members, I don't have much to say about them. I haven't talked about the Coliseum battle all that much just because I don't have that much to say about it. I think it's funny that Garp pretty much just took Qin Zhao's retirement, and Qin Zhao is now making that Luffy's problem. Shout out to Cavendish for being the live action. Good job, sir. You're famous like you always wanted to be. I knew Luffy wasn't gonna go for their little pledge. Once they announced what they were trying to do, I was like, Luffy ain't gonna go for that. He literally said, I just want to be king of the pirates. I don't want to be some kind of big shot. It's just so contradictory and wonderful. But I think being the captain of the Straw Hats is all the responsibility that he wants currently. And for the rest of it, it doesn't need to be that formal for him. It's like, I help my friends. You give me food, I help you. It's not that hard. But speaking of Luffy, I haven't talked about him at all yet. And we're already like this far into the video and I haven't even talked about the main character of the show. Have I even mentioned him once? Anyway, Luffy's Lufin. He saw Doflamingo and decided to do something about it. He's such a constant and simple character. He cares about people you feed him. If you decide to be his friend or his ally, just because you might change your mind later doesn't mean that he's going to. If you disrespect others, he'll disrespect you. I love Luffy. Like, he's amazing. He's always been amazing, but he's just not the most amazing part of this arc. But I'll get to that later. So who'd have thought we'd have an admiral as an ally? Like, Fujitori's alright. I thought he was funny from the beginning, talking about how he got rid of his own eyes because he hadn't seen anything in the world worth laying eyes upon. And I like how Luffy changed that by the end of the arc. But I wonder if we'll ever get a backstory for Fujitora. Like, what was the last thing that he saw that made him think, yep, that'll do it? And just like, he had to have been thinking about it for a minute because he seemed like pretty set in his decision. But I want to know, like, what pushed him over. I said before, I love the way his devil fruit power works. I also like his plan to get rid of the warlord system. I had questions about it earlier. Like, why do they even exist? You guys told me it's based off of like real life situations. I forgot what the whole system was called. But I was like they don't have enough admirals to admiral. They need stronger people, like train up the vice admirals. Why you gotta get pirates to traidorize their other pilot? I don't know. I'm just with Fujitora. Just like, get rid of all of it. Why not? I don't care. In the end, Navy can do what it wants. I already have a favorite Marine. Now, there's one person I've been avoiding talking about in depth because I just have so much to say about him and I love him so much. And that person is... I think that's enough of that. I think we got it. I think we got the shot. This is a small space. I can't be falling willy-nilly. There's a sharp corner right here. Bookshelf. All of this neatly arranged. I can't go hard for the bit. I'm sorry. Like, okay, it's embarrassing. Okay, it's embarrassing how quickly I bought this jacket after reading the story. so fast, so fast. I googled it, found it on sale, bought it. I've had it since February. It was the hottest summer in Texas, hottest summer anywhere this summer. Like, this is the real reason why it took me so long to record this video, because it's just now like the temperatures are cooling down. I can sit in my room and wear this. Like, honestly, look at this. Look at this. I made this with my hands. I made Law's backstory, aka Rosinante's story, is a masterpiece. It is wonderful. It is the most fabulous thing I have laid eyes upon. I've been calling him Rosie because Corazon is the name that Doflamingo gave him. It's a slave name. I don't want to call him Cora, but it's so cool to say Cora. Cora, Rosie, Rosinante, the best character in One Piece. Interchangeable, honestly. The story was teased out a little bit too. Like, when Law first said Doflamingo killed someone he loved, I was like, oh my gosh, are we finally gonna get some romance in One Piece? Like, I was like really excited. But this story is so much better. I read this on a weekday before I went to work, and that was a mistake. The whole day my mind was muddled with the joy of meeting this brand new character, and like, I absolutely adored him, and it was the sadness that he was taken away so quickly, and I was in awe of the sacrifice that he made. This, along with Brook's backstory, is the only story in One Piece that, like, so far, they make me cry if I think too hard about them. Like, there are things that made me cry in the moment, but there are things that if I sit there and I ruminate, then it will bring a tear to my eye. And this was one of those stories. Let's talk about them. I don't even know where to start. Like, let's start at the beginning. The story of Fleavance is one of poo hitting the fan in the worst way possible. Law went from having everything to having nothing, just like Doflamingo and Rosinante. And he also emerged as the sole survivor of his homeland, just like Robin. Oda is reusing elements from other arcs. I done told y'all. Law emerges as this angry little boy who hates the world and wants to kill as much as possible. Where is he? Where's my boy? I lost him for a second. Here he is. Law emerges as this angry little boy who hates the world, and he wants to kill as much as possible before he dies so he can pay back just a little bit of what the world took from him. Enter Corazon. We all know that he's this odd Joker-looking guy. He got his makeup halfway done by Bond Clay and left in the middle of the appointment. He doesn't talk. He's tragically clumsy to the point where his legs are up in the panels rather than his face most of the time. Oh, and he hates kids. Defenestrate is one of my favorite words. It is up there with chicanery. It is a verb, and it means to throw a person. Well, it means to throw something out of a window, specifically a person. And when Cora first met Law, he defenestrated him. Okay, this is an example of me just like connecting too many dots and going way too far, but it is out of the window into a pile of garbage. A lot of good people in One Piece come from the garbage. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Frankie, Robin, metaphorically in the eyes of the world government. Fleavance could be described as garbage. Law stabs him in the back. Rosie doesn't snitch. Cora ends up hearing Law has a D name, and this whole new personality is revealed to us. He's been a spy for the Navy, and he's plotting against his brother this whole time. His hatred of kids is a result of his protection because he's trying to scare them away from the Don Quixote family, keep them safe. He looks at Law and he sees his older brother. He sees the hatred in him. He sees this child who could go in a very bad way. Rosie's probably one of the only people who knows exactly what they've both been through because he went through it too. He went through the trauma of growing up just like Doflamingo did. He decides to set off to cure Law's disease. They go to all these hospitals and keep getting turned away, and his personality is revealed by how hard he's fighting for Law. But anyway, you know the whole story. The point is, we're introduced to this wonderful, kind man. He's fantastic. He's awesome. Do I have lipstick on my teeth? You know, probably. We're introduced to this wonderful person, and Oda just took him away. He's gone now. He doesn't exist in the current storyline. How could you? Like, I'm so upset. I was so sad. This is my favorite character, as you can see. I love this guy so much. And he's gone now. Doflamingo pretty much said, "You yo daddy, son," and started squeezing the trigger until it clicked. And like, side note, all the celestial dragons shoot like they have an unlimited supply of bullets, and it's probably because they kind of do. But anyway, the whole death scene where Law was walking away, shift tone of voice to make this sound more emotional. The whole entire death scene where Law was walking away in silence, and you could only hear him crying after Korra passed away, that tore me up inside, because I was reading and I was like, this is going to sound so sad animated. And I was right. I love that in the end, Rosie was talking about how Law was free. And he could have said that Law was healed, but he said free because he wasn't just talking about from his white lead disease. He was talking about everything, free from disease, free from the Don Quixote family, free to go out and live his life without fear of death, free from the pain that he wanted to cause others, free from the burden of getting revenge. And he did all of this because he loved him. Law didn't love him at first. Law friggin' stabbed him in the back, but this whole time Rosie had no animosity towards him. He said that after he got stabbed, he was like, "I knew it was you hurting the whole time. I didn't feel a thing." And I was just like, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not going to. No, not today. But from the beginning, he was trying to save Law by throwing him out and trying to get him to stay away. And I know not every fictional character who makes a sacrifice for another character is comparable to Jesus, but Rosie really has some parallels with Jesus, like forgiveness for our sins, unconditional love, healing in unfathomable ways, ultimately dying so that we may be free are all qualities that I associate with my Lord and Savior. And when I started the show, I had no idea that I would find a character like him here. Like, I had no idea that anything like that would be possible in this silly little show about pirates. And he's here, and he sets himself on fire, and he's clumsy, and he has the silent fruit, and he's so kind, and he fights for you, and he dies for you, and he loves you, and it's just an amazing character. He's like, and he's gone now, and I'm sad. Here's a rapid fire list of things that I haven't said. Number 1, chapter 801 mirrors chapter 701, and that's one of my favorite freaking things ever. Number 2, has anybody ever thought about sea prism stone bullets? I'm not talking about sea prism stone nets. I'm talking about actual bullets that get lodged inside of you and can permanently sap your energy. Or am I just being violent? I think I might just be being violent. Number 3, how can Luffy defeat Kaido when he unalives himself for fun? I don't know how that's going to happen. Number 4, I was practically right about Sabo. Go watch my post-war video. Number 5, Sabo is more of Dragon's son than Luffy at this point. Number 6, there was something between Sanji and Viola. I ship it so hard. And number 7, the Yop fruit and the immortality operation. Now that it's mentioned, it needs to be a thing. Is someone walking around immortal, or is Law going to die to operate on somebody at some point? Just my thoughts. There's hair on my mouth. I've been Meanie Mosey, and I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. No. Okay, I did it wrong. Okay. I've been Meanie Mosey, and I'll catch you guys next time. Bye! He looks dumb, and in the context of One Piece that's saying something, I have so much animosity for you that I'm gonna shift my circadian rhythm. Keeping that secret cost him an arm and a leg.
Eliante pulling up feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena when hit from the back. Swing.
Let's get into Zoe. Let's talk about Zoe. So, when I first started watching Zoe, I didn't expect much of it, and this video is mainly going to be me explaining why I was wrong about that. Zoe is jam-packed with a whole bunch of information and lore that's critical to Whole Cake Island, and it's put in such a short, concise, gut-punching package. It's just awesome. Like every other storyteller, Oda is tasked with relaying all of the information in this arc in a way that didn't make us feel like we were drinking out of a fire hose, more often known as the info dump. It is the challenge of telling the audience about the story without telling the audience about the story, while also telling the audience the story. Oda navigated it wonderfully, as he always does, but I think Zoe is something special because it's different than all of the other arcs that came before it. In particular, all of the other miniature arcs that came before it, talking about like the Punk Hazard and the Sabaody. In this video, I will be covering Edward Weevil, very briefly, story structure, Zunisha, the Mink, Sanji, everything that happened in the Whale Tree, and questions I have going forward. Let's get into it. Edward Weevil. Like all my other One Piece videos, this one will be equal parts opinion and analysis, starting heavy on the opinion here. I don't know what this guy's doing. He looks dumb, and in the context of One Piece, that's saying something. He's going around causing destruction. His actions are seemingly unconnected to the main storyline. I know they are, but I can't tell how at this point. He travels with his mom, and she's a shriveled old woman who is slandering Whitebeard's name by claiming that he's her baby daddy. He's also a warlord, which means the Navy shouldn't have any problem with him, right? Yet, even the Navy is complaining about him. Now, I don't know why he's here or what he's going to do, but I don't like it, and I don't like his mustache. I feel like he's going to be important because otherwise we wouldn't spend any time on him. But like, oh, he looks so dumb. So the story structure. I think the story structure is what makes this arc very unique. One of the biggest moments of this arc, Raizo is safe, only goes hard because of the story structure. There's very little present action in Zoe. Most of the action and movement of the plot has already happened in the past, and by the time the audience and the Straw Hats get to Zoe, we're just catching up at this point. By arriving to Zunisha in the aftermath and seeing the Mink tribe recover, it gives you a lot of empathy for the tribe. Fights are pretty commonplace in One Piece, so if we saw the tribe fighting and then we saw them injured, there wouldn't be any distinction in their pain because it's an anime and they gon' fight. Seeing the tribe rebuild and then hearing that all of this happened for like no reason. They were looking for a ninja from Wano and we don't know what they were talking about. I had a lot of respect for them. The tension of Kinemon and Kanjuro showing up just builds, and their arrival becomes something that we absolutely cannot let happen under any circumstances. And then there's a sweet moment where Robin, Brooke, and Frankie take it upon themselves as the adults of the crew to guard the entrance of the city. But of course, they all fall asleep because they old and old people do be sleeping. And Kinemon and Kanjuro get past them because the story would be boring if they didn't. And pause, if we can just take a second to respect the raggedy little creatures that Kanjuro drew up. Little Ryunosuke. They tried so hard to climb up that elephant, and the noises that the anime made them make were just so pathetic. That was actually a good effort. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Should I get into voice acting? I couldn't help but cheer for those little guys because they were trying like so hard. They just look so sad to be alive. Kinemon and Kanjuro show up, and the very first thing out of their mouths is, "Where's that ninja from Wano?" And turns out he's been there all along. Like, excuse me? Like, are you kidding? The strength of the Mink tribe shifts at this moment. They go from having the physical capability to withstand a meaningless attack to having the mental fortitude to withstand torture and not snitch. What could be so important that it's worth the razing of their city and the mutilation of their leaders? And it elevates Kanjuro and Kinemon and Momonosuke and the whole entire Kozuki clan in Wano all the more once they start telling their story. Because like, you see everything that's around them and you see what they've been through, and that was all to protect this small group of people. So it's like, okay, who are you, really? Like, what the heck is going on? In addition to the story structure, The world building is also brilliant. Zunisha carries the Mokomo dukedom on its back. The city floods every time it washes itself, and because it's seawater, that's where they get all of their food, because them some fishes in the water. It's so smart. The elephant has lore too, because of course it has lore. He's been forced to wander the ocean because he committed a crime. In order to do anything, he needs explicit permission from Momonosuke, the heir to the Kozuki clan. The arc closes with someone, I forgot if it was Cat, Viper, or Dogstorm, and they're just like kind of wondering where Zunisha's going. I'll add on to that. Where's he going that he's been traveling for so long and he still hasn't gotten there yet? Side note, his legs, Zunisha's legs are so long that he rises so high above the sea, but his feet can still touch the bottom of the ocean floor, and that's disgusting. Like, wear your kneecaps. That's kind of gross. He's good, but like, hide your legs. This is crazy that someone asked about it, and there's actually a picture to go with it. Shifting to the residents of Zunisha, such an imaginative world deserves an equally imaginative society, and that's exactly what we got. I would say that the leaders of this place fought like cats and dogs, but that's not true. They did not fight like cats and dogs, actually. These two hate each other so much that they cannot even stand to be awake during the same hours of the day. And they put themselves on a strict, with like 5 T's sleep schedule. I'm sorry, that's taking on-site to the next level. That's like telling someone, I have so much animosity for you that I'm gonna shift my circadian rhythm. The only way we are gonna cross paths is if you are in my dreams, and I am not going to be dreaming about you. What? Like, that's insane. Like, what's even crazier though is that society just adjusted to it. Like, from what I can tell, the leaders' disagreement has not caused a rift in the people, but everyone just adjusted, with some people becoming diurnal, some people becoming nocturnal, and some people just not sleeping, I guess, apparently. The minks in general, they're just adaptable. Like, that's just who they are. They've proven themselves to be resilient and adaptable in every situation, whether it comes to adjusting their sleep schedules or war. There's one part where this mother was protecting her son, and instead of the both of them huddling in a corner and being helpless and all of that, as the trope usually goes, they both started attacking the villain. I thought that was really cool. I like it when stuff gets shifted and it turns out to be something that you didn't think it was gonna be. I think that's pretty neat. Everyone in Zou seems to be blessed with 2 special abilities. The first being their fighting skills, that electro thing that they can do. The second is their acting ability. You thought I was gonna say Sulong. I didn't. I'm not going to say Sulong. That's not what I meant. Everyone on that island deserves an Oscar. I'm sorry, but you're gonna tell me that during that whole entire situation no one snitched? That's crazy. Nobody cracked. Nobody even gave a hint as to where he could be. And then when the Straw Hats came, they were all crying and talking about it like they didn't do anything wrong, and they were like gar-chewing all over the place. Keeping that secret cost them an arm and a leg. Like, do you realize that? Like, everybody knew Raizo was there. Like, they got stabbed and poisoned, and those ugly animal creature people things bit them, and like their leaders were crucified, and the whole time nobody said a single thing. It's not the avoiding giving into torment that they deserve an Academy Award for. It's the lying to their saviors for me. I get it. Y'all need to protect your society and everything, but you didn't have to feign complete ignorance as hard as you did. Wanda's speech, like, she is bawling and all of it's fake. Like, you could have said, we don't know what he's talking about. You didn't have to cry about it. It's great that the minks are on our side now. Like, during the whole arc, there's this whole thing like, oh my gosh, like, don't they hate humans type of situation going on? But like, are they really? Now we know the minks won't tell you anything unless they want you to know. I'll keep that in mind. Like, I don't know what else they could be hiding, but I wouldn't be surprised is all I'm saying. The big bad information that is catapulting us into the next arc is that Sanji has gone missing and now joins a list of crewmates who have defected from the crew. Zoro is the only member of the OG East Blue crew that has not left yet because 1, he would never, and 2, I think if he did try to leave, he would get lost and end up right back with him. Like, I think nobody would know. and he wouldn't even know what happened. But I'm not gonna lie, I was excited. I was really, really, really excited to hear that Sanji was going to get married. Not because I wanted him to leave or anything like that, but I was excited about romance potentially being a major plot point, a central focus of the next arc, and how Sanji, who barely made it out of Fishman Island alive, was going to deal with that. Big Mom is getting involved, and of course she's a threat because Luffy is already on her list. He ate all of her candy and told her that he would kick her ass and steal her territory, so yeah, I'd be a little bit mad about that too. Big Mom and Kaido are shaping up to be pretty darn big deals, so it makes me wonder what Shanks has going on, because he kind of just seems like a dude. Like, he doesn't even have a devil fruit. What is he doing that makes him a warlord of the sea? Because like how much power does he have? Like, does he have territory? Does he have like a situation going on like Kaido where he's running an illegal thing? I don't know. But it's also a good gauge for us to see how far Luffy has come. Just that we're talking about warlords. No, not warlords. We're talking about emperors now. We talk about emperors, not the warlords. We talk about emperors. I would say his idols are becoming like either his peers or his rivals, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they're not his idols. The only people that Luffy has actually idolized are Shanks and Roger, never any of the warlords or any of the other emperors. But either way, here he is, an ally of Law, dare I say a friend of Law, who's a warlord of the sea, who used to fight now, and he's on their level. And he's plotting to take down emperors. Like, look at him go. So here we are at the info dump section of the arc, but it doesn't matter because this is information that both the audience and the characters really want to know right now and need to know, so therefore it is validated. The creation of the Ninja Pirate meets Samurai Alliance is so funny to me because the name is just so unserious. Also, the fact that Luffy would not join unless Momonosuke asked him, since he is technically the leader of the Kozuki clan, and that just reminds us that Luffy is still the same person that he was in Arlong Park, Alabasta, Enies Lobby, and he always makes people speak up for themselves on what they want before he decides to help them. But it seems like the magic words in this arc are, I don't mean to hide this from you, but Sanji's been smoked, Raizo's safe, we were hiding him this whole time. Momonosuke is not Kinemon's son, but he is in fact the leader of the Kozuki clan of Wano. And, they built the poneglyphs. They're the ones who made them. But all of the information at the end of this arc just brought up more questions than answers, as it always does. And so I just have a little list that I'm gonna go through. What happened in the blank century? Like, how is it so bad? Like, what did they do that they just had to hide it from everyone for the rest of time? Because they're talking about human trafficking. Like, the stuff that's going on in One Piece currently, like, it's not for kids or anything. It's not like it's sugar-coated. Like, they've talked about human trafficking, they talked about slavery, just all that kinds of stuff. So what are they hiding that's worse than what's going on now? Like, what on earth? And why doesn't anyone who knows about it, I'm thinking Rayleigh, Shanks, Buggy, potentially, everyone who's on Gold Roger's ship, why aren't they saying anything about it? Like, why is Rayleigh giving this vague answer? The heck's going on with that? How does anyone else plan to become the king of the pirates if they can't read poneglyphs? There was a moment in this arc where Robin was not worried because she knows how strong her friends are, which is wonderful. It's a complete 180 from Enies Lobby. We love to see it. But, like, what does that mean? Is there going to be another Rescue Robin? Not an arc, a Rescue Robin plotline situation going on. I don't know. Seems kind of redundant, and One Piece has been very good about not being redundant where it really matters, but a whole nother Rescue Robin thing seems like it might be like, again? So I don't know if we're gonna have that, but who else can read poneglyphs? The fact that Luffy has Robin in the first place is not coincidental, I don't want to say, but it's just very good for him. Hey, it's Editing Meanie here. My flashlight is on my phone because otherwise can't see me. Oh dear. Get that back here. But I think the word I'm looking for is serendipitous, just because, oh, stop it. I mean, it's just like they cross paths in the first place. Like, Grand Line is a big place. The only woman in the world who can read poneglyphs happened to be, one, on his ship, and two, agreed to stay with him after he fought to keep her. Maybe it's not serendipitous, because who else would have done what Luffy did? Who else would have fought so hard for her after she left their crew and blamed them for killing the mayor in Water 7? Like, it's not chance at all. Never mind. It's not serendipitous. It's not coincidence. It's just hard freaking work by the future King of the Pirates. Actually, yeah. He seems to be in a position where he is most likely to become the King of the Pirates, even if he wasn't as gung-ho about it as he is. It seems like he's the assumed next one, just because of like how his journey is so intertwined with Gold Roger's. Like, he's got the hat, he's got the hockey of the Supreme King, he can hear the voice of all things. He has Robin, seemingly the only person who can read poneglyphs. Even the Kozuki clan, they were saying, we just built them. My father died before he taught me how to read them. But I'm assuming that Odin is the reason why Roger was able to become the King of the Pirates, because Odin could read the poneglyphs. Frankie built the Thousand Sunny. He's the apprentice of Tom, who built the Oro Jackson, Roger's ship. His sworn brother is Roger's son. It's like Luffy is getting Nepo baby privileges when it comes to being the King of the Pirates. Not to say that things have been easy for Luffy at all, because they have not. But just seeing how hard Luffy is fighting, imagine, like, I can't imagine what Law's crew has gone through in order to get as far as they are currently. Or anyone else for that matter. Like, it seems like I don't want to say everything is being laid out for Luffy, but like, and I'm not saying it's like lazy writing or like anything like that. It's not. It's like, it's almost like Luffy's like a chosen one. Like, if I was trying to be King of the Pirates in this world and I saw Luffy with everything that he has, how do you even stand a chance against that? Like, if you don't have Supreme King Haki, like, I'm getting, like, how does anybody else look at Luffy and think that they have a chance? How is anyone else doing anything? Well, I mean, actually, the ability to read the poneglyphs actually has not had a significant impact on their journey. It's always been Robin will read it and be like, huh, that's interesting. I'll be like, what's it say? Oh, this one was like a poem or something. I don't know. Like, yeah, what have they said? Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. It makes me wonder about Shanks too, because Shanks had the hat. How did Roger give Shanks the hat? We know the significance of the moment that Luffy got it. It's like a statue in like the One Piece store in Japan. Like, it's a huge moment. But I'm wondering how Shanks got it from Roger, and why Roger didn't give it to Buggy or any other apprentice that was on the ship potentially. Like, why did he choose Shanks? What was special about Shanks that made Roger give it to him? What did Roger mean by that? And how could Shanks have known what he started by giving the hat to Luffy? Shanks could not have been, he wasn't an emperor when he gave Luffy the hat. And I'm assuming, I don't know what Film Red is about, but I'm assuming it'll answer some of these questions, hopefully. But how could he known what he started when he gave the hat to Luffy? Like, he said, you bring this back to me in good condition. Is Luffy ever going to give it back? His name is Straw Hat Luffy. This hat is his. Or is Luffy going to pass it down to someone? I think that it would be really cool if the hat had something to do with the One Piece. Sort of like an it's been there all along type of situation. Not like a power of friendship type thing, but in like a cool way. I'm not saying that the hat is the One Piece, but maybe it's like related to it. Maybe it's like the key to a riddle or something, or there's something like woven inside of it. I don't know. But did Shanks give away something that he didn't know about by passing the hat down? Because it's Luffy's now. Like I don't know. Who knows? Not me. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I have. This was a really good arc. The story structure is fantastic. Just lie to them the whole time. That's pretty much what it is. Thank you for watching, especially if you are watching this far along. I'm going to do my best to not get too caught up in the perfection and get too caught up in trying to do the biggest and bestest thing and just be more present in the community. Speaking of presence in the community, my sister and I are going to DreamCon in July. Not as like a creator or anything like that. I'm not big enough for that yet. But I don't know if you're going. I hope to see you there. But yeah, let me know in the comments if there's anything that I missed, anything I didn't talk about. I'll try to address it there. I will catch you guys in Whole Cake Island. Bye. You know, like if you've been here for a minute, you know I love me some good character development. It is my favorite thing, and so I was incredibly excited when I saw that that was the direction that this arc was headed. This is going to be the first video in a series of videos, however long it's going to take me to say everything about Whole Cake Island that I want to say. But yeah, we're gonna start with a good old-fashioned character analysis, diving into Sanji. So let's get into Sanji. So Sanji, externally, is very calm, cool, and collected in a stressful situation as long as there are no women involved. He's the third strongest member of the crew, potentially the fourth if you count Jinbei, and he is one of the most talented chefs in the world. And this is the man who got struck by lightning by Eneru and said, "Thank you for lighting my cigarette." This arc brought to the forefront some internal struggles that Sanji has been dealing with all along. We just couldn't see them without the context of his past. Sanji's journey in this arc is all about internal conflict. He's torn between the abusive family that he was born into, the Vinsmokes, and the family that he chose, the Straw Hat Pirates. You really see how deeply the trauma from the Vinsmokes runs in him, even though he tries to hide it with a smile. Throughout this arc, we see Sanji struggle to do what he believes is best for everyone else, even if it means sacrificing his own happiness. There are a few specific moments in this arc that build on top of each other that ultimately culminate in the breaking of Sanji. And then in one fell swoop, his captain puts him back together again. And that is the main that's the main stuff that I'm going to be covering in this video. All of the Straw Hats have lines that you know you don't cross with them. Some lines from the crew are more clear than others. For example, if you break the Hippocratic Oath or you disrespect life in general, you're going to piss Chopper off. If you hurt one of his friends or if you hurt someone who feeds him, you're going to piss Luffy off. But out of everyone on the crew, it seems that Sanji has both the most lines that you do not cross with him and the most visible and clear-cut lines. And there are 4 of them, and I bet you can name them without me even having to say them, but I'm going to say them anyway. The first one is that you do not harm women. The second one is that you do not waste food. The third one is that his hands are not for fighting. You can catch his feet, you can't catch his hands. And then the last one is that when someone is hungry, you feed them. So the initial scene with the Vinsmokes, it establishes Sanji as an outsider within his own family in the most clear way possible. Like if you had any doubt that he didn't fit in, his brothers right off the bat cross 2 of Sanji's cardinal rules in an incredibly efficient way by throwing a plate full of food at the woman who cooked it. That's absolutely crazy. Let's waste food and hurt a woman at the same time. So that's what they did. We get into Sanji's past and we find out that empathy has always been part of Sanji's nature. For example, he's always been into feeding rats. Given Sanji's empathy, I have a bit of a theory that I thought of. So what if, like, they were all in the womb, right? And then Sora drank the poison to make her sons not be robotic maniacal monsters and whatnot. And so I'm thinking, what if when his mother drank the poison to counteract the super serum the judge gave to their kids, what if Sanji took one for the team and protected his brothers by taking the brunt of the poison, losing his powers completely? Like, what if he was protecting them even from then, and instead he became incredibly human rather than all of them just being diminished a little bit, and then the rest of them were exactly how Judge wanted them to be? That's just my idea, that Sanji saved his brothers unintentionally. I don't know if that will be described or anything. If it hasn't been described by the end of this arc, then it's probably not a thing, but just an idea. Like, he was nice from, like, even in the womb, he was a kind person. And then side note, why is the hero that fights Jerma 66 named Sora? And then the mother is also named Sora. I just thought that was interesting, and I don't hear anybody talking about it or saying anything about it. So yeah, what's that about? Due to his circumstances, Sanji grew up as the runt of the litter, if you will. He was an incredibly talented little boy, however not in any way that his father valued, and thus he was physically abused by his siblings, pronounced dead by his family, and locked away in a cell. Back to the present, and they've beaten Sanji, and even as an adult, they've beaten Sanji and put handcuffs on him that will blow up if he tries any funny business, and that also breaks the third rule of Sanji's life: the hands of a chef are sacred and shall not be harmed. And on top of that, they threaten Chef Zeph and the Baratier and the Straw Hat crew, saying that they'll hurt them too if he doesn't do what they want to do. So when you take into account all of these things, how empathetic Sanji is and how oppressed he feels by his family and Big Mom, even the most logical part of his brain can't find a way out. But instead, his logical side is kind of going towards the safest route for everybody else. He's thinking, hey, all I gotta do is marry this pretty girl, and she kind of likes me too, so that's a plus, and if I just give up, then everyone I know and love won't die. So in writing this analysis, I thought of a way in which Sanji could be read in this arc, and I say could be because I don't 100% agree with it, and I'm still trying to figure out why not. But in this arc, someone could interpret Sanji as having high-functioning, chronic, low self-esteem. And I'm talking about like Izuku Midoriya level low self-esteem. If you've seen My Hero Academia, you know that Izuku Midoriya is a character who is selfless to a fault. He will fight to the point where he is physically broken in order to save other people. And it's almost like he doesn't even care for his own well-being as long as he can save other people. So I'm thinking Sanji could be read in that way, so let me break that down. High functioning, like I said before, Sanji is very talented and he knows it too. He smiles, he is a leader on the crew, he asserts himself, he calls other people out when they're wrong. And then the low self-esteem part, despite all of this, I think there might be a part of Sanji that thinks I'm replaceable and nobody really needs me. So why do I say this? I'm not sure that I have too much evidence for this, so that's why I only halfway believe it. But Sanji is always quick to go off by himself and isolate himself. At least he was in pre-time skip. Most of the time, I didn't notice that Sanji was gone from the story until he was coming back, like when he called Crocodile and told him that he was Mr. Prince, or like when he went ahead to catch the train before everyone at Water 7, or when he sabotaged the gates at Enies Lobby. He functions very well as a lone ranger. And lastly, he tried to stand in place for Zoro when nothing happened in Thriller Bark. Sanji is the cook of the crew, and Zoro is the protector of the crew. So Sanji interfering at that point was like Zoro trying to step into the kitchen. Like, what are you even doing? Like, Sanji, I know I was always a bit confused. Like, why isn't it like so clear that like Zoro's like the guy to do, like, why would you interfere with that? The Thriller Bark incident, that was the main thing that made me think that Sanji might think that he's replaceable. He was saying, like, I fed the crew, now I'm gonna feed the worms. I was like, what are you even saying? Like, come on. Like, what are you even doing? And so it's almost like Sanji is constantly thinking, like, what can I do to help? Which doesn't translate to low self-esteem unless you're thinking, all I can do is cook and kick, what else can I do to help? But on the other hand, it could also be read as, let me think, what is my team overlooking that I could do to help? That second view portrays him as confident in his ability and logical, especially when you consider that he's the one who told Sniper King, I'll do what I can do, now you go do what you can do. And like, that's pretty much it. That is why the low self-esteem read only works if you really want it to, but you might want it to. I don't know if that's how you want to imagine Sanji's character. it's all subjective. So anyway, let's jump to the Luffy versus Sanji fight. So this marks the third time that Luffy has had to argue with someone to keep them on the crew, and it marks the second time that Luffy has had to physically fight someone to keep them on the crew. And in all of these situations, Luffy versus Usopp, Robin, and now Sanji, Luffy is fighting against the self-worth issues of his crew. So if you would like me to dive deeper into those topics, I could definitely think about enough stuff to put in a video for that one. But let me know in the comments. But for this video right now, I'm focusing on Sanji. So in this fight, initially Sanji takes the approach where he's pretending like he doesn't care about the crew, he doesn't even know the crew, he's got amnesia. He's trying to convince everyone that he's a jerk because he would rather them hate him and stay alive rather than have them die trying to save him. Luffy is not fighting Sanji back for the same reason why Corazon didn't tell Doflamingo that Law stabbed him back in Law's backstory, because he knows that hurting people hurt people, and that Sanji was breaking his own heart having to fight him like that. And then the moment when Luffy starts yelling at Sanji, like, I'm sorry, like, I watched dub. I'm not apologizing for watching dub. I watched dub, and Colleen Clinkenbeard did an amazing job with Luffy yelling at Sanji after their fight. Because there was like, he's like, and if you leave me here, I'll just starve to death.
And if you leave me here, I'll just starve to death!
I get chills every single time I watch that. Luffy starts yelling at Sanji, and then he says that he's going to stay there. I'm going to stay right where I am until you feed me. I'm not eating a bite to eat unless you cook that food. And with this, you take Sanji's 4 rules. 3 of them have been broken. 3 of them have been poo-pooed on. Nobody cares about them. And then Luffy is acknowledging that 4th rule and using it against Sanji. Except this is for Sanji's benefit. His rules have been used to control him throughout this whole entire arc. The idea that if someone is hungry, you feed them, that was one of the first defining acts that we saw for Sanji's character. On that moment when he went to go feed Gin and the Baratier, and that's exactly what made Luffy ask him to join his crew. So Sanji is a good person, and he sees the best in others, and he wants to help however he is able, which is why he absolutely did not deserve what Pudding did to him. I don't like her. I'm glad she changed and all that. I don't like her. Oh gosh, she really irritates me. She's not worthy of Sanji. I don't care. Like, if One Piece ends, and it shows what the crew is doing after the One Piece. If One Piece ends and Sanji goes back to marry Pudding, I'm going to be so upset. Oh, she has self-esteem issues, and oh, Sanji thinks she's beautiful. Well, Sanji thinks all women are beautiful, and she can go unpack her baggage on someone else's vacation. We've seen Sanji rejected by women. We've seen Sanji straight up ignored by women, but we've never seen Sanji outright mocked by women. And he was being mocked for his genuine efforts to form a relationship with Pudding, and she was his only solace, his salvation in this bleak situation. And then he finds out that it was all just an act, and they're all going to kill everybody anyway. And what makes this moment so darn sad is that he's standing out in the rain, and he can't even light a cigarette. Like, everything has been taken from him. This is the most alone that we've seen Sanji, when he has no one and nothing, and he's just crying in the rain. This is the moment for him that was the same as Luffy banging his head on the ground in Sabaody. This is the moment where it's the same as Nami stabbing herself in Arlong Park. This is Sanji absolutely broken, when everything has been taken from him and his friends have been pushed away. And the next moment that plays out is actually kind of funny to me, because it was just one of Big Mom's children who was just strolling down the hallway, and he sees Sanji sitting there with his basket of food, And he's like, oh, some food. Like, hey, boo-boo, let me get a look in that picnic basket. And Sanji's not having it. Sanji kicks him into a wall. Homeboy, like, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just walking down the hallway. He just wants some food. He sees a basket full of food. He's like, what's in that basket? Dude's sitting right there. He doesn't care. And then he starts digging through it. Ooh, a meat stick. Ooh, a burger. And then Sanji just gets pissed off. And Sanji knew that food was Luffy's food. He knew in his heart, even though he was cooking it for pudding, he knew that he was making stuff for the Straw Hat crew. Sanji comes to the realization that Luffy is still allegedly standing there out in the rain, not eating any food because Sanji hasn't made him anything yet. This next part is so beautiful to me because it mirrors the exact same circumstances as when baby Sanji went and brought his mom some food. Because he dropped it in the rain, it got attacked by dogs, and by the time that it gets to the designated owner, it is absolutely rancid food. Yet and still, both Luffy and Sanji's mom say, like, they eat every single bite, and they say it is delicious. It was like healing, like, cause like that's what initially started his love for food, was cooking for other people, and someone to encourage that. Like, every single time Sanji cooked, they'd be like, you making that rat food again? They'd throw it away, all that. His mom, she didn't care what he made. She didn't care if he made him underside of the shoe gunk. She would have eaten it and said it was delicious because she wants to encourage her son. It was just so sweet to me that they did the exact same thing. Not that Luffy is Sanji's mother or anything like that, but the very last moment of this, I guess this first half of Whole Cake Island, is the climax and resolution of Sanji's character development. He lays out the reasons to Luffy why he is not coming back to the crew. Luffy sat there, he waited until Sanji came to feed him. Sanji fed him, and he's thinking like, oh, he's gonna join the crew now. Sanji's like, nope, I can't go back for 3 reasons. Number 1, he hurt Luffy and he shamed himself by fighting him. Number 2, the Baratier is being held hostage. And number 3, his jerkwad of a family is all going to die. He cares about them still because he's Sanji. Luffy promptly smacks some sense into him. And Luffy really only punches his crewmates when they're not saying what they really mean, which is something that doesn't happen often, but it happened with Vivi and it happened with Usopp. Luffy says, tell me what you really, really want. And this is feeling a lot like Robin again. In Robin's defense, she'd never seen anyone go up against the world government before. But in Sanji's case, I feel like he should have had more faith in the insanity of his captain. He should have known how far Luffy was going to go. Except I guess it's like some maybe like psychological barriers with like the oppressive family that you were raised with and all of that kind of blocking some logical proof that you've seen that someone will be willing to fight for you. I don't know if there's any type of study on that, but it's probably some type of syndrome, I'm thinking. Luffy is so emotionally intelligent that he saw through Sanji's act, and that's why he punched him. He says, like, I asked you what you wanted to do. I didn't ask you for the reasons why you can't do what you wanted to do. And I thought that was similar to like when you're going out with friends and they say, hey, do you want to go get some food? And you say, I don't have any money. And they're like, that's not what I asked you. This arc ends with Sanji going on to infiltrate the wedding and make Pudding fall in love with him and sate Big Mom with the most delicious cake in the whole entire world. And the development kind of ends with the Luffy fight. And so this whole entire next part of the arc makes me think that Sanji's character is interesting in a derogatory way. And I will admit, I have been influenced by another opinion. I can be very easily influenced at times, but Ben from TikTok was essentially talking about how Sanji was written poorly and that Sanji should do more cooking things and that Sanji never talks about the all blue. And I was thinking those are some valid points. Like, that is what we in the business like to call a compelling argument. I'll link the video in the description below. But anyway, as I was saying, in the latter half of this arc, we saw Sanji solve a problem with cooking, which, like, don't get me wrong, I love to see it. Like, that's Sanji functioning as his highest self, but I don't remember seeing him doing anything like this since G8 or canonically since the train in Water 7 when he fought that noodle dude. And I know he cooks. After every big battle, he cooks. After Zoe, he cooks. On the ship, he cooks. But as a chef character, he's cooked. Like, having Sanji present to feed people is a passive buff, because he'll walk out of the kitchen with food and everyone will say, "Thank you, Sanji, this is delicious." Therefore, he's cooked. We didn't see him do... I'm not saying... Okay, I'm not trying to say, like, he's not in there cooking. I'm saying that us not seeing him cook is a robbery of the character. Or it's like, what if whenever Chopper wanted to do some type of doctor thing, we don't see him figuring out how to solve a problem. We just say like, oh, send him to Chopper, and Chopper's in some back room being a doctor, and then they come out and they're all better. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at as with what's going on with Sanji's cooking. He's fulfilling his role as a chef, but we're not seeing him do anything other than bring food out of the kitchen and go buy groceries, and maybe he's standing at a stove shoveling it around a little bit. As far as like being a chef being important to his character, you don't see that much of it, or like he's not incorporated into his fights or anything like that. And like, I'm not like, ugh. You know what? Maybe I am complaining. Maybe it's okay to complain. I don't complain enough about anything ever. This is a crazy world. One Piece is a crazy world. It's not like I'm asking Robin to find a way to fight with archaeology or anything like that, or like fight with some skill that can't be used as a weapon. Nami fights with the weather all the time. Nami had a weapon invented so that she could weaponize weather. Chopper has had to come up with vaccines for all kinds of doctor stuff before. Frankie has had a situation in which he had to build things in the middle of an arc in order to get to where he needs to be. Frankie's always using his inventor skills to upgrade himself, upgrade the ship. We see him doing those things. He uses different tools on his body to showcase his engineering capability. Brook has used music while he's fighting to like lull characters into a sleep, make them delusional. Zoro can cut everything. Even Usopp has utilized his cowardice. Like, he's weaponized his cowardice in order to lead people into a fake sense of security. And he's used strategic thinking to win in a fight. So if anyone can come up with a situation in which cooking is the solution to a problem, it's Oda. Yes, he did that in Whole Cake Island. But I'm saying we haven't seen that happen since Water 7 or G8. In a situation in which it's not like monotonous. Like, Chopper doesn't solve problems by being a doctor all the time. That's not always the solution. But like, we don't need to see like every single arc or anything like that. But I can count 3 instances in which Chopper has been a doctor and that has been the solution to the problem. Like, it would just be nice if we had a couple more instances in which cooking was the solution to a problem. Like, Sanji's fighting a dinosaur and he starts a fire and he's like, preheat the oven to 450, tenderize the meat, and let it marinate, or something like that. I don't know. I really like Sanji, especially a lot more since this arc, except I'd like to see a little bit more done with him, is all I'm saying. Another point on this part, but when Kuma sent everyone away, they all went to an island that would help them better their skills. Like, Zoro went to Mihawk, Nami went to the weather island. Robin went to the Revolutionary Army to learn more about history that was hidden and whatnot. Frankie went to Vegapunk. Chopper went to learn more about doctoring. Everyone went somewhere that was specific to the role that they fulfill on the crew. That is everyone except Sanji. Sanji went to the Kamabaka Kingdom, which specifically played on the gag side of his character that is obsessed with women. And so, like, yes, when he went there, they said they would teach him, like, he would have to fight them in order to learn these special recipes that would help improve the fighting capabilities and endurance of the crew. But then my question to the audience is, name one of those recipes. It is a passive buff. Like, we can only assume that he's gotten better, but it has not said anything outright. Not once has a crewmate said, "Dang, Sanji, what you put in my sandwich?" Like, everybody else frequently utilizes what they learned in the 2 years when they were away, except Sanji, because the only thing that we know for sure that he learned was Skywalk. I guess I said all that to say this arc made me appreciate Sanji more, but it would be nice to see his cooking at the forefront of an arc that is not entirely about him. So yeah, anyway, that is my analysis of Sanji's character from Whole Cake Island. This arc completely broke our chef boy and then put him back together into a more complete image than when we had seen him previously. If you don't like Sanji by now, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're probably not gonna like Sanji ever. But like, I want all of the crewmates to have an arc like this. And like, everyone, like, post time skip has been very much about plot and like everything moving forward. Of course, we gotta end it somewhere. We gotta go find the One Piece. But I would love to see deeper personal arcs for Chopper, Frankie, and Zoro. Please, please, I want a Zoro arc so bad. Anyway, I've been Meanie Mosey. Thank you so much if you're at the end of this video. Thank you for watching. I post videos about One Piece. If you like this video, go ahead and give it a like. Leave a comment. Even if the comment ain't nothing but an emoji, just like do one of those little nerd face emojis with like the little buck teeth on it, just so I know that you got this far, because it helps engagement, it helps spread my channel, which I've been told is underrated several times, except if I say it, then that's like bragging, but I don't know. But anyway, I've been Meanie Mosey, and I will catch you guys in the next Whole Cake Island video, which I will probably determine which one I'll record next from the comments. So, bye. Welcome to another interlude. You just finished my Whole Cake Island video. I will say at this point in my content creation career, I don't know, it had taken me a very long time to get Whole Cake Island out. And then when I did, I kind of had the mind to like do like a character by character analysis of it. I started with Sanji because of course he's like the main one. But I really didn't get into like any other characters. Like, there were things about family that I have notes on. There are things about pudding that I have notes on. Just a whole bunch of stuff. Luffy in particular, that I never really spoke about. And so there's that. I can post more videos about that. But like, at this point, I was kind of like burnt out a little bit. I don't know. Being a content creator is kind of tough. But yeah, I never really touched on that, and I also never really got into Wano either because I was kind of burnt out a little bit. And then this next series of videos you're going to see is when I kind of had like a fire lit under my butt to really just finish One Piece, and that was in 2024. So this next video set of videos is going to be called 1 Month, 1 Goal, One Piece. It has like an entirely different editing style to it, but I just really like, it's a really set structure as I just charged through to the end, and I'm mainly talking about Egghead and everything like that, so that's after Wano. But yeah, again, if you want to hear me talk about Wano, make us think about it in the comments. I'll feel bad and I'll put something together. I already have notes on it, I just never recorded it. So there's that. If you want to hear me talk more about Whole Cake Island, put that in the comments. Let me know for sure. Like, this is I want to build up a community. I want to make videos that I want to make, and I also want to make videos that you guys want to see. So there's that. But yeah, we're almost at the end here. So please enjoy these last few videos. I think they're a bit shorter than all the other ones just because they cover a shorter span. But yeah, thank you for watching so far. If you're not subscribed already, like, what are you doing? What are you even doing? Subscribe, like the video. Bye. I have been reading One Piece for all of 3 years now, and I am still not caught up. Less dedicated people have completed it in a year or so, but it's life. I don't know how to tell it to you or how to explain it, But anyway, that's what's happened. So I am determined to not set foot into the new year without being caught up on One Piece. I am on chapter 1059. I have about 72 chapters left and 5 weeks. This video is going to cover chapters 1059 through 1073. Yeah, if you haven't read those, don't watch this. I'm going to do a little bit of a summary. Then I'm going to do a little bit of an analysis, I guess, over the main thing that was pressing me in this arc, and then I'll end with some questions, some reactions, and some predictions on what I think is going to happen next. So, without further ado, I'm going to summarize this arc as fast as possible. Ready and go. We start off in chapter 1059. The Straw Hats are leaving Wano and Yamada behind, go to Amazon Lily where the Marines are trying to arrest Hancock. Blackbeard is there too. Rayleigh mediates and Blackbeard takes Kobe instead. The story hammers down on how Luffy's dream isn't to become king of the pirates, but instead some more ridiculous and hilarious thing. The island of Lucia and possibly Sabo get obliterated. The crew goes to Egghead and the plot does that thing where it splits in two and we get double the world building and double the story advancement. Luffy rescues Bonnie, they explore the future island, and we learn that Kuma is Bonnie's dad. We're getting set up for a backstory so painful that it'll make us want to say nothing happened. Vegapunk saves all the books from Ohara and Saul is still alive, and we're introduced to Vegapunk and his 6 satellites in the Seraphim. CP0 attacks the island. Vegapunk wants the Straw Hats to take all of him away. Stussy turns on CP0 because she's a clone created by Madza, the same lady who claims that Whitebeard is her baby daddy. CP0 destroyed Sentomaru in an attempt to gain control over the Seraphim. Kizaru is heading to the island and he's Sentomaru's uncle. I wonder what's going to happen there. He has one of the 5 elders with him, which should disrupt things with the Seraphim. Law is fighting Blackbeard. Aokiji is on Blackbeard's crew now. Blackbeard captured Pudding. Kid is on Elbaf. Garp is rescuing Kobe. And Zoro is amazing and I still love him. Vegapunk's character in these chapters really intrigued me because he's been name dropped in this story for a very, very long time. I want to analyze his morality after seeing him move around a bit and kind of getting some general feelings about his character. We've encountered a lot of highly intelligent scientists in the One Piece world already, and the ones that are closest to Vegapunk, the ones from his former Mads group, that's Judge and Queen, they are exceptionally cruel. In order to properly analyze Vegapunk's character within the context of the story, I think we gotta go back to Water 7. So, let's start with kind of the main lesson that Frankie learned, since Frankie seems very connected to Vegapunk at this point. He idolizes him the same way that Chopper idolized Hogback back in Thriller Bark. Tom told Frankie, "A shipwright should always be proud of his ships. Even if your creations are used for destruction, even if they play a role in your own downfall, you need to own that. That is the weight of pride. That is what it means to be proud of your creations." Tom didn't hide from it. He stood tall even when his creation of the Oro Jackson played a role in his own demise. Frankie learned that lesson and he took it further. He didn't just take pride in what he built, but he also took full responsibility. That's why he destroyed the blueprints for Pluton in Enies Lobby. He knew how dangerous they were just from looking at them, and he was not about to let that kind of power get into the wrong hands. So let's talk about Vegapunk because he seems to be on a completely different wavelength. Vegapunk is all about the possibility of his inventions, not necessarily their purpose or what will happen with them once they're created. You can see an example of this when he talks about his desire to allow humanity to share one brain, and he kind of shrugs off Jinbei's question of what happens when conflicting ideologies crash into each other. He's like, that's a very important question, but you're gonna stop progress if you keep thinking like that. What? Before you make any progress, shouldn't you ask the tough questions? Otherwise, what are you progressing towards? The Seraphim are Vegapunk's crowning achievement, but they're also an ethical mess. Tragedy, travesty, disaster. It's awful. The Seraphim embody the exploitation of the Lunarians, the 7 warlords, and Impel Down prisoners, and yet Vegapunk views them as a testament to scientific achievement. Using human experimentation just to move forward with science, it's pretty bad. The world government, who Vegapunk already knows is not trustworthy. Same world government that destroyed Ohara, the same world government that is going against everything that you believe in by trying to hide history and hide progress and all of that. He built the Seraphins for them, and now they're using them to do whatever they want, i.e. capture warlords, and who knows what else. But Vegapunk is still proud. Why? Because he considers them to be the highest echelon of science achievable, the strongest form of humanity. It is his ability to create a person, people that are very incredibly strong, very incredibly strong. He's proud of his achievement, not necessarily what his achievement is being used for. Bonnie calls his pursuit of knowledge greedy, and she is on to something. His greed is not materialistic, but it is intellectual greed. He prioritizes the discovery over the ethical consideration of who benefits and who suffers. Vegapunk does not have a line like Frankie did with Pluton. When it comes to questions like, should I be doing this? He's already on to the next thing. He's done it already. What's the next breakthrough? It's not about whether something is right, it's about whether something is possible. And this is what makes him so different from Tom and Frankie. They owned the consequences of their creations. Vegapunk will slap a failed experiment sticker on it so quick, and he'll just move on in order to make more progress towards the next thing. How do I know this? Why am I making this judgment? Because we've heard about him for so long. He leaves his crap all over the place. He has an abandoned lab at Katakuri, his hometown where Frankie landed. It had all of that research on it, enough for Frankie to upgrade his whole entire body. He has an abandoned lab at Punk Hazard that Caesar was still in. Caesar, the worst babysitter in the world, maybe found some of his notes, possibly. It's not out of the question. He was in the same lab, and he's trying to leave Egghead right now. He has stuff there, and he's just gonna leave it. And like, he may be the smartest person in the world, but he's not the only smart person in the world. Some people can read his notes and understand them, and the fact that he's just leaving it out in the open for anybody is irresponsible. So where does Vegapunk fall on the mad scientist spectrum? Is he really all that different from Judge, Queen Caesar, or dare I say Hogback? Judge is proud of his cruelty. He thinks manipulating his kids is peak parenting. Queen, meanwhile, enjoys his malicious science as a form of personal entertainment. Caesar revels in destruction and suffering, creating tools like the smiles with explicit intent to harm and control others. And Hogback is a grave-robbing necrophiliac. Hogback justified his grotesque work with zombies as the pinnacle of medical science, dismissing the humanity of the corpses that he was mutilating. Like Hogback, Vegapunk focuses on what can be done rather than what should be done. And even though Vegapunk is not cruel and has good intentions, or does not have bad intentions, whichever side that you want to say, it is his irresponsibility and failure to consider the consequences of his actions that makes him just as dangerous as all of the other mad scientists in One Piece. Ultimately, Vegapunk embodies the double-edged nature of scientific progress. He represents the best and worst aspects of innovation, the ability to create wonders, and the capacity for unintended destruction. Frankie and Tom are his narrative foils. They both understand that true pride in creation requires accountability, not just pride in creation. Because sometimes it's not about how smart you are or what you can create. Sometimes it's about knowing when to stop. In Vegapunk, as much as he already knows, I think that's the one lesson that he hasn't learned. Reaction time. So, questions I have in this arc about what's happened and what's going on. Number one, I think we hadn't seen this before, but what is Aokiji doing on Blackbeard's crew? Like, how did this happen? Like, the last we heard from him, he had fought homeboy Akainu, Sakazuki, whatever. Like, I wonder if he's being blackmailed. I wonder if he truly believes in Blackbeard's sort of chaotic purpose that's going on right now. I don't know. It's kind of like, what are you doing? Because they've captured Kobe. They took Kobe. They captured Pudding. And Blackbeard wanted Boa Hancock's power. What is Blackbeard going to do with Boa Hancock's power? Like, her beauty is like the whole thing to it, and I like the only thing I can think of is if Blackbeard turned people to stone and then quaked them apart and everything. But he already has 2 of them, 2 devil fruits, which we didn't think was possible, but apparently he can get another one now, so that's fun. The next thing is, it said that Kuma was from a special race of people, and I'm wondering what that race is. Maybe he's part Lunarian because he doesn't have the wings or the white hair or the flames, but he does have brown skin. And there aren't that many brown skinned people in One Piece, just saying. I don't know. When Fujitora was talking about abolishing the 7 warlords of the sea, I'm wondering if he knew about the Seraphim. If he knew that they were a possible consideration, if they were being developed or anything like that. Because with the Seraphim, the world government has taken the power of the 7 warlords and they've taken their autonomy and created this hierarchical system of control with them. And are they, like, my question is, are they making Seraphim for all of the warlords because we only have about 4 right now? Do they have any more Lunarians that are alive that they are still testing on or anything like that? Is King dead? Because that would kind of suck. Because it would be cool if we could hear from him again about all this. Yeah, and he seemed like he wasn't a bad guy either. So it would be cool if King could weigh in and come to the good side now that Kaido's KO'd. I also just realized that if King is dead, then that means that Zoro literally just ended a race. An entire race in this series. And it's the only known race of black people. So there you have it. Vegapunk called one more person on Egghead before things kind of ramped up. I'm wondering who he called. Who would he be able to call that would help with CP0? Don't know. I guess we'll find out soon. And the last thing, it's not like a question, but it's more of a statement. I'm so happy that Saul is alive because it made Robin happy, and Robin's happy face makes me happy. Prediction time. My predictions going forward. Sabo cannot be dead. That's not going to be a thing because you already killed the super cool older brother. You can't kill the long lost brother too because that's just messed up. Frankie is going to get into an argument of some sort with Vegapunk once he figures out what he's actually doing, or that he doesn't care about what he's doing, something like that. I think they're going to have like a falling out, kind of like Chopper did with Hogback a little bit. I don't know if Frankie's going to fight Vegapunk or fight some of the Vegapunks. But this seems to be a pretty quick and compact arc so far based on how quickly everything is moving. We're already fighting now. I don't see Frankie being isolated fighting all the Vegapunks. I see the crew helping too, so maybe the crew and the Vegapunks get into a skirmish? I don't know. And I think Kizaru's going to be mad that Sentomaru is hurt. He might be conflicted with ZP0 and what they've done. Or it could be Garp all over again with Ace and everything. So who knows? Maybe he doesn't care about his nephew. And the last thing, the elder that's with Kizaru is going to take control of the Seraphim. The Seraphim are going to turn on the crew and the Vegapunks and all of that. That's just like, you wouldn't establish the hierarchy and put the elders at the top and have an elder show up in that space without... Okay, literally my camera battery, or my camera's internal temperature got too high and it stopped recording, so that's fun. But as I was saying, you don't establish the hierarchy of the Seraphim control and put the elders at the top and then have an elder show up on the island where the Seraphim are and not have the elder take control over the Seraphim. It's a smoking gun. He's gonna get to them eventually and they're all gonna turn on the crew and everybody else who's there. But yeah, anyway, that is what I think about this so far. I'm excited to not know things about the story anymore. And I'll see you guys next week where I'll be covering chapters 10 1074 through... Next week, I'm going to cover chapters 1074 through 1087. All right, well, that's all that I have so far. I hope you have an awesome week. I've been Meanie Mosey, and I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel where I talk about anime and do anime-related things. In this video, I am going to be reviewing chapters 1074 through 1087 of One Piece. This is the second video in a series in which I catch up to One Piece before the year ends because I've been reading One Piece for 3 years now and I'm not caught up, and I think it's time that I do that. So I'm going to do that. In this video, I'm going to start with a little bit of a summary. After the summary, I'm going to do an analysis. Then I'm going to have some questions afterwards of like kind of just things that I'm confused about now that the story has continued to progress. And then lastly, I'm going to make some predictions over what I think is going to happen in the future. We're going to get into the summary. Summary time. I'm going to summarize these chapters as quickly as possible. Ready and go. In chapter 1074, the conflict escalates when Sentomaru releases all the pacifistas and says it's about to be Ohara up in here. Bonnie learns a bit about Kuma's story before getting ejected from his pain bubble. We learn that Vivi and Wapple are on Morgan's whip. The Straw Hats have to team up with CP0 to fight the Seraphim, and they are not enthused about it. What's going on with Egghead is officially referred to as the Egghead incident for the first time, and will result in a shock the world never saw coming. Shaka the good Vegapunk is killed by York the greed Vegapunk. I repeat, his goodness is killed by his greed. Stop. Think about it. Freak out. Oh, wait. You think about it? It's crazy. Kid fights Shanks and loses real bad. Sword is introduced. I kind of see them as vigilantes with access to Navy resources. Garp is coming to Full to save Kobe. It's giving Marineford. Aokiji basically joined the Blackbeard Pirates because he was bored and salty. Law was defeated by Blackbeard and is fleeing with Beppo, or Beppo is fleeing with him. Kind of more like that ways. Buggy has declared the Cross Guild is going to go for the One Piece just like Shanks is. We finally hear more about what happened at the Reverie. Sabo is alive. The Revolutionary Army declared war on Marie's freed the slaves, burned the food supply. Cobra just rolled up and started asking the five elders all the wrong questions. What happened to Shirahoshi is exactly what the fishmen were afraid of. The empty throne is ironically not empty and is occupied by Emu, the same guy that had the dusty looking giant straw hat earlier. The Nefertaris all have D's in their name. Who is surprised by that? Fujitora helped free the slaves. Vegapunk made an island destroying type weapon thingy. There are Seraphim for all the warlords. Garp got stabbed in the stomach, and it's really giving Marineford now. This chunk of chapters was more spread out than the last chunk of chapters that I read, so I have a couple of sections to talk about this time instead of one long one. I'm going to go over Kid and Law's defeat, Buggy's past and his current influence, Emu and the five elders, and then Fulleled and Marineford's similarities. If you want a Vegapunk video analysis, I got news for you. Go look at the last video that I recorded because everything that I've seen in this arc just affirms what I said in that video. If you want to know why I'm freaking out that his goodness was killed by his greed, go watch that video. Let's move on to Kid and Law's defeat. With everything that we've been through with Kid and Law, the fact that their defeats took one chapter each is shocking to me. Kid challenged Shanks after he already lost an arm. Oh, do I look like him? Why would he do that? Like, why would he go again? Like, so what? You beat Big Mom. You had help. Shanks took one move and just beat you and your first mate. So I don't understand why he thought it was a good idea to go get him again. Contrast that with Law, who did not go looking for trouble, but trouble found him. And Blackbeard just got him. And so now Beppo is fleeing with Law on his back, and Law's like, we gotta go get the crew. Beppo's like, trust in the crew, they're gonna save you. I mean, they're gonna They're gonna be fine. Both of their ships gone, both of their crews gone. They both got Gecko Moriad. They both got Don Krieg. So my question is, why was it so fast? Why? And I'm not asking in a story critiquing type of way, like this was bad writing, why is it so fast, we should have had more time with him. No, I'm asking because I think there is a reason behind it, and I want to know. Like, why were they treated like they were so insignificant in a story that specializes in making you feel for the unknowns? Like, on the other hand, it could have been worse. We could have heard about this in a newspaper. We didn't even see Kid's first battle with Shanks, let alone the Rocky Port incident, which has been referred to several times over. So, on the other hand, maybe we should just be grateful. Or maybe I should be grateful that we got this much. I don't know. Maybe we're just getting them out of the way so that Luffy can fight the other emperors and not fight them, because if they were still at large, there's no doubt that Luffy would have to challenge them at some point. And I think that maybe the central conflict might be between like Luffy and Shanks, or Luffy and Blackbeard has been set up since Jaya, or since Mocktown. Maybe it's gonna be like Luffy versus Blackbeard, and then Shanks versus Buggy, and then Luffy versus Shanks. Or I think Luffy's gonna fight This is not the prediction section. Moving on. I think Buggy's character is interesting because he is unintentionally doing very well for himself. He has continuously failed upwards, and his devoted followers have elevated him to a place that he wouldn't have been able to achieve with his best efforts. Due to Croc and Hawk's business strategy and the Navy's misdirected assignment of responsibility, Buggy is now one of the 4 emperors. Buggy revealed that after seeing Shanks' potential, he had just given up. They both came up in the same way on Gold Roger's ship, and it looks like they split apart because Shanks wasn't going to look for the One Piece. And now that they're both on the same level after traveling entirely different paths, I'm trying to figure out where Buggy's motivation is coming from, because it's not like Buggy is trying to prove that he's better than Shanks, because he already knows that Shanks is better than him. If Shanks had said that he was going to look for the One Piece, would Buggy have teamed up with him to begin with? He didn't want to work under Shanks. I don't know. Other than like pride, like I'm gonna find it and you're not. Like, I don't, maybe that's enough. Maybe that is enough. No. Buggy wanted to find the One Piece because he had the treasure map. And then Shanks stole that from him. And then Shanks was like, I'm not even interested in finding the One Piece anymore. If you have any ideas for kind of what's motivating Buggy right now, let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear him, because that's one thing I'm kind of like working around and I'm not entirely sure about. Next thing is the 5 elders have this unyielding loyalty to Emu, and basically their whole job is just sitting around wondering how to keep the world as it is with the not so empty throne. And I'm particularly interested in their names because they all symbolize different planets, or if you take it a step further, Roman gods: Saturn, Mars, Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter. I looked into all of their counterparts. I'll put them all on the screen because I'm not about to list all that right now. But maybe once we see them move around more, we'll see if there's some correlation to the dominion of the Roman gods and their actions. Because right now it's looking pretty incongruent. It's too early to tell if there's any correlation right now. But I don't know. Hopefully there is. That would be cool. Or it might be the Don Quixote family names all over again and they just sounded cool, so they're named that now. Who knows, other than Oda Sensei. The last thing is, with Garp going to rescue Kobe, it's mainly reminding me of Marineford, because you have this legendary mentor who is going to rescue the up-and-coming protege. This time it is reversed because the Marines are rescuing one of their own from the pirates, and Garp, who did nothing in Marineford, who notoriously did nothing in Marineford, is leading the charge this time. With chapter 1087 just getting into it, I don't have too much about this to say so far, but I just really hope that Garp does not die here, because he just got stabbed in the stomach, and Whitebeard also got stabbed in the stomach, and I think several people got stabbed in the stomach that day too. Very hard with fists. Question time. Questions that I have about things. 1. Did Emu have anything to do with the op fruit? I mean, oh, okay. I feel like you're sitting in the audience right now and you're being like, duh. Yes, he did. Next question. But it's kind of like, yes, I know he did. He has to have. Someone must have performed the immortality operation for him, and now he is immortal. Who was the previous user? They talk about previous users having influence on the devil fruits and their personalities being in them. What kind of influence does that have on Law? What's Law gonna do with the op fruit? Because the op fruit is obviously OP now. He's not just going to get defeated by Blackbeard and then just sit for the rest of the story. What's he done? Who's he gonna use it on? Is he gonna die? Because if he uses it, he's gonna die. That's more questions than I initially intended, but okay. Anyway, number 2. Who is Luffy's mother? And don't you dare say Crocodile, because he obviously did not get his humor and his silliness from his father. This man is boring, and he is just... like, I don't... He's just so grim, so determined, so focused on his goals, so not Luffy at all. And I'm just wondering, is the silliness something that just Ace, Sabo, and Luffy share from being raised in the jungle? Did he get it from Garp specifically? I know character traits don't get passed down like that, but like one of the first things that we saw with Ace, like when he fell asleep in the middle of eating, he was like, oh, that's Luffy's brother for sure. Like even though he's a bit more mature, we're like, that's Luffy's brother. There is no signs that this man is Luffy's father. I want to see him picking his nose. I want to see him doing something stupid. I want to see it so bad. Yeah. Oh gosh, that's going to be interesting whenever they meet. That's going to be real interesting. And then the last one is kind of like my misinterpretation, maybe possibly not necessarily a question, but something that could be answered pretty easily, I'm thinking. I don't know. But did the 5 elders turn into these like shadow emu creatures in the thing? Because like, I don't know, like sometimes when I'm reading I have a hard time like determining what's happening in action scenes. That part was a little bit confusing to me. I know it might be animated soon, but anyway, whatever. I think they turned into thingies. I think they turned into different thingies. And I don't know what power that is. But yeah, I think they're all headed to Egghead right now, which is not good, but it makes for good story. Prediction time. But I only have one prediction this time around because I am genuinely confused. I don't know what's happening next, and I love it when that happens in a story. But my one prediction, Kid and Law are going to join the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. And I know what you're thinking. They would never. Their egos are too big. With what ships? Their ships have been destroyed. With what crew? Their crews are gone. Think about it. If there is one thing that can make someone get over their ego and do something that is completely out of character, potentially join a group they would have never even considered before, join a group that they were diametrically opposed from initially, it's being salty, petty, and vengeful. And if not Kid, then Law. Law is, gotta think about it, I'm gonna say one of, to add some insurance, Law is one of the most petty people in One Piece. Well, not petty. Yes, he is petty. Law is so petty, and Law is so vengeful. He waited so long in order to avenge Corazone's death. He worked so hard to become a pirate, to become a warlord of the sea so that he could be on Doflamingo's level and attack him without repercussions from the government. But he had a plan to attack around Doflamingo so that he wouldn't even be the person to take care of Doflamingo, all just to get at Doflamingo specifically for something that he did years ago. He had a plan. It took years of thought, years of deliberation. I don't even think I used that word right. But that's discussion with other people. I did not use that word right, but it sounded good, so I'm going to leave it in. He took so long to get back at Corazon, and I think if he wants to get back at Blackbeard for hurting his crew, destroying his awesome submarine, then I think he'll do it no matter what the cost. And if allying himself with someone he's already allied with allows him to beat Blackbeard and get closer to the One Piece, I don't even think that's something he'd have to think too hard about. Beppo's probably taking him to Zou right now. The Zou people love Luffy. It would be so easy for Law to just like be like, hey Luffy, let's work together again. Except he knows that Luffy's gonna jack up his plans. I think Luffy's Law's best bet at getting anywhere near the One Piece at this point because his submarine is gone and his crew is gone and all he has is Beppo. Hopefully he doesn't get close to the One Piece and turn on Luffy like he joked about not doing in Punk Hazard or something like that. In Punk Hazard, they said you can't just form an alliance with him, he might turn on you. He's like, hey Law, are you gonna turn on me? Law's like, no, Law hasn't so far, but that was before Law lost everything except Beppo. So maybe now Law will ally himself with Luffy, and maybe he is in a position where he could turn on him after he gets closer. Would he do it? Would we hate to see it? Yep. Oh, or what if it's what if it's a situation where Luffy's in danger, the the Hito Hito no Mi Model Nika is in danger, and Joy Boy is going to disappear for another several years or something, and in order to combat Imu, Luffy needs to be immortal so we can eternally beat him. That's the situation. I don't know. I'm intrigued. Okay. Well, that prediction section, I just kind of started thinking and rambling during it. I hope that's alright. That's that for this video. If you watched to the very end of this video, then I think you're cool. And if you think I'm cool, then you should like the video and subscribe to my channel. I post a lot of anime-related content, mainly about One Piece. Not even gonna lie. But if you like that, then subscribe to my channel, hit the notification bell so that you know whenever I post. It's been sporadic, trying for it to not be that way, but it is what it is. And so, I will catch you guys next time when I cover chapters 1088 through 1101. And y'all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, or ungodly hour. Bye. I would like to apologize to Dr. Vegapunk or any Dr. Vegapunk loyalists that I may have offended. I did a pretty critical review of him, saying that his irresponsibility with his research and the weapons that he invents for the world government put him on the same danger level as his former Mads colleagues, Judge and Queen and Caesar and all of them. And while I still stand by that statement, I recognize that he did not have much of a choice when going up against the world government. The amount of funding to keep up with his brain would inevitably come from an organization that does have its own demands. And this whole entire arc is the result of him defying the government. This Buster Call is what happens when he does. He's not as heartless of an opportunist as I imagine him to be. He's just following orders and quietly rebelling in any way he can, like installing a shutdown switch instead of a self-destruct button, for example. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. This is my short series, 1 month, 1 goal, 1 piece, where I aim to finish One Piece before the end of the year. This video may or not be coming out around Christmas of 2024. I am behind because this video covers chapters 1088 through 1104, and that spans the time from when the fight at Full of Lead starts. The fight at Full of Lead begins, and it ends with them declaring that a Buster Call is going to happen at Egghead. If you've seen my previous videos, I'm going to structure this one a little bit differently because I'm going to start with small observations, and then I'm going to dive into the backstory that took up a majority of these chapters and is probably the main reason why I delayed this video, because I was thinking about it so much. Number 1. Kobe, with his little Detroit Smash self, destroyed that whole entire hand that was about to crush the Navy battleship at Fuloled. He's just gotten so strong and he's come such a long way from Alvida. I don't know how this series is going to end. I think ultimately Luffy's gonna end up fighting either Shanks, or he's going to fight Kobe, or he has to fight Blackbeard or something. And the fact that Kobe has gotten so strong allows him to remain as a contender to fight Luffy potentially. I don't think he's at Emperor level yet, but he is making some strong improvements. So I'm wondering what type of poetic role that Kobe is going to play in the end now that he's fighting up there with like the biggest of them all. Garp has disappeared. We last saw him with Blackbeard and we haven't heard anything more of him. That is concerning. I don't know what's going on there. Hope he doesn't die. I don't know what Garp's death would do. Maybe it would light a fire under the Navy to really crack down on the pirates, even though it already seems that they're really cracking down on the pirates. But then again, the Navy is kind of not the biggest bad anymore. Right now, the Celestial Dragons and the Five Elders and Emu are kind of emerging as this even worse force that is just pulling the puppet strings of the Navy. Either way, Garp dying is gonna stir the pot a little bit, but maybe he didn't die, I don't know. Last thing is the water level rose because Emu destroyed Lulusia with that big weapon that Vegapunk invented, and it said the water levels rose. And so already we've encountered a couple of islands in this series where their well-being depends on the water levels. And so that is Long Ring Longland, and that's Water 7. Water 7 was already having an issue with the water overtaking them, and so I'm wondering how that's gonna affect them. And Long Ring Longland, the tide kept going up and down, and so I'm wondering if those people might be stranded at some point, or maybe we don't even care about them anymore. Maybe I'm just thinking about it. And also the last thing I was kind of wondering is that hole, the waterfall in the sea, looks a lot like Enies Lobby. There was a big cavern and everything, and Enies Lobby was kind of just built around it. And so I'm wondering if they used that weapon before, and if they potentially used it to create their prison system, or I wonder if that weapon had anything to do with the creation of Enies Lobby. And if I said the last thing, oops, this is actually the last thing. The God Valley murder game. Every time I hear about another thing that the Celestial Dragons have done, it makes me really think, what could they have possibly done in the Void Century that made it so bad that they had to just erase it all from history? God Valley murder game, what happened when Garp defeated the Rocks Pirates? That has been erased. That has been erased from history already. And it's just like some things we just don't know anymore. We just don't know how that happened. But the things that we do know how it happened and how atrocious they are already, the fact that they're just going and hunting slaves in order to like decrease the population levels or just even it out or something like that, that makes me concerned, like, what did they do during the Void Century that they had to delete it? Or maybe it's other people's knowledge that was uncovered in the Void Century. I don't know. I gotta really go take a hard look at the timeline of One Piece and really figure out when things happened, because I know the other thing was like the enslavement of the Tontadas and all that. That was not voided out. What they've done to the fishmen, that's not voided out. So it's obviously worse than just plain slavery and being cruel to slaves. But what is worse? What could they be hiding? What if everybody knew about it could be dangerous to their rule as a world government? I'm just curious what that is. Just a little curious. I guess that's the whole reason why this series is so darn long and we're still watching today. Kuma's backstory. I have not bawled when reading this manga since I read Corazone's backstory. Things have been sad, things have been tough. I haven't shed a tear until now. It is kind of like Cora's backstory, but I think it's more similar to Robin's backstory since the stories are so different. But it's like the unique tragedy of the quiet suffering of people who never get to live for themselves. The people whose lives are determined from the very start, whose existence is a threat to the government that is supposed to be protecting everybody. That's why it reminds me of Robin's, because Kuma's story, like Robin's, is one of isolation and sacrifice and survival under forces far beyond their control. And Kuma's story hits harder because the difference here is that we knew this one was coming. We knew Kuma's fate. We watched him transform into a mindless machine right before our eyes across Thriller Bark, Sabaody, Marineford, and Return to Sabaody. These are all very old arcs. These are like pre-time skip. And we've had years to accept that Kuma turned into a robot. And yet here we are crying about it. Because with Oda's unique way of like reverse storytelling, in a few short chapters he took that cold mechanical fact that Kuma turned into a robot and he turned it into a tragedy. Kuma turned into a robot and it happened right before our eyes. The reason why it wasn't a tragedy before was because we did not know who Kuma was. He was one of the warlords of the sea. He was a bad guy. He was working for the world government. We didn't know who he was. This arc tells us who he is. Kuma, pastor, king, tyrant, revolutionary, warlord, father, friend, slave. He's been called so many things in this story. He probably has the most titles in this story, but he has rarely had any control over any of those titles. Kuma was born into tragedy as a member of the buccaneer race. His fate was already written before he took his first breath. There were people who were wiped out for their strength and their connection to the sun god Nika, which I'm thinking may have been a similar issue with the Lumineers, because as we know, King had a firm belief in Nika and all of that, and we're his people. Not here. But Kuma's father tried to keep their race a secret. The doctor was like, yeah, I got you. He didn't got you. The truth got out and Kuma's family was enslaved. When Kuma was still only a child, he had already lost everything. His mother and his father. Enter Jenny. Because we had a familiar face enter first. It was Ivankov. But Jenny was his younger sister. Jenny was such a bright light in Kuma's life. And I think that without her, he might not have lived as long as he did. Kuma reminds me of The Giving Tree, which is a children's story by Shel Silverstein, and if you haven't read it, or it's been a minute, it's about this tree that loves this little boy so much that she gave him everything that she had. When the boy was younger, she gave him shade and leaves and her branches to climb, things that did not take that much out of her. But as the boy got older, he needed more material things. He sold her apples for money. He cut off her branches to make a house. He took everything from her. He took the trunk so we could make a boat. And then she was nothing more than a stump. And even as a tree stump, the boy, who is now an old man, came and sat on her like a chair. And the whole entire time, she was simply happy because she was able to provide for the boy, even though he did nothing for her. Because she's a tree. Like, what's he gonna do for a tree? He only made demands from her his whole entire life. And Kuma is similar in that he is just happy to provide for others. Like, he has a for sale sign on his whole entire body. He was creative with his devil fruit, and it is really just a great example of how devil fruits can reflect the person's character, because Kuma's devil fruit was introduced as the pawpaw fruit, something that could push things away from other people, even make you travel. And Kuma discovered that he could push out intangible things such as pain and carry them for someone else or take on those burdens for someone else. And I think someone without Kuma's heart would not have even thought to do something like that. Every Sunday, he stood in his church and took on the suffering of the elderly and said nothing happened. Nothing happened for him every single Sunday. And that's why I'm glad that Jenny was there, because she truly saw Kuma and what he was doing and who he was, and she loved him for it, and she protected him, and she prevented him from giving too much of himself. Because the old people, they don't know what he's doing for them. They just know that he's getting rid of their pain. They don't know that he's going to go take it on himself after they all leave. It's not like they're being selfish or anything like that. It's not like they're being inconsiderate. It's just what they do. That's just what they do. As long as someone's there to provide it for them, then that's what they're going to take advantage of. Because they don't know any better. They don't know what he's sacrificing for them. But Jenny was there to stop that. They were like, oh, I wish you could do this every day. And she's like, nope, only Sunday. Nope. If you could not do it on Sunday, that would be great also. But nope, we're only doing this one day each week. And she wanted to marry Kuma. As we watched him grow up, she eventually proposed to him, technically, I guess. And she wanted to marry him so that she could hopefully give him some of the happiness that he'd been giving freely to others for years. But he refused because reasons, like so many tragic reasons, like maybe he believes happiness is for other people but not for him. Maybe he doesn't believe that Jenny could truly be happy with him in case something similar to his parents happened, because that's what happened when his mother married his father and then she died in slavery first. Maybe he believes that happiness is something that he can do for others, but he's not able to provide it by simply existing like he does for Jenny, because it's his existence in the first place that got his parents killed, because if he hadn't been born a buccaneer, they wouldn't have been captured. I don't know, maybe he's living his whole entire life as some sort of apology for existing, which is what Frankie was talking to Robin about on the train in Water 7, was that her existence is not a sin. She does not have to apologize for being alive. Jenny was his backbone. Jenny was his strong will. I think that Kuma getting turned into a cyborg would not have been able to happen if Jenny was still alive. I never thought about what happened to Kuma before. I never thought of it as something sad. I never thought, what if this isn't his choice? What if this is being done to him? I never thought about Kuma's transformation at all. It was just a statement of fact as something that happened. It was just something that happened in the story along with everything else that was happening and everything else that was not happening. And now, under this new light of learning who Kuma is, we can see that though it was his choice, it was not in the least bit fair. Kuma chose to die slowly and willingly, and the whole time he was grateful, even though the very people who claimed to solve his problems were the ones who caused them to begin with. Not once was he angry or afraid or bitter or sad. He was grateful for the opportunity to save his daughter. He said thank you. He made his little 2-year agreement and he didn't try to get out of it in any way. He didn't try to trick the government. He didn't try to take Bonnie and run. He let the government take everything from him and he didn't question it once. And even when he had nothing left to give, the celestial dragons still weren't done with him, because they rode his body around Marie Joie like a slave and a toy, just bragging like, I have Kuma the Tyrant as my pet. Wow. The celestial dragons and the world government have had their hands on him his whole entire life, and as kind-hearted as he was, as the weak-willed pacifist that he was, he never stood a chance against them. This happened right before our eyes. We saw all of this very clearly. We saw it happening every single step. At Thriller Bark, we saw Kuma test the Straw Hat's resolve by providing the pain for Zoro to take on. At Sabaody, we saw him scatter the crew to the wind, and we felt confused at his actions. We were afraid of what he did. Basically, inside of the 2-year time skip, at Marineford, we watched him stand silent. We saw Ivankov yelling at him, asking him what's going on. There was like a hint of tragedy there, but then again, it was Kuma. It was another like big bad. Like, we weren't thinking about him that much. But by the time we returned to Sabaody, and I forgot who the first person to get to the ship was, maybe it was Frankie, but Kuma was only a little bit more than a machine. He just got up and walked away like he fulfilled his order that was placed on him. We accepted this as a fact, like, oh yeah, something's going on with Kuma, la da da. This was the path that he took. But now, we're seeing all of this again, but this time, we understand what it's costing him. Every moment that felt cold and detached is now covered over by this layer of humanity as this man gave his own up. The choices that he makes are the result of the last shreds of humanity that he has. Like, he wasn't just scattering them around, he was saving their future. He had been watching Luffy since before he even set sail like a guardian angel. He is a Bartolomeo level fan of the Straw Hat Pirates, and he believed in them, and he knew where to send each of them because we saw panels of him going to all of the different islands that he sent them to because he was researching ways to cure Bonnie's disease. He protected the Straw Hats at the cost of everything he had, because that's who Kuma is. He's a man who quietly bears the pain of others and just keeps moving forward. Kuma's story hurts because it is a story about quiet, selfless sacrifice. He didn't fight to be remembered. He didn't want glory or revenge. He just wanted the people he loved to be safe and happy. And in the end, the world government took everything, absolutely everything from him. His body, his mind, his legacy. And to the world, Kuma is a tyrant, a monster, a machine, a pacifista, just all these other things. But to Bonnie, the Straw Hats, and to us as readers now, he's only a hero. And why would he tell us about this tragedy after it already happened? Like, why would you make me watch it and then show me through the whole time I didn't care at all? That's what's so rude about it. That's what, oh my gosh. And Bonnie is 12 years old, so that's wild.
Question time.
Some questions I have as my camera begins to run out of battery. It's not a question, more of an observation. I still remember that Vegapunk placed a phone call to someone on the island who we don't know yet. And the Buster call is happening. I just know that someone might be coming to help. We don't know who they are yet. So that's that. And then the last thing is Bonnie has some power that she got from experimentation by the celestial dragons. They haven't said outright what the power is, but he said it's not age related, but it's like future related or something like that. And they thought it was useless. So I'm just kind of wondering what that is. And Bonnie is very interesting now because she's 12 years old. And I was gonna ship Bonnie and Sanji because like when we first met her, like she was like really into eating and everything, and she was a pirate and all that. But now, no, not at all. No, I don't do that. Nope. It's kind of crazy. Thank you for watching. I'm still determined to catch up, before the end of the year. And given that we have about a week left, I'm behind about a week now. So let's see. Let's D, E, F, and G. I think there's like 1134. Espera, lo siento, pero espera. Yep, there's 1134. I got 30 more chapters left. So I think I'm going to do 2 more videos. One chunk of 15 and then another chunk of 15. I don't know when the first one's going to release, but the second one is probably going to get released right on New Year's Eve. That's that. If you liked this video, like this video, please. It helps out the channel and it spreads it around. What's more important than spreading around love and awesomeness this holiday season? That's gonna get aged poorly whenever it's not the holiday season, but whatever. And subscribe to my channel. Yeah, subscribe, because I'm cool and you're cool too, and that's what cool people do. I've been Meanie Mosey. I'll catch you guys next time when I review chapters 1105 through 1119. Bye bye. He tells us everything and he tells us nothing, and it is wonderful and I hate it. He didn't scramble like an egg, so we got folded like an omelet. We don't know if they were good in the past. We don't know if they were bad in the past. I'm thoroughly confused. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel. If you're new here, hi, welcome. This is the 4th video in a series where I intend to catch up to One Piece before the end of 2024. In this video, I am covering chapters 1105 through, I believe it was 1122, from when the Buster Call is announced to the very end of Egghead after Vegapunk's message is complete. This one is going to be the oops all questions version of the videos that I usually record. I'm just gonna say what happened and I'm gonna say the question I have about it. I have a long list of things to get to, and so let's get to it.
Question time.
I would like to issue my second apology to Dr. Vegapunk. Not only is Vegapunk not bad, he's actually a very good person for two reasons. The main one is that override switch that he put in all the Kuma pacifistas. In creating them, not only was he like making an advanced scientific weapon, he recognized that this man has given his life to science in order to protect his daughter. And he realized that if one of his clones ended up killing his daughter, that would be a tragedy beyond compare. And he told Bonnie Kuma will always be on her side, and that just made me so happy, so grateful that he would have the foresight to do that. To be fair, the first impression that I got from Vegapunk, it was giving like, I'm a scientist. And by the end of this arc, he's taking full responsibility and even apologizing to the world for what he has wrought upon him due to his invention of the Mother Flame. And not only that, he's taking sole responsibility, and he's not pointing any fingers because he understands that he doesn't have a full history and he cannot properly determine good and evil, which is annoying, but it's also how someone like him would think. He's just stating the facts, and that's all that his message was stating the facts. But I'll get more on his message a bit later. The next thing I want to talk about, Katarina Devon showed up, and she touched something and said mission accomplished, and I'm curious as to what she did, because it reminds me of Vanderdecken's power back from Fishman Island and how he can touch something and throw it in a specific direction no matter how large that thing is. I know that's not her devil fruit. I know she has the Cat of Nine Tails devil fruit, but Blackbeard's crew has been doing some squirrely stuff with devil fruit since the beginning, and so I wouldn't be surprised if something like this were the case and she like did a switcheroo and she can switch it back or something like that. Yeah, I don't know what Blackbeard is up to, but he's up to something. And his people have an agenda. Possibly throwing a wrench in that agenda or augmenting that agenda is Caribou. He has stuck around for much longer than I imagined that he ever would. And the fact that he has learned such valuable information that the Straw Hat crew already knows, it high-key irritates me. He's just such a greasy man, and I don't want him to be relevant to the story, but he is. So, that's that. The next thing is Kizaru got one-shotted by Luffy in 5th gear and is absolutely done. He didn't scramble like an egg, so we got folded like an omelet. He did not stand up for the rest of the chapters that I read. He just said, let me rest. He said, get me the phone number of the people who ran Sengoku's retirement party. I gotta talk to him about something. He is hurt with a capital H and he is cooked. Oh my gosh. Luffy flattened that man and spun him around like a pizza. And he's just like, no, I'm sitting down. That makes me wonder if we're going to be getting a new admiral soon. Ooh, I've never seen somebody in One Piece get hurt like that. I've never seen somebody in anime actually get hurt and say, let me sit down for a second. Currently, as it stands, Fujitora and Ryokugu do not listen to Akainu at all. And they're like, I'll ask for forgiveness later instead of for permission now. Like, they just do what they want, honestly. Fujitora is more on the good side. Ryokugu thinks that Akainu is too soft, which is a problem. But I wonder if Kobe might be a possibility to be a new admiral. So far, all of the admirals have had devil fruit powers. And so I'm wondering if Kobe is strong enough to stand alongside them. Garp doesn't have devil fruit powers, and they've been asking him for a long time, and he just kept saying no. The next thing is the 5 elders seem to be these immortal monster creature beings, and they are immune to all damage. It's giving Monsters Inc. Water Noose. It's giving I will kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die. I wonder how long they've been around, like if they've been around since Emu, or they've come around after Emu, because Emu seems to be all the way old. Do they remember the first war with Joy Boy? Have they seen him personally with their own eyes? How old are these men, if you want to call them that still? What is their power? That does not look like any devil fruit that I've seen. That seems like some ancient type of something. And now I'm going to spend probably a majority of the rest of the video talking about Vegapunk's message, because boy, was it a message. First off, it was so well done. Oh my gosh, it's Oda, is a master at the info dump. Post time skip, there have been transitory arcs whose main purpose is not necessarily the story, but the most important thing about that arc is the information that it tells you in order to get you from point A to point B. Punk Hazard got us from Fishman Island to Dressrosa. Zoe got us from Dressrosa to Hoe Cake Island. And then this one seems to be getting us from Wano to wherever they're going after. I know it's Elbaf already, I know. But these transitory arcs are really just a creative way to info dump, just to get us all the information that we possibly need in order to fully understand what happens in the next arc. And they're always so well done. With all the information that he tells us, it's like drinking out of a metaphorical fire hose. But the audience has been prepared for this information for so long that we've got our metaphorical raincoats and our giant industrial strength water bottles, and we are ready. Even though I know so many more things now, I have way more questions than I had even before this. He tells us everything and he tells us nothing. And it is wonderful, and I hate it. One thing I did like is I love to see the perspectives from around the world and how different people got to react to Vegapunk's message. We got to see almost everyone the crew has spent time with ever. We got to see people who had the whole thing, the video connected, aux cord, all of that. Some people were just listening to the audio. Some people didn't care too much about it, like Nami's sister went to go to the Tangerine Grove. Some people cared deeply. Like Iceberg, he has a city to run that is drowning currently. He needed all of that information. Some people are misinformed as they're reading it. They think that Luffy's the one who's captured Vegapunk. It got almost every perspective. The Marines were confused. They're like, what are they talking about? People with high level of government clearance were talking about, what are they talking about? The Five Elders were pissed off the whole time trying to stop it. The Celestial Dragons were like, make it stop, go away. We're gonna dismember this man. And I think the Celestial Dragons, they were just angry because they thought that that was something that they should be angry about. But they didn't actually know what he was saying. There was one Celestial Dragon lady. She seemed to be interested in the information. She seemed to be willing to learn. And it just covered such a wide span of how this information was impacting everybody across the world. I love that we don't have to wonder or speculate about that. If you're liking this video so far and you want to kind of follow my journey with One Piece, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. I have a whole entire series of videos from the very beginning when I started watching One Piece, so you might enjoy watching those as well. And I talk about other stuff sometimes too. So that being said, let's get into Vegapunk's message. So the very first thing that he said is that the world is going to sink into the sea, which is a problem that I didn't even think that we would have, but we have it. And so there's that. Not only is the world going to sink into the sea, but it has already sunk into the sea one time before, and it's going to sink a second time. I just love world building. I love this world building because with all of the unique individual worlds that we have gotten so far, the fact that the whole entire One Piece world is a drowned world, that it has islands because they're the tops of the continents that they formerly were, it's just wonderful. It's the fact that people are isolated and they can't sail around. It makes piracy essential. It makes the fact that they only have Marines essential. It's just an awesome world, man. Yeah. And he said that this isn't a natural disaster. This is a man-made disaster. Someone did this to the world on purpose. It seems like it's resulting from the use of the ancient weapon that the world government has. I'm thinking the first time that they used this ancient weapon, they built Enies Lobby on top of the whole of whatever island they destroyed, because Lulusia only caused the water levels to rise 1 meter. I'm thinking Enies Lobby did the same maybe a while back. I'm going to put a picture of Enies Lobby up, and you're going to see it looks exactly like Lulusia does, like the underwater waterfalls and all that. That ain't natural. So I'm thinking maybe the reason why Water 7 is having such problems with their water levels is because of the proximity to the sinkhole that Enies Lobby is on top of. Next thing is we learn more about Joy Boy, and I got some much needed clarification and some additional confusion to watch it down. So Luffy is not Joy Boy, he just has the same power as Joy Boy. And Joy Boy in turn is not Nika, he just has the same power as Nika. That's what I'm getting from all of this. Joy Boy came from an extremely advanced civilization, even more advanced than Egghead, and he was the first man on the sea to be labeled as a pirate. That begs the question, what was he doing that caused 20 kingdoms to unite against him and label him as a pirate and a criminal? Vegapunk is very sure not to take sides on this issue and only said that Joy Boy and the Alliance had competing ideologies. The ancient weapons as we know them are waiting for Joy Boy's return, and they are incredibly destructive. That begs the question, what good could Joy Boy have done with weapons like that? This was touched a little bit on in Punk Hazard too. Like the line between good and bad, when the pirates helped save the kids and the kids loved the pirates, and the Navy was like, you can't like the pirates because they're pirates, except we like them too, darn it. That kind of blur of the lines between good and bad is being brought into question with this arc also, because Vegapunk refuses to put the blame on anybody. He's not even saying this is a bad thing that happened, he's just saying this is what happened, this is a fact. Since the beginning of this story, we have been on the side of the pirates. Pirates are technically criminals. We have been rooting for criminals this whole entire time. They are going against their government. The government is supposed to be good. We have been shown many times in which the government has not been good. In Marineford, when they kept attacking the pirates as they were trying to flee, and everybody had died already. Everybody that they wanted to kill had died already. With the celestial dragons and their slavery and what they've done, White Town and all of that, and how they isolated that kingdom in order for their natural resources, and then they like ostracized them because of the disease that happened because they were harvesting the natural resources. And even Doflamingo was talking about it. Justice will win because the winner determines what justice is. It's all that kinds of stuff, and it's just so confusing, and I love it. The poneglyphs tell the true history of the world. Kozuki family engraved them. They were stonemasons. Nefertari family helped to scatter them. That's all that we know. We don't know if they were good in the past. We don't know if they were bad in the past. We just know what they did in the past. The Iron Giant Emet. The Iron Giant Emet uses the voice of all things. Several times in the story, a few characters have been shown to hear things that others can't. So far, it's Luffy, Roger, Shirahoshi, and Momonosuke. The characters known to use the voice of all things to communicate with these characters are the Sea Kings, Zunisha, and now Emet. Emet attacked Marijois 200 years ago. I'm wondering if Luffy's Devil Fruit was active then also, because Emet only seems to move when he's affected by Joy Boy. He does seem to have his own personal will, his own personal sentience, so maybe he just felt like it. Who knows? But he also seems to be a very gleeful person. He was smiling and saying hee hee and all that. Luffy's Devil Fruit was stolen by Shanks from the Cypher Pole ship that Who's Who was on. So Shanks must have known its value if he would attack a ship for it. I'm thinking the fruit has to have been active at some point, because the government was like, it keeps slipping away from us. I'm wondering how many people before Luffy used that devil fruit, or if they've ever gotten close to having Joy Boy return. Vegapunk called out Roger's crew as the only ones who knew the full history of the world, and I thought this was interesting because it's like something that since Sabaody, dang, or if you know what's going on, like why didn't you do anything about it? When we get Rayleigh's perspective, he is drinking heavily, which he is not prone to do. And he says that Vegapunk is robbing the young'uns of their fun. I'm sorry, but the sea rising 200 meters does not exactly sound fun to me. It's just all confusing. I wonder how this is going to get tied up. I'm so curious. Because it said when they found out the truth of the world, they just laughed. And I thought that that was interesting because Vegapunk said that about his own message, that people might just laugh at it. Like they're completely incredulous about it. Oh gosh, good on you if you're keeping up with all this. I'm just talking. Keep in mind, Vegapunk doesn't know the full history of the world either. What could it be that would cause this crew to take no action in helping to find a solution to the history of the world? I'm thinking about how Whitebeard told Teach that he wasn't the man Roger was waiting for. So maybe they haven't taken any action because they're not the right people to do so and they're waiting for Joy Boy. Maybe Roger figured after he found out the truth about the world that the best thing that he could do was get as many people out onto the sea as possible, thus starting the Great Pirate Era. Oh! It said he got captured. It said he let himself get captured, didn't it? Like he was sick. So he let himself get captured so that he could spread a message because he knew the influence that he had. He didn't know who it was going to be, but he needed to get everybody out on the sea. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We're talking about the One Piece and who finds it. I'm confused about the truth of the world that can be found on the poneglyphs and the One Piece. These are two separate things, right? The truth of the world that can be found on all the poneglyphs, the One Piece. The One Piece, i.e. Gold D. Rogers' treasure, is brand new in terms of the 900-year timeline. The poneglyphs point to the One Piece, and that is because Roger made the poneglyphs point to the One Piece. Roger found all the poneglyphs, and then he made the One Piece because it's by Roger's design. If someone wants to go ham in the comments and explain all of this, please be my guest. I would love to read it. I will read every single word. But anyway, all 4 road poneglyphs point to where Laugh Tale is, right? Laugh Tale is the final island on the Grand Line, and once the crew gets there, they will come to a realization as to where the One Piece is. The One Piece is not on Laugh Tale. I'm pretty sure that's what we learned. So we have the knowledge of the world in the One Piece. The One Piece is Roger's treasure. Now, as far as who gets that, as far as who gets the One Piece, Vegapunk tossed that conclusion all the way up in the air. We have the 4 emperors competing for it. The Revolutionary Army is competing for it. The Marines are competing for it. And I think it was the man with the burn scar he had a dark face in the thing. We didn't really know who that was in that panel. But the one thing is, whoever gets it might not be the one that Joy Boy desired. Which had me confused, because why would Joy Boy even know what the One Piece is? Unless it's just something that Roger renamed and hid somewhere. As we know from Shoo Shoo the dog in the very beginning, treasure can be whatever the heck you want it to be as long as it's important to you. Now that we're thinking about titles and labeling things and what One Piece is, does Luffy need the One Piece to become the King of the Pirates? Does he need to be the King of the Pirates in order to be the most free person in the world? He's been saying that he's going to be King of the Pirates and that he's going to find the One Piece this whole entire time. Are these two things directly connected to each other, or are they exclusive? Man, I don't know. In Met, the Iron Giant said sorry to Joy Boy because he couldn't make him king. Does Joy Boy have the same interpretation as king as Luffy does, which is just being the most free? Or did he actually want to rule over everybody else? And if so, is his sole leadership and the avoidance of it something that would cause the 20 kingdoms to unite against him and create an empty throne in theory, even if it didn't stay empty for long? If you came to this video looking for answers for something, I am so sorry, you ain't getting none from me. The last thing is the D names, for which we still have hopelessly little information because it was conveniently cut out just at the right time. So we have Monkey D. Garp, Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy, Portgas D. Rouge, Gold D. Roger, Portgas D. Ace, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, Jaguar D. Saul, Blackbeard D. Teach, and Nefertari D. Lily, which is 10 people, which is a lot fewer people than I thought would have D names so far, as much as people joke about it and everything. But those are all the people who we know have the Will of D. We don't know what the Will of D is. Emmett seemed cool with Luffy because he had a D name. Like, as soon as he heard D, he was like, alright, that's fine with me. Did Lily start all this? Was she the first one with the D name? Are they all descendants of Nefertari Lily? She helped scatter the poneglyphs. Was she the first enemy of the gods? If they all have the same will, are they all going to end up working together in some sort of way? That's hard to imagine because Blackbeard just defeated Law and he has captured Garp right now. He's already gone against 2 of his D people. Predictions I have after all of this information. I have 2 predictions. As much as I hate to say it, I don't trust Shanks one bit. There was a chapter a while ago, kind of in the Reverie, I think, at some point when he met with the 5 elders. After seeing those men and what they do and the malice they have towards everybody and how they consider everybody else to be insects and all that, I don't understand how he, as an emperor, has the ability, even as an emperor of the sea, he's still an insect in their eyes. I don't understand how he has the ability to get an audience with them and not end up arrested or murdered on sight. He's up to something, and I don't know about him anymore. The only other person we know to walk in and out of Marijois like that was Doflamingo, and Doflamingo was born a celestial dragon. And I don't know if Shanks was born a celestial dragon. I don't know what deal he has with the celestial dragons, but he walked into the main government area and walked out with a bounty on his head. Like, that's a fake bounty. It's gotta be a fake bounty if you just walk in, walk out like that. Like, as strong as Shanks is, his subordinates are known to be weak, notoriously weak, because his crew is so strong. As strong as he is, I don't think he could stand up against the whole entire government if they were like, we want to capture you right here and now. So he cut a deal of some sort, and I feel so bad because it's Shanks. It's like, Shanks, your arm. It's that Shanks. That was like the first moment that made me think that this story is built different, is when that man lost an arm and it like zoomed out, and that was, oh gosh. It was Shanks who stopped Marineford, who was like the good voice of reason. It was Shanks who has a statue at the One Piece store in Japan that you can sit under. We love Shanks, but Shanks is being shady, and we're in the end game now and we ain't got no time for shade. My second prediction is that Kobe is going to be an admiral and Kizaru is going to retire. Here's why. I was at a family reunion one time and we were doing relay races, and my uncle, who's in his late 50s, ran the last leg against my sister, who is in her mid-20s, and in trying to beat her, he pulled a hamstring and had to sit down for the rest of the day. And that's what I think happened to Kizaru in this fight. He is 58 years old. Kobe, on the other hand, has a dream of being an admiral, and he seems especially determined now to make sure that Luffy doesn't get the One Piece. Poor Kobe. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kobe. He is adored by the public. He's called Kobe the hero. He's incredibly strong, as we've recently seen. Like, he's not admiral level. He's not admiral material yet. But I can see a situation in which Akainu would prematurely promote Kobe in order to save face in a world where there is mistrust due to Vegapunk's message, and his people are being hunted by civilians and with hopes for a payout from the Cross Guild. One question is, would being in Sword be a problem for Kobe? I don't think so, because Garp is a member of Sword and he has been offered a promotion several times. Those are all of the questions that I have from this chunk of chapters. I'm thoroughly confused. I am now 12 chapters away from the end. The next chunk of chapters that I'm going to read is going to be 1123 through 1134, and I'll be fully caught up. I guess I'll go rewatch Haikyuu or something. Man. So yeah, I'm gonna try to edit this video real quick and get it out to you guys. And then you can expect a video tomorrow, because I'm gonna be hella reading tonight. It's really manageable. So yeah, man. If you like this video, you can go watch my entire journey through One Piece But you can watch my entire journey from East Blue all the way up until now. It's all up on my YouTube channel. Go watch it. Let me know your thoughts. I'd love to hear them. If you like this video, then like this video. Please subscribe to my channel in order to keep up with me as I continue to read. I plan to do videos with each new chapter that comes out next year. And turn on the notification bell because the algorithm's been doing some squirrely stuff lately. And that will just make sure that you get notified whenever I post a video. Okay? And so with that, I will catch you guys next time when I cover chapters 1123 through 1134. Alright, bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel. I'm wearing my 5th gear hoodie today because I too have ascended. I am now fully caught up on One Piece. I don't know how to feel about this yet. I'm still processing it, but I'm excited. Any opinions or things that I hear aren't going to spoil me. They're just going to be other people's opinions because now I know everything that has happened and I have formed my own opinions about it. I'm excited to participate in the community next year and watch theory videos and read comments without fear and all of that. So yeah, it's been a long time coming. This is the last video in my 1 month, 1 goal, One Piece series where I challenged myself to catch up to One Piece within the month of December 2024. And this one's being released on New Year's Eve, so here we are. In this video, I'm covering chapters 1123 through 1134, which is basically all of Elbaf that we have so far. I have a few points that I'd like to address for some of the things that happened like right before we're getting into the plot of Elbaf, and then the 3 main things that I want to talk about in this video are Vivi, Loki, and Shanks. So let's get started with some points, some little things that I saw, some things that I think are worth noting of. 1, Kuma is showing signs of life. He had a little smile on his face. He had Bonnie sitting in his lap. Man, I'm so happy. Lilith said that she could bring him back too. I'm just so happy to hear that. That his tale wasn't a complete and utter tragedy. Yes, it's been sad, but now there's hope for the future for him, that he might be able to see the fruits of his labor and spend time with his daughter. Yeah, and Bonnie's happy too. Most of the time when we flash back to tragedies in One Piece, it's too late to do anything about it. He's going to be retransformed into maybe just a partial cyborg, or I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but they're gonna do it. Vegapunk is not even close to being dead, apparently, which is good for the plot. It's interesting. I want to see how they're gonna bring him back, if it's gonna be the Stella that's brought back. And I was a little bit confused because I thought his body was on the ship, and then they said they had him in that case. I don't know if it's some type of like cryo freeze or some gel or something, I don't know, but they're gonna bring him back somehow. Lilith is going to rebuild Egghead or the Labo phase or whatever on Elbaf with their permission. I'm assuming that she'll get it. And then it'll be a situation where the pirates have a Vegapunk and the world government has a Vegapunk, so it'll even it out. I'm wondering, since York was the one who handled all of the physical needs of Vegapunk, how that's gonna work out with Lilith, if she's going to have to eat for herself or figure that out, or I don't know, maybe. I don't even know if they'll even address that. Maybe it'll be like in an SBS or something like that. Kizaru is showing remorse for his actions, or at least like giving himself a moment of silence for Vegapunk, because he was a dear friend to him. And I was kind of thinking that during the whole entire Egghead arc, it's like, Kizaru, you were right there with them. You were right there with Kuma and Bonnie and Vegapunk, and like now you're just attacking them. Like, are you really that heartless? And so apparently he is not. So he's really distraught about the fact that he had to kill Vegapunk, essentially. I wonder how that will play out. In the last video I said I thought that he was going to retire. He still might. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore because there are no more chapters to read or know anything about. Shanks sank Bartolomeo's ship, or should I say Yasop sank Bartolomeo's ship. Worst dad in One Piece. Dragon's a better dad. No. On one hand, I can understand what Shanks was doing, and Bartolomeo was making some good points. He's like, I wasn't even thinking about that. Just because Shanks and Luffy appear to be friends or Luffy looks up to Shanks doesn't mean that Luffy's people can disrespect Shanks's flag. Bartolomeo wasn't doing that on any orders of Luffy or anything like that, and so Bartolomeo took full responsibility, and he would not poison Luffy to save his life. Literally, he drank all the poison, and when it turned out that it didn't do anything to him, then his ship got sank. And then Shanks thought it was funny how loyal Luffy's people were to him, which is like, I don't like the way you're laughing, funny man. I don't like the way that you're smiling at that. But yeah, I'm wondering what would have happened if Bartolomeo did take the poison and brought it to Luffy. Maybe Shanks was just doing that just to get some information as to how loyal Luffy's followers were. Because if Luffy drank some poison, we know it's not going to do anything to him. But yeah, and then it said status unknown. I'm sure Bartolomeo is not dead or anything like that. Man, I liked his character. So he might not be showing up again for a minute. Or when he does show back up, he might have something to say to Luffy about Shanks, which I'll get to in a second about Luffy's relationship with Shanks. So Emu blames Saturn directly for Joy Boy getting away on Egghead, and he basically killed him. Now he's nothing but bones. Brooke would appreciate that. The Garling, ridiculous name, he got a promotion. And so now he's the one of Science and Defense. He's in charge of York, and he was a member of the Holy Knights for the Celestial Dragons. So I wonder what his presence in the Five Elders is going to do to shake things up going forward, because we really don't know much about him. Dragon is a true man for the people. He's looking out for everybody. His main concern after Vegapunk's announcement is that people are going to start fighting over land. People are going to start fighting over the high ground. And I think it's great that we're getting that perspective already, because we know that it's going to be a problem in the future. And then about Robin meeting up with Saul. So happy that that happened. And his little like reenactment on the beach and everything like that. I just thought it was so lovely how the crew was there like, we're definitely going with you. And then it like panned to them and they were all like turned around crying at the moment too. And it was just like, man, I'm so happy that he's still alive and they got to be reunited and all of that. And Robin's story has come full circle now. So, I'm glad that that was able to happen. The reason why Saul was still alive sounded legit, like the fire froze, or the fire thawed out the ice and he like rolled into the sea or whatever. Yeah, it's believable. But yeah, I'm feeling like this is like Elbaf so far, and I'm currently watching Egghead with my sister. That's where she is right now. But the way that the crew is interacting and everything, and we're getting to see more moments in between all of them, it's feeling a bit more like pre-time skip now, kind of. Maybe it was just Wano that was kind of drawing everything out and not giving us those moments that we wanted to see, but now I'm feeling like in my feels, because it feels more like the crew that we know and love and are getting all this new information. Yeah. And Elbaf doesn't feel like an arc that we've had so far before, except I guess that's just because I'm just waiting for the other shoe to fall. Like, there's no obvious dilemma right now. Elbaf is actually in a state of peace. Currently, they say they don't fight anymore. It's like, yeah, there was an issue with the Accursed Prince and Hyrudine, but that's settled now. It's about to be unsettled, I know for sure. And yeah, so I'm just wondering how the problems are going to come about, along with all of you, because none of us know anything that's going to happen anymore, because I'm caught up. Yeah, okay, so now we're getting into the main things. I want to talk about Vivi, I want to talk about Loki, and I want to talk about Shanks. The first thing is Vivi. So initially the crew got split up. Ironically enough, the original 5 who were there on Alabasta... Wait, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji... Yeah, the original 5 that were there on Alabasta were not there to see Vivi's message in the paper. They have since reunited, which does not usually happen that quickly. It's usually once they get separated, it's they don't get reunited until like halfway through or something like that. But they already have, which shows that this arc is different. I'm wondering, since Vivi sent that message in the paper, does this mean that she could potentially rejoin as an official crew member soon? She'll probably be significantly weaker than everyone because I don't think she has trained. Last we saw her, she had her little spinny yo-yo things, but I don't know if her fighting capabilities would be anywhere near what anybody else on the crew has, because why would they need to be? She's a princess. The one thing that she might have is political influence to convince other countries that Luffy is a good person. From what we've seen when we've gone to different perspectives from around the world, it's like people have different opinions on Luffy. Most of the time, if they don't know him at all, then it's a negative one. So of course Luffy has his Straw Hat Grand Fleet, but if he needs allies from other countries, if he wants to take over the world government and disband the Celestial Dragons, which I don't know if that's what he really wants to do, then Vivi might be a good way to serve as someone who can improve the public opinion of Luffy, which is something that I don't think Luffy cares about in the slightest. Even for the people he saves, he's like, don't tell them that I'm a hero. He does not care about that. And so I think that might be something that could be useful in the future, is having people on his side. One thing is for certain, that if she wants to join the crew, then she's going to be able to join the crew, no questions, because that's what the X means. That's the whole entire purpose of that. But I'm wondering, was the X a symbol for them to come get her? Or was it a symbol saying that she's okay? Or was it a symbol saying, this is where I am, I'm with the Morgans and the News Coups and all of that? I don't know. Conveniently, no one who understands that message was present to see it, so I'm wondering how long that's going to take. It's probably not going to be addressed until the end of Elbaf, and they're like, oh yeah, they drew a weird thing on your hand in the newspaper a while back. Because Luffy doesn't read the newspaper, so it's really only going to be up to Robin to tell him. Or Nami will find the newspaper, or someone competent will find the newspaper and address Vivi's message somehow. The last thing on Vivi is, it's going to be really funny seeing her reunite with Robin, given that Robin was deeply involved in the taking over of her country, and now like she switched sides. Vivi has to know that Robin is with the Straw Hat crew now, I think it'll just be funny seeing them interact, because the last time Robin saw Vivi, she kind of punched her in the stomach somehow. Okay, so the next thing is Loki. Loki, the accursed prince of Elbaf, the one who killed his father, brother of Hyrudine, is now chained to the base of the Sun Tree Atom, or Jewel Tree Atom? I'll check that later and put it like right here or something. Loki's going to get released in this arc. That's just... it's Chekhov's gun. It's gonna happen. I don't know how, I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. And so the one guy was saying, when Loki is released, the world would be brought to ruin. I wonder if he was saying that as a prophecy, or if he was just being pessimistic or something like that. Loki called himself the sun god, which, going back to my last video, I was kind of thinking like, okay, Luffy isn't Joy Boy. Joy Boy wasn't Nika. Is Loki Nika? Is he actually? Because it said that he ate a legendary devil fruit, and we know that Luffy already has the sun god devil fruit technically. I'm wondering if he's like a larger sun god, or if the devil fruit doesn't even have anything to do with that. That'll be fun to see going forward. In my notes I wrote down like who brought him a phone, who is Loki talking to in 1134. One, who brought him a phone. 2, who picked it up and answered it for him. I'm thinking it might have been those like little sneaking rag people. Loki does not remember people's names, as you can see how we called Luffy, so Shaggy could literally be anyone. He said Shaggy, I was thinking Jaggy. It's not gonna be that, because Kid is like gone now basically. What we do know about the person that he was on the phone with is that, 1, they're almost as bored as Loki. They're like isolated as well, potentially imprisoned also. They went through a traumatic experience recently that admittedly still scares them. So it's important to note that they admitted that, because there are a lot of arrogant people in One Piece. However, if they're treating Loki like a confidant, maybe they could be arrogant in public and still want to admit that to him only. Maybe they're letting their walls down around Loki. They're less vicious than Loki, and they balk at the idea of raising an entire place and killing everybody around them. So it's like essentially like a kinder person, someone who might be more weak-willed, or not necessarily weak-willed, but someone who's not like entirely bloodthirsty like a lot of people are in One Piece, because there are a lot of people who would not hesitate to kill a whole bunch of people. And I think Kobe might be... It's not Kobe. Why would it be Kobe? It's either someone that we already know or it's gonna be a new person, which is obvious, but yeah. Okay, whatever. And then it seemed like Loki made a promise to Luffy and gave him some information about Shanks. So that's something that we've never seen, is Luffy keeping secrets about something. I imagine he'd be terrible about it, and that it's going to be out pretty soon. He said, don't tell anybody you talk to me, don't tell anybody about our little promise. I think that's going to get out very quickly, because Luffy probably sucks at keeping secrets and promises. Well, if it's a promise, that's different, but if it's a secret, that's something else. I don't know. Loki did not feed Luffy or give him any food, so really Luffy has no reason to be loyal to him. So who knows what's gonna happen with that. And then the last thing is Shanks showed up in a 5 elders lightning circle with someone who looked an awfully lot like Cavendish, if I do say so myself. No sir. No sir. And I'm wondering what he's doing going back to Elbaf, because he was literally just there where he defeated Kid. I'm wondering, is he going to end up fighting Luffy soon? I don't know why he would start anything here. He seemed to be in a cloak. He seemed to be under covert operations. So I don't think he plans to run into Luffy. If a fight does break out, is it going to be something like the Giant Pirates versus the New Giant Pirates or something like that? I honestly don't know what's going to happen. Luffy is still he still admires Shanks a lot, because once Loki said that Shanks was a coward, Luffy went immediately Gear 4 and said, like, don't joke about that. Don't even say a joke about that. It's like he regressed to chapter 1 Luffy. I mean, whatever chapter it was where he threatened the mountain bandits. He's still very sensitive about when people talk bad about Shanks. So if Shanks is actively trying to hurt Luffy or harm him, I don't know how well that's gonna go over. If Zoro sees something wrong with Shanks and tells Luffy about it, I don't know who Luffy would trust. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be absolutely insane. And then the last thing is that ominous message that we got from Louis Arnott. It said, don't regret your lost time in Elbaf, and don't overstay your welcome. What I'm wondering is it a situation where time passes differently in Elbaf, where maybe it is going slower in Elbaf and it is going faster outside of the world? I've seen that in books before. Things like the Lotus Hotel and Percy Jackson. Are they going to have missed a lot of things when they leave? I don't think it's going to be like some years or something, but I think maybe weeks, and it might be very significant amount of time, and things are already going crazy in the outside world. But if they change very rapidly, will they have missed the chance to reunite with Vivi or something like that? I don't know, but I am definitely really excited now to see what's going on. I'm excited to participate in different conversations about what's going on with One Piece. And yeah, I'm in the same boat as y'all are now. So if you like this video, or I should say if you like One Piece, then like this video. Ha, now you can't not like the video. Haha, I tricked you. Subscribe to my channel and hit the notification bell to get notifications for whenever I post new videos about One Piece. I'm at least going to be posting whenever a new chapter comes out for sure next year. Thank you so much for watching. I look forward to seeing what's next, man. So exciting. Alright. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your year. Ha. And I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey, and welcome to my channel. Today we're going to talk about chapter 1135 of One Piece. I have 3 things that I want to talk about that happened within the chapter that we read today, and I have 2 things that I started thinking about after I read this chapter that I want to share with you. And so Spoiler alert, if you haven't read chapter 1135, turn around, you're going the wrong direction. Go back and watch one of my previous One Piece videos so that you don't get spoiled. So the first thing that happened, or maybe I lied about those numbers, I'm actually going to talk about other things. Glad to see that Otama is doing well. According to the cover story, she kicked that guy straight up in the face, you know, the guy with the lion belt thing. But she looks like she's going to be a lovely kunoichi, and she is completing her training and getting better. So good for her, good for Otama. First part that kind of struck me in this chapter, well, you know, it's in Elbaf. Elbaf is the land that Luffy and Usopp have been really excited about going to, because they say it's the land of true warriors. They get to Elbaf, they put all the warrior ring behind them. They don't do that anymore. They are changed people. The giant Ripley, she is one of the last ones who's kind of holding on to that former mindset that Luffy and Usopp love so much, and she's raising her son to believe in that too, and he is kind of an outcast within the other kids, because the other kids are very adamant that they hate violence and all of that, and this little boy, he seems to not be affected by what they think, and he's attacking Luffy and all of that. And it turns out that Ripley is his mom, and she, even though she's the teacher of these children, she is also raising her son to like not believe anything that she teaches and to be just a violent little giant boy. So this little boy, what's his name? His name's Colin. Aw, that sounds like a kid who would just cause trouble, like just little Colin just being a rugrat again. Colin is disrupting everything, and Ripley is encouraging it in her own way. She starts talking about Colin's dad, and it turns out that it was a human man that got with Ripley, believe it or not, or should I say believe it or not, because that's who I think it is. I think it's Louis Arnott who had that little introductory letter to Elbaf. He said, do not regret your lost time, do not overstay your welcome. From this perspective, it sounds like he might be speaking from experience, that he might have stayed a bit longer than he intended to, but he does not regret it. It sounds like he fell in love, might have had a child, had to go. Your classic, basic bad anime dad. What she means by younger man, I don't know if he's like in his 30s or if he's like in his 70s and she's like 300 or something. But she says he's a younger man. He does not want to get married because he's the only one who ages. She's a common law wife. Does that mean that he's still here on the island? Is Ripley's baby daddy in the room with us now? Who knows? We're going to find out at some point, I believe. Hopefully. Because they wouldn't be talking about it if we weren't going to find out about it, right? Right? So the next thing that popped up in this chapter, so that's not Cavendish that showed up with Shanks. And yes, I said Shanks. I know you guys have been in my comments telling me to watch the theory videos saying that it's a fake Shanks, Shiv, possibly. I'll get to those in a minute. But as of right now, I'm going off of just the facts, like Dr. Vegapunk in the past arc. Just the facts, what I know. That man looks like Shanks. We haven't been told that he's anyone but Shanks. And so I'm going to call him Shanks for now. Anti-Shanks. Nega Shanks. But we actually didn't get to see him in this chapter too much. But we saw the person that he was with. It's not Cavendish. Doesn't even look like Cavendish. Is not behaving in a Cavendish way. Are they Holy Knights? Possibly. We haven't seen much of the Holy Knights. We've just seen Figurlin and Garling. They showed up in the same type of way that the 5 elders showed up when they went to Egghead. Immediately start asking questions of the guards. The guards are like, hey, what are you doing here? They're like, where's Loki? They're like, oh, we can't tell you that because you look suspicious. They're like, did I say I was asking a question? And they just start attacking the giants. Very entitled, very belonging wherever they go. Giving celestial dragons. They don't sound like they're up to any good, and they're looking for Loki. So I assume that whole situation is going to accelerate pretty quickly. And then the last thing that happened within the chapter that I'm thinking about is the chief of the giants showed up. Beard Hill Jarul, hero of the giants, oldest in the world, age 408. And he is bigger than even the biggest of the giants. He's just a massive dude. And he has a helmet with a giant sword going through it, claiming that the helmet saved his life. And I guess technically Maybe it did, if he's still alive. Crazy man, but he's the... Okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought it said that he was like the chief of the giants, and I was like, well, if he's the chief of the giants, then who's the king of the giants? But he is the hero of the giants, and so we'll probably learn more about him later. When I was recording my catch-up videos, I was wondering if we'd seen Loki before, and then I remembered that he's the prince that proposed to Lola and got rejected. The same Lola that proposes to anything that breathes, anything with a pulse, and I'm wondering how that might make Loki feel. That the woman who would marry anyone won't marry him. What does that do to a man? Like, what do you do when you hear that you proposed to a girl, she turned you down, and now she's proposed to other people, 4,000 more people than you, to marry literally anyone but you. It might make you mad enough to do something rash, like kill your father and eat a legendary devil fruit. I'm curious about that timeline, and I'm excited to learn more about their story, because I feel like there's more to it than what Chiffon might have said. Or if we get to see Lola again, if we get to hear Lola's perspective, like, did she start proposing to everyone after Loki proposed so that Big Mom couldn't marry her off to someone? Did Loki get captured immediately after he killed his father, or did he have some free time as a wanted Elbafian criminal before he got chained up? And during that time when he was powerful and murderous, is that when he proposed to Lola? He fell in love with her at first sight, so I'm wondering where they met. Did he go to Whole Cake Island? Because Big Mom sure as heck did not go to Elbaf, and Lola did not become a pirate until Big Mom exiled her, so I'm wondering if she traveled around anyway. I don't know. I think that's interesting. I'm intrigued by that. And just a blanket prediction to go off of all of that, I like Loki. I think he's going to be alright. I think he's going to be an okay dude. He kind of reminds me of Doflamingo right now, just because he keeps sticking his tongue out all over the place. But Luffy has always had a good read on people. He let Robin on the crew when he really had no reason to do so. She just showed up and said, let me on your crew, I know I was bad, and he's like, yeah, sure. Then again, he did have a different perspective than all of the other crewmates. He saw her underground with Crocodile, but he had a good read on her, and she ended up being just the sweetest, most awesome person ever. I don't think he would make any promises or agreements with Loki if he didn't trust him on some level. Or we could have your basic trickster Loki, as seen in Norse mythology and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I like the MCU Loki. I like him a lot. And I think for this Loki right here, as someone who genuinely fell in love with someone at first sight, has to have some kind of inner kindness and childlike wonder to them, no matter how much they try to deny it on the phone. So I'm excited to see more from Loki. I wonder what these people want from him. I wonder what Luffy promised him. But yeah, he's gonna get free at some point, and I don't know what he's gonna do. All these Elbaf giants, they claim to be peaceful. They know how to fight. They just don't anymore. But they're probably going to have to. How is that going to work? How are the kids going to react to the adults fighting? Are the kids going to be hostages? Just all this different kinds of stuff. Like, and they don't have a king now. They don't have anyone who is over all of them. They all kind of live individually. They're pirates. You have the giant pirates and then the new giant pirates. Is there going to be a clash there? I don't know. It's shaping up real well. All right, well, that's all that I have for you today. If you want to see some of my reactions to the most recent chapters prior to this one, click this video right here and it will take you to my last catch-up video for One Piece. All right, well, catch you in the next one. Bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey. Welcome to my channel. Glad to see that you could join us today. We are going to be talking about One Piece chapter 1136, and in this one, we kind of have a lot of kind of background dropping. Nothing has really started happening yet, but I feel like we're on the precipice of getting into it and everything. So in this breakdown, review, analysis, whatever, I want to talk about Usopp. I want to talk about Elbaf's worldview. I want to talk about Loki and being the sun god and all of that. I want to talk about Nika in general. And then at the end, I'm going to cover some of the final scenes that happen within this chapter. And we're going to finish off with some good old predictions and thoughts and things like that. So, first getting into it, Usopp starts off the chapter. He's back to his old lies again, saying that he single-handedly took down Oars and everything. Glad to have you back, buddy. Haven't seen you in a while. I feel like Usopp is going to grow a lot in this chapter, or we're gonna see a lot from him in this chapter, given that Elbaf is the island that he has been obsessed with since before even Chopper joined the crew. I have a prediction that I'm gonna get into at the end of this video, once I drop more of the context and my thoughts through the video. But yeah, I feel like we're overdue for an awesome Usopp moment. He's always talked about everything that he's learned from the Giants. I assume that he's come here thinking that he's going to learn some more. I can assume his heart's a little bit dashed, hearing now how Elbaf has gone peaceful now and they're not the warriors that they used to be, or they're trying to stray away from it and everything. But we're just going to see how that affects him, because his dream was to become a brave warrior of the sea, and now he's here on the former island of warriors. So we'll see what that does to him and how he changes throughout this arc. Going more into Elbaf and their worldview now, how they have switched sides and everything. We learned that a lot of giants have only stayed on Elbaf in their entire lives. There's the giant pirates and there's the new giant pirates, but all of them aren't pirates, and so you have a lot of them who have only stayed there, which makes sense because other islands aren't accommodating for giants. Like, what could they do there really? Like, tiny food, tiny houses. We do have giants who have joined the Marines, but for the most part it seems like they're all staying on the island. And they don't have that much interaction with humans because the humans that do visit the island assume that the underworld is the only part of the island and they flee and they run away. They never make it to Elbaf proper. Unless you're someone like Ripley's husband, who may or may not be on the island, we don't know. So they have a pretty narrow worldview. They're all kind of fascinated with the crew right now. They might be the first humans that some of the people who haven't left the island have seen in a while. And I noticed that, well, I mean, I know some of the giants have fought before. They're the giant pirates and everything. They were just kind of fighting in Egghead recently, but I feel like they're not necessarily peaceful. They're all just united against Loki right now, because I mean there's a difference between the kids who are like so anti-violent. They don't even name call anyone or anything. They're just like non-verbal violence, no physical violence, no emotional violence. They're just like so far removed from it. But you have the adults who, when you start talking about Nika and what Nika represents and everything like that, they actually started fighting each other. Like, that's the one thing that they'll fight about. And so whenever you bring up Nika, they start fighting. Whenever you bring up Loki, they're united against him. They're all like, don't say that he's a good guy. You don't have to justify his actions. They're all kind of united against Loki. And that has created a sense of peace. I had this thought because I just saw Wicked in theaters, and there was one point where Oz said the one way to bring people together was to give them a common enemy. And so I feel like the giants definitely have a common enemy now, and so any kind of squabbles that they had before, they're all kind of forgotten, since the one person who's responsible for majority of their problems, they have agreed on who that is. Talking about all of their problems, it goes through an entire list of things that happened ever since Loki was born. There was a prophecy against him before he was even born. He's played tricks on everybody. The king's horse died. His mother died a year after he was born. So I feel like they're all putting it on him. So it's all like a false correlation. Like, since they said he was going to be a cursed prince, they're all kind of just assuming that anything bad happens is a result of him being there, which is kind of awful, just to be blamed out of the gate, like even in the womb, for things that are going to happen. But he was also a very strong child to begin with. I'm thinking like Lin, like Odin, and like Kaido. All of those people, they had very hard childhoods because of how strong they were, and no one could really control them in their power, and being young and powerful, they kind of just ran amok. So I'm feeling that Loki was kind of the same way. It looks like he is also a trickster. Kind of like I predicted in the last video. Loki, the Norse god of trickery, or the trickster god, I don't know. But kind of like MCU Loki, kind of there to stir up trouble and everything like that. We're going to see how close he is to him. And then we learn also that Shanks captured him 6 years ago and that he's been chained to a tree ever since. And so I was asking about the timeline in my last video. I'm still going to have to think about it because I'm trying to wonder. He must have proposed to Lola after he fled Elbaf and was a pirate on the seas. So that's got to have happened within the past 4 years or so. One other thing was that I saw when it was depicting Loki as a child, it had this black form. We saw the black form, like a black globulous being standing in front of fires, smiling. We saw him doing the Gear 5 pose a little bit. This time he had a hat on, in the Norse braids and everything. And we also saw that kind of shape or that form when he was proposing to Lola, in the one panel that it showed that in. And so I'm wondering if that is a way that Oda is drawing him to kind of add some mystery about his character like he's done before, or is that actually a form that Loki can take on or something like that? Is that what he actually looked like, or is that just kind of it adding like an air of mystery to him? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. So since Elbaf is somewhat united against Loki and everything, and they blame him for the king's death, well, I mean, he did kill the king, so I'm wondering why they haven't moved on from that. Because if that was truly 6 years ago, and they still don't have another king, and they were talking about how great King Harold was and how he was doing great work to expand Elbaf to other countries and show them that they weren't the warriors that they assumed they were, or that they weren't as dangerous as people would assume them to be and everything. If he was doing such great work, I'm wondering why nobody stepped up to continue. Now granted, Hyrudine was kind of erased from all of their memories. So for a time, Loki was the only son that the king had because Hyrudine was cursed. He was under Sugar's spell. People did not even remember that he existed, and he just came back, I would say maybe a couple months ago in the One Piece timeline. Maybe weeks, maybe a month, I don't know. People just remembered Hyrudine. Hyrudine has been off with the new giant pirates since he came back into people's memories. Other than that, the only royalty was Loki, and they weren't going to put him on the throne since he was responsible for killing the king in the first place. And so I'm wondering why someone like Gerald didn't step up, or I don't know when Dorian Broggy got back, but they were the captains of the giant pirates. I don't know why. Well, I mean, I guess just being captains of a pirate crew does not entitle you to be a king at Doflamingo. But yeah, I'm wondering why the throne has been empty. I'm wondering why they haven't moved on. And they've kind of just stayed stagnant for the past 6 years. I'm wondering what's going on there. Why haven't they replaced the king? Hopefully that gets answered. Hopefully. And it's not just kind of like a fact of the world that people just accept. Talking more about Loki, it was established by the other giants that they all want to be Nika. Growing up, they all idolize Nika. They don't know what Nika represents. I'll get into more of that later. But since they all want to be sun god, it's not just associated to Loki anymore. But in chapter 1130, dude was talking about Loki, and he said that the world will be brought to ruin whenever Loki gets released. And then at the end of that very same chapter, Loki called himself the sun god. And again, at the end of this chapter, 1136, he said that he would bring the world to ruin. And so it's like 3 times now that he's said something about himself that's related to the sun god. And so I'm wondering if Loki is actually the sun god, or he's just claiming that for himself, just like manifesting it a little bit. Is he Delulu? Is he not actually? Or is he just very aspirational, because Luffy has the devil fruit for it, but that devil fruit is based off of an actual being. And so I'm wondering if this being is, like, in Elbaf, is it someone that someone can become? Is it someone that exists? We do know from Dr. Vegapunk's explanation that devil fruits are the creations of people's wishes and dreams or something like that. But since all of these giants grow up wanting to be the sun god, it makes sense that there would be a devil fruit for it. And so Joy Boy was the last person who had it. Now Luffy has it, and none of the giants have it. And then Loki has some type of legendary devil fruit that's not the one that Luffy has, because there aren't any duplicates or anything like that. More about Nika. When it comes to Nika, the giants can't seem to agree on anything. They said that the sun god is the god of liberation or destruction, or the god of laughter. They said that he wants to rule the world. They said no, he doesn't. They say that he brings destruction to the world. They say that he saves the world from destruction. But it's kind of like they don't know whether he's the cause of the destruction or if he's the savior, and they all still want to be him. It just says that the people in power hate it when he shows up, and because he's a harbinger of change. He represents change in the world. And all of that is from bits of the Harley text that is an ancient text within their culture that they can't read anymore. I'm wondering if Robin can read it, because Robin seems to always know different things. Or like you'll mention something, Robin's like, oh yeah, you mean the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Robin could read the Harley or knew a bit about the Harley already. And then the last part in this section, they said that the world had been destroyed twice before. We only know of the one time that Vegapunk said the sea rose 200 meters. So that was only once. And so now they say that it has happened twice. And with all of this talk of like the destruction and everything like that, Luffy's kind of like nonchalant about it. He doesn't really care. But I'm thinking back about Madame Charlie on Fishman Island, how she said that she had a vision that Luffy was going to be the one who destroys Fishman Island. And so I'm wondering how that's going to come about, because if you talk about the world being destroyed, the one example that we have is the sea rising. And so if the issue is the sea rising, then I would assume that Fishman Island is the one place that would be the least affected by that. I suppose there are many ways to destroy a world, and the sea rising is just one of them. At the end, in the latter part of this chapter, Zoro kind of steps up and he starts talking to Luffy, pulling him aside, being the guidance that Luffy needs. Like, he learned pretty quickly that Luffy made a deal with Loki and everything like that. He's like, Loki's probably lying to you. And he's kind of counseling Luffy, like, I know Shanks is your weakness and everything like that. And he's kind of just there to guide him and make sure that the crew doesn't fall into some issues because Luffy is too gung-ho about Shanks. Nami tags along with Luffy and Zoro to go get the keys to Loki's handcuffs, and are gonna go see if they're gonna free him. So they're gonna get the keys, and then Zoro's like, okay, I'm gonna be the one who decides, which I think is a good call. It's probably the best call. And then Luffy, Zoro, and Nami is a trio that we haven't seen since they were the only people on the crew, which is pretty cool. But they're probably gonna go to the castle and see that the guards are wounded, and then that's when things are gonna start kicking off within this arc. And the very last thing that happened within this chapter is that the Holy Knights, we now have identified them as Holy Knights with Gunko and the fake Shanks, or the real Shanks, they have invited Loki to join them. Loki said a hard pass. Now they're threatening to kill Loki's pet dog. Loki's like, kill him. I'm gonna be mad. It's just gonna feed my rage. It's that he rejected him. Gunko has this arrow thing, that can go through people and tie them up and everything. I'm wondering if that's what might have killed Cobra. because it was kind of confusing in the panel. I don't know if the arrow came from Emu or if it came from off of the side or anything like that, but an arrow went through Cobra. And if she has that power, I'm wondering if it might be the same type of thing. And so, getting into it, Loki is kind of in this position where we don't know what side he's going to be on. We just know that when he's released, he's going to wreak havoc. We don't know if he's going to be with the crew or against them. We know that the Giants dislike everything that he does. And so I'm seeing a situation in which Luffy and Zoro and Nami talk with Loki and they end up freeing him or something like that. And then you have the rest of the crew who is with the Giants who all hate Loki. And especially Usopp, who is very much with the Giants. And they see that part of the crew has freed their worst enemy. And so now the Giants are turning against Luffy and Zoro and Nami. And then Usopp is faced with picking a side. And Usopp has betrayed the crew once before. And he learned his lesson. But I'm wondering if he might backslide. I'm wondering if he might side with the Giants and we might have a crew that's at odds with each other. That's gonna be crazy if that happens because, okay, so you'll have Luffy and Zoro and Nami. They're with Loki. They talk with him. They kind of rationalize things. They freed him. Then you have Sanji up there. You have Usopp. You have Brook, Jinbei, Frankie, Chopper, and Robin. Okay. Usopp is gonna side with the Giants. Because, like, this is Water 7 all over again. We're going to see if he learned his lesson the first time. And this is all just speculation, but I love this speculation. Okay, it might just be Usopp against the crew. Because I'm thinking everybody else has, like, sense. Like that. And not to say Usopp doesn't have any sense. But, like, Robin would be on Luffy's side. Chopper would be on Luffy's side. Or maybe Robin and Chopper are in that library studying up some stuff. And they might know some things that Luffy and Zoro and Nami would need to know. Maybe Robin and Chopper are going to be with Usopp. And then Jinbei is going to be with Luffy. Because Jinbei just gave up everything to be with Luffy. Brook, I don't know what he's going to do. Frankie, he's beat up Usopp twice before. He might go with Luffy. And then Sanji might be mad at Zoro for letting Luffy make a decision like that. But yeah, I can see a situation in which a rift in the crew forms. And it's going to be the Giants against Usopp and the Giants against the rest of the crew and Loki. And then fake Shanks is there for some reason. And Luffy can't tell the difference between them because Luffy confused Kaku with Usopp multiple times. So he's not going to notice if a scar is missing or not, if it actually is. He's going to think that's Shanks. And then Zoro is going to have to realize, or Zoro confused him too. I don't know. But Zoro might have to come between Luffy and his fake Shanks or something like that. I can see a situation in which this arc splinters the crew apart from the inside. Doesn't just separate them physically, it separates them emotionally. And that is something that we have never seen before. And I'm just really excited to see where this goes. Okay. Oh, that's all that I have for you today. Hopefully I get this out before the next chapter comes out. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. What do you think is going to happen later now that we are kind of laying out all the groundwork? I'd love to hear them. If you made it this far, leave an emoji in the comments. Do the little girl dancing with the red dress. If you like this video, then like this video. Subscribe and hit the notification bell to get notified whenever I post a video. And I hope you have an awesome rest of your day. All right, bye. So, he's real. The fan theory has been proven true. This is my first fan theory that I've seen that has gone from kind of speculation to actual realization. So that's pretty fun. But we're going to talk about that along with a whole bunch of other things. That's probably going to be one of the last things I talk about. For chapter 1137, what I want to hit on is exploring the castle and ancient giants, King Harold, the strongest king, Harding's compassion and his dream, the other giant tribes that exist out there, Loki and the Holy Knights, also what do they want from him, Gunko's power, and then finally the man of the hour or chapter, Mr. Shamrock. I don't like that I said his name that way. Shamwow. It starts off, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Roto are all touring Elbaf's castle. They see that it's been broken out from the inside. They get in, they see all this rubble that is around. Roto says that it's left over from a vicious battle with Loki. He said King Harold passed after a vicious battle with Loki. And so I know it's semantics, but I can't help but wonder, why didn't he say Loki killed King Harold in a vicious battle? It seems like that's kind of saying the same thing, but like one insinuates that Loki and Harold fought and then afterwards Harold died, versus if you said Loki killed King Harold, then it means that Loki dealt the finishing blow. So I'm kind of wondering what he meant by that. The only one who really knows the true story, the only one who was there, was Ja Rule, and all that he is saying is that his helmet saved him, and it really didn't. I feel like there needs to be some truth revealed about that Loki's going to have a flashback or something, and it's going to show what happened in the battle. They already blame Loki for a lot of things to begin with. I would not be surprised if they saw that the king was dead and that Loki has fled, and then they put a bounty on his head. Bars. I feel like there's a lot of misinformation going around in Elbaf. They have the Harley. They say people can hardly read the Harley anymore. And they have all this kind of confusion about Nika and what he represents. On the other hand, they have this massive library that includes both Elbaf books and all of the books from the scholars of Ohara. And it looked pretty empty in there. But I mean, also they're also out partying and things right now with the Straw Hats, so you can't really hold that against them. But for a kingdom with such a vast collection of knowledge, they seem to kind of argue over the most trivial things, and they don't read outside news, and they're kind of just all within their own selves. After we're going through the castle a little bit, we stumble upon King Harold's poster. They described him as a man who loved peace. In this story, we've already seen at least 2 rulers, 3 really. Cobra was one of them. Riku was one of the ones who like really stood for peace. Oh gosh, I have a paper cut. Oopsie. Riku was the only king that really stood for peace, and we saw how Doflamingo gained control over him. He would sooner hand over his whole entire country. He would sooner die himself than fight or have anything harm his country as the person who stood for peace. Otohime, she stood for peace and equality. When someone shot at the celestial dragon, she would sooner take a bullet than see an enemy get harmed in front of her, because she had no enemies, honestly. She was Thorfinn with it, just based off of looks alone. And not to say that everybody who stands for peace has to be the same, or everybody... Yeah, I'm not saying that. But based off of looks alone, Harold does not radiate peace. He looks very angry. He looks very controlling, very rule with an iron fist type, very bushy eyebrow, frowny face man. He was peaceful in name only. And there are a couple reasons why I'm assuming that. And it's more than just how he looks, because I know people in One Piece be looking any type of way. He's described as a man he loved peace. It says that he ripped out his own horns because they reminded him of, let me get the wording right, they reminded him of their era of war, because he had ancient giant blood, he had horns, and he ripped them out because they reminded him of their era of war. He could have cut them off. He could have sanded them down. Ripping them out indicates severe violence to himself. And I feel like you cannot do severe violence to yourself or anything without an extreme level of hatred for that thing. So if you have an extreme level of hatred for war, I feel like that's not a love for peace. You kind of get it, like, because it's like, I feel like there was a better way to go about that. Zoro said it takes like some serious guts, it takes some serious something, because like that's a lot. That's really a lot. Unless it's kind of just typical Elbaf culture, like, raw, I'm a giant, I'm gonna rip out my horns, raw. Maybe it didn't hurt as much as it sounds like it did, but it left like kind of like these massive scars on him and everything, so I'm assuming it hurt on some level. He tried to reach out to outside countries to show that they were peaceful, form peaceful bonds, but he couldn't even start with his own baby mama to Hyrudine. Ask Big Mom. The way that you form peaceful bonds with other countries is through marriage. That's not the only way, but that's like one of the easiest ways. And so I'm thinking if he really wanted to form a peaceful bond, he would start with another giant country. He obviously loved them in some capacity. He had a child. They didn't even grow up in the castle. They weren't even recognized as a prince. He didn't marry this woman and allow her to be queen of Elbaf because they said the other giants would not accept her as their queen. But I'm thinking like, dude's king. Whatever dude says goes. So if he really wanted to push the matter, if he really wanted to be about forming peaceful bonds with other countries, he would have started with that, but he didn't because he was scared or because he wasn't actually about what he was talking about. That's some big a tree if I've ever seen it. So we get to Hyrudine. I talked a little bit in my last video about how he was forgotten for a minute, but turns out I forgot that was only like less than a full 24 hours that he was forgotten, so it really didn't make an impact. But it also didn't make an impact because he is technically the illegitimate child of King Harald. Hyrudine is the one that has the dream to unify all giant kind, which sounds like something that his father should have done, or like where his father should have started. He was ostracized for having tarnished blood, but he's kind of just like a giant Luffy in how he formed his crew. He's gonna become king of the giants. He grabbed Roto despite Roto's reputation. I'm assuming one of the reasons why Hyrudine is not on the throne currently is because he is with his new giant pirates. He's off kind of sailing the world, getting stuck in messes like accidentally being turned into a toy. So he's kind of off doing his own thing. And also he's not on the throne potentially because the other giants won't let him, maybe. Because they see him as being like a half Elbafian giant. They won't let someone with tarnished blood be on the throne. I mean, it would seem like being king of Elbaf would be just a stepping stone to his greater dream to become king of all the giants. But I don't know what he's doing. He's living his best life, I'm assuming. It mentions that there are other giant tribes, and the only one that I remember hearing about is Elbaf so far. Maybe someone has done like a deep dive and they know that there are multiple giant tribes and these are their names. But there are other giant tribes. How many are there? Where are they? It makes me wonder about, like, we've seen so many like really massive people in this story, like Whitebeard, like Odin, Katakuri, Duval, and everything. And I like, there's so much in One Piece that you can just be like, oh yeah, I guess that is what it is. He's 20-something feet tall. Makes sense, I suppose. But I'm wondering if they have technically like this other giant blood in them. Is that a reason? They said that giants don't look like oars anymore. Those are like ancient giants. So it's just interesting, just putting a pin in that for a second. Talking about the other son, youngest son and technically only legitimate child of King Harald, and also a scourge upon the giant society. We go to Loki and he is being tortured by the God Knights. Gunko is using her arrow fruit on him, which I'm thinking is the same thing that killed Cobra. It was an arrow that went through him. We didn't really see who did that, but we know that an arrow went through him, and now she shows up with arrow powers. I'm thinking she's the one who killed Cobra. But Loki is being tortured by her. Based on kind of what he's saying, we see that he would rather die than join the God's Knights. It starts off, he says, like, I already told you I can't move. He said can't. He didn't say won't. He didn't say shan't. He said can't. He cannot move from where he is? Does he have some sort of obligation to stay where he is? Is he protecting something? Is he protecting the tree? How is he chained there, really? There's definitely more to this that we're not getting yet. And I feel like it's all going to be revealed soon. I know that Oda can just sometimes name things like different arbitrary things. Sometimes it's something very well thought of, like Corazon. Sometimes it is Central Freeway. But in Loki's case, it's like there's so much history behind the character of Loki. I'm thinking Loki from Marvel Cinematic Universe. If somebody came up to free him from his chains, he would agree, but he might not have loyalty to the people who freed him. He might just trick them anyway. So apparently with this Loki, it is not in his character to trick or deceive them in that way by just like outright lying to them. Or maybe he recognizes that they have different powers, and if they free him, then they're going to have control over something, or I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be as easy to just lie to them and trick them or something like that. He definitely seems like he's more of a prankster Loki than a trickster Loki. He's befriended all of the animals in the forest, which we already knew, but it's to the extent that all the animals have been fighting for him. They saw people messing with him, and they decided to go and act on his behalf to stop the God's Knights. It didn't work, but that's also kind of a similar characteristic to Luffy, is that Luffy ended up befriending all of the animals whenever he was alone in the jungle. And so he has to have some sort of like compassion. If the animals just recognize his strength only, I don't think they would have fought for him if they saw someone messing with him. The animals are fighting for him, so that means he does have that kindness that the person on the phone was saying, that no matter how much he likes to deny it. On the God Knight's part, he would rather die than join the God's Knights, which means he is okay in my book. They're interrogating him, they're telling him to join. The world government wants control over Elbaf because Elbaf once ruled the New World. And so I'm wondering why they're going about it this way. If you have all of these giants on the surface who have no king, they have no one to guide them, really. They have Jarl, they have Hyrdine, they have Dorian Bragi. They have no leader, truly. Again, this leaderless country where people are predominantly ignorant. Why would they go down to the one person that does not have anyone's respect, who is literally a prisoner at the bottom of the tree that their country is based upon? Why are they going to him? They must recognize his power. They must recognize that if they do anything to Elbaf, then Loki is going to do that to them. He must have the capability of doing so. It's kind of like if you can't beat him, convince him to join you, is what I'm thinking. Shamrock says, let's change tactics, contact Marijois. I hoped we could have settled this much more cleanly. Gunko says, indeed, it seems he would rather die than join us. Is this some kind of religious thing? Shows their reverence for the Elbafian culture. So they're contacting Marijois. I don't think they're going to Mother Flame the place because they want to gain control over Elbaf, because Elbaf wants to gain control over the New World. It seems like for what's going to happen next is that Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are going to discover the guards who are in the castle. I'm wondering if we're going to switch back to Chopper and Robin in the library, and we're going to get some more context for the history of Elbaf or something anytime soon, because some more context before all of the fighting and stuff kicks off would be appreciated. They might learn some things that don't come up naturally. They might learn some facts rather than just hearsay from other giants who are angry and also half drunk, possibly. Yeah, I'm Team Loki all the way. If he's against the God's Knights, then I am for him. I think he's going to be okay. And like I said in the last chapter, I think that Usopp is going to have a hard time with dealing with the fact that Loki's okay, despite what all the other giants are saying. I just really want him to have a hard time with it. I just want to see the drama that happens. I'm like so excited for it. Man, if he doesn't, I'm gonna be kind of upset. But like as I mentioned in my last video, I see Usopp as very loving of Elbaf culture, of the Elbaf giants. He's just so happy to be there and finally interacting with the people that he's looked up to through this whole entire story. He hears a unanimous opinion from them that they don't like Loki, and then Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are potentially going to free Loki soon. And I'm wondering what that's going to look like when Usopp figures out they did something like that, and how he's going to react to it, how the rest of Elbaf is going to react to it, if they consider the Straw Hats to be traitors, if Usopp doesn't want to be a traitor to the Elbaf giants, kind of things like that. Just going back to internal conflict within the crew is something that stressed me out while I was watching it, but I also kind of enjoyed it a little bit. So yeah, that's something that I'd want to see the result of. I feel like we're due for some historical context soon with Robin and Chopper, and to get some insights from actual books rather than just hearsay. I want to learn more about Harold and what the battle looked like between him and Loki. Did Loki kill him? Did Jarl have anything to do with that? How did Jarl end up walking away scathed but able to say that he's unscathed? And how is Luffy going to react to Shamrock? How is Luffy going to react to Shammy, seeing that he looks exactly like Shanks save for the non-missing arm and the missing scars? I would assume that Luffy would remember that Shanks saving him and losing an arm was like a pivotal moment in his own character development. But again, it's Luffy, so he's gonna say, what? Did you grow your arm back now? Let me know your thoughts about this chapter in the comments. I would love to hear them. If you made it to the end of this video, please consider liking it and subscribe as well. And hit the notification bell so you can get notified whenever I post videos on chapter reviews and things like that. I've been Meanie Mosey. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day, and I will catch you guys next time. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey, and welcome to my channel. Today we are talking about One Piece chapters 1139 through 1140. We're going to be talking story, character introductions, world building, and all these little things that make this series hit every single time. There are four main things that I want to talk about that happened over these two chapters. The first one being Scopper Gaban's introduction. Don't judge me if I pronounce that wrong. We're going to talk about the freeing of Loki and it being a bad idea potentially. We're going to talk about the Scopper versus Zoro and Luffy fight. And lastly, we're going to get into some discussions about the Holy Knights, kind of what they're there for and what nefarious things that they're up to lately. So, if you're new here, be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss what's next. Now, let's get into it. So, Scopper is introduced, and I found out when I was on the Moon Piece podcast last week that he has actually been a pretty big character in the One Piece world, and people have been waiting for an introduction for him for a long time. He's kind of a hippie. He says that love is free. That's kind of his whole thing. He's like a priest of love and everything. And they say that he's like Sanji in that matter. But he's also like Sanji in the fact that he is Roger's left arm. So Sanji is to Luffy as Scopper is to Roger. He is incredibly strong. We've seen him in the past when he's kind of arguing with Roger, being that voice of reason, as Sanji so often has been for Luffy. He throws axes. He is Ripley's husband and the father of Colin, the giant child. I'll leave all the implications as to how that happened logistically to some other channels. That's real interesting though. That's real interesting. Y'all hear that he is the left arm of Roger. I hear that he is just one more person who knows the full history of the world and has kept his mouth shut, which is ironic for someone who says that they love secrets and that secrets are meant to be spread. The fact that everyone on the crew, including people like Scopper, stayed quiet about that kind of I don't know what it shows, but it's like we're dealing with some big stuff here. Kind of like, what do they see? Except according to the mural in chapter 1138, which I did not forget about. I will cover it later when I have more time or something. I have notes on it and everything. I just need to yeah, I'll get to that one later. But seeing that mural and everything, I think we're gonna know the history and or the future of the world pretty soon, and then we'll also know why Roger's crew kept quiet all this time. The next main thing that happened within these chapters is everyone communicating to Luffy that freeing Loki is not the best idea. Roto says that it's a crime, it's illegal. Luffy just goes around saying like, oh, after we free Loki, we can do such and such. Zoro reminds Luffy that they have not made a decision yet. Scopper warns them against it, asks them what they're going to do if everything goes wrong, to which Luffy says he'll Control Z, undo it, put the chains back on him, which is something that we've only known Shanks to do in this story so far. Shanks and Luffy are on the same hierarchical level, but as far as power level, we're not sure. Honestly, we don't know. We haven't seen that much of Shanks. And now we're seeing double of Shanks. So that's another thing too. I haven't seen Red, so maybe we have seen more of Shanks, but I haven't. So just going off of what I know, except Luffy's getting stronger all the time. So yeah, I'm sure he can do it. If he says he can do it, I'm sure he can do it. But my kind of thoughts about this, about people communicating that freeing Loki is a bad idea. I think that Loki is a good character. I think that he is going to be a benefit. I think it's going to be in their best interest to get him out of his chains for a few reasons. One is that he is shown to be a kind person, as you can tell in the earlier chapters when he was on the phone with someone. They said, I think you're actually a nice person. He was argumentative about that. He denied it, but I mean, you can tell that it's true because when the Holy Knights were torturing him and Gunko was shooting her little arrows at him, all of the animals in the forest were coming after him, trying to attack the Holy Knights and protect Loki. And I'm thinking they wouldn't do that if Loki had only usurped his authority over them. They did that because they actually cared about Loki, because he had shown kindness to them in some way or another. And he called them his friends. So the fact that he makes friends with animals is actually really giving Disney Princess. So I don't know how bad you can be if you give Disney Princess. Then the next reason why I think Loki is good is because there's all this kinds of shady stuff that is going around with King Harald, and there is actually one more additional shady thing that went on with King Harald that I'll talk about later in this video. But we really don't know what happened in that battle in the castle. We don't know how that sword ended up through Ja Rule's head. We know that Harald stood for kind of equality and everything, but we also have the other side where he did not want to be equal with the other giants. He's only trying to be equal with the humans and things like that. So is he really for equality? Not really. He's talking about it. He's not being about it. So Harald seems to be kind of a hypocrite. Loki seems to be Harald's antagonist. Therefore, he might have good reason for why he opposed him. So I think Loki is good, and I think that him being out of his chains might be kind of a... Well, the Giants ain't never liked him anyway, so why would they want him to be free in the first place? They prophesied that he was going to be cursed when he was born. They called him cursed, so I think that's mainly their own perception for why Loki is a bad dude. Moving on from that, we're getting into the part where Scopper fights Luffy. And you can call it a fight, but that's kind of a stretch. He really seems to be more like testing Luffy. He's heard stories about him. We see that he's had a conversation with Shanks about him. And so he's kind of throwing his axes around and seeing what Luffy does in response. He sees that Luffy has the straw hat, says it would look better on your head. He calls Shanks a cheapskate. Luffy says don't call Shanks a cheapskate. He tests Luffy's crew. He attacks Luffy kind of like rapid succession, and then Zoro has to step in and protect him. He says that his crew's good. He sees that Luffy can transform into a Nika-like being. He does verify that Luffy turns all white, so it's kind of like stuff that he wants to see for his own eyes. Maybe stuff that Shanks already told him about Luffy that he's now verifying. All of that allows Luffy to pass Scopper's test because he yields. And if this man did not want Luffy to have the key, Luffy would not have the key. But he kind of threw it behind Luffy, says the thing you want is already in your possession. I'm kind of thinking about the last thing that Scopper said. He said, if Elbaf is still standing by the end of this, come find me. So he obviously knows, like, I'm sure he knows that the Holy Knights are running around in their kingdom. He's probably seen that circle that was in the middle of the throne room. He's taken a backseat to this whole situation, which I'm kind of surprised a little bit, given the possibility of Colin being kidnapped. I wonder if he would go and help save his own son. His son is 20 years old though, so I don't know. Maybe he's like, you're on your own, kid. He's kind of like pulling a Rayleigh in this situation. And that's kind of what I expected. All of Oda's old strongmen characters, excluding Hyo. Or at least all of the old men on Roger's crew. I'm thinking Crocus and Rayleigh were both kind of like, you kids, go do what you will. Solve your own problems. I've solved plenty of problems and back in my day and and all that. So he definitely knows stuff's about to go down, but he's not going to do anything about it. But he did pass along the key, and so I guess he's thinking my work here is done. The next section and the last section of these two chapters that I want to talk about is kind of the Holy Knights and what they've been getting up to. The Holy Knights are planning on kidnapping the Elbaf kids, and to do this, they need to bring help. We learned a little bit about their magic summoning circles. Either Gunko is bad at summoning or she doesn't care because she grabbed this man's whole entire living room. He's sitting in there in his underwear. He was on a phone call, and it looks like this relationship with the summoner of the circle and those being summoned, it's not like a phone call where you can ask someone to show up, but instead you can just grab them without their permission. And maybe it's like hierarchy based, like because these people kind of seem to be under Shammy in the chain, or if Gunko is Shammy's right hand girl, then they are under her or something like that. Maybe you can summon people who are lower ranked than you, but someone couldn't just bring Shammy wherever they wanted. But it also seems to be kind of non-consensual on both sides because they meant to grab one person and a second person came along. We're introduced to St. Somers and St. Killingham. Somers asked Shammy if he was paying a visit to Harold's grave. Naturally, like as if that was something that he would be expected to do, or if it's not abnormal for him to do, like the Holy Knights had that type of relationship with Harold. And that is the shady thing that I was saying. Why would it just be assumed that if someone's visiting Elbaf that they're visiting Harold's grave? Like, do they like pay respects, or are they deeply involved with him? What's going on? Are they doing research? Kind of like, why would you expect him to be there? The chapter closes with them talking through the logistics of kidnapping the Elbaf kids. Shanks tells Gunko that she could make it into a game, which is very punk hazard of him. My question for you is, do you think that the Holy Knights are going to get away with it? Do you think they're going to sail off of this island with the Elbaf kids on their ship, and the rescuing of the Elbaf giant kids is going to become a multi-arc problem? Or is it all going to be solved and wrapped up in this one tiny arc? Why or why not? Let me know in the comments, because I am genuinely not sure what would happen here. The other things that we're dealing with right now are the freeing of Loki, which is definitely going to happen, but the question is for that is if it's going to be a help or a distraction from the kidnapped kids situation. The mural and the history of the impending future of the world, the mystery of King Harold and what he did, and most importantly, how that sword ended up in Jarl's head. Not to mention, the kids are also a problem because they hate violence and they won't understand why everyone is trying to fight the nice Holy Knights that are just playing a game with them. They're going to be so upset. They're going to be inconsolable. Only Colin is going to want to, like, save the world or something like that. And yeah, I'm wondering if Colin is kidnapped, if Scopper and Ripley are going to get involved, like I mentioned earlier. And now that I think of it, I don't think that we've ever seen a healthy, happy couple together in present day One Piece. I think this might be a first for Oda. And so I'm wondering if we'll get any scenes where Scopper and Ripley are together, fighting together, or just talking, or just hanging out. Because everybody that we meet in One Piece either had loving parents or did not have loving parents, or their parents didn't love each other, had loving parents but they died, had evil parents, had a single parent, was an orphan. I don't think we've ever seen like a full family unit. Dang, yeah, no, this is a first. I want to see them together. I want to see them together as a family, being all cute and abnormal and things like that. Alright, well, that is it for One Piece chapters 1139 through 1140. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, which I assume you did since you're watching this part, go ahead and like it, leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji, and subscribe. It is a small click for you, but it lets YouTube know that you enjoyed this video and you want more One Piece fans to see it. And if you don't want YouTube deciding that you never need to see my videos again, be sure and hit that notification bell so you can find out the next time that I post. I will catch you guys next time. Thank you so much for watching, and remember that Jesus loves you more than Luffy loves me. Bye. Hey, what's up? It's me, Meanie Mosey, and welcome to my channel. Today we are talking about One Piece chapter 1141, An Older Woman. Don't even know what dude meant by that, but I guess we'll see. We are finally kind of getting into what Elbaf is going to be about. We're going to get into the plot, the main conflicts, and everything, because at the end of this chapter, spoiler alert, if you haven't read it, like, go read it and then come back to this. But at the end of this chapter, Loki gets freed. First, I'm going to start with a summary of this chapter, then I'm going to do a little bit of analysis, and then I'm going to end with some good old-fashioned predictions and kind of my standpoint on what I think is going on in the state of the One Piece world right now. So, without further ado, let's get into the summary of this. Summary time. It starts off, Nami is flying back to the village where the party is. She's kind of upset that there wasn't any treasure there. She and Roto are taking homeboys who guarded the castle back with them and everything. They are hardly conscious. They're gonna be alright. Nami just wants her treasure and she's a little bit upset about that. We flash to Frankie and Ripley. Frankie is learning more about the history of the atom tree that the Sunny was built from and kind of getting a general gist of like the structure of the Elbaf world. Ripley tells him about how Elbaf is very flammable, essentially, and they had to cut off an entire village of their tree in order to stop the rest of the tree from burning. So that kind of makes me think that at some point Elbaf is going to catch on fire with this arc. That is kind of a Chekhov's gun. In this situation, you don't mention that Elbaf is susceptible to flame without having it catch on fire, either in this arc or in the future somehow. Moving on, we get back to the village where the party is happening. Usopp is completely wasted. He's asking Jarl what his type of woman is, really drunk person behavior. Jarl says, an older woman, to which Usopp points out like how you're literally the oldest dude alive. Makes me want to, like, brings up the question, like, who was Jarl in a relationship with someone before? Who is he in a relationship with? Are there people older than the giants? Or kind of like what's going on? And then Usopp slaps the sword that's on top of Jarl's head. Everybody's like, whoa, hey, whoa, don't do that. Then Nami points out that Usopp's just really happy to be on Elbaf. I kind of have some thoughts I'll talk about later, my kind of theories about that sword that's in his head, because obviously now it's like becoming more part of the plot instead of just a running gag. And then Usopp is drunk, so I'll be touching on that part a little bit also. Sanji is kind of suspicious. He's like, hey, where is everyone? Gerd is tending to the wounds of the guards. She's kind of interrogating Roto, kind of like, where were these people? Where did the wounds come from? Why were you up in the castle? Blah, blah, blah. She finally knocks him out and knocks the truth out of him. Luffy and Zoro go back to Loki. They see that he has been beaten by the Holy Knights. They're kind of like, hey dude, what happened? He's barely hanging on, or so it seems. They're kind of discussing, do we release him? Do we not? We need to get a doctor, all of this kind of stuff and all this talk. Zoro punches Loki. Loki seems to be legitimately in pain. They need to go get a doctor. There's this bit where Luffy says that he's going to need meat. Zoro jokes that they can eat the animals that were beaten. Also, Luffy gets really upset and says that we don't eat friends. It's kind of like I didn't expect him to get that mad about it. Or like maybe take it as a joke, or like, haha, Zoro, I'm sure you're joking, or something like that. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Then after that, we see that the new giant pirates swoop in. Sanji is there as well. Find out that the clouds or whatever, they don't work in the underworld. They're making a crash landing. Luffy saves them. They all end up injured from their landing. They say, don't free Loki, whatever you do. He is cunning, cruel, vicious, backstabbing, and conniving villain. He's lying. He's the kind of beast who will kill a so-called friend at a moment's notice. And then the very next panel, it's like one of the coldest panels I've seen. Loki is standing straight up and he's smiling, like Solo Leveling dude episode 1 type of smile. And they said, Loki, take your hand off of Ragnir, which I'm assuming is the hammer weapon that he has behind him. Obviously not as injured as they assumed. He still has one sea prism cuff on him, but he still seems to be very large, very powerful, as big as oars is what they said. So Loki is free in scene. The first part I want to analyze, touch on a little bit, because I already talked about it beforehand, is the tree branch that they cut off, basically foreshadowing that Elbaf is going to catch on fire at some point during this arc, or at some point during the future. It's going to get struck by lightning, something like that. And when it happens, we're going to know that it is a big problem, because Ripley just mentioned that it would be. Next thing, Usopp is completely drunk out of his mind. I've been talking in my past videos about how I believe that the freeing of Loki could be a source of conflict for the Straw Hats in this arc, because Usopp is so happy to be at Elbaf. It's his lifelong dream. And then Luffy and Zoro are literally down in the underworld, becoming public enemy number 1 of Elbaf, and basically doing the one thing that that would cause ruin to the whole entire village. I think that it's going to be a second coming of Water 7, that Usopp is going to be very upset with his captain. I don't know if he's going to desert the crew. I don't know if we're going to get a reprise of Sniper King. I don't think we'd ever get that, actually. No, he's developed too much as a character. But I think Usopp is going to be very mad about the fact that Luffy has freed Loki, or at this point that Zoro has freed Loki, and the fact that he's drunk is not helping this situation at all, because he might say something that he doesn't intend to say. He might do something he doesn't intend to do. His inhibitions are down, and I mean, it's not like he could hurt Luffy or Zoro, but I don't know. He might say some things that he regrets saying, or some things that he wouldn't say if he were alive. Not that the crew would hold it against him because he's drunk right now, but I don't know. I think it's going to be a big issue that Zoro and Luffy freed Loki and made the Elbaf Giants mad, and Usopp not having entire mental clarity in this moment is not going to help the situation in any way. You get to the part Jaro said that he likes older women. What does that mean? He's the oldest person out there. I mean, obviously there were women who were older than him before. Who, though? Are they still alive? What did the older women look like? And I wouldn't make such a big deal about that, but it is also kind of the name of the chapter. So I think a big deal does need to be made out of it. And so we're going to have to come back to that and revisit this kind of idea later once we have more context for what he means. And then the part about Usopp hitting the sword that is in Jarl's head. So it is no longer a running gag. It is now the only thing that is keeping Jarl alive. The fact that the sword is stuck in his head. And so this unlocked a memory for me of homeboy named, what's his face? Phineas Gage. And there is a ton more videos about this. They can explain it better than I can, and honestly this kind of stuff just creeps me out. But Phineas Gage was a worker back in the past. He was working on a railroad, and he got a railroad spike that shot through his head, up through like his cheek and out the other side of his skull, taking some brain with it and everything. The doctor didn't believe him, and then he coughed and like brain fell out of his head, and I don't like it. But the fact is that Phineas Gage had a brain injury. He had his brain pierced, and he continued to go on living for another 12 years, eventually dying of seizures. Or not of seizures, but he lived for another 12 years after he had something go up and out of his brain. And he had a personality shift, but other than that, he was just walking around like anybody else. So just said all that to say, there are cases in the past, in real life, I mean, and I know this is fiction, but it could be inspired by it, but there are cases in the past of people having these types of brain injuries and still being alive to talk about it and everything. So it might not be as outlandish as One Piece makes it seem, or it might not be as hilarious as and wild and crazy. But I'm thinking, with all of this, someone stabbed him in the head. I don't know how a sword could just randomly fly like that and end up in the way that it did. Sword had to be thrown from a distance or stabbed through, I don't know. Someone tried to kill him. Someone did try to kill him, and he stayed alive. He said his helmet saved his life. Whatever he wants to think. I'm wondering if Jarl is facing any neurological issues because of the sword that's in there. Is he having any type of personality shift? Is he having amnesia or anything? The brain is a very weird thing, even within fiction, and he can, like, it's very plausible that he has a sword going out the other side and can still retain consciousness. They're not taking the sword out because they believe that it is going to cause a lot of blood loss and everything. Jarl is obviously jarred by the slapping of the sword, and so I'm wondering if, like Phineas Gage, if he is conscious for now, but the sword's presence in his brain is somewhat indicative of a time bomb. If he's going to die at some point within this arc, if that sword's going to be unsheathed from his head, if we're going to find out who put the sword there, all kinds of different things like that. Also, potentially, is Loki going to get up to Elbaf proper and see the sword in Jarl's head and be shocked that he's still alive and try to kill him? Is Jarl going to be found dead without a sword in his head, and they're gonna think, oh my gosh, it must have been Loki? That is something that might potentially happen in the future. We don't know. We get to the point about the freeing of Loki and how all that went down. The way that this went, they find him, he's beaten, he's certifiably beaten because Zoro punched him and it hurt real bad. At least Loki made it seem so. The new giant pirates and Sanji end up falling from the sky, landing in front of him, warning them at the very last minute, don't do it, he's evil, you're making a mistake. They're not even mad, they're just like, stop it, don't do what you're doing. And their arrival of the new giant pirates plus Sanji kind of seems to me like it is a first line of defense. We know how strong they are, at least we know how strong Hyrule is, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, the monster trio, and then they're all standing up there against Loki. It kind of makes me nervous. It kind of makes me think, what's Loki going to do to them? And then once we have this group incapacitated, what then is he going to do to the rest of Elbaf? I don't like that they're all in the same place at once. I think that's going to be a big problem, because after that you have the library where Robin and Chopper are, you have the rest of the crew kind of without their strongest fighters, and then Loki is just running free around Elbaf. Hyrule has a warning about Loki. He's talking about him since they were kids. He says you can't trust him. He is a cunning, cruel, vicious, backstabbing, and conniving villain. We've known Loki since we were children. If he told you anything that made him sound sympathetic, then he's lying. He's the kind of beast who will kill a so-called friend at a moment's notice. He's an enemy of the world. And by that point, it is too late. Zoro has already done the unlocking of the cuffs. So here's what we've seen. Loki was chained up to a tree. He talked to Luffy, asked him to free him, wasn't necessarily the nicest person about it, but he made some sort of deal with Luffy. We saw him talking on the phone to an unknown person. The person, he was encouraging them on the phone. They said, I can tell you're kind and everything. He argued with them. Next, we see that the Holy Knights have come. They're saying, join us, we're gonna unlock you. He says no. He argues with them. They darn near kill him, essentially, allegedly. And then Luffy and Zoro get to him. He is in serious pain, or at least acting like he is in serious pain. And they unlock him. Even after the warning, or I guess maybe before the warning, potentially the timeline. And he stands up and he has the biggest smile on his face. He goes from looking like he could hardly breathe to standing up completely on his own, holding a weapon and smiling. And so everything kind of points to the fact that Loki was lying the whole entire time. This whole time, everything that we've been shown of Loki, we've been told that he's not trustworthy. We have seen him be allegedly sympathetic to someone on the phone. We have seen him be tortured by the Holy Knights, who we know are bad guys technically within the One Piece world. We have seen him get punched by Zoro, allegedly in deep physical pain. And then we see him standing and smiling, which is incongruent to all of everything that we've seen so far. And now we're kind of faced with a choice, like, what's going on? Is Loki good or is he bad? Or is this like way bigger than any of that? Irudine says that Loki is lying. He's a liar through and through. He's cunning, cruel, vicious, and backstabbing and conniving. He's kind of resembling more of a Marvel Cinematic Universe Loki. This is someone who is like 3 steps ahead of everything, and not in the way that Katakuri was 3 steps ahead of everything, or I don't know however many steps you want to say. But this is someone who has plans upon plans. We don't know if Loki is as conniving as people say that he is. We don't know how far back his planning goes. We don't know if he wanted to be chained on purpose. We don't know if he wanted the Holy Knights to torture him on purpose. We don't know anything about him. But what we also do know is that he was disliked by the Elbaf giants from the very beginning. They said that he was going to be cursed as a child. He grew up feeling like a cursed child, a cursed prince. And you get called something long enough, you end up starting to become that thing. Or like, if you're just not going to like me anyway, I might as well cause some harm or something like that. So I am still believing in Loki. I'm a stick beside him. I think that he's going to end up helping the Straw Hat crew. I think that he's going to end up saving Elbaf. I don't know how. Saving the Elbaf kids or something. I don't know if he's actually against the Holy Knights. I don't know if he was planning to be freed by Luffy specifically. I don't know anything, but I am not ready to give up on him just because he stood up and he's being really creepy right now. I just think that it was unfair how he was treated as a child. I think it's very shady what King Harold was doing. And there's also still the mystery of what happened between him and Lola. He proposed to her almost at first sight. Was that a lie too? Did Lola see through it and dodge that bullet? I don't know. But what kind of Loki loyalist would I be if I gave up right now at the first sign of nefariousness, foolishness, tomfoolery from this dude? I think he's gonna be okay. I think he's going to do good, capital G good, within the story. And I'm gonna stick by that. If he destroys Elbaf, I'm sure there's going to be a good reason for it. That sounds insane, but here we are. Predictions for what's going to go on within the next chapter. I think we're going to go back to the library and kind of see some things that happen within the library. I think the Holy Knights are going to get started on their plot to kidnap the children, and I think that all of the people who are with Loki right now are going to get got in a major way, get incapacitated, so that the Holy Knights can succeed in their plan. Because let's face it, if Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were conscious, I don't think the Holy Knights would ever succeed. That is something that Oda has been doing since the beginning, is incapacitating the strongest characters in order to let the plot progress, and then having them come back when we need them most, unlike the Avatar. Alright, exciting chapter, exciting stuff coming up ahead. I'm pumped up to see what's gonna happen now that Loki's free. It seems like everything's kind of been leading up to this moment, so now we're gonna really get into the story. If you like this video, like the video, please, and leave a comment. Say Loki for president if you made it this far, just to let me know. And also, commenting and engaging with the video helps it to get out to more One Piece fans, which I know is something that we all want. Please consider subscribing. It is, it's on sale today. It's actually free right now. So go ahead and subscribe and hit that notification bell so that you know whenever I make a post. And yeah, I will catch you guys next time with the next chapter review. And remember that Jesus loves you more than Nami loves treasure. All right, bye. It's called A Horrible Day. One Piece chapter 1152, but no day is a horrible day when you are a One Piece fan, right? I was gonna wait until my live stream to talk about this chapter, but I gotta get into it. I was screaming in my car on the way to work. I was screaming in my car on the way back. I didn't even change out of my work clothes because the fit was cute. So we are gonna record this in this right now. Let's talk about it. We have come back from the break with a banger. We got new character powers. We got a double flashbackception, and potentially a new crewmate. Are you kidding me? A new crewmate? Are you kidding? You've already read the chapter. I am sure you already have. If you have not, go read it and come back. I do not take responsibility for you getting spoiled. I'm only going to hit on the key points and then some things I noticed. We're going to end with some questions, observations, and things to keep in mind as we continue to read the greatest story of all time. First, we're starting off. The Holy Knights can be defeated with Supreme King Haki. Gaban said they're not invincible. And so that means that the only people who can defeat them are Loki, Luffy, and my boyfriend Zoro, who didn't even know that he had it. Luffy knew that he had it. If Luffy knew that he had it, that means he's really dense, but we already knew that. Poor Sanji wanted it so bad, but hopefully Oda will throw some special Jerma power-ups his way this chapter. I don't know. The next thing, Luffy asked Loki to join his crew. Are you kidding me? A new crew? I looked at all of the other times that Luffy has asked people to join his crew. It's been different every single time, but I will say on multiple occasions they have outright denied him. He asked Kureha to join the crew, he asked Crocus, he asked Zeph, and those three older people were like, boy, stop playing. But this one seemed pretty legit. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say it has a level 9 of legitimacy. It had a don that went with it. They talked about it for a page and a half. Loki outright denied it. And then Hyrudine was like, you can't have him, he's an enemy. Luffy seemed disappointed, but I mean, when Luffy means it, he doesn't take no for an answer. Luffy, he presented it as a means to an end, hey, if I take responsibility for you, if you join my crew, then they'll let you get out of the chains and you can fight. And then Gaban ended up saying, let him go. But I don't know. I feel like maybe once Luffy fights, he'll be more adamant about it. It definitely seems like something that's going to be revisited later. I'm excited about that. Could be like a Robin, I have nowhere else to go type of situation, but I feel like Oda won't do the same thing twice with that. I think that it would be so dope to see Loki as more than an honorary crew member. I don't know how that's going to go down. I don't know if he would just walk alongside the Sunny or swim alongside it, or I don't know. That's for Oda to figure out. But I would be thrilled because he seems like such an interesting character so far. He's funny, he's aggressive. That's like my favorite type of character. I also think that would fill out the 10 that Luffy said, I just need 10 men. There's been debate about that in the community. Is like, did he mean 10 including himself? Did he mean 10 as like a starting point? We don't know. He has 9 right now. I'm like not flabbergasted that even happened. I'm like thrilled that happened. I'm like freaking out, bro. Like, I don't freak out often. This is me freaking out. Next point, Gavan trusts and believes in Loki. He believes in him enough to protect Elbaf at this moment. Why he has not vouched for him up until this point, I don't know. Has he visited him? They seem to have some mutual understanding between them about that day that happened that we're getting a flashback for. That's going to be interesting to see how that came about. The next thing is we get into the flashback a little bit more. We kind of see Loki moving around in Elbaf in his own space. You see him talking to Jarl. Jarl is apathetic when it comes to politics, and that's probably why he has not stepped up to lead the kingdom after Harald has passed away. Loki is like, you're exactly the problem, old man. All these kids are special snowflakes. They're going to grow up to be too peaceful, which is exactly what they did, even though now they're fighting in their own way that they know how. Which is sad. It's also kind of like, if you're so vocal about it, I know I could say, why don't you do anything? But he was chained up to a tree, so there's that. Kind of seeing Loki move around his space, you can see that he was sort of like feared and disrespected by the guards, the palace guards. Loki was not too pleased with it, but it's not like he did anything about it. You can also see that Loki cares for his father and Elbaf in some capacity. Even though he was talking about how Harald was siding with the world government, he still like tells the guards like, what are you doing? My dad called me here. This is my home. He burst down the door. He's like, hey, Pop. He's obviously comfortable. He's not like super respectful or distant. He's not like, hello, father. I have returned from my long journey across the sea. That I'm so sorry. No, that actually wasn't bad. Maybe it was. Maybe it was awful. He's very comfortable at home. He is at home. It's not like he doesn't want to return there. It's not like he doesn't feel like he has a place to call his own. He is home. So, okay, he bursts down the door. He says, hey, Pop, I'm back. And he sees that Harald is in the middle of the throne room getting Dory and Broggy turned into a demon. The fact that Harald died in that battle does not sound optimistic for Dory and Broggy's condition. I hope death is not the only solution to being transformed like that. Gunko Imu said that it would like take off their lifespan, I think, and fill them with rage and like loose them of common sense, the burdens of common sense, essentially. Yeah, it seemed like that happened to him, and then Loki had to fight until he died, until he killed him, cured him, and that's what we're seeing so far. That's what we're assuming. We don't know the full story. We're about to. And then in the flashback, we learn that Shanks went to Marijois, where he met Harald for the first time, possibly on the tail end of a family reunion. A family reunion. We don't know. A family reunion. Within that flashback, we go even further into a flashback about Harald and the giant pirates and all of that. How they were feared among the seas. They were the most feared. Harald wasn't even a pirate. He was just a traveling ne'er-do-well. He just went up and like kicked somebody's castle in because he thought it would be funny, because he's technically a 15-year-old, even though he's 45 years old. That brings us into the question / observation / things to remember section of this video. Okay, my first question is, how did Harald ascend to the throne at such a young age? If he is technically 15 years old, as a giant, How did that happen? Did they take a vote and the vote on him? Was it a contest of strength or something like that? Was it a succession line? Because right now he does have princes and heirs, I think. Are they heirs or are they just princes? I don't know. He had his horns initially, but either the world government or Mother Carmel changed his mind about that, pulled them out because he was disgusted with his origin as an ancient giant. He seemed pretty happy with him when he was kicking that castle in, though, I don't know. Loki has his eyes covered with bandages. I was wondering, like, is this a character design like Zoro, or is it a character design like Fujitora and Senor Pink, or something like that? Is there, like, some tragic situation as to why his eyes are bandaged? The next point, this is day 57 of me asking for Usopp to step up and become relevant in this arc, because this is his happiest place on earth. This is his Disney World right now, and it is crumbling before his eyes. His idols have been turned into demons in front of him. I want to see some rage. I want to see more passion, more energy. I want to see some resentment. I want to see some fire, Usopp, please. But I know we're about to get into a flashback, so I'm gonna let you chill for these next few chapters. But when we come back, boy, I'm gonna need you to get frustrated. I'm gonna need God Usopp to step in. God Usopp was essentially just Usopp, honestly. I don't know. I want him to be mad so bad. I want him to be frustrated at the Gods Nights. I want him to be mad that Loki's joining the crew, maybe. Are you kidding me? A new crewmate? I want him to take that frustration and rage and be provoked to a point where he levels up or something like that. He gones out. I don't know. I don't know what he could do. I want to see him do something, though. I want to see him do something drastic, and I don't want him to die. That is off the table. Hopefully, we can see something from him after that. Next point, Zoro is going to have to learn how to control his haki, or maybe not, because Gaban said that he's at ease with it, but he's been informed of a new skill, so we're going to see some more from him. At least that's been assured. Not for Usopp, but that's been assured for Zoro, so that'll be fun. And then last point is that I want to remind you that Loki is the same person that fell in love with Lola. Just making sure you don't forget it. He fell in love with her at first sight. He gave her a little flower on the beach. He's a soft person. He has emotions and feelings, and he's like all warm and cuddly inside. And that's chilling in the back of my mind until we hear more about that in this arc. If Nami doesn't point that out, Nami has failed me. She's going to bring it up. She's got to bring it up. She knows Lola and her sister. Did I miss anything? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear it. What are your thoughts? Do you think the invitation is legitimate? It looks darn legitimate. It's a 9 out of 10 for me. I'm pretty sure that we're going to have a crew member. Are you kidding me? Never has Luffy been serious about asking someone to join the crew that they have not joined the crew. It looks so real. And I think it's going to happen. So, if I miss anything, let me know in the comments. If you're wondering where I've been, I guess you wondered where I've been. I have been live streaming on Sundays. You can go back and check. I have my live streams available on my channel where I have talked about the recent chapters leading up to this one. You can go check them out and hear what my thoughts have been. I've just been busy. As you can see, I'm in work clothes, and it's been much more maintainable, much more manageable to live stream on Sundays, and essentially record and post a video at the same time. So yeah, if you are interested in seeing that, I hope you can tune in. But until then, I have been Meanie Mosey, and I hope you have an amazing, incredible, awesome, wonderful day. Bye. You just finished watching all of the One Piece content that I have on this channel. Congratulations. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you learn more about the show that we all know and love. I hope I was able to like kind of help you think about it in a different way or kind of see it through my own eyes. I hope you enjoyed watching me as a content creator, and how I've changed over the years. I've upgraded color grading and microphones and different things, and I've just like fiddled with everything. I'm still learning for sure. And this year I'm focused on consistency, so there's that. But yeah, I thank you so much for watching this. Man, wow. I don't even know what to say. This is a long video. Like, if you really want to support the channel, just know I have channel memberships open. You can go subscribe to that. Your name will be posted at the end of each video on this side. And it's just a thank you for supporting the channel. And there are also a whole bunch of additional little perks in there that you can go and see. Super chat is a thing. I don't know how it works personally, but I'm sure you could figure it out. Some other things that you can do that don't cost any money, like this video, share it if you're in a One Piece Discord server or something like that. Share it with your friends. Leave a comment. Leave a bunch of comments. Honestly, they're all like just engagement. Just tells the algorithm like, hey, spread this video around because people like it. People are talking about it. Hyping the video. I'm not actually sure how that works, but if you know how that works, go ahead. So be it. My channel is kind of small right now, so anything helps really. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. And I hope you stick around on my channel for more content that I'm going to be posting about like different series, potentially more One Piece. I do like really like it. I made that flag back there, so there's that. Yeah. But yeah, I've been Simone, aka Meanie Mosey, and I will catch you in the next video. Hi.